2025 NFL Draft with Kyle Yeoman, Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Bella, Nick Harris, and Tommy Yarish.
And just like that, we are back again. It is time for the Day of the Scouts. It's day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. The Dallas Cowboys have a little bit of waiting time at the moment. Reports are that there could be some interest to try and move back up into the 4th round. What will it take to get there? We'll talk about that and a whole lot more over this next hour, leading into the first pick of the 4th round, starting at about 11 a.m. Central Time. As the big voice man said, alongside Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus of 105.3 The Fan, Tommy Yarish of DallasCowboys.com. I'm Kyle Yeomans with Chris Beam in the back. Peyton back in the 105.3 The Fan studios holding it down as well. Shortly, we're going to get to talk to some of the individuals throughout the Cowboys scouting department, Cowboys coaching staff. This has quickly become, Brian, one of my favorite hours of radio.
No, this is super cool. The fact that you get to kind of pick the brains of those who were involved in the process, which I think is really, really neat. There's so much that goes into the drafting of these players. There's discussions about, hey, we like this guy a little better. No, we need to think about moving back here. You know, there's so much that goes into it, and to have the characters who are part of the act here is super cool to kind of get that little bit of that more of that insight.
And it appears we will have Clayton Adams as the first name right off the top. I know he's got some meetings to go to, so that's not an official total until he walks through the door, just like Nick Harris of DallasCowboys.com just walked through the door. What's going on, Nick? How are you?
What's going on?
Got an opportunity, and we will have an opportunity to talk to Clayton Adams and a couple of those scouts as well as we go along. What are you thinking here, Brian?
I'm just looking at something. I think that maybe we're going to have to go with a little headset action.
Yeah,
what we're doing. I was trying to make sure that Nick got everything kind of lined up before he. There he goes. Now I think he's with us.
Let's go. How we doing? Y'all got me?
There you go. Now you're back on. Yeah. So now that we've got it all taken care of, this is what you're going to expect on day 3: a little calamity, a little chaos.
Oh yeah,
the NFL draft is going to mirror.
Well, it's already presented that.
Yeah,
the NFL draft, and depending on and what's a little bit unfortunate, though, is what's happened with the whole Shedeur Sanders thing.
Yeah.
And it's this big, depending on, it's like this dark cloud. We've had rain in Green Bay where the draft has been located, but there's just a lot of the dark cloud. And I think it's unfortunate for the draft itself that a lot of these kids, the biggest moments of their lives, but everything seems to be talking about what the issue is with the Colorado quarterback. I think that's unfortunate.
Where do you think the issue lies there with Sanders? And I know the national media has had their conversations about it. I know we've had our conversations about it.
Yeah.
But at this point, like you said yesterday, it may be a personal thing.
Yeah.
It may be a vendetta by the league. It may be just as simple as teams don't want to deal with the media circus that would come with a pick like that.
Yeah, and the one thing that Bill Parcells, and I said it a couple of different times on platforms and yesterday in the draft, is the Hollywood quarterback. Mm-hmm. And do you want to deal with the Hollywood quarterback? And we're in a different era of sport. We're in a different era, especially with the college athletics and the NIL. And we're trying to navigate a lot of different things and kind of figure things out. And there's certain things that you have to be able to do. And coach is coming in the building, so I'll hold my thought. I'll hold my thought right there and let Kyle welcome him into the program.
Yeah, our first guest here on day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft. We have the brand new offensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys, Clayton Adams, joining us now. And Clayton comes from an offensive line background. He was the offensive line coach with the Arizona Cardinals. So, Clayton, I have to start with Tyler Booker, first-round pick. I mean, what are your thoughts overall to have a guy like that in your building?
Obviously, extremely excited about this unique combination of character, talent, work ethic. That's what really I think you're trying to hunt in the first round, is somebody that can play at a really high level, and they're going to achieve that ceiling because of the tools that they have.
It's really incredible to see the type of influence you've already had on the building, and we'll talk more about that as we go along. And the offensive line seems to be a huge priority going into this offseason for this coaching staff, for the scouting department and the front office. What have kind of been those meetings behind the scenes putting together what this offensive line's going to look like in 25?
Well, I mean, I think it's as high a priority as everything else is you want to build really deep rooms with good and tough players. And one of the things that I've been so impressed with the draft process here is, when there's things that happen and you kind of let it fall the way that it's falling, when the best player is there that's going to make our team the best, we're going to get the thing that we think is the sure thing more than just like, we really need this position. Let's reach a little bit. There doesn't seem to be a lot of reaching in that draft room, and certainly no panic in that draft room. So it's been pretty impressive to watch.
Where do you think that philosophy stems from?
I think probably it just being such a collaborative process up there. Mr. Jones, he really wants to listen to everybody's opinion and take them in. And at the end of the day, he's going to make a decision. He and Steven are going to make a decision on it. But Will McClay and the guys that work over in the personnel department, they turn over every single stone. And they really value the input of the coaches as well. And so again, one of the probably most impressive things about the entire process is just they understand that everything should be valued as a piece of the puzzle, not the entire thing. And so you evaluate things as they come up. And then when we're on the clock, there's options for a lot of different things. But it's, okay, who's the guy that's going to make our team the best? Not necessarily just going to be a Band-Aid to cover, a hole in the thing.
So, something that I think is fascinating about your new staff coming into this draft process is that you not only had to catch up with the guys in the draft, but also catch up on the team once you got hired. Can you just talk about these last couple of months and how busy they have been?
Yeah, I mean, at year one, I think everywhere is a little bit busy, but certainly it's been a whirlwind for me. Just trying to really come into a system where the terminology isn't really going to change, which is the right thing to do, right? You want to protect the terminology for the players, certainly when you have a quarterback like Dak Prescott coming back, is why would we make him learn a whole bunch of new terminology when that can be my job to learn that? Mm-hmm. So that's one piece of it, trying to blend, where do we find nuance and things that we want to do a little bit differently than what we've done in the past. And then, just Shadi and I getting on the exact same page, which he's really been amazing, and probably as good a situation as I could have walked into in terms of somebody who's, this is a new role for me. And so being that the head coach is the person that was in my shoes just last year, he's able to give me a lot of guidance and keep me ahead on things so I'm not getting hit from the side on like, didn't think about that. Yeah. He's been great of just being ahead, 2 weeks ahead most of the time, like, hey, this is coming up.
You guys haven't been shy about the fact that you want to run the football. When you look at the interior now with Tyler Smith, Tyler Booker, and Cooper Beebe, what do you like about the combination of those three guys and what they're going to be able to do for you in the run game?
Yeah, big, strong, fast, tough, smart. There's a lot of different words that you could use on the interior there. We got a long way to go, and we got to get a lot better in regards to, running the football. I think that first and foremost, you do whatever you have to do to win the game. And so I don't think that you go into a game and say like, well, we're just going to run it 70 times and we're going to see, what the score ends up being. You got to do whatever you can to win the football game. But creating explosives in the run game is a recipe for creating explosives in the pass game. And hopefully the hope is that by being able to move the line of scrimmage, you're able to protect differently than just having to drop back all the time. Because I know one thing is it's a heck of a lot easier to block these D linemen when they don't know it's a pass.
Right.
So, that's one of the things. And the other part of it, and I truly believe this, is that when somebody can impose their will on you in the run game, it's a disease for the entire team. And it affects everybody in a negative way. And conversely, it affects your team in a positive way. It's like, all right, we're going to go out on this drive and it's going to be bang, 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 and then boom, over the top. Or, maybe you did that on the last drive and you come out with a play action that hits a deep crosser or something like that. I just think it's a recipe for disaster if you can't run it and they can run it on you.
Cowboys OC Clayton Adams with us here. One of the things we were pumped about is the variance in which you run the football. And coming from Arizona, teams didn't know what the heck you were going to do to them. Is it pin and pull? Is it outside zone? Is it inside zone? What's kind of the vision you have for this rushing attack, and how does Tyler Booker help that?
Well, I think, again, first and foremost is you got to do what the guys do well.
Yeah.
And, when I was in Indy in 2021 and we ran the ball well that year, it was mostly outside zone. We went into our first year in Arizona saying, okay, we're going to force the issue here and be an outside zone team, and that wasn't really what fit our players and James, our tailback, the best. And so we had to pivot and figure out, what do we do well? Oh, okay, well, our center is a really good puller. Let's figure out a way to do more of these things. So I think that you go into the situation here saying, all right, what fits our play action game the best, and can our players do it? And if they're struggling with it, can we improve, or do we need to pivot? And I think that that's the recipe for any organization or team or anything that you're trying to have collective success is you have to figure out what does the pieces that you have, what do they do best, and then put them in those situations consistently.
Coach, this is a really, really deep running back draft. I know you've worked through these names and stuff like that. What's the ideal back for your type of situation? Maybe not a name, but what's the running style of an ideal back that you would like to have in your scheme?
I think at the end of the day, you want contact balance is generally ends up being the number one thing that people look at is, can this guy get on edges of defenders and keep his feet? And then the other thing that everybody's looking for is when you get a guy into the secondary, can he finish? And that's much more difficult to do in the NFL than it is in college football, but you see it. There's guys that they do get themselves into the secondary, and whether it's because they win with speed or it's because they win just by being really difficult to break down, to get on the ground, guys have different ways of doing it, but you contact balance and having the ability to finish.
Steven was talking yesterday about players taking that jump. One, certainly the first-round pick, Tyler Guyton, from last year. What are some of the things that stand out to you about Tyler and that you can use for him to kind of fit what you're talking about, things that he does well or maybe some things that you want to see him improve?
I'd say a lot of that right now is TBD,
okay.
Because what I would hate to do is watch last year's tape and say, well, this is exactly who this player is and define it exactly that way. I don't want to do that to him. I want to get out on the grass and really work through some of the pluses and minuses of who he is as a player. So I think what you see is the same thing that I saw when we evaluated him last year in the draft is this guy has the tools to be special. And so right now we're working through it in the meeting room of trying to figure out exactly okay, who are we? Mm-hmm. What are the fundamentals of what we're going to do as an offense? And then when we get out on the grass, we sort the rest of those things out.
Yeah, with what Shadi is trying to build, we've certainly learned over the course of the last couple of months that it's culture first. Culture. Is it unique to the experience that you've had, not only around the league, but in college football, to the type of culture first environment that Shadi is trying to build?
I wouldn't say that saying it is unique. Mm-hmm. I think that there's a lot of places that say it. What's unique is being able to stick with it and having, the consistent day-by-day philosophy of how we do something is much more important than what we do, and he's been really great that way. There's a lot of teams that say it. Not everybody does it.
I got to ask, you have 3 Tylers on the offensive line. You got nicknames or anything? You're going to have to figure that one out.
I'm sure there probably are nicknames, but at the end of the day, what I really want is I want like a big old board in there that's the Tyler Power Rankings. Nice. And so by day, it's, you know what? TG, you slipped to number 3 today. It's, hey, you're leader in the clubhouse. Best
there we
Tyler
go.
in the room.
There we go.
That's awesome. Another way to compete.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Offensive coordinator Clayton Adams joining us here on the Draft Show. Coach, welcome to Dallas. First off, we're excited to see what you do with this Cowboys offense. Congrats on the first-round pick, and have a day 3 at it as well.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank
Appreciate
you, Coach.
having me in.
There he goes. Clayton Adams joining us here in studio. New offensive coordinator. Awesome to talk with him. We could talk with him for the next hour if he was available. But we've got multiple names rotating into this studio. How about this next one?
Look at this, man.
Taking a seat now. We've got Ross. Oh, wait, what was that, Clayton?
The real
The
champ.
real champion.
Something like
The
that.
best beard in the business.
This is Ross Winch.
What's up,
Is that how you say your last name? I don't know if I've
Winchy.
ever say it. Winchy.
Don't worry, it's been mispronounced every way.
Well, we're gonna get it right. Ross Winchy from
He's
the
a
scouting
word
department.
professional, though. He should know it by now.
I should know it by now, but I do know you've got some style, sir. How about this suit?
Yeah, this is
Fake it
crazy.
till you make it,
incredible.
man. Fake it till you make it.
Fresh.
Yeah.
Day 3 is the real the day where you can show the drip, right?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to, just bring the juice in the morning, Long day ahead, so.
I mean, for a scout, day 3 is really when you get in your bag overall. So it's you got to show up in your bag too, right?
Yeah, we kind of take pride in today. It's kind of the scout day, so we're gonna get after it, and we're gonna find some players.
Now, is it exciting or is it stressful going into day 3 knowing you have 7 picks on the board, but you have to wait as long as you do getting into round number 5?
Yeah, I mean, sitting there and watching 73 players or whatever go off is gonna suck, but I mean, we're prepared for it. We've done, plenty of strategy meetings. We've got situational stuff. If this happens, this happens. We're pretty prepared for it, and then when we finally get on the clock, we're gonna find a player and. We're just going to keep swinging. So,
Ross, you kind of alluded to it, but this is the day where Will and your staff has had a lot of success. As you've kind of watched over the years, you go through this process. Why do you think that is? What is it that you guys do, maybe different from other teams or in your philosophy, that makes you so successful day 3?
Yeah, we do a good job, and obviously Brian knows a little bit about this, but we're a one draft class team. So from July to May, we focus on one class. We don't prepare for next year's class. We take that pressure, and it's a lot of weight on our shoulders. But we focus on one class. Will tasks us with doing a lot, and in the end, it makes us better scouts. So we know the players when it's time to pick them. So I think that's part of it. Is whenever we go to training camp until today, we're working on one singular draft class, and we pour over it and stick to it. So.
I think there's a lot of honor to be had in sticking to the board, especially when there is pressing needs at other spots. That philosophy, where does that stem from? And then the players you came away with yesterday, you got to be thrilled with those two, right?
No, yesterday was awesome. We feel really good about those two. Donovan's him with Micah, that'll be fun. Obviously, Sam, Nealon, can never have enough rushers. That's that in corners, which we ended up taking him to Siobhan too. So yeah, just adding those guys, and then it was a no doubter. Stick to the board. We felt really good about the names we had up there. Obviously, we had some trade calls that we weighed. We felt good about those too, but when it was time to, it's why pass up players we love that we think can help us? So we took them, knowing that today we'd have to sit out 70-something picks, but. We valued the players that highly enough that we're let's just do it.
How much does Steve Shimco help in the evaluation of Ezaraku?
Jimmy, he came in there and it was kind of funny. We had an offensive coach selling a defensive player.
He had to block him every day,
Usually
right?
it's the opposite. They're crying about I need this guy, but he was awesome. He's got hands-on experience with Donovan. He sold him. Obviously coached against him in practice. He's going to make our guys better. And then on Sundays, he's going to help us win games because he can rush the passer. So,
Ross, you've been rising up the ranks here, man. I mean, you were finding Deron Bland when you were an area scout, and now moving up to the national. How is this draft different for you, maybe from going from the area scout to the national scout? And then for people that don't even know, what is the difference there for a scout? Could you maybe inform and let us know some insights on that?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've probably evaluated – pretty good amount of the kids on our board, which is that's different from being an area guy. I'm thankfully tasked with doing a lot more, focusing on the meat of the guys we're interested in. And then, so for me, I get to, compare them. It's not just Deron, it's Deron and Ravel if they're in the same class, so I can stack those guys. I got a good feel for them. I like this guy more than this guy. That's really the main difference is just, getting eyes on players and helping when it's time to make a selection. Hey, I like this guy a little bit more than this guy. This is why. So,
What makes that kid from East Carolina special?
Well, his story, number one. I mean, that's where Shadi, I give him a lot of credit. We're going to build something special here from a culture aspect, and all 3 guys we've taken so far help with that. But his story is incredible. And then when he came in here, he's just you could feel his presence. And then obviously the player, man, he's height, weight, speed, but he's physical. He loves to mix it up. we got some stuff to clean up, but we think the upside's through the roof. He's got all press traits. We can play him in the boundary. He's going to be. I mean, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it seemed like that when you talked about taking the players and following your board. It's just like we're all sitting here. It's like, well, they've got to take a runner here. They got, we're going on and on and on. Everybody's doing it. You're kind of like saying, you know what? We don't care about our needs right now. We're just going to go draft football players. And it seems like the board really fell to you that way. You had some discussions here and there, but it just seems like you guys are drafting your board.
Yep.
And it's not bothering you one bit if you need a runner or a receiver or anything like that.
No, not at all. I mean, obviously we got some holes which we're going to fill today. We're going to try to. But, I mean, we keep operating the way we are. I don't think we're going to miss. I mean, it's like that's part of it. And Mr. Jones and Steven obviously trust us with our evaluation process and showed us Shoddy. And when we see a blinking light, hey, you guys liked them. There's a reason we liked them. Let's go get them. And we think we found 3 starters yesterday. So
one thing we were talking about was it seemed like more and more guys weren't wanting to work out, whether it was like, I'm going to skip the pro day or I'm only going to go do this and that at the combine. Does that make the evaluation harder, or is it just we're just going to rock with what we saw on tape?
It definitely throws a wrench in it, but there's obviously gives and takes with a lot of it, and that's just we got to trust what we have, the information that we have, and then I think it goes back to us being a one draft class team. Is that hey, we saw this kid in August. Like we're talking to CV yesterday about Ravel. Like when he left East Carolina in August, he knew there was a guy. So we just stick with that, and then he had the injury and all that, but the tape is a tape, and then we got our eyes on him. We felt good about him when he was healthy, and then just roll with it. So
I'd be curious with this transfer portal era. There's so many guys who see the elevation and competition throughout their career. Do you kind of hunt those guys down in the sense that, hey, they've already experienced that jump in competition, so we know that maybe the transition could be a little bit easier to the NFL? I guess Ravel would be a good example, going from JUCO to the AAC, but is that something that you mark as a positive with some guys, negative? How do you guys look at that?
Yeah, I mean, that's something we have to weigh, in each situation's different. Like why is the kid transferring? And Duran was another example.
Yeah.
And that's kind of before all the craziness that is now. But like DB obviously played at SAC, and we liked him at SAC, and then he transferred up. But yeah, it's something to monitor. Just like what's the reason behind the transfer, and then talking when we finally get to talk to the kids, feel them out. Like what's up? He's like, well, I'm a MAC guy. I wanted to go play SEC football, that kind of stuff. Like. Or, I felt my situation wasn't great. So there's gives and takes with a lot of it, and then we just balance that with the character we have on the kids and just get a good feel for it.
National Scout Ross Winch joining us here on the Draft Show. Ross, thank you so much. Good luck today. It is the day of the Scouts. We'll talk to you again down the line, and hopefully after you get some more good football players today.
Sounds good. Yeah, we will. We'll find some players today too. So
there he goes. The best dressed in the room today, by the way. No doubt about it. Ross Winch joining us. All right, we have to step aside. It's the 2023 NFL Draft Day 3 on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Thanks, Ross. Appreciate you, man. All right, back on the .com side of things. 2 interviews down, 2 great stuff. Interviews as well. I mean, Clayton was fantastic. Ross, of course, fantastic as always.
Dressed incredibly.
I feel bad for our radio viewers.
It's like he's going to the Cattleman's Ball.
His beard, it's unreal. I mean, anytime they would post a picture of, okay, here's your Cowboys contingent. It's like, okay, is Ross there? Boom, look for the beard.
Yeah.
He's there. Stands out.
Big time. You can see him
bolo
in the
tie?
war room.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah.
Last year I think it was Lunda Wells that got best dressed. With the cowboy hat and everything. But, man, it's going to be tough to beat.
We haven't seen Lunda yet. There's still some contenders.
True.
Anything stick out of these first 2 interviews?
I think Clayton talking about just running the football. And it was something we expected, but being physical at the point of attack. And he did say something that kind of has me thinking about either where they go today or in the trade market is like, okay, hey, if we have a good run game, then it affects everybody around. It creates a disease for the opposing defense, right? And here's Vach coming in with the donuts.
Donuts.
Man.
Send some donuts to
Appreciate you.
God, they smell good, too.
Yeah.
Coach Adams said that we're not going to let players do stuff that they're not good at.
Boom.
So if y'all worried about Booker and movement, we're going to be pulling Booker 100 times a game. Chill out. They're going to make him whoop people.
There you go.
All right.
He's going to whoop people, baby.
I thought that was a big takeaway from Adams.
Absolutely.
And what he
Also,
said.
too, with this NIL culture, right? I think they really want to build leadership in this thing. I think they really worried about the college diva, man. I don't think they want college divas in here. I think they're really focusing on these dudes' stories, and they really want to get the best possible guys up in here. What the hell?
Give me one more take. Give me one more take.
Give me one more. Circle the mic.
Make sure my mic
every
now.
Get Brian's microphone used.
Brian, one time. So a balanced run, a runner with contact balance. Okay, so I'm ready to throw out all of our smaller, frail type running backs. I'm thinking about a Damian Martinez, maybe like a big thumpy dude, Ali Gordon, maybe a guy like. I think they want to pair the physicality with the scheme, the physicality of the run, the physicality of the running back. We got a new scout. Y'all be cool.
Oh,
y'all be cool.
Coach Connor Riley coming in.
Oh, Coach.
Taking a seat and putting on a headset. Yes, sir. That is you right there. Offensive line coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Connor Riley.
How we doing, Coach? How we doing?
Great, man.
Good to see you.
Coach,
great seeing you guys as well.
This is a fun day for all of us because we get to see a lot of good football players, hear their names called. But the first one the Cowboys called happened to be an offensive lineman. Your thoughts on Tyler Booker and revamping the interior like you did on day one?
Yeah. Not only a phenomenal player, and I kind of told him there again yesterday, what impresses me so much is the type of man that he is and the demeanor that he goes about his business-like mentality. And I think that everybody in this building and all Cowboy fans are beginning to get an understanding of what we've seen with Tyler throughout this process. The film speaks for itself. It really does. You're looking at a guy who's extremely smart, extremely physical. He's got a ton of athletic tools, and I think his ceiling is extremely high.
I'm curious what the process has been for you guys getting hired. What was it, late February, and having to catch up not only on this draft class but also on the team you had already. What does this process look like for you for the last couple of months? If you could walk us through.
Yeah, it's been very unique for me, obviously, coming from the college game and understanding the differences of getting into the NFL and the involvement of our evaluation piece in this draft process while still getting to know our team. And what it really comes down to is the direction and leadership of Shadi, the Jones family, the scouting department. It's just been phenomenal. It's been a little bit of a grind. There's no doubt about it in catching up on those things. But every single day has just been phenomenal. You know, and it's a little bit different every day, you know, and there's great people in that office. There's great people in this building, and that's the biggest thing that I noticed that has helped make this transition so smooth. So it's been fantastic.
So we're going to come back on the radio side of things. We were on the internet. I'm going to reintroduce you, and then Brian's going to ask the next question. It's kind of a wonky thing here on day 3.
Not a problem, guys.
We're in like 2 places at once. It's like Interstellar, if you've ever seen it.
Back here, day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com as we continue to roll through some interviews leading into the start of the 4th round here at the Star in Frisco. We have offensive line coach Connor Riley in his first year with the Dallas Cowboys, coming from the college ranks and securing a first-round offensive lineman in Tyler Booker. Brian.
Coach, I was going to ask you, you've got some young guys, but some veteran guys, and they're on their 3rd offensive line coach now. Mm-hmm. Is that a different transition? Is it difficult for them? Is it difficult for you, maybe having to work through some habits they were taught, and now how do you navigate all that?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I've actually addressed it with the guys up front. There are some guys who've had multiple offensive line coaches within the previous few years, and whether they've been within the organization or they're coming from the college level, because there is some youth on that offensive line, they're hearing a different voice in the front of the room. And you know, what I've continued to tell them is, there's going to be some adjustments, whether it be technique, whether it be some of the language, and we are having a lot of carryover within that language. But they've all been extremely receptive to all of those changes that Coach Adams and myself and the entire offensive staff and obviously Shadi have brought to it. So really excited to get to working with these guys here in the next few weeks.
When it comes to the guard play, how important is the athleticism versus, okay, I see a guy that's clearly got the power and I can work through that with the technique?
Yeah, I think that you really, at the end of the day, you want a combination of both. and you're looking at, we do need athletes. We do need guys who can bend. We do need guys who can transition on blocks, but then also guys who are holding up against the interior defensive lines within the National Football League right now. It's changed. You know, the dudes you kind of always thought 10, 15 years ago were out on the edge, and now you got some of these war daddies inside, and you're going, man, you need a physical, athletic, smart guy to play those positions.
Coach, I got to ask you about Cooper Beebe. The fellas in here know he's one of my favorite players that we've ever been able to watch during the draft show. How awesome was it to now get back and work with him? And was there ever for a second a conversation of like, maybe I kick him back over to guard after a year playing center?
Yeah, well, you know, kind of talking about Coop and going back to, you know, my first interaction with Coop, you know, he was recruited as a defensive lineman to Kansas State, and it's always a funny joke between me and Tom Beebe. You know, he had committed as an a defensive lineman, and then I showed up on the home visit, and Tom's like, and he got that phone call. And I remember the conversation with Beebs. I said, you're going to be able to play a lot of football on Saturday afternoons playing defensive line, but you're going to have an opportunity to play on Sundays if you move to the offensive line, and here we are. So he jokes with me all the time. He goes, you've been telling me for 4 years that eventually I'm going to be playing center. So I know that there's some flex with Coop, but that has not really been a conversation. It's about he's going into his second year at this position, and I'm really excited for him to see what kind of growth he has.
How did you see that from Cooper whenever he arrived on campus? Like, hey, let's flip him on this side.
Yeah, well, are you talking about from
defense to offense?
Oh, defense to offense?
Yeah. Or in the recruiting process.
Well, during the recruiting process, and I was actually kind of looking at our current personnel and what we had signed that class, and I said, boy, we need to find a dominant offensive lineman. And when I first began looking at Cooper Beebe, I was the offensive line coach at North Dakota State, and he was very much on our radar, praying and hoping, like, okay, hey, maybe somebody won't take this 6'2.5", 6'3" guy, and certainly he got a couple Power 5 offers that took it off. So we had already actually done a little bit of that back work, and I joked when we took that job, I said, I'm going to be stealing them from you to the D-line coach, and certainly enough, we did, and it worked out well.
If I'm not mistaken, you played against Tyler Booker either his freshman or sophomore year in that bowl game. Did he stand out to you back then, and where has he grown since?
You know, for me as an offensive coach in some of the defensive weapons, I'm not going to lie to you, those were kind of at the forefront of what my concerns were that morning in New Orleans.
Alabama had a couple of them. Right?
They had one or two of them, and I remember kind of seeing them walk across the field, and I was like, okay, is that Will Anderson? And then, you know, as they got a little bit closer, I was like, no, that's the Mike, and then come to realize, no, that was their boundary safety. So one thing I did notice, though, is as I was out there, and, you know, you kind of saw, and Tyler talked about it, his run around the field of, I'm going to own this field. And I remember a couple of those dudes walking by or jogging by going, oh, man, these are some big, physical, athletic-looking dudes here.
How much does it fire you up when you hear Tyler say, you know, the things like, hey, I want to take guys and make them lose their love for football?
It's amazing. You know, we had done quite a bit of homework with Tyler, and, you know, I had an interview with him, and I was just blown away. And it was my first interview, and I'm like, gosh dang, is everybody going to be this good?
Yeah.
And so when you're hearing him say those things, and then ultimately they translate on film, because it's one thing. Anybody can sit here with a voice box and talk about it. Yeah. But then when it translates and you see it in the way that he plays, that's, to me, what fires me up, is that, yeah, he's going to put it out there, but then he's going to go out and deliver.
Your perspective and Junior Adams' perspective, and even Shimco to a certain extent, is pretty unique in the sense that you guys coached against a lot of these guys, coached with some of these guys. How much have you been used during the process as be like, hey, you played against this guy that one time in week 7. Do you remember anything?
Yeah, we as guys who've transitioned from the college, you know, and I think it's a testament to the people within this building that they're saying, no, let's value the opinions, let's value the people within this building. So, yeah, a lot of the conversations, you know, as we've gone through some offense linemen, it's been, I remember recruiting him, and he told me no so he could go to school X, Y, or Z. But, yeah, it has been, and I really appreciate it, the insight that we can potentially give into some of these guys, having played against them, having had recruited them, you know, been in their homes. You know, from our scouting department to the coaching staff, asking us those things is really cool.
I've always wondered about the position flex. That's something we talked about with offensive line. Like you got Tyler Guyton's played left and right. Tyler Smith has clearly played left tackle, guard. We just talked about Cooper Beebe and the versatility there. Is that sometimes like a negative in a way? Is it better to just, hey, focus on one spot? Yeah. Instead of we're moving a guy around.
Yeah. It's kind of goes to that thought of like, hey, do I want him to be a jack of all as opposed to a master of one?
Yeah.
But when you look at the roster size within the National Football League, you look at the duration of the season, what you have to look at is what kind of value they ultimately bring to that football team. And when you have position flex, yes, you do want to focus on and give them opportunity to reach their ceiling at a particular position. But at the end of the day, too, and I appreciated what Tyler talked about yesterday about getting uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Well, one way of getting uncomfortable is having to play multitudes of positions, maybe getting out of that comfort zone. And then does that prepare you on a Sunday afternoon for when, hey, there's going to be some uncomfortable situations, and how are you going to respond? How are you going to handle it? So I do think that there is a balance of finding what kind of value you bring to the team, but how do we maximize your ultimate potential?
You have one more question, Brian?
Good, thank you.
All right. So, Coach, thank you so much for taking some time. One of the things I loved about Tyler's comments was he talked about the tradition, and you were one of the real forefront possibilities to continue that tradition on the offensive line here with the
Can I get one more
Cowboys.
quick one in?
Real quick.
I asked Clayton Adams, what's going to be the nicknames for the Tylers? Because you can't call them all Tyler. What are you doing?
Yeah, well, we got T-Sizz, we got T-Book,
Okay.
and we got T-Steel. So, that's it's an interesting thing. I can go back to a quick story, and I know we're running out of time. I was at North Dakota State, and at one point I had 3 guys in the offensive line room named Zach Johnson. All 3 of them have first and same last name. So, we went to, Jabba. He was Jabba the Hutt. Then we had Zeej, and then we had little Zach, who, is 6'6", 320 pounds. So we're going to find our way with those 3 guys.
You did a great job with those kids up there at North Dakota State.
I appreciate it.
You guys live down here. You guys need to pay taxes.
Yeah.
But you did a great job.
Well, I can tell you this. It's changed a little bit down here in my 5 times down here.
Yeah.
It really has. I joke. I said the building that we're in, the first time I was here, I remember in a bus driving by, and there's a big wooden sign, the future home of the Dallas Cowboys. And for me to be sitting here with you guys, being here, I'm pinching myself.
And now you're actually paying taxes here.
Yeah, I am.
You guys did a tremendous job.
I appreciate that.
Really
Thanks, guys.
You're the man, Coach. Thank you.
Connor,
really appreciate you guys.
So much.
Thank
Good luck
you guys.
for the rest of the draft and the rest of the offseason as well.
I really appreciate it. Thanks, fellas.
All right, more of the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com next.
Thank you.
All right, back here on the .com side of things. Love talking with Clayton Adams. We talked with Ross Winchy. We've talked with Connor Riley now, and now we welcome in the Northeast area scout from the Dallas Cowboys. We'll throw on these headphones here. This is Bo. Tell me how to say your last name.
It's Tolifer.
Tolifer. Okay,
it's a
so
weird
I
one.
thought that's a
weird one.
common misconception among the spelling, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so how many times have you heard that one butchered?
You know what? I don't even fight it anymore. I just say it how it looks, so there's no weird stares, right?
Oh yeah, I feel you. I'm right there with you. I've got a silent U in my name. So,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm right there
so
with
you.
you.
Get it.
So, Bo, first off, congrats on a great first 3 picks. I mean, we've talked extensively about sticking to your board and picking the best players available. It feels like those best players have been available for you guys these last 3 days.
Yeah, 100%. Like zero reaching at all. We didn't go in with this thing with a narrow mind. It was very open-minded. Stack it the way it's supposed to be stacked. When your time is up to pick, you just pick the best player available. That's what we've been able to do. So it's been awesome to see. We actually had really good players fall to us, so when it falls like that, it's a good feeling. So,
and a couple of those guys were under your tutelage as well. I mean, what has been your process like looking at guys like Booker and Ravel and Ezraku as they work their way through the ranks?
So I didn't actually
Ezraku, right?
Yeah, I didn't do Booker. I got to meet him on his visit here. He's a great kid, super fired up when you see the guy just rocked up lineman like that. To have as little as body fat as he does, be as imposing as he does. Oh my God, this guy's gonna be unbelievable.
What about Ezraku? What stood out to him?
Yeah, so I do cover Boston College. I think the first thing that stands out when you go in August is when they talk about the person, who he is, just the character, just a tone setter, an alpha guy, tough, physical, loves ball, works to get better every day. They had a new staff there, so it was interesting to see previous staff versus new staff, and like both staffs were just like completely in unison. Like, this guy is unbelievable. So you're fired up just to watch the tape, and you got to wait till the tape finally comes in. Then when it comes in, you're like, oh my gosh, like, look at this guy.
That's the guy.
Yeah, no doubt.
When it comes, you mentioned new staffs. There's a new staff here with the Cowboys. Now, obviously, Shoddy you had familiarity with.
Correct.
But what goes into the turnover there? And now you've got to marry maybe some new philosophies, some new players that maybe coaches want versus the old regime.
Yeah, it's a big part of it. We actually met at the Combine. We did the across-the-hall meetings, and they kind of laid out a blueprint for exactly what they're looking for. Every single position had, 5 or 6 main things. Like, we got to have these things for this specific position. So it was very clear what they were looking for. It helps us as scouts when we're going into school. There's no gray area whatsoever. I know exactly when I see a guy, like, they're going to love this guy.
The part of the homework that I think is fascinating when it comes to you guys' job is looking through the person, right? And especially with what Schottenheimer's trying to instill here. Now, Tyler Booker, not one of your guys, but he's from the Northeast, went to Bergen Catholic, which I'm sure is a school you've gotten pretty familiar with. I know you said you didn't do any work on Booker, but is there sometimes a guy comes out of your area, but there's familiarity within your area that you pitch in on? How does that work, if any?
So, born and raised in Arkansas, I'm not too familiar with, like, the high schools in there.
Gotcha.
I've heard of Bergen Catholic. Obviously, it's a very famous high school, so I'm not too familiar with in that respect.
I got you. And then it's Araku's case. Yesterday, just sticking to the board and taking the best player available. Whenever it got to the end of the process and you're going through the final grades with coaching staff, front office, how did you guys fall on a guy as Araku being so high?
Well, number one, it's a prime position, right? Pass rusher. You can never have enough of them, right? So, like, when you get this guy that, he's productive. You see the number of sacks that he had. He's a great character guy. And then you look at, like, the physical traits, the bend, like, just the loose hips, the ability to finish an edge and get to the quarterback. And then you look at 34-plus-inch arms. Like, this guy just, like, keeps layering, like, what we're looking for. So then when he was on the clock, it was like, this is a no-brainer, right? And he was the highest graded player on our board when we took him. So
yeah, Bo, when you're talking about I'm curious always about the process of getting to and leading up to the actual draft itself, the amount of work that went into, like, maybe our guy's not going to be there. Did you guys work through all those scenarios? Say because Jerry and Steve were talking about, hey, our board's not done. I just kind of had a feeling that maybe you guys were working through some scenarios of, hey, what if this happens? Talk about that a little bit of when maybe a guy that we think, hey, that guy might be there, but he's not, but we have to pivot here.
Yeah. Yes, our draft leadership does more of that. So that's more so ownership and Will and Chris and Mitch and Ross and Klein, those guys.
Sure.
They basically kind of bring us in with just, like, an opinion on something. Like, if they need any clarification on something.
Sure.
So that you just heard the 10 seconds in the ear. We're going to go back on the radio. I'm going to reintroduce you, and then we're going to continue the interview.
Cool.
We're making your life difficult right now is what we're doing.
It's easy.
Right around 20 minutes away from the start of day 3, round 4 of the NFL draft, the 2025 NFL draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Currently talking with Northeast area scout Bo Tolifer, and we've heard already about the combination between Donovan Ezrawaku and really what he stood out. Where do you see, let's ask your opinion on this one. Where do you see him fitting in with this edge rusher class immediately? Do you feel like he has an opportunity to make an impact on that defensive front?
I think our coaches will figure all that out in terms of who's going to play, when they're going to play. But this guy they'll find a role for him. I mean, you can't, like I said, you can't find enough pass rushers, and this guy's going to legitimately threaten quarterbacks consistently. So I'm excited to see where that fit is, and we'll kind of figure that out as training camp and mini camps go on.
Well, potentially awful question, but have you noticed a difference at all in scouting in this NIL era, like with the players? I mean, obviously we got the transfer portal. Has that made it any more challenging? Are the players any different to deal with now with the money that they're getting?
It is challenging. The biggest thing is when you write a guy, you evaluate a guy, you do all this work, and then come December, like, oh, he's going to transfer out of school. So it's like you don't lose that work. Like, we take all that information, right, and then whatever area he goes to, we'll take that and build upon his character. But it is kind of frustrating, especially like if you really like a guy, you're like, man, I think this guy's be a really good fit, and all of a sudden he takes some money to go to another school. So It's really just like communication and communicating like, hey, this guy's probably not for us. Just a heads up, like he's coming to your area. And then same with them, like guys in other areas are calling me like, hey, just a heads up, this guy's transferring to your school. Here's some things you need to know about him. So that way, when we go in August, we kind of have a little bit of a blueprint.
But when we talked about this, seemed like a year where a lot of missing information on players' workouts. Zach, we were talking about this earlier. You go to a pro day, you show up, you're doing your job, you're responsible for getting 10s or the 3-cone, whatever your responsibility is that day. Is it frustrating for you for traveling long distances and not getting complete workouts on some of these kids? Yeah. I mean, I know you're not blaming the kids, but for a guy that's getting in a car and maybe driving all night to get to a pro day the next day, and you show up and it's not happening the way that you would like it to. Is that part of it been very kind of frustrating, or is it something now that you have to just deal with?
I still get frustrated with it.
I don't blame you.
There's two philosophies.
I would too.
There's a lot of scouts now that are going, well, that's just the way it is now, right?
Yeah.
I'm kind of still stuck in my old habits. Like, I want to see it, right?
Yeah.
I want to feel this guy. I want to see exactly what he can do. I want to be able to quantify what I see on tape with what he does at a pro day.
Right.
So I do get a little frustrated and disappointed when you see a guy like maybe turn something down.
Yeah.
And a lot of times it's not his fault.
No, it's not.
It's representative, right?
Sure.
So like you don't want to always blame the kid.
Yeah.
But at some point you got to sit, look at the kid and say like, hey, don't you want to do this? You know? So it's,
Do you feel like those scouts sometimes you try and push the kid, and guys are nice about it? I'm not saying you just try and bully the kid and beat him up like some of the old scouts in my day would, but maybe you're trying to, but then when they don't do it, you're just like, okay, that's fine, you can do it, but and you have to report back to your bosses. That's got to be tough because they're not blaming you, but they're kind of wondering what the hell's going on out there, right?
Right, and you take it for what it's worth. Like if he says no, that's it, right?
Okay, you just let it go.
Yeah, I mean, there's you've seen some instances where some scouts maybe like try to encourage a guy, and that's
the old scouts try and bully him a little bit. Yeah.
Encourage,
trust me,
encourage.
Okay, I'll say bullying because I come from the area of bullying. A little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, it can be a little frustrating, but it is what it is. At the end of the day, like if that happens, you just got to go back to the tape.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
For instance, like if I see a tape and like this guy's not very fast, right?
Yeah,
and then he doesn't run a 40,
right?
There's a correlation there, right?
Well,
so at some point you just have to go, well, whatever. I don't need him to run. I know he can't run.
I just gave you $1,000.
Yes.
I gave you $1,000 and told you to go buy a stock, but I'm not going to let you know anything about the company. Makes your job a lot difficult, doesn't it? Though.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, you're trying to. You don't want to make a $5 million mistake in that room or a $10 million mistake.
100%. But again, like just go back to the film. Trust the film.
Yeah.
Bo, how involved, from your perspective, has Brian Schottenheimer been in picking your guys' brain in terms of some of these prospects? And when you guys are on the clock, how have you seen him kind of step to the forefront and either stand on the table for a guy or just kind of navigate the room in his first time as a head coach?
It's been like unbelievable, incredible. Like the respect that he has shown us to hear our voice and to not only hear it, but like actually take it in and use it as part of this process. It's been unbelievable. I've been on a lot of different coaching staffs.
Yeah.
And I've been super fired up with the way that we've been with these new guys. Just like I said, like the open dialogue, the communication, couple conflicts that like, I see it this way, I see it this way. Well, and then, the head coach, well, why do you see it like this? Well, why do you see it like this? Let's all come together. Let's put all our opinions in one thing here and let's all be cohesive with it. So when we do come to pick them, there's 100% conviction. So, and that's not a knock on other places I've been.
No.
But I just think we've taken it to another level here.
Do you feel like they're more comfortable with welcoming in that conflict and having those kinds of discussions so that you can make that confident step towards a player?
I actually think he embraces that and wants it. Like you don't want someone to hold something in. You want it all out on the table, right? When you're making, like you said, a very expensive decision.
Very expensive.
You want all the facts out. So let's not hold this in, guys. Let's talk about it. And if somebody disagrees with it, let's talk about why you disagree about it. But at the end of the day, it's going to be our guy. It's going to be our pick, and we all got to agree on it.
Yeah. Northeast area scout Bo Tolifer joining us here. Bo, congratulations on a great first 2 days. Good luck on the day of the scouts here in day 3. Lots of work left to do.
Are you going to ask me about Siobhan Revel?
Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about it. What do you think about Siobhan
Can we talk about Revel, please, Bo?
Real quickly.
Yeah, fast, athletic, a ball player. This guy's a stick of dynamite. I am super fired up to get him. And you talk about another guy that's a competitor, loves football, all those things. So we're really fortunate to have him.
Yeah,
The
you seem
risk-
excited about it.
The risk factor, not only with the injury, but 1 year of starting experience in FBS. How did you guys feel comfortable being able to move forward with that?
Well, when you see a corner that moves like this and can run like this and impact the ball the way he does, you don't question those things. Like, this guy's a rare talent.
I like what Bo's saying.
Hey, go
right
bleep
now.
yourself, Nick.
I love what he's saying.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not,
you're not
I think,
hey.
like I said, he's a talented
my
player.
man made it
He's
to
a talented
Greenville.
player.
He knows what he's
Yeah,
talking
absolutely.
about down there.
I believe him. I believe him 100%. They're trying to pay me as a hater. I'm not a hater.
He had him very high on his board too.
There you go.
Yeah, he did. Bo, thanks so much. We
Yeah,
appreciate you
appreciate
taking
you guys.
some
Thank you.
time. Good
Thanks,
luck
Bo.
today.
Safe travels,
Take
man.
care.
All right.
Thanks a lot, guys. Pleasure meeting
Bo
you.
Tolifer joining
Thank you.
us
Appreciate
here on our NFL draft coverage. About 15 minutes away. Usually they're a little behind. About 15 minutes away from the start of round number 4 of the NFL draft as we continue on rotating our couple of interviews here. How about quarterback coach Steve Shimco joining us in studio at the moment? Now, this is going to be an interesting start to the interview. I said quarterback coach, as in QB. Right. And we're going to ask you about a defensive end, and there's a big reason for that. You were a coach. Yeah, we'll throw those headphones on. You were the coach at Boston College, and you had to go up against Donovan Ezraku. You've got quite the connection there. What was it like seeing his name called yesterday?
It was awesome. I mean, this guy, he's a stud person, a stud player. Happy he's joined the family. Just as happy as I was back in 2020 when we were recruiting him. What a stud family, what a stud kid. Can't wait to watch him just perform out here and be part of the guys.
When was the first time back at Boston College when you were going up against him that you maybe threw your hat down or your clipboard down when he made a play and you're just like, yeah, this guy's pretty good?
So we were recruiting. It was a wild story here. So 2020, obviously COVID recruiting. So I was recruiting all virtual.
Jeez.
Met the kid. Got some pictures from his coach to see his length and stuff, but just started hitting it off with him. And then he graduated early. So he came in for spring. His senior year of high school, he came in for spring ball. And at that time, I was coaching the tight ends. And cutting off the C gap with Donovan, even as a 17, 18-year-old, was not the best job for a tight end. And so, the best part about him is he is such a competitor. Everything that Shotty preaches, he believes in, and he will talk his crap, and he come right to me. We had a really good relationship. He'd come right to me and, Shimmy, where are your tight ends at? So a couple times I wanted to go block them myself. But
What were some of the conversations in the war room last night when they brought you in to get your opinion, and how was that back and forth?
they just asked me really the guy, which everyone already knew he was a stud human, and then a lot like you guys just asked me, tough to block. Yeah. Ozzie Trapillo, our tackle.
Sure. Good player.
He just went to, I think, the Bears.
Yeah.
And he played some left and right for us my time there, and he had his hands full. I mean, it was not fair. That guy can bend, and his get off is incredible. Yeah.
Now, there are a couple quarterbacks that are still available, of course, one of them being Shadur Sanders. I'm not going to ask you about the specific of these quarterbacks, but when you guys are looking at day 3 possibilities, I know you're a coach and you have a different thought process than the scouts, but where do you feel like you would lean if you were trying to find another backup quarterback to put behind Dak Prescott?
As far as who they're picking and stuff, I just give my opinion on kind of what I believe their strengths and weaknesses are. They obviously do the rest. Anytime you're looking for a backup or a third-string quarterback, you're looking for someone that'll fit in the room, can develop into a better player, has a bigger ceiling, and then who can really actually, give a little bit to the starting cornerback. Who can help him prepare for the game, upcoming game, or whatever it might be. So you're looking for a whole package, but. We'll see.
Cowboys quarterback coach Steve Shimco with us here. Evaluating quarterbacks is extremely difficult. I think everybody in the NFL has had. I mean, if everyone was good at it, everyone would have a good starter, right? Mm-hmm. What's your process? Like, where do you start? What are things that maybe they've got to have, and if they don't, that's probably not the guy that I'm looking for.
Yeah, I mean, obviously looking for arm talent, athleticism, good quick feet in the pocket, and being able to make all the throws on the field with different arm angles. And you want to see someone that has a quick process. A way to do that, you obviously look at the deep balls. Is he throwing a catchable deep ball, accurate deep ball? Is he making the right decisions on those deep balls and they're not premeditated? A lot of the premeditated deep balls you find are because of lack of arm strength. Right? They're trying to do it before they run out of their throwing lane. As far as the processing, it's more like the red zone stuff and some of the tighter stuff. 2-minute game on the line, 3rd down and short, playing tight man coverage or a tight match zone, and then the red zone when everything shrinks and everything happens a lot faster is the things that we try and focus more on to see if they can do that. And then for the footwork, we just want to see a guy that can have some, move around. He can go off platform. He has some speed. He can break some tackles. Doesn't mean he has to run the ball 50 times. But we'd like to see a guy that has some nimbleness and some getaway, some extend the play stuff.
Coach, you think that's what the footwork has changed over the years? I mean, to me, when I was scouting like in the 90s and into the early 2000s, it seemed like every quarterback coach was telling me, you got to set your feet, I'm watching all these kids now play, and their feet are all over the place, whether it's Dart, Sanders, and they're throwing, and they're making great throws. Is it something that you can kind of now, this is just different the way these kids play, all this shotgun offense?
Well, yeah, the shotgun
because no drop
totally
back, their
changed.
feet are all over the place.
That's totally changed everything.
Yeah.
I think there just definitely has to be a good balance of what you train between both on-time throws, rhythm throws, a quick hitch or off the back foot, but then you have to have a good amount, if not 50% more of the stuff where they are off platform or all off timing so that they can catch it up with the ball speed of their arm or different things like that and being able to escape the pocket and escape these rushers. I mean, the rush has just gotten so good, and the game is happening so much faster every year we go on this thing. So it's just you got to be able to train that. You got to be able to work each thing into your individual.
You said a 2-word phrase a minute ago, deep ball. How fun has it been to get to know Joe Milton here early on in these meetings?
That dude can throw it a mile. It's been awesome. He's been great between Dak, him, Will. Really good room. It's been awesome. We've had obviously this past week with the players, so it's just been good watching the different personalities interact. I love it because Joe's young, right? He was a rookie last year.
Right.
So the questions he asks Dak are awesome. He's eager to learn, and Dak is being, we all know Dak. He's the greatest, so he's eager to teach. He wants to spread his knowledge as well because of what's made him successful. He wants everyone to be successful. So it's been cool just watching the dynamic of those. And man, it's fun. It's gonna be a fun season with those 3 guys.
How involved were you in the evaluation? Like when Will brought the tape over, saying like, "Hey, this guy's on the trade market. What do you guys think?" How involved were you from that point on?
Same as I'm involved with the draft.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They asked me a few different free agents, a few different trade possibilities, and then a bunch of guys in the draft. Give my evaluation. Take out any rhetoric I might have. Just what does the tape say? That's what I provide. I make sure that I just keep it very clean to the tape, and then I coach who they send me. It's fun.
Yeah, and that Bills tape was fun from last year.
It sure was.
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah, it was fun to watch.
Steven, go ahead. Sorry.
It was cool. The progression. They did a great job over there with him. The progression of preseason 1, 2, 3 to the Bills game, just that steady, which made us really excited because it's not just coaches. It is Joe as well. He's eager to learn. He's hungry to get better. He wants to be great. So it's cool to see him just take the coaching and take it to that next level each game.
Quarterback coach Steve Shimco joining us here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Coach, thanks for taking some time. Good luck day 3. Good luck for the rest of the offseason. Can't wait to see what you do with this quarterback room and how it elevates going into 2025.
Absolutely, as long as we can block Donovan.
Yeah, I was going to say, any other,
Good luck.
Any
Camp's
other
gonna be hell.
defensive opinions you want to give, just feel free to walk in there and give them if you want.
Yeah, no
you got a good eye for talent.
Absolutely.
You just made your life hell in Oxnard.
Yeah.
Oxnard's going to be wild. That's going to be a lot of fun. Cannot wait. Coach, thanks so much.
Thank you, Coach.
Guys.
All right, when we come back, it's the official start of day number 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
We appreciate you.
All right. Yeah, nice to meet you
Guys
as
have
well.
fun today.
Yeah, thanks, Coach. Appreciate you, man.
Take care.
All right, back on the
There you go, Rex.
side.
Wants to come, so he's gonna come down. You guys can talk to him
Who?
in between picks and stuff. White Cotton.
Oh,
Oh, cool.
That's great. Roxanne Medina, everybody on the .com side of things. She's the one that has been orchestrating this entire hour of a revolving door. And, man, it has been really cool.
Got a share.
I got a chair.
And
Yeah.
for a couple minutes.
For a couple minutes, you're about to lose your chair. You might
Yeah, it's all right.
wife
White Cotton's going to take that one.
Oh yeah, I'm double hump. My bad. I didn't even realize that.
Oh, dude.
There we go.
Poor radio.
It was a good look though.
It was
with the double mics.
Yeah.
I mean, we knew you were going to dominate day 3. We didn't realize it was going to be
day
too mic worthy.
I'm actually really excited to hear y'all's opinions on some of these guys that come off the board today, just because the defensive tackle room is very fascinating. The running, or I say room, defensive tackle class is still pretty fascinating. Running back class is still fascinating. There's a ton of nickels here on the board. Do you double with corner, especially given that you have this injury concern with Savon Ravel?
Yeah,
it's Savon Ravel.
Savon. I know this is going to be
hammer.
tough. This is going to be
we got some fascinating conversations to have today, fellas, and I'm just going to go ahead and throw it out just because I want some manifesting energy. Kyle Monungai in the 5th.
Okay.
Kyle Monungai in the 5th.
Can we do 2 Rutgers kids then? Because I brought him up last night. I want to channel Robert Longerbeam. You want to go double dip on the corner? That's the guy that I would have my eye on. The slot corner out of Rutgers. You don't like him?
No.
Terrible eye.
I think
I'll fight you right
good.
now.
I think Longerbeam.
Let's go to war.
I'm just talking about double dipping in Rutgers. How many wins did they have last year?
Does that matter?
How many wins did Colorado have?
I'm playing. Exactly. Yeah, Colorado lost in the Alamo Bowl, and they've still got a quarterback available going into day 3.
If we're going to talk about guys from teams that didn't win a lot of games, can I pitch Ollie Gordon to the group?
No.
We were kind of talking about him before. Okay. All right. I'll just leave. Thank
you. No. I like Ollie.
No, Ollie Gordon, I'm sure, is a name that I think a lot of people listening would be advocating for. And if you're getting the 2023 version of Ollie Gordon, I'm all in on this, Tommy. And maybe you will, because the tape last year, it just looked like a completely different player to me. But he is a 3-down back. He is powerful, which I think might fit kind of the style that they're looking for here when you talk about adding Tyler Booker and what we just got to talk with Clayton Adams about. It's just the timidness that he was running with on tape last year. And a lot of that probably had to do with he did not trust what was in front of him, and maybe that was not on him. But again, I think you're looking for some running backs that can they create. And I did not see that from Ollie Gordon last year. And I think you have to put that in your evaluation. He looked stiff to me. He looked like a totally different player. So maybe he wasn't healthy. There might have been a lot of things that I don't know about that went into that play. But if you're getting the guy that we saw on tape last year, there are other running backs that I think would be much better than Ollie Gordon in this class.
I kind of feel like that as you look at the board and as I was working through it last night, I was so encouraged by potential fourth round running backs that could very well end up in the 5th round. If teams draft all these guys before Dallas has a chance to pick, I would be really surprised. I think there's some quality running backs there. I know we've mentioned a couple here. I'm going to talk about LaQuinton Allen from some Syracuse. The toughness that he runs with, his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield, I think is something that could be very, very special for somebody that drafts him. So very encouraged by what Nick was talking about with the runners and the corners as well. These are a couple of positions I think could stretch very well, and we'll see about some of these defensive tackles, especially these one techniques.
And that's the thing is, Ross mentioned it, 76 names between now and 149.
Never say never about getting back into this.
Yeah,
I asked some people.
Very much a possibility.
I asked some people this morning when I was walking in. I said, "Hey, chance of getting back in?" They say we don't know yet. You never know what opportunity is going to present itself. And Jerry Jones was in the last night in the post draft press conference was talking about his ability to maybe use next year's picks. So let's see how that all shakes out going forward.
Are we going to give away a 4th round pick from next year too to get back up?
Might as well try and get back in this if you want.
Well, let me rotate it 1 year down the line.
Let me say this: if we're looking at teams that could be looking to pick up some more day 3 picks, Atlanta's only got 2 today. They've got 118 in the 4th and then 218 in the 7th. So that might be a team that's.
What's Minnesota's? Minnesota's another team that's kind of a little bit wonky with their numbers as well.
Minnesota, I don't think they have a 4th round pick.
Yeah, well, they're probably in the same shape.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah.
They've got 2 5ths, and that's it for the rest of the day.
Yep.
If you had a 4th, if you had your 4th round pick.
I know where you're going. I'd like to bring that topic up too.
No. Bri, do you want me to go? You stay.
It's day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft, the 4th round, just about set to get underway from Green Bay, Wisconsin. We will make some picks momentarily, going all the way up until the 257th overall. The Dallas Cowboys at the moment hold the 149th pick, about 70 picks between their last selection in the 3rd round and then their first selection in the 5th round. Alongside Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Tommy Yarish, Nick Harris, Fox Lombardi. I'm Kyle Yeomans with Chris Beam in the back and Peyton Russell back in studio. Want to talk a little bit more about the possibility of Dallas not waiting that long, getting back into that 4th round.
Yeah, I just talked to some folks this morning. They said, hey, listen, right now it doesn't look like it, but you never know what happens. Before we came back, I wanted to ask the question, if you did have your current 4th round pick, who would you guys would pick? Who would be your ideal guy to pick here with that pick if you had it?
And I would love for us to pick when that comes. And if somebody's off, just text your pick in. Just because it's a fascinating exercise. And you know, last year Isaac Guerrero was picked in the spot for the Niners pick that was dealt out for Trey Lance. So there's a lot of fascinating conversations to be had. For me, if you're looking around at the need and you're expecting that run on running backs, that's probably where you would go in that 4th round, because that's where that run started last year and it carried all the way through the 4th. I'm fascinated to see. We got Roger Goodell on the podium.
Here's Roger to get us started on day 3. We do not have Roger Goodell, but he's up there at the podium, and we are getting started on day 3. That pick, by the way, 114 is what the Panthers have.
So coming up quick.
And not going to take very long to see it. So, like you said, a bit of an interesting exercise there on how we're going to see what that 4th round pick could have been. They have the Wisconsin marching band up there with a number of league representatives as well. Yeah, on Wisconsin. There you go. What have you thought through the first 2 days of the draft, Nick, about some of these other draft classes that have sort of started to take shape across the board?
That's tough for me to take a look at the moment. I do like how Atlanta addressed their need for a pass rusher by going and getting 2 of them. It's just mind-boggling the capital that they gave up to go get James Pierce. Like if they jumped up to go get Ezaraku, that would have made a lot of sense. You know, it'd been like, you'd still be like, wow, they paid a lot, but hey, that's going to be a good player. Now it's, hey, they paid a lot, that's a good player, but he also could be a problem off the field. So that one's fascinating. I wish I could give you a little bit more. I do like the Titans class, getting Oladejo and Kevin Winston Jr. I think you pair him with Cam Ward, and that's like a all-character class right there. That's a really good – you talk about character draft classes. Tennessee certainly got one here early on, and then they're going to pick right here at the top of day 3.
What have you seen so far, Zach, out of some of these draft classes as we get into day 3? Titans are officially on the clock, by the way. We are off and rolling.
I really do love what Tampa's done. I mean, I think Tampa's got, and it might just be they took a bunch of dudes that I really am high on, but the class that they are putting together, I think, is simply outstanding. So they're one of the teams that I think's done an excellent job.
All right, so with the Titans on the clock, pick 103 is currently being made, and we have another guest joining us in studio. We have Aaron Whitecotton, defensive line coach. Coach, thanks for taking some time. Glad to get you in here.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Now, defensive line, you come from the New York Jets over the last couple of seasons, first year here in Dallas. What are your thoughts after getting a defensive lineman on day 2 in Donovan Ezaraku?
Man, excited. Honestly, I thought there was no way that he would be there at 44. So
us too.
Yeah, for us to get him where we did, it was really, really exciting, and just another piece. Like getting here has been exciting for me because the cupboard's not bare. We got a lot of really good players, from Micah all the way down. So adding another piece to that, I was like, man, it was an exciting day.
You've got a lot of names on that list. I mean, now it's your job to put those pieces together and really make a top-notch front seven. This is a league and now a division specifically that has some really good front sevens. Where do you feel like your group ranks?
I'm focused on the day in, day out of just trying to get these guys better. Yeah. Developing a relationship, starting to earn their trust. I worry about that first. But to your point, it doesn't matter what level football is, what division it is, you win the game up front. So we got some good players, good offenses, good defenses in our division, and we got to go win the game up front.
Well, to jump in on the depth there, Coach, I mean, how important is that now to keep these guys fresh? Maybe the rotations. You see all the best teams now, they're able to kind of shuffle in and out, and then a 17-game season, I mean, there's a lot of wear and tear that goes into that.
Yeah, it's critical. Number one is if you play the game the right way, you need to rotate. So if you're playing physical and you're sprinting to the ball every play, then you're gonna have to rotate because nobody can do that for 90 plays in a game. So that's number one. Number two, it's cool and it's powerful to have versatility. So I'm blocking this style, and then oh wow, this guy came in. He's totally different. That's a unique piece to have. And the last part about this is knock on wood that we never even hope of. But if somebody breaks a shoelace, we still got to rush on third down. So if we don't have the depth, if we don't have our group right, then we're going to have problems on a Sunday. We can't live that life.
Matt Eberflus has called the three-tech spot the kind of engine of his defense. What have those conversations been like with him in the last couple of months that you two have been here together, and how to use a guy like Osa in that spot and then kind of build around him too?
Yeah, Coach Flus has been great. Thankfully, and one of the reasons that I'm so fired up to be here is we see it the same way. We're looking at things exactly the same way, how we want our three techniques to play, what we're looking for in that player, the style of play has all been, we're totally on board and totally connected on both of those things. So all the conversations have been incredibly positive and incredibly, just exciting for me. Like there's no, neither of us have had to bend on what we believe in, because we see things so similarly. So it's been great. And honestly, too, like Shadi's the same way. Shadi has been amazing with his vision and my vision being so closely aligned. It's been really exciting for me.
Coach, there's a lot of noses left over in this draft we all like. Do you like your noses 310 pounds or like 330 pounds?
I like guys that make plays.
For sure.
Good answer.
So, you got to be careful in any way, shape, or form of ever putting somebody in a box. That, like, if you look at it, if you just said, hey, well, all the all-pro DNs in this league look like this, then that's why all these people made a mistake on not taking Micah, because some of those traits don't fit. But gosh dang, the guy can play football. Yeah. Well, we got, you know what I'm saying? Then we got to make those decisions. So we just look for like putting the puzzle together on each person. What is going to be the best fit? Now, we ain't going to go out there and get a 250-pound two technique, right? But like 320 versus 3, I don't know about all that. I want a baller. How about that?
Right.
You were pretty active on the pro day circuit this draft class. First off, how was that process? And second, these campus food spots. Did you have a favorite?
Shoot!
As you went around the country.
I'm up out of there so fast. That I don't,
You're not eating.
And then also too, it's like that time of year. I'm just on my mind. I'm trying not to gain weight. You're moving around so much.
I know how that goes.
Hey, dude, I got to take. I'm not going out here to restaurants.
That's tough.
It's great. I try every year to make that a huge part of the off season, and the Cowboys were over the top supportive of it. And they were great. Will and his staff and Mitch, Shadi, Flus, all the guys. Hey, go out there and see. My thing is, I would never buy a house without looking at it. I would never buy a car without looking at it. I would never do anything without test driving it. And sometimes you're out there on the road and maybe you're marking a guy off the list. Sometimes he's showing you something in person that you didn't know he had. Or sometimes you're finding out information from another coach there or somebody there that's like, well, dang, this guy really fits what we're doing personally or character-wise. So in that way, it's just such a valuable opportunity to get boots on the ground and see what these dudes are really about, see them move, see them interact. It's just, to me, like I said, I'm not a Carvana guy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want to go to the lot.
And you kind of answered my question already, but a lot of these guys or some of these top guys aren't doing the pro day workouts just because they do the combine or things of the sort. What is the value you still get from going to those schools? You mentioned talking to coaches. Is there anything else that really benefits you?
You can spend time with the player like that. There's no limit on that. So you can spend time with the player and you really get to know him, get to know his why, get to know what he's all about. Start building a relationship, hey, can we make this work? Like, is this a good working relationship? Because I firmly believe that there's a lot of players that go to situations, and this is not a shot at any team. It's just the truth. That's not the right situation for them for whatever reason that is. And so me getting on the same page with the player, knowing what he's all about, what his values are. So I got to know, like, when he gets here, he's going to fit right in. He's going to be perfect for us, and we're going to be perfect for him, because if we're not giving him what he needs, he's not going to be at his best, and that doesn't benefit the Cowboys. That doesn't benefit the kid. So spending time directly with the kid is also a big part of that.
You seem to really tap into that with Solomon Thomas, and I know you've talked about him quite a bit because you both came over from New York, but we just got to talk with him on our show last week, and I mean, he was gushing, man. He lit up when we brought up your name. What made that relationship work so well, and how can he now help this new room that you have as you guys bring in what you were doing so well with New York?
Well, we spend more time together than I spend with my kids, so why make it miserable? And he's such an incredible human. Forget football. Just like lay football out over there. He's an incredible human being. Like all the stuff that he does for our community, all the stuff that he has done in the mental health world, all the stuff that he has done to help others outside of himself and be honest and transparent. He's an amazing guy. And so I told, I don't think I've told many people this. I think I told Sally, but the most stressful part of this offseason for me, at the end of the year last year, Sally's parents come to every game. And so, we've been, was this like year 4 or 5 together, working together? So I see his parents before every game. And we had the last game in New York. And so I go over and I give his mom a hug, I give his dad a hug. And I'm like, hey, look, I don't know what's going to happen here. I don't know what's going to happen with me. But wherever I am, I'm going to try to get your son with me. So that was more stressful than anything. I was like, Lord have mercy, I got to find a way to get this dude on the Cowboys. If I don't, I promised his parents, you know what I'm saying? Like, what am I going to do if I don't get this guy? I'm never be able to talk to him again. So having that interaction with them and then seeing it come back to fruition, these guys, if we're doing it right, we're all family. It's not just Solomon. It's all of them. Like, if we're doing it right, then our family, because we spend so much time together, and this is such a hard league. It's such a hard sport that if we don't have brotherhood and we don't have family, we're not going to reach our peak.
Amen.
One of the newer members of your family now is Mozzie Smith. It's a guy who you're kind of waiting for that next step for him in his game. What do you feel like that next step is, and what have you seen from him on film that you're like, okay, if we can do this right or tweak this, he can be, an all-caliber player?
Well, first off, back up to the pro day circuit. I was at his pro day. We met, and I genuinely like Mozzie. I think Mozzie is he's a great human being. He's a great person, and I feel intensity in him. I feel strength. I feel power. And I'm talking about his personality. And I was really excited. Like, we were definitely considering him in New York. I don't, obviously I can't read Joe's mind, but I know that he was a strong part of the conversation, and Dallas snatched him up before we could. So that's first and foremost. When I get here, I'm like, well, this is great. I love this dude coming out.
That's all.
Like, he's a powerful, explosive, and long athlete. That's exactly what I'm looking for. So, you know what I mean? Like, it was so exciting. He's one of the many. Like, I could go down the list of, like, I loved Sam. I loved Mozzie. I loved Peyton Turner. All these guys that we just consensus loved coming out in the draft. Like, we've added this Marshawn Nealon. I loved Marshawn. Yeah. I went to Western Michigan and had dinner with Marshawn Nealon. I'm like, this guy's amazing. He's a great kid. He's a good player. And he did his workout the next day. So Mozzie's like one of those guys in that group. You're like, man, I love this guy coming out. It's great to have him here. Cupboard ain't bare.
Following up about Solomon Thomas, how were you able to get him here? What were the conversations around that?
We just we went through our whole process, the free agent process, and that's where I give credit to Mr. Jones, Steven, Coach Shoddy, Will, Alex Loomis, those guys going through the whole process. And I just, and Coach Flus just laid out what this guy means to us, what he provides as a football player, as a playmaker on this team. And then those guys went to work and they did their stuff. And another great thing was Coach Flus was fired up about him. So Coach, we have all these people who are excited to get him here, and he's not the only one. All the guys that we ended up signing, we were all excited on, and just a credit to all those guys going through that process, and they made it happen. I just put my, I don't want to say 2 cents in, like maybe 4 6.
Couple cents
Yeah,
there, one way or the other. Defensive line coach Aaron Wycotton joining us here on the Draft Show. Coach, thanks so much for taking some time. Can't wait to see what you have in store for 2025.
Great. Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate
Thanks,
y'all.
Coach.
There he goes. Awesome stuff as always. All right, we'll catch you up on the NFL draft underway on day number 3. Couple running backs already off the board. More of the 2025 NFL draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
Yeah, this run on backs is happening.
Here
Oh
it
my God,
goes,
I did it
boys.
again. My bad.
Here it goes. The
that-
4th round running back.
Yeah, that didn't take long, did it?
Push. The PTSD is real. It is setting in. And this is not a good feeling.
Yeah, I'll reset it when we get to the radio side of things. We're taking a look inside the Cowboys war room as well. But the first 3 picks of the 4th round, all skilled players. Chimere Dike, wide receiver from Florida, goes to the Titans at 103. The Jags take Bashol Tutin, running back from Virginia Tech. Some of those around the league knew Dallas was excited about him, thought he could have maybe been a possibility in the 3rd round. Maybe he was a trade-up possibility, not this far, at 104 to the Jags. And then right after that, Cam Scatabo off the board. They're out of Arizona. Your favorite, Tommy Yarish.
Can't wait to tackle him.
Break them down, Tommy. Scatterbo, tell us what you like about him.
Yeah. Why do you like him so much?
Yeah, why do you like him, Tommy?
Well, I
You
don't.
like him, right?
Well, look,
You don't like
I'm
him,
never going to dog on guys. I think that this is a guy who, in college, he was unbelievable. Just a bowling ball of a player. Contact balance. Like we heard Clayton Adams and Connor Riley talk about contact balance being something that they're looking for in running backs. I mean, this guy is contact balance, quite literally. 5'9", 216 pounds. The way that he was able to bounce off of guys is frankly incredible, and just keep his feet churning. Watching him against Texas, I was going through a roller coaster mentally, but he's a guy who can take over a game, and a big reason why Arizona State was able to make it to the college football playoff. This is a very confident player. I think he's going to be a good locker room fit in the sense that guys are going to gravitate towards him and want to play for him. And you see his offensive lineman. Look at these guys blocking downfield for him, and the urgency that they've got to make sure that he can keep his feet moving. But he was able to add a little bit too in the receiving game for Arizona State, but just always finds a way to pick up those extra yards. I can always appreciate that from a running back. The biggest thing for me is, how is that going to translate to the NFL level, right? He's bouncing off of guys at the college level, but now you've got to kind of take that step up. And can he continue to do that? I don't think he have as much success. If I'm just being completely honest, I'm not saying that he can't be a good NFL player. I just don't see his game translating at the professional level.
Sounds like you love the guy, man.
Oh, there's a guy off the board that the Cowboys liked.
Oh, Craig Woodson, safety from Cal.
That's surprising. Went early, but I understand why. He's got speed, athleticism. He's a safe player. You want to draft safe on day 3. Some teams like to draft safe on day 3. I'll say that. There's risks you can take that could be calculated. If I could mention one thing, this war room, it looks not necessarily intense conversation, but it looks like a conversation that's deep enough to where things are being talked about this early on.
A lot of hand movements.
Yeah,
it's got to heat up, right? You see 2 running backs go off the board, and and again, they've done an excellent job, I think, not necessarily pushing the need, and I think that's when they have their best drafts, is when they really do go best player available. And they took, Nick, you put it out an awesome tweet, kind of putting together where we all had all these 3 players, and all of us, I think, had them within at least the top 40, maybe top 37.
Yeah, right around
3 guys that were all in the top 37 of our boards. That's an incredible haul in the first couple of days of the draft.
This guy had Ezaraku at like 47.
I did
47.
Yeah, I had him a little further down. He was a late watch for me, and because I had to get
a lot of haters
all through those edge rushers. I didn't even have him in the magazine, which I was upset about.
Kyle.
At least he was in your top.
It was a late watch.
16 sack.
I told you about this guy in November.
Yeah, you did. But I've got a lot of other guys I have to watch.
To you, bro.
I respect you.
I've got to 175 is what I got to. So, that works out. I got a lot of things going on. Triplets at home. All right. But when you talk about
Triple Dome,
when you talk about the 4th round and you talk about these conversations going on in the war room, like you said, this isn't sitting back and watching the board at the moment. This is trying to massage where you could possibly end up in the 4th. The pick is in for Jacksonville at 107.
They already got Tootin. Man, their class is fun too. Travis Hunter and Tootin, you could just tell me those 2 names and I'd be like, man, that's fun.
Do you guys think because Dallas has a 1,000-yard rusher that was an undrafted free agent, do you guys think that maybe devalues running back for them, or are they just simply, hey, running backs are falling because better dudes are here?
I think that's the thought process.
It's part of it. I think they also just they've said it a million times already in these post-draft press conferences. This running back class is deep. I think that they like the guys that they've already got on their roster. I think it was Stephen Jones yesterday that said they had some of their guys graded higher than some of the guys left on the board. And two, I feel like they look at the 5th round and say, okay, if we stick here, there'll probably be somebody that we can get and feel comfortable with. Maybe not necessarily in a starting role, but somebody that we can feel good about putting out and seeing what he can give us and add to this room.
Yeah, well, I mean, contact balance, right? That's what Clayton Adams was talking about. And if you're looking at some guys that have that, I mean, I think Taj Brooks, that is a player. You talk about contact balance. Yeah. He's got that running back out of Texas Tech, and there's several more. And I'll wait for a sec. That's right.
We are off and rolling in the 2025 NFL Draft. Day 3, 4th round underway. 5 picks in the book. 3 skills players already off the board, starting with the Titans at pick 103. Chimere Dike, wide receiver from Florida, goes to Tennessee. The Jags at 104. Bayshul Tootin, running back from Virginia Tech, off the board at 104. 105, the New York Giants take Cam Scatabo, running back from Arizona State. The Patriots at 106 take Craig Woodson, safety from Cal. And then most recently, the selection from the Jags again at pick 107, Jack Kaiser, linebacker from Notre Dame, who we had the chance to talk to through the Senior Bowl process. We're taking a look at the war room at the moment. Conversations are happening, but the Cowboys, again, do not pick until 149. We're at 108 with the pick in for the Las Vegas Raiders.
I like both picks for the Jags there. When you talk about Tootin and Kaiser, the linebacker from Notre Dame. I mean, obviously Tootin, we'd highlighted him for the Cowboys quite a bit. He came in for a visit, running back out of Virginia Tech, 5'9", 206, transferred from NC State where he played 2 years. He set the Va-Tech program record for most rushing yards in a single game against Boston College, averaged 105 yards per game. Another Jersey guy, Jersey Times Offensive Player of the Year, but he's an electrifying runner, incredible production and home run speed, physical between the tackles. For a smaller back, I thought that was really, really impressive. Keeps his legs moving to power forward for extra yards. You don't see a lot of variety in the passing game, but I do think he's capable of making plays. That was just a product of the Virginia Tech offense, but he's a fluid runner that can cut without losing speed. That would have been a really, really nice addition for the Cowboys backfield, so a good pick there for Jacksonville. And then to get a guy like Kaiser, at this point I had him in the 4th round. I think that's good value for him. It's wild because he's a player that you don't look at and say like, oh man, he's going to be the best athlete. Yet somehow he gets himself in position to make plays that I didn't think he'd be able to get to. Super smart. He's consistently where he needs to be. He understands leverages and angles. Good form tackler, zone coverage awareness. I think those are 2 good picks there for Jacksonville.
Jacksonville just took the fastest running back and the slowest linebacker. Shouts out to him. Go ahead.
Looking at the Cowboys war room cam a minute ago, looks like Stephen Jones and Adam Pacifica. Is that Pacifica? My bad.
Pacifica.
Okay.
Pacifica?
Oh, for 3.
What Adam say?
Oh, for 3.
This is such a Raiders pick right here. I'm sorry. Oh.
Dante Thornton Jr.
It is. I'm sorry. That hurts.
Fast guy.
That hurts.
That hurts.
So
the Raiders.
Yeah, Tommy, go ahead. This is interesting.
Yeah, it looks like they were looking at the trade chart. Now it looks like Will McClay is over there looking at the trade chart with Stephen Jones. So if they're seeing these running backs start to go off the board, this is where they might look at, okay, where can we package some of these later round picks and see if we can move up here and grab our guy. I mean, there are still guys that I've got on my board. Devin Neal from Kansas, I've got a 3rd round grade on him. He's still out there. Jordan James from Oregon. Damian Martinez from Miami. Dylan Sampson, Tennessee. A lot of guys still out there that are graded pretty high, and this might be them saying, okay, if we're going to get a run here going, we got to jump up and get our guy.
Nick, tell me if I'm wrong in thinking this, but if Pacifica is there having that conversation and the cap is involved,
Eberflus is now in the room.
There may be some level of player that could be involved here, right? I'm not a draft pick. I'm talking about
that's
current
possible.
roster player.
That's absolutely
If you're talking cap, if you're talking trades, and you don't have enough draft capital to move this far up, the Bills have now traded into this pick at 109 with the Bears. Could there be a player involved to maybe add some value here and get into the fourth?
Yeah, I'm reacting. Yeah, I think it's possibly. I think that's a possibility.
Are you talking Cowboys? Cowboys moving a player?
Yeah.
Or going and acquiring a player.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's a guy on their board that they see value in, and maybe they're getting Eberflus's perspective on that guy now. Eberflus is having a pretty legitimate conversation here with Jerry Jones. But the thing is, if they were to trade up, they would have to sacrifice capital. They have 7 picks today, but what could that potentially look like? This is definitely a conversation being had right now. We're having some fun early on, guys. Let's have a blast.
Anybody see Shoddy kind of go? Ugh.
Yeah, he did.
Who's a big player that
CJ West? How about CJ West?
Is that somebody you would trade up to come and get?
He's not gonna. You think he's a little guy? I mean, I think he's
like
pretty
him.
wide.
I like him, but I'd
316.
like somebody a little bit bigger.
He's strong though.
White Cotton
Super
says
strong.
he likes somebody that can play. Whether it's 3.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
I think we pay too much attention to that 1 versus 3 tech. I think in today's NFL, you're starting to get to almost like positionless basketball.
Yeah.
It's all about now, can you get after the quarterback? Right. So if you've got a guy that is also a bigger body but has the ability to get upfield, I think it's less about the 1 tech versus the 3 tech. If you can find guys that are interchangeable, and I think CJ West does have good size. Now, is he a Yaha Black? No. Is he like a Cam Jackson from Florida? No. Like, he's not your prototypical, I'm going to just work the 1 tech and be a trash can full of dirt.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think he is really, really good against the run, and he fights off blocks very, very well. Ty Robinson from Nebraska could be another one to consider.
Well, see, that's more so what I was asking, because some of these 1 techs that are here, they're still movers. Like Peebles can move, Phillips can move, but then they got the 1 techs that they're bigger, but they don't move as well. That's more so where I was going with that. And if it's Yaya Black and bigger,
here's the Bills selection at 109 since we have it.
Buffalo Bills select Deion Walker, defensive tackle,
Wow.
Kentucky.
he's a guy like Deion Walker.
Deion Walker.
Yeah.
I mean, finding out that Deion Walker played all last year with a broken back, that was insane.
I was hoping we could maybe get the war room up here. You think there was any thought that if you're talking about big guys,
Sure.
6'7", 331 is about as big as it gets. I wonder if that was any part of that conversation or not. I'm just taking a guess.
Who likes Deion Walker the most?
Out of us?
Yeah, who do you think?
You? Maybe?
I don't know. I mean, I had him. I did have him at the end of the 3rd.
I got a 4th on him.
Okay. Tommy, where did you have him?
Give me 1 second. Let me pull.
Because of the
I had him at the
ambiguity,
end of
though.
the 3rd as well. So
Yeah,
probably right
it's just.
there
I
with
mean, because he's a massive human being. I mean, 6'6",
I had him in the
345, 2-time team captain. His nickname is D1. I mean, this dude, and he's left-handed. Just to sprinkle in some unique facts about this guy. Started 36 of 37 games. He played offensive tackle in basketball in high school. But the dude is huge, very difficult to handle 1v1, does a great job of getting his big paws up in passing lanes, has a good first step, showcases his ability to be quick off the ball. That size, I think it's impressive. The swim move's nice. He's an upside player. I think coaches are going to see the skill set and say, let me get that guy, see what I can mold out of him. But he's so damn big, he doesn't really have a lot of bend.
Sure.
I actually, when you look at the 84-inch wingspan, I mean, you've got just incredible size. I think this is a great fit for Buffalo in the early parts of the 4th. Not shocking to see them trade back up to 109 to make that selection. All right, so Pacifica's back in the room. He's having a conversation with a lot of notes with Stephen Jones.
Jesus, he's got a Bible.
That's a Jimbo
Jesus,
Fisher.
He's got a Bible.
That's a Jimbo Fisher.
Good call, Nick.
Right here.
Is that like one page that you're handing out to everybody in the room?
Do you guys think that it's more likely that we'll trade for another pick to move up, or like trade for like another player?
I think both are very likely.
Yeah. Like, is that what these papers are? Like, yeah, this is the trade to trade value, but if you had a player, it turns into this. Like, is that?
Oh, I see what you're saying. I think this. I don't know. That's a good question, Vaj. I think this could be outside player just because they've talked about 2 substantive trades quite a bit. But maybe there's a guy on the board that they still like too. I don't know. It would be it would be very fascinating if they do trade up for a pick in this instance, because you had your natural pick 5 picks away, and you're basically going to be sacrificing something for Jonathan Mingo here if that is the case. But
that most recent selection, the Bills selection at 109, was a pick they originally owned, traded it to Chicago, and then they traded it to get it back. So it has happened, and it happened even the most recent pick. Not to say 114. Yeah, maybe.
I want my pick back.
No, not a 114 thing. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I just want to say the president is out there to try and get back in the 4th round if you could.
Brian just gave us some insight. He said they're updating the trade charts in there.
Oh, okay. That's what the notes are?
Yeah, maybe that's just, updated for the room.
Okay. So if you update the trade charts, what is
Something could be cooking. Something could be brewing.
What does that tell you, Nick, whenever you're updating a trade chart? What is there to update?
That'd be a question for Brian Broaddus. Yeah, that'd be a question for Brian Broaddus.
If Brian is listening and wants to pop in here and answer that question,
could it be like next year's? Could you be looking to give up some next year capital?
Yeah, I think Brian's coming around.
Maybe you adjust the value per the player that's there. Kind of like a quarterback trade, it'll be a little more versus like a one tech or a running back trade.
All right, here's Brian.
Elder Broaddus is here to tell us. Go ahead.
Answer that question.
What was the
so when you're updating trade charts, why?
Yeah, Buffalo just made a trade. So what happens is they took picks and gave them to Chicago. So now you have to reflect the trade on the chart. So you're updating the actual chart. Buffalo went up, they lose capital. Chicago gains capital, so you have to reflect that on the charts.
I see what you're saying.
That's what he's just updating the charts.
I thought you were saying the numbers of.
No, he's just updating who's got what picks now.
That makes sense.
Okay,
got it. Because of the trade overall. Got it. Thank you, Brian.
That makes sense.
The elder statesman makes an appearance.
Paw.
We have an extra headset in here. I don't know. You want to bring the rocking chair in here, Brian?
Yeah, you might as well.
Hey, you can sit here, Brian.
Honestly, I think Brian's
sit here.
I think he's kind of enjoyed chilling in the rocking chair out there.
He sees the youth.
He came prepared.
Well, he's able now to kind of like reset all of his board and his stack, and then kind of take a moment to watch what's going on. I think he has kind of liked that.
It is better than Bobby's chair today, which I hear is a toilet. So
no.
Prayers to Bobby Belt. He could not make it today, dealing with some stummy problems.
Hey, it's not the first time
his stummy hurt.
Oy.
We're just
it looks like
Bobby. I feel bad.
Anyways, I'm gonna save our boy here. It looks like Jerry Jones just picked up a phone, so that's there's something there.
Like a cell phone. Or
it looks like this. That looks like a cell phone to me. He left the post draft press conference yesterday and said, "Hey, I've got to take a call, guys," when he was walking on his way out. So. Maybe they're continuing the conversation from yesterday. Yep. But no, even a couple of minutes ago, we saw everybody was kind of huddled around Stephen Jones talking some things through. So it looks like Zach put it really well. There's something could be brewing here.
I'm interested to see what you guys would think as the target position-wise. Where would you go if it is indeed a trade? Let's hear the Jet selection here. We're going to take a break, and then on the other side of the break, we'll answer that question. Here's the Jets at 110.
The 110th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Arian Smith, wide receiver, Georgia.
Did you say wideout goes off the board? Arian Smith from Georgia at 110. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
Tom Pelissero of NFL Network's been throwing out the Eagles could be a team to watch for Shador.
Fascinating. Adam Schefter keeps standing on the table for the Cowboys.
I know, it's weird.
They're also right there at 1.
I mean, hey, all of a sudden, do those two teams, like when the others mentioned, do they start thinking like, oh, no, we're going to get him before you get him, and now there's a war to see who can go get Shador? It becomes a brotherly fight,
like you try and jump in front of him in line to make it happen.
Yeah.
Anybody have Arian Smith as we take a look at some of his highlights?
It's interesting. A track background. Yeah, this is real. I think this is really high for him. Speedy guy. I think you watch his tape at Georgia and he can certainly separate. I think the issue with him is the hands. There were way too many easy drops for him, and you could say that for a lot of the Georgia wide receiver core. That would definitely be my biggest concern. Like I said, more of a runner, can blow past you with great speed. You look at that 4.36 640 time, but the hands are definitely something that's going to have to be worked on a lot at the next level if he's going to want to succeed.
Agreed.
In my opinion.
Agreed. He's a stretch the field guy.
Yeah, look at how far away he was from that defensive back. Granted, that guy probably plays for Fordham, but he's. I mean, no disrespect to Fordham, but
This is a good pick for the Eagles.
Oh yeah,
Ty Robinson.
Man, they can't keep getting away with
What the heck?
Howie Roseman is special. He really is, and it's really impressive how he's stacked these draft classes and found some really good value on day 3. This is another one of my guys. He's an athletic 3-tech, big, tall. I think he could still add weight to his frame if they wanted to even slide him to a 1 potentially. But I would maximize that athleticism as a 3/5 and be able to maximize that pass rush too. I have a really good friend that covers the University of Nebraska, and wherever I called him just to get some opinions on some guys, he's like, Ty Robinson. That's going to be a really fun player that comes out of this program. You see him lining up out wide. You see him getting inside. You see him impacting the run game. I mean, he's strong, physical. Makes a lot of sense for Philadelphia.
There were some individuals in this building that were really big fans of Ty Robinson. They liked the way he has some versatility.
Me too.
That guy's name was Tommy Yarsh and Nick Harris. No, in the Cowboys war room, I know that they would have loved to see him fall to the 5th round. I think that was a bit of a pipe dream. I think this is right around where he probably should have gone, and Philadelphia gets another guy to add depth to that defensive front.
I'm with you. I put him in the 4th. He played in 60 career games, Nebraska record. Most games ever played for a Husker. 12 tackles for loss, 7 sacks. He's also good on special teams when it comes to blocking field goals. And he got some fullback work as well. We saw him as a lead blocker, but just an all-around really, really good athlete. He is a slippery player up the field. You know what? I'm not even going to credit Howie Roseman. I think what he does is he's just looking at the consensus charts and he's just taking the dudes to the top of it. And maybe that ends up working for you, Howie. But overall, I don't want to imagine that you're as good as you are because I'm jealous.
When you have a loaded roster and you just pick anybody that's regular good, it's always going to be rich getting richer with them.
Yeah. I mean, you've seen that with the Chiefs. You've seen that with the Bills. You've seen that with the Eagles recently. When you have a franchise quarterback, too, that you kind of have some talent around, it's easy to do what you got to do. Not to fill those needs as desperately.
The interesting thing with Robinson, he's going to be 24 by the time the season starts, but this is your typical corn-fed Nebraska honky that can do a lot for you.
I'm sorry, what did you call Nebraska honky?
Like white guy?
No.
Yeah.
Is that what he's saying?
Yeah. Is that allowed to be said on?
Yeah, it is.
No, that's I didn't. That's not what I thought. I thought it was just like a massive human being who moves really well.
It is. Don't let these guys bully
That
you.
was my definition of it. Great twitch for his size. He's 288 pounds, but it doesn't look like it. He doesn't look like that. He wears it really well. He's got muscles popping out of his arms. He can line up anywhere, like Nick said, from right over the center to coming off the edge. He's got great hands, throws guys off of him, gets into the backfield really well. Super, super, super strong, but he keeps his feet moving, and that's what I really like about this player.
Man, you know, Tom, it's funny you said that, man. I hope I don't get fired, boy, but when you see the name Ty Robinson, I thought that was a name for us. I don't want to say much, but like the name Ty Robinson, I was like, man. But then when
somebody with some color.
But then when you watch the film, you go, huh?
I'm not shy.
We've gotten.
When you watch the film, you go, what? And then you look up his picture on NFL.com. I go,
This is day 3.
I go, that's Ty Robinson right there.
This is why
I was looking at the wrong guy.
That's the guy.
Is it short for Tyrone?
Yeah,
Tyron.
So we call him White Tie over on YouTube. We call him White Tie.
White towel.
White tie.
White tie.
A white tie. Okay.
White tie.
This is why you watch the draft show.
This is great.
They're gonna fire me, but I don't work in.
Hey, the New Orleans Saints are on the board at pick number 112. I'm going to be very careful with saying that name from now on.
New Orleans Saints.
Oh, because yeah.
From Paris, France, with the 112th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Danny Stutzman, linebacker, Oklahoma.
That was from Paris, France, which makes sense with New Orleans. 112, Danny Stutzman off the board out of Oklahoma. The last 4 picks before that, Dante Thornton Jr., wide receiver from Tennessee, goes to the Raiders at 108. 109, the Bills take Deion Walker, defensive tackle from Kentucky. Arian Smith, wide receiver, Georgia, a bit of a surprising pick for the Jets. Jets at 110. 111, the rich get richer. The Philadelphia Eagles take Ty Robinson, defensive tackle from Nebraska. And as we just said, now at 112, the New Orleans Saints take Danny Stutzman, Oklahoma linebacker.
Tasmanian Devil play style. Run, hit, linebacker, blitzing ability. He reps the old school neck roll at times, which I'm a big fan of. Good size, can play in zone coverage. He does a better job of flipping his hips in coverage than I anticipated. Why? Because he's white, Voch. Sideline to sideline speed. Now, he does over pursue at times and takes poor angles. I think he reads the run game really well, but it's one of those things where he's a downhill player, can be an elite special teams contributor. Does he get exposed at times at the NFL level in coverage? And I'm sure his family was really bummed he didn't go to Baylor. His dad played football at Baylor. His mom played basketball there. And then he goes to OU where he started 37 of 47 games, ninth in school history in career sacks. Really productive player.
Danny's in it. Pardon me, go ahead.
You go ahead. You got it.
Danny's in this group of linebackers like him, Simon, Paul King, where they're all like really good rundown guys, good instincts. They get downhill, but maybe you don't want them pass covering too much. Like that's kind of where they kind of fail. But Danny has size, I think, that kind of separates him from the rest of the guys, and a pretty good length. But they do throw the ball right over his head, so you might want to have a plan for him there. Go ahead, Tom.
No, this is a guy that had a lot of fans in the Cowboys department. I think you look at the production at Oklahoma. This guy was a tackle machine. Simply put, I mean he was unbelievably productive in terms of getting guys to the ground. I thought he played really well in run defense. This is a guy that got beat by Texas twice, so that makes me happy. But you look at the next level projection. I think there's a lot of good tools that you can build with, and he's going to be a great locker room guy for you. So I kind of like the pick. I had him in the 5th, but I would have been. I think I would have been okay at this point.
So we saw an initial run on running back right at the beginning of this round. Now we've seen a run on defensive tackles. How about Ty Robinson, Deion Walker, and now to the San Francisco 49ers at pick 113, C.J. West out of Indiana, selected here in the 4th round. Zach, I know you were really high on him since his time at the Shrine Bowl up in Denton. I know he played really well for this Indiana front seven. I was really high on him as well, but what did you see?
We was there, Zach. We up there, everybody.
We were, man. Voch and I got the pleasure of working all the practices, and it was C.J. West, and it was his teammate, Jordan Phillips, and they were just whooping everyone, as Voch said. 46 starts over 52 career games. Spent first 4 years there at Kent State. He played linebacker in high school and then went over to Indiana. This guy just fires off the ball. He can take on double teams, quick and violent hands, which I think really sets him apart from other defensive tackle prospects. Can scrape down the line, fights off blocks against the run, relentless pursuit as a rusher. He's very difficult to block because he's got a variety of ways he can really beat you. He was one of my favorite players in the draft. I thought maybe he'd get knocked for his length a little bit. Pad level at times could get high, but this is a dude that I would have been fighting for in the war room. I was really a big C.J. West fan.
So now the Carolina Panthers are on the clock at pick number 114. This is the Cowboys' original pick. This is what they sent for Jonathan Mingo. They would be on the clock right now. Instead, it's Carolina.
Who would pick it?
What are your thoughts on who you would pick if you were in Dallas's shoes?
Let's see.
My highest grade in the 2nd round is Alec Ayomanor.
Stanford wideout.
A.O. Manor. Apparently he's got something going on with, I think, a flag or something that got him falling here. But just according to my board, I got him in the 2. So if we're in round 4 and he's a 2 on my board, I think that's fantastic value for you. And I think he can come in and line up and do some X stuff and beat some of the X's that's on your roster right now. But he's flagged for some reason, so he'll probably keep falling. But that's why I picked.
I have Jalen Royals just a couple tags above him. Sure. I would take the Utah State wideout, and we'll figure it out.
Yeah,
I got Royals right there. Put him outside.
Yep.
I would take a white out here and stick to the board and go from there.
Go ahead, Tom.
No, you got it. You got it.
Shador's obviously the highest player left on my board, but if I were to go away from Shador, Jeffrey Bassa from Oregon, the linebacker, is the highest player, and then Dylan Sampson's a couple spots behind him, which it's crazy we haven't called Dylan Sampson's name in this draft yet.
I'm glad you love Jeffrey Bassa. You've got him a little bit higher than I do even, and I thought I had him high, but he is, man, and I think he translates like in a pass-happy league now. His coverage ability, converted safety. Maybe some teams are worried about the size a little bit, but Jeffrey Bassa, I really am a big fan of as well.
What round?
I had him in the 3rd.
I got a 5 on him. Cool. He's a cool player.
I got a 2 on him.
Role-wise, I got a
There we
2.
go.
Bassa.
Oh yeah, I'm higher on him.
I'm that big on Bassa.
I have a 3rd on him, but he's one of the highest rated
What do you
players
got?
on my board still.
No, I was just getting the Michael Jackson laugh out of you.
It depends on what you like, right? Like
Day
if you
3,
like
baby.
the coverage guy, then Bassa would be a guy that
See, I like the coverage that he does. He's so athletic, man.
I'm more so get downhill and thump the run dudes, so I like the run thumpy dudes a little more than Bassa, you know?
What do you think this team needs more?
I think Teddy Buchanan, who can do both.
That's a fantastic point.
That'd be my guy.
I think when the Cowboys get whooped in the biggest games, I think it's like run defense. You know, it's these running backs racking up 100.
Got to be more physical.
Yeah, physical run. So I would love a linebacker that gets downhill and thumps a little bit. But just for our luck, being Cowboy people, as soon as we fix the run, they're gonna start throwing the ball right over the top of us. So you have to go for balance, which is why Teddy Buchanan fits. Which is why Carson Swesner should have been a pick, but the Browns hate him.
All right, so I think the Carolina Panthers are messing with us currently. They have made their pick. Running back Trevor Etienne from Georgia. They're just taking the Cowboys' needs. That's all they're doing.
How do we think about their draft? Tedero McMillan, Nick Scorton, Princely.
Umami Ellen?
Thank you.
Umami Ellen.
What's his name's that? Go ahead.
Nope.
1 for 3.
Princely.
You said 1 for 3, and what about?
I'll go 2 for 4.
Etienne.
This running back room is getting really crowded in Carolina. I wonder if they don't feel good about the health of Jonathan Brooks.
Sucks.
They just paid Chuba Hubbard. They brought Rico Dowdle back to the state of North Carolina, and now they add a running back in Trevor Etienne in the 4th round. So I wonder what their confidence level is in the health.
Still naming
Brooks.
off running backs though. Samson Smith, Giddens, Prosky Merritt, James Blue, Hunter Martinez. Like, it's still names here.
Yeah, I was just about to say, where is Etienne on your board comparatively?
Etienne is in the 4th for me.
I had him in the 4th as well.
I did too. I didn't think they actually took him. I thought you were just mentioning his name.
No, that's who they took.
They took him.
Oh, yeah, they took him. I have Sampson above him, Neal above him, James above him, Gordon above him, Brooks above him, and Monungai. And Martinez.
Yeah.
So I had him pretty far down there.
James, Sampson, Neal. Those were the guys. I got him right there with Taj Brooks at attack.
I think if the Cowboys trade up, I don't think it'll be for a running back because just looking at these names, I think running back will get to 149 or 174. Somebody will.
I said the same thing last year. I was. Oh, I hope you're right.
I hope so.
I hope you're right
because we do this again.
It is a deeper class, so there's a better chance.
Yeah. But gosh, there's a lot of picks.
Yeah, you still
got a long
way to go.
If they're
got
going
44 selections still.
If they're going to trade up here, do you guys
34.
think that? Do you guys think that Royals, the wide receiver from Utah State, could be a wide receiver too for this team?
I do. I had him in the 2nd round. He's definitely my top player left. I think on my stack, I had him pretty damn high. 44.
I think he would compete for it, but he would need to grow a little bit. Not physically, but in his technique.
I think Royals is talented enough. I think seniority matters whenever you draft anybody into just any situation. So I think you're going to have to be twice as talented as the seniors that are here, if that makes sense, right? For example, Luther Burden, right? Luther Burden is talented enough to walk in and be like, all right, Jalen Tolbert, let's compete for something, right? I don't think Jalen Royals is that much more talented. I think he's like a guy that could come in and compete and possibly win. I just don't think any wide receivers on the board right now are going to walk in and take anybody's spot.
Cody Simon, linebacker from Ohio State, goes off the board to the Cardinals at 115. I agree with you, Vach, because if you're going to draft a wide receiver in round number 4 or 5, wherever you end up taking one, first off, they're going to have to go up against a guy like Jalen Tolbert, who you took a 3rd-round grade on, Jonathan Mingo, who you traded a 4th-round pick for.
Yep.
You've had investment at the wide receiver position already, so you don't want to just waste that investment.
That's why
they've got to be that much better.
That's why. At what point in the rounds is wide receiver just not even worth it? Yeah. I think at this point, I'd rather you take this 5th and go find me a wide receiver.
Go get a veteran that's already out there.
100%.
I think I'm with you. There are still good players on my board because I look at Jalen Royals as a 2. I'm not sure what they look at him for. Same thing with Io Manor. There are multiple wide receivers out there that I think can come in here and compete for that job. But do they see it the same way? Probably not. They're seeing it as a 4th-round or 5th-round possibility. Yeah. And that's where you would have to bring them in to come and compete for a possible wide receiver 2 job.
Texans are moving up.
Texans trade the 6th-round pick and next year's 3rd. They trade next year's 3rd to get up to 116, and they get a 7th back this year.
What's going on?
Texans
been pretty aggressive.
Block. Yeah, they're on there.
They've been wheeling and dealing since Monday. they've been on the phones.
It's their 6th trade.
Wow.
already in draft weekend.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Last 4 picks, just to catch you up. The Saints at 112, Danny Stutzman, linebacker from Oklahoma. 49ers take C.J. West, defensive tackle from Indiana, at 113. The Cardinals at 115 take, the Panthers at 114 take Trevor Etienne, running back from Georgia. Cardinals at 115 take Cody Simon, linebacker from Ohio State. And then the Texans on the clock after they just traded next year's third to move up to 116.
I want to go back to that Panthers pick. We didn't talk about how they've also got Rico Dowdle.
Nick mentioned it.
Oh, you did? My bad. I'm sorry.
And they signed Chuba Hubbard to a big deal.
Yeah, Chuba Hubbard, Rico Dowdle,
Go ahead.
Jonathan Brooks. That's an interesting pick. You made a good point that maybe this is them saying, I don't know about the Jonathan Brooks with the injury, but
and I know you had concerns because it was similar parties saying that he was going to be ready last year and was delayed moving into it that have said that Savone Ravel is also ready going into the year.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see as time goes on. But Jonathan Brooks also retore his ACL.
Oh, yeah.
And that's tough. And a team like Carolina planning for the event that maybe he doesn't come back 100%, that's the smart thing to do. It throws the question to us of, are you doing the same for Trayvon Diggs? Are you doing the same for DeMarvion Overshown? And do you play worst case scenario so that you're prepared for it? It's a tough mindset to get in, especially from a coaching staff like this. I would assume that they try to breed positivity and throw out a lot of good energy. But I think you also have to plan for the fact that things aren't always going to go good. So I wonder how much they factored that in going deeper into the draft process and how they did that over the course of the draft process. Probably should have asked that to one of the scouts. But it is fascinating to see where they go at those two positions today.
That Cody Simon pick to Arizona, that sounds like a shoddy type of guy. Team captain, presented with the Bill Willis Block 0 jersey for leadership, toughness, accountability, and highest character at Ohio State. This dude was the leading tackler for the Buckeyes, defensive player of the game in the Rose Bowl and the national title for them. He played his best in the best games. Number 3 rated player in the state of New Jersey coming out. True inside linebacker. The production was there, good blitzer, consistent finisher. He's got a good feel and awareness, takes on blocks well in the running game. The only issue is I really am not sure about him in coverage, but he is a guy that is really good in the running game, and he is a great guy to have in your locker room as a team leader.
Another linebacker off the board. We've seen 3 already here in the 4th round. Jack Kaiser from Notre Dame went at 107 to the Jags. Danny Stutzman, 112 to the Saints. And then now Cody Simon at 115 to the Cardinals.
So that Texans trade, the Dolphins get 179 this year, a third next year from the Texans, who move up to 116 and also got 224.
Little bit of a flip there. It's Texans, Rams, Falcons, Bengals, Titans. Those are the next 5 selections because the Rams just traded with the Indianapolis Colts for the 117th pick. They trade a 4th and a 6th to move up. So we're starting to see some teams that are willing to back out of this 4th round, or at least further back into the 4th round. Dallas still sitting on their board at the moment. Would love to get a look into the war room if they're still having those conversations one way or the other. Here's a look in the war room. At the moment, Brian Schottenheimer standing to his left. Mitch LaPointe no longer in his chair. Now Will McClay having a bit of a walk.
Yeah, this looks a lot calmer than what we looked at 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of movement here. I wonder if there was a player that they liked. If there was somebody at the top of the board and then
maybe got picked.
They couldn't get there in time.
Yeah, maybe so. Here's another running back to Houston. Man,
Woody Marks.
If you had told me Woody Marks was going to go over Dylan Sampson, I would have said you're on something.
Maybe there is something.
And they traded up for him too.
That Tennessee offense, man.
Is Woody his real name?
Jaquavius.
Okay.
Yep.
I was about to say, like, is it another USC running back last name? Jaquavius, cool.
Yep, there you go. So yeah, Woody Marks. Second team All Big Ten last year, led the team in rushing and transferred from Mississippi State. We're rolling on. It is round number 4. We're on pick 117. The Los Angeles Rams are on the clock. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Here's the Rams selection on the internet side of things at pick 117.
Have traded the 117th pick to the Los Angeles Rams. With the 117th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jarquez Hunter, running back, Auburn.
Another
good one.
Cowboys. That was a running back that the Cowboys were hoping would fall today.
It's a good back right there at Auburn.
Playmaker.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing for his size how he's able to just move piles. At 5'9", 204, he is powerful for a smaller back. I mean, he is able to just move the pile, get additional yards, bully through tackles, showcases the contact balance. That's what Clayton Adams was talking about, acceleration. He's got breakaway speed, capable receiver. I think he'd fit the zone scheme really, really well. One cut and go type of guy, special teams ability as a returner. He's not the most creative guy in the open field. He's just going to go. You saw a nice hurdle there with some of the highlights, but he's a guy that I expected to be a little bit better in pass protection with how violent a runner he is, and maybe that's something that he can improve on just due to his size. That just might be a technique issue for him, but he's a really good football player. I mean, he averaged over 6.4 yards a carry.
He was the bright spot for Auburn offensively.
Yes, he was.
I mean, you look at their wide receiver room next year. This is for the college football nerds out there. I mean, Cam Coleman, they had Keandre Lambert-Smith, they got Eric Singleton in the transfer portal this year, and just couldn't get anything going through the air. I don't think Peyton Thorne was necessarily the best fit for them at quarterback. They've been struggling to find a quarterback since Hugh Freeze got to town, but why you can lean on Jarquez Hunter, and that makes your offensive game plan a little bit easier. And when he got going, he was pretty good. That's Nick said it. This is one that the Cowboys were hoping would be there. They debated over him a little bit. So this is one of those running backs that they had on their board. But I still think there are guys who are capable starters on this board. I've got a ton of guys higher than him. I mean, Neal from Kansas, Jordan James from Oregon. I've got Montrell Johnson from Florida higher, Ollie Gordon higher. So things are still falling well if the Cowboys want to take a running back. I think there'll still be a name that they like on the board.
This is starting to get known as the Tommy Yarish jinx if he continues to talk like this, because these running backs are just flying off the board. Now, Jarquez Hunter specifically, he was Auburn's offensive game plan.
Yeah, he was.
That was it. I mean, he and Keandre Lambert-Smith, those were like the two guys that they could really trust with the football. Led the SEC with 6.5 yards per carry, and then the teammates tell the tale about his weight room habits, his leadership. I think Houston got a good running back with the Woody Marks pick, and then the Rams get Jarquez Hunter. That's an even better pick at 117. Sean McVay gets another weapon in that offense. Billy Bowman Jr., Denton Ryan, Texas product. Safety from Oklahoma off the board at pick 118. And I know this was
we loved him.
Little bitty, but he get picks, right?
Yes, he
does. Oh, yeah. And obviously, I mean, I talked about it during Draft 101. Probably just a little bit biased here because we got to cover his entire high school career there at Denton Ryan. But, yeah, the size. The size is why this guy wasn't ranked as maybe the best safety in the entire class. But he is an absolute ball hawk and a playmaker. Always love this guy. He plays with tremendous range. He's got no fear. He'll come up and stick you in the running game, can play deep zone or single high. You can even move him in the nickel. Now, certainly bigger receivers are going to give him a problem. I think we saw that during some Senior Bowl practices, but he is an instinctive player that just has a feel for the game. He closes so fast. He can miss some tackles in the open field, and he needs to break down a little bit more consistently, but he's a tremendous player.
If he was 6 foot, he'd be like a second round grade.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Size is the only thing holding him back. Like maybe.
Back here on now the 12 o'clock hour of day 3, the NFL draft on DallasCowboys.com and 105.3 The Fan, alongside Zach Wolchuk, Voch Lombardi, Tommy Yarish, Nick Harris with Brian Broaddus. We have gotten through about half of the fourth round to this point. Most recent 5 picks. Trevor Etienne, running back from Georgia, goes to the Panthers with the Cowboys' original pick at 114. The Cardinals at 115 take Cody Simon, linebacker from Ohio State. Texans at 116 trade up to go get Cody Marks, running back from USC. The Rams trade with the Colts to go get Jarquez Hunter, running back from the Auburn Tigers. And then the Falcons at 118 take Billy Bowman Jr., the safety from Oklahoma, a Denton, Texas product, originally a state champion from Denton Ryan High School. The Cincinnati Bengals just took one of the highest players on my board. Barrett Carter, linebacker from Clemson, is off the board. He goes 119 overall, and the Titans are on the clock at 120.
Now, see, Kyle, this is one of the linebackers you like, one of these fast running around.
That's exactly
can
right.
drop back and cover. They may get a little lost.
Mm-hmm.
They may not process it all that well, but they have the athleticism to kind of make up for it, Kyle. This is one of your guys, right?
He was the highest rated linebacker I had on my board remaining. Now, I had a third on him. Carter, first step quickness, change of direction, closing speed, all ready for the next level, in my opinion. I thought he had a good football IQ, showed it at times, especially when understanding some coverages. Again, able to drop back in coverage. I like guys like that. I think it adds an element to your football team that can keep you very versatile in your front seven. Coach Sweeney described him as one of the best pure football players he's ever seen in 20 years.
High praise.
Pure football. And if Coach Sweeney's going out on a limb, I know he's an energetic guy and he's going to talk good about his players overall, but that is high praise overall. He was one of the best players in the country from 2021 to 2024. He had 30 tackles for loss, 20 pass breakups, and 3 interceptions. He was the only player during that time span in the entire country to do so. Very versatile. When I watched him against SMU in the ACC championship game, Texas in the college football playoff, and then against Stanford in their ACC regular season, I saw a little bit of shades of Nick Bolton at times. The way he's versatile. He can still play downhill, gets lost at times. I think there are ways that he gets over aggressive and gets himself into trouble, but overall I really do like the player.
Played the most snaps by any Clemson linebacker on record. I
was just gonna say, we've been watching film with this dude for like 6 years.
There we go.
Go ahead.
But yeah, I mean, he's a 3-down linebacker. I think everything you said about him was right. He can cover backs. He can man versus tight ends. Fluid movement. Can blitz. He's a good quarterback spy. Plays with awareness. Barrett Carter at this point in the draft, I think, is a really, really solid pick. Tommy.
Yeah, I like Carter a lot. He was one of the top linebackers that I had. I at the linebacker spot especially, I really valued production and what they were able to do at the point of attack. And I think Carter was that so long for Clemson. And Clemson's had a good run on linebackers in terms of what they've been able to do to college, but now can they make that step to the next level at the NFL? I think you think about Jeffrey Simmons, was that his name a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
Yes.
That you just look at and you're like, oh my God, this guy is unbelievable, but it just hasn't worked out in the NFL yet. So can Barrett Carter kind of break that mold? Obviously, you scout the player, not the helmet, and one of my Longhorns just got picked here to the Titans. Gunnar Helm, the tight end.
Dude, you have been on Gunnar Helm. And I think was it Isaiah Simmons, maybe? Is that who we're thinking?
Isaiah Simmons. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I said yes initially, too. I think Justin Simmons was the safety, but take it away on Gunnar Helm,
Justin Simmons, I think, was a Broncos, was a Texas guy. Anyways, Gunnar Helm, the tight end from Texas. This is a guy who I really like. You know, the tight end position at the University of Texas is one that is always going to thrive because Steve Sarkisian marks it as one of the most important positions on the field with so much attention going to his wide receivers. The tight end always finds a way to get open. You think about J.T. Sanders last year and the production that he was able to put up over the course of his time at Texas. Not the most athletic guy, Gunnar Helm, but he finds the creases in zone. He's able to find those soft spots in coverage to get open, and he hurdles dudes. He loves to hurdle guys. I don't know how he can get over half of these guys, but he loves to hurdle people. And that's a big part of his game. He can block on the end line. I think that's where he needs to take the next step. You see him kind of get put on his behind like he did there a little bit too much, but very productive in college. This is a guy who has a very high ceiling. This is the perfect guy for me to go out on here.
Yeah, Tommy, you've got to get upstairs and you've got to get working on DallasCowboys.com.
Oh, we're losing you?
There's a lot of great written content still to come from Tommy Yarish. Before we let you go, I just want to tell you, rookie year, you killed it. Incredible stuff. I mean, you're off to a hot start. Can't wait to continue seeing you grow in your role, both as a beat writer on DallasCowboys.com, on the TV content, and then here on the podcast side of things. I think Cowboys fans and draft fans out there can say just how much you've done a great job, and you're in year number one.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, and I appreciate all you guys.
Yes, sir.
For helping me out along the way. This has been a lot of fun year one. I hope everybody watching at home enjoyed. This has been a pleasure and a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to next year. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
How many Texas guys are going to go next year? You want to get started
20.
early on that?
20,
okay.
all of them, the entire roster.
All right.
Hey, we're here for another 4 hours, so if you get an opening and you want to pop in,
all right.
Yeah,
feel free.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
We've
Maybe
got an
5
extra
hours.
headset.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. much.
All right.
We love
Tommy
you.
Yarish off to the races. Nick Harris will rejoin us shortly. Brian, I know you were pretty high on Gunnar Helm as well.
I was absolutely. I think the thing with Gunnar Helm is that, and I've really admired the what he was able to show through the playoffs. You know, they really I mean, super reliable. You know, the word is the coaches challenged this guy. They said, "Hey, you got to be a better player. You're not going to be here any longer." And he accepted that. He went to work. He made really a great improvement from one season to the next. You can line this guy up all over. He's kind of a slippery player with the traits as the route running. He finds ways to get himself open. And I've seen him make one-handed receptions in traffic. He's not going to run away from anybody, but, man, he will get north and south in a hurry to get all he can. As a blocker, I think his technique, the functional strength, I think will limit him some there. But, you know, like he'll fight. I mean, he fought in the Michigan game, but there are snaps where he was asked to move and block, and then he ends up cutting the defender, being thrown to a side. So he does remind me a little bit of Dalton Schultz when you watch him play.
I can absolutely see that.
Yeah, when Dalton Schultz came out of Stanford, kind of the same kind of guy. But, Gunnar Helm, a nice player there.
He does a really good job at timing his release in the screen game. That was something that stood out to me, but I think he nailed everything. The yak ability's there, tough runner on the open field. He's not the most elusive, but he can make people miss and run over you, and super good in the red zone. So solid pick in the 4th round.
So
we're shuffling around here.
Yeah, after Gunnar Helm, tight end from Texas, off the board at 120, the Buccaneers take David Walker from Central Arkansas, the UCA gray and purple turf, off the board at 121. And then Lathan Ransom goes to the Panthers at 122 here in the 4th round. So those are the last couple picks. Anybody want to talk about Walker and Ransom specifically?
Kyle, let me just say what I like about you, man. What I like about you.
What's that?
In the 1st and 2nd round, you'll look at Zach like, hey, Zach, talk about this guy. We're in day 3.
Oh, yeah. No.
Does anybody want to?
Who's got him?
Who got this guy?
I can take Ransom. You guys can take Walker.
Can I do Walker, please?
Please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please.
Let me tell you what I love about David Walker, man. When I first saw him on these mocks, on these way too early mocks, I saw some 2nd-round grades on them, 3rd-round grades, and boy, I thought I was in for a thrill. Took a look at him, and the first film I watched was Tarleton State. Tarleton, pardon me. I say, damn, he beating the hell out of the Tarleton State kids. I see some good extension here.
Do you know Tarleton's nickname?
Tarleton is a person?
No, Tarleton State. Like what's their nickname?
What's their nickname?
They're the Texans. They're from Stephenville. They play like 2 hours from here.
That's exactly why they damn Tarleton State. Look, but he was beating the hell out of Tarleton State, man. 2 gapping, very explosive, powerful hands, kicking the hell out of him. I was like, all right, David Walker. But then he played North Dakota State, which is a step up. I was like, okay. Not as powerful, not as explosive. Okay, cool, but he's still kind of winning some reps here and there. This is better competition. But then I watched him versus Ole Miss.
Yeah,
the more the competition went up, I think the worse he got a little bit. So I think when he's playing down, I think he's really good versus those guys. But when he played against some of the D1 talent, I think he really struggled. I think he got lost in the shuffle a little bit. I think he relies on power when he can overpower some of these guys. But when he can't overpower you, he overexerts and he kind of gets lost in the run game. He kind of gets lost in the wrestling match, and he doesn't really understand what's going on around him. I'll put him down here in my extras. I think he's a guy that could have went 5, 6, or 7th round or something. I just didn't want to put 6 and 7 round. I just got him down there in extras. But you know, when he's against the lower competition, I thought he was a really good player. But when he stepped up against some of the big boys, I wasn't the biggest fan of him.
Yeah, he was a 3-time FCS All-American, 22, 23, and 24. The Senior Bowl was big for him because just like that, he needed to see that competition jump up. He never really stood out. There were a couple reps one day or the other. I remember there was a note that I had on Walker, and I have it here, that he had a good rep against Gray Zabel through the weekend. That was the one thing I saw from him. Other than that, it never really stuck out specifically. And he ends up being a 4th-round pick here to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, I know you guys have watched this gentleman because he's one of the top edge rushers off the board now. Jack Sawyer, Ohio State edge. This is a Pittsburgh pick. 123 in the 4th round. They get one of the bigger edge names because of what he did throughout Ohio State's playoff run.
So there's back-to-back Ohio State Buckeyes. I was not as high on Sawyer as some others were. I definitely had him going around this range. We can go back and talk about Ransom in a second, but Captain Jack Sawyer, man, I think everybody, he became a household name during that run to the national championship for the Buckeyes. guys. There's no question about that. Highest rated recruit in Ohio State's 2021 class. He was a 5-star prospect. Dad actually played college football at Findlay College. Mom was a star basketball player at Pinkerton. And his grandfather was part of the Pittsburgh Pirates system.
Damn Pinkerton.
So he's got an athletic background.
Well,
when it
now he's
comes to
going back to
family.
Pittsburgh.
Sure is. Very reliable. He showcases fast hands. He's got a solid cross chop, quick get off. He can line up in a 2-point, 3-point stance. He can play left or right. High motor, strong upper body. I think he's slightly stiff in the lower body, can run around blockers at times in the run game, take some extra steps for me, but he's physical at the point of attack and collapse the pocket with power. Not the most twitchy guy, but the effort makes up for it by not quitting on plays, and he gets rewarded sometimes. Good, not great athlete. Needs to add some more pass rush moves, but he's a really, really good run defender. Initially, there was some hype he could be a first-round guy. I did not see that. I thought he should go probably right around here in the 4th round, but Jack Sawyer's a very, very good player and good value here for Pittsburgh.
What did you see in him, Brian?
Yeah, I think Zach's got him right when you watch him, perform. I'll get down to my notes here with him, but he showed up in some of the big games for them. He's got the frame. We talked about that. Hand on the ground, stand up, high motor, big time effort, never quit. He can be strong at the point of attack. I think the balance, the redirection are good in place. I feel like he's too far up the field. He's going to try and make sure that he retraces his steps and works back to the ball. He's got the high IQ. We talk about that. The speed, the power converts pretty well. I do like the way he's able to run down plays from the backside. He could beat the cutoffs, the reach, and he's a good finisher when he gets in position. Where he's going to need some work is in order to be more consistent with his hand use. I think there's times where he gives himself up. His size and his IQ are impressive. I just wish he was a little bit more twitchy.
At 1:24, the Green Bay Packers are on the clock. Roger Goodell is actually back at the podium, which is rare to see on day 3. This might either be an announcement packaged with it or because it's the hometown of Green Bay, Wisconsin. Let's listen in.
Defensive end, Texas.
Wow, good pick.
And here's why the commissioner.
Oh, and the commissioner comes out because Sorrell is in the house.
What?
He is there in
He's
the
looking
green
good.
room.
He's looking good.
And now he gets to make the walk. Texas Longhorn off the board here. Another guy that stood out at the Senior Bowl, Vach, and had a really good week out there in Mobile.
Physical is all get out, man. And you would look at him and think that he's a bendy, bursty, not all that physical guy, but he is bendy and bursty. But he's physical, strong hands, flies off the football, and he wins getting off the football. And I thought he was a really balanced player, a really good pass rusher, a really good run defense guy. Very patient. And in this class full of non-patient run defenders, man, I thought he did a really good job of stacking, punching, and extending and finding what's going on in the backfield and then releasing and going to go make a play. I'm blown away because I loved him. I got him in the 2nd round.
I think that on my board I have him in the 3rd. Vachi, I think you got him right.
That's a damn steal here.
Yeah, and to me, this is a round late, and good for the kid hanging in there, and special for Roger Goodell to walk out there and introduce him. This
in front of a home crowd.
In front of the home crowd, this kid, he's Roger Goodell's telling him, "Hey, man, thank you for coming. Thank you for being part. Here's your fan base right here. Go show them all." And good for the commissioner to present him. Good for him to get his moment to be after probably a long couple of days for him.
3-year starter at Texas. Fast hands, man. I mean, you're 100% right when it comes to the most bendy or twitchy guy. But I wrote this is just a guy you want as part of your defensive line because he's super consistent. I mean, he can refine his pass rush skills a little bit, but he never quits on plays. He's always running to the ball. He's super good against the run, plays with power. He can shock and disengage to fight off blocks. Yeah. This is great value for Sorrell.
He's got some power kind of hidden in those hands, too. You talk about how quick they are. Man, his punch.
The shock. Yeah, it's
to
there.
Your chest quickly.
Absolutely.
And he'll go right through it, too. This is a really cool moment. You don't get to see this on day 3 a whole lot, especially in front of a home crowd like this. He gets to go and high-five all of his future fans here. This is a really cool thing overall, and I'm happy for him because getting to know him and talk to him at the Senior Bowl, he's a good dude, really good dude. He's going to be a good fit there with the Green Bay Packers. All right, we are closing in on the end of round number 4. We're in hour number 3 of day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
Can we go back to Lathan Ransom?
Absolutely.
Just want to give him his due.
Another Ohio
watch
State
the
Buckeye.
kid. Yeah, I mean, he played 37 starts, first team Big Ten. Last year had 3 forced fumbles, 76 tackles, 9 for loss. If you watch the Oregon game, it was rough.
He's cracking heads.
Yeah. Jordan James, I thought, put him on his ass in pass blocking. He got popped pretty good in that one. But otherwise, this dude is physical as all hell. You make that point. I mean, he is a box safety. I don't think he always takes the right angles and fills the gap, but if he does, he is a physical hitter that has pop behind the pads, constantly communicating pre-snap. He's the quarterback of that defense. Sometimes he's a little bit hesitant to react, though, and I think that he can arrive a little bit late. But Lathan Ransom, I mean, you talk about physicality.
Yeah.
If you want a guy that can come up and hit people, maybe impose some fear, Lathan Ransom's one of those guys that can do that.
Don't want him covering too much.
Yeah.
I don't want him a whole bunch of space, but he's going to come down and thump in the run game. That'd be fantastic. My bad, Kyle. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was laughing at what you said. That's all it was. I was laughing at you said you don't want him to cover, but hey, if he's playing downhill, he's still going to be totally fine.
Yeah, that'll get him.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what I don't like about these Packers fans. Hang tight, Woodchuck. Just listen to this. I was
hanging tight.
Sit down, sir.
Sit down too.
I was rewatching some of the Cowboys content from yesterday, right? And Travis Frederick went up there to the podium. He was like, "Wisconsin, what's up?"
Yep.
And I think they booed him because he's Cowboy guy.
Yeah.
But those ungrateful charlatans forgot about what he did for the University of Wisconsin.
Badgers, baby.
Didn't he lead the hey, we're an O-line team now? Was he one of the first guys that Wisconsin is O-line town?
Straight toughness and grit.
Yeah.
And nasty.
First round pick.
Yeah.
Stop hating on Travis Frederick, you ungrateful charlatans. Go ahead, Woodchuck.
No, you let them know. You let them know, Vach. You tell those Packer fans that, you know what, you're ungrateful pieces of poo.
Goofs.
Whoa. But I loved Lambeau Field, and it's a bucket list.
Let me see that ring, Brian. What
yeah, there was a ring right
like
here.
to go
That
exactly,
had
yeah.
on it.
My fault, Brian, but I just didn't like how they did Cowboy legend, Wisconsin legend, Travis Frederick. He's like, Wisconsin, whatever. I was like,
I don't
ooh.
disagree with you. I mean, get over it. You know why he's there. He's a Wisconsin guy. I think they booed Melvin Gordon, too.
Yeah.
Did they?
Yeah. He's in the AFC, or he was in the AFC. Like, it's not like it's a big deal.
Look,
Speaking of
classless. Get over
the Chargers are on the clock.
Packer
at
fans are
125.
phenomenal fans, but that is, I do think, a little bit disrespectful.
Yeah.
It's because they're ownership, too, right? That's what it is.
They are owners, so I guess they have the right.
They'll remind you of that too.
Yeah, I've heard that a couple times this weekend. You said the only thing from opponents' teams or past teams that you kept around was your big Green Bay parka, right?
Oh yeah, got a couple
the
of
big
them. Yeah.
coat.
Oh yeah, you keep that in your rain suits. You never know when you're gonna be out there fishing, standing on the front of the boat. You need your rain suit. So, got my rain suit from Green Bay, Jacksonville, Dallas, Philadelphia. Got them all. So
How quickly are you going fishing after this draft is over?
very quickly.
Tomorrow?
I'm gonna cook crawfish and go fish.
Good for you.
No, but it's good, man. I'll tell you what, this day is kind of streaming along. If you're the Cowboys, I'm sure there was some anxious moments for them as through any draft. I do think they really did like the kid from from Auburn, the running back there. Hunter. So, I mean, they lost out there, but still a lot of quality on that board.
Stephen Jones is on the phone currently having a conversation. He hasn't really moved a whole lot. It looks like there's a lot of listening more than it is a lot of talking from Stephen Jones. Remember, we were at 125. We are now on the back half of the fourth round. Could this be a target area for Dallas, who currently sits at 149 in the fifth?
Well, maybe it won't cost them as much
Correct.
to get back in at this point. And usually when you start the top of the round, we started the day, a lot of folks were sleeping on their boards, and they're going to not let you get out of this. We're not interested in moving. We've got third round grades on this board. We're going to stand here and pick guys. And so, yeah, good for those teams. I wish Dallas would have had their opportunity to pick there. We'll see how Mingo works out for them. But now it's a little bit more manageable for them to take those fives if they want to move them and maybe get back into the back end of this thing if they can.
Fellas, let me ask you a question. The Cowboy fans all over social medias, they're asking about where the Cowboys could possibly double down. Just a big picture double down question. Let me just ask you guys. You drafted.
Let's ask
Give
the
it a
question
second
on
after
the other side of
on
the
the other
break.
side.
Yeah. The Chargers just selected edge Kyle Kennard from South Carolina.
That's a good
He
pick
is
right
off
there.
the board. Back-to-back-to-back edge rushers. Actually, 4 in the last 5 selections, starting with David Walker, edge from Central Arkansas, going to the Buccaneers at 121. The Panthers take Lathan Ransom, safety, Ohio State, from 122. 123, the Steelers take Jack Sawyer, edge rusher from Ohio State. The Packers at 124 take Baron Sorrell, who was actually in attendance for his
Good for
selection.
him.
Edge rusher from Texas goes to the Packers. And then the Chargers at 125 take a pretty high name on the Cowboys list, Kyle Kennard, edge rusher from South Carolina. Your thoughts on the guy, Vach, and then I know you had a question.
I got a second-round grade on him, and he's a guy that just naturally gets sacks. Like he has a really good feel for being a pass rush. I wouldn't call him the most bendy, bursty guy in the world, but he can bend sometimes. But he really wins with like power and running through you and whooping ass. Since I can say this now, but Kyle really good in the run game. Also, there's probably some room to grow in the run game, but I think he's really good versus those outside zone situations. If you're running directly at him, that's when he kind of runs into some issues here. But he makes his money. He puts the satin on the panties by pass rushing.
Oh, man.
What's that?
Nothing.
Oh,
You're about to
wow,
announce something.
Yeah, the Browns running back Dylan Sampson off the board. Some of these top names are starting to fly here, Brian.
Ah, damn, Kyle Kennard.
Yeah, that's one of those things. I was kind of there's some guys I'm holding on right now, and I was kind of hoping. I don't know if they like Sampson as much as I do, but I'll tell you what, this guy is he's from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and so
it's a good town.
My Tigers, they let him get out of town, but this kid right here, when you watch him play, he has got the kind of he plays in this rotating system there for the Vols. It wasn't easy to, the games I watched, Georgia, Alabama, Oklahoma, it was hard running the ball against these guys. But his vision, his anticipation, the way he sets up blocks, the way he presses the line, the cutback lanes, he could take handoffs, he could turn them into huge games, he could be a tough runner. He had 929 yards after contact, 70 missed tackles. It was good enough to be the 11th in the country. But he's one of these guys that could be elusive. The reception numbers were improved each year that he played there for the Vols. He just didn't have very good technique as a pass blocker, but man, his ability to run with the football is super impressive. I had him in the top of the 3rd round on my board.
Great in the red zone. Touchdowns. He had like 22 of them last year.
Yeah, he did. Very explosive, no doubt about it. I wonder if he's a committee kind of guy, but certainly the production is there for him. It's interesting because now Quinshon Judkins and Dylan Sampson have gone to the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, I was just going to ask that. I mean, they're loaded.
Well, every time we look up, though, Cleveland's running the ball really well, and you wonder why.
True.
It's like one of their backs gets hurt, and then they put the other dude in, and then they still, they run 189 yards against you or some crap like that.
Jalen Travis, offensive lineman from Iowa State, goes to the Colts at 127. Here's the Commanders at 128.
The Washington Commanders select Jalen Lane, wide receiver, Virginia Tech.
Another high skill player off the board here. If you're Dallas and you really want to get back in, you hate seeing some of these names pop off the list. I think Dylan Sampson was a name that maybe they could have gone back up there to get. I know they have some other guys pretty high on their list that are still available, like Jordan James and Devin Neal. Those are two names I've heard.
Are you guys holding more now on a wide receiver, or are you holding more on a runner?
In the draft or
in the draft
overall?
In the draft.
I think a runner.
I think the runner's going to be there. I'm stunned that Jalen Royals hasn't been picked yet. There's something that maybe they just see him differently.
Do you think it could be a medical? Because he did come back from a pretty hefty injury.
Maybe.
Throughout.
I wrote down some of the medical flag guys. I didn't think Royals was one of them. But I'll double check and take a look.
He missed the final 5 games with injury at the end of this year. Said he was all good. He looks good at the Senior Bowl. I mean, he worked out quite a bit. So I don't know why he would be a flag guy, but maybe there's something there that we just don't know.
Yeah, there could be. Because it's weird that he's still sliding here. I mean, Jalen Lane's a good player, though, out of Virginia Tech. He's a weapon with the ball in his hands. Utilized on reverses, as a runner at times, slot wide receiver that works the middle of the field really well, creates separation with his quickness. He's got a subtle shoulder fake at the top of his routes, puts a lot of pressure on secondaries with his long speed. I think the route tree can be refined, but he is explosive.
That's Virginia Tech.
Yeah, no doubt. Transferred from Middle Tennessee State, where he played 3 years, made 20 starts over the last couple of years with Virginia Tech. Also a kick return specialist there for Jalen Lane. He's not a contested catch guy. The size will hurt him on that, but he is really, really good in space.
All right, so last 3 picks, Sampson to Tennessee, Jalen Travis, Iowa State offensive tackle. Anybody want to talk about Jalen Travis before we move on? He goes to the Colts at 127.
Yeah, I mean, Jalen Travis,
he was kind of high on mine.
He graduated from Princeton with a degree from anthropology. He's a smart dude. Then he transfers to Iowa State this past season, was the football and basketball player of the year in high school at De La Salle in Minnesota. He's a mammoth human being. I mean, 6'8", 339, just a very difficult mass of humanity to get around. Quick kick slide to get to his spot and pass pro, fast and violent hands. He's a pretty fluid athlete for his size. He really, really is. I think he's better in pass protection than he is as a run blocker, Brian.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, I've got a couple other guys better than him on the board. When
Chase
you talk
Lunt's sitting there.
Lunt,
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking. But you're right about the athletic ability with Travis and stuff. And you can see right here, this guy's 6'8", he's 339 pounds. You worry about him being maybe a little bit slow-footed, but that's a pretty good adjust right there. When a guy crosses his face and been able to make sure that he handles it, that 10 time at 180, that's a little bit of a concern right there. Yeah. But like I really do like Lunt, and they might not like Lunt because he's a little bit of a lighter guy.
He is.
And then when you start to I always talk about this. The trouble that I have with some of these offensive linemen is they get too light at tackle, and then but then they end up playing really, really well. This kid is mammoth.
I just want the Chargers pick with Kyle Kernard. I know you're breaking it down, Vach. Mm-hmm. I think he's going to be one of the best pass rushers from this class. He might end up being like a situational pass rusher because you're right. Against the run, he needs to improve there, but he can be a game wrecker. Yep. Like there are times in South Carolina he takes over.
I'm going to change the subject on this thing real quick if I could, Kyle. I'm sorry about this, but when we get to Dallas, is there a point in time – I guarantee you Jerry Jones is sitting in that room right now arguing for Shedeur Sanders.
They had a conversation yesterday.
And this is what I wonder. We talked about Dallas drafting their board. Mm-hmm. That really they're not interested. We've kind of talked about, hey, Vach, it's going to be a running back. We're talking about a wide receiver they need. For a team that's drafting their board, is there a point in time where Shedeur Sanders makes absolute sense for them?
I got a 2 on him. So if you're in the
I've got him. I'm just myself. I've got him as the 20th best player. I think Shedeur Sanders should have been drafted by now. I absolutely the ability and stuff. Listen. You could talk about all the other things. One of your best players is one of the best media people in the country. Yep. And when you start to talk about Micah Parsons, these players have other interests now. They do other things. Do they love football? They play hard. All those things. Do you want the Hollywood quarterback, Bill Parcells? I think there's a point in time now where Shedeur Sanders does fit what you're trying to do. Now, and we talk about the lottery ticket. We talk about taking the chance. We talk about the coach walking in there. Dick Rabine at New England the one day when he walked into New England, and Scott Pioli told him, "Hey, Dick, we're going to take a quarterback here." He says, "Listen, take that Tom Brady guy if you would for me." There comes a point in time where if you're just drafting your board and you're true to your board and you keep passing over that tag, and Jerry will say it, "Hey, I've got a quarterback under contract. I traded for another guy." Mm-hmm. But does it make sense to have a little competition there? Does it make a sense to have the guy in there that maybe you don't have to have right now, but you kind of keep working with him?
I think it makes total X's and O's sense. You're not committed to those quarterbacks. You're not committed to all those guys. Teddy Buchanan.
No, to the Ravens?
Yeah.
You've got to be
another good linebacker.
Kidding me.
That's the team I'd like to work
Continuing the conversation, though.
Yeah. I just wanted to throw that out there for this discussion.
And it is a definite discussion. If you're Brian Schottenheimer in your first year as a head coach, and we've seen it through the first 3 picks of this draft, the number one thing you have looked for outside of good football players is culture.
Culture.
Yeah. Number one thing. Does Shedeur Sanders disrupt that somewhat? He may not. He's not in the building. You don't know how he would react with the players and the guys that are here. And there's an established hierarchy when it comes to the quarterback position. It is Dak Prescott than everybody else.
That is
Plain
how.
and
I
simple.
think Dak is the toughest dude in the world.
Agreed. Yeah, mentally.
It would not hurt him to have him in the building.
If Sanders is here, he's fighting Milroe and Greer.
Yes.
I don't think Dak loses a bit of sleep about Sanders being here.
Yeah.
And honestly, if I'm Dak, let's keep it a buck for a second. Y'all want to be honest?
Yeah, be honest.
When 1,000 media people walk in, and they walk to the Sanders locker and not the Prescott locker,
he's not going to.
I think he takes a deep breath about this.
Yep.
Boy, go talk to him.
Yeah.
Let me chill. And let me focus on what I'm focusing on. Go talk to our third string quarterback. Go have a press conference with our third string quarterback. Knock yourself out. I don't think it's going to bother. I think it only depends on who's your starting quarterback.
Yeah.
And 4 is as mentally still as you could possibly get. I don't even think it's going to be a problem.
There's a case to be made that this is the ideal fit for Shedeur Sanders.
If they're drafting their board,
Yeah.
I'm just telling you guys, they don't. It's not about need right now for them. They obviously have plans what they want to do at wide receiver. They potentially have a plan what they want to do at running back. But, man, it just seems like that they're taking the best player on their board. And I love what they're doing right now with that. And I wonder where his tag is sitting on that board. And is Jerry Jones, we're going to see they get to their pick. And if he's still there, we're going to see Jerry get very animated here about that. And so I think there's a point in time where we talk about the lottery ticket. This kid's got a lot of ability. He sure does.
Let's keep it super simple. Us 4 in the room, let's say we are in those same shoes. They do not pay us the same paycheck. No. They do not let us make any decisions. But if we were in that situation, yes or no, he's there, would you take Shedeur Sanders?
Yes, he was the 30th best player on my board.
I'm taking DJ Giddens because we need a damn running back. But if he's on the board at like 204, we can talk.
After you take a running back.
After I take a running back and after I make one more pick, 204, we can talk.
Brian.
I'm taking him.
I would take him too. I would. I think there's a lot that's going to come with it, but that's already what happens when you have the star.
Yeah.
That's going to happen, period.
It's nothing new here.
It's going to be par for the course, and I agree with what you said. There's an argument that this is the best fit.
Right.
The connection with Dion, the connection with the star, the connection with this building specifically, and the brash media circus that comes with it. This could be the perfect fit, and if it's there at 149, I know you need a running back. I would love a running back, and if they take one, I'm not going to be upset. But if you're talking about Shedeur Sanders and he ends up being there at 149, take the player.
Now, there's
Stick
a
to your
chance
board.
you might not have to take him there, to Vach's point. Arash Markazi, who covers this thing for ESPN, said
he's good.
He asked a scout about Shedeur, and the scout returned with, I know you're focused on him with each passing pick, but you'd be amazed at the number of teams that don't even have him on their board.
Yeah.
They're not even considering him.
Maybe not.
He's not a part of their conversations, and apparently he just didn't handle himself well in these pre-draft interviews. He just would refuse to talk with teams that he deemed already had quarterbacks, and that turned a lot of people off. But with the Dallas Cowboys, you have a quarterback that does not care, that is not going to be phased. And, Brian, you came from Green Bay where they would throw darts at quarterbacks every draft.
Yeah.
Darts, you hit the middle, boom. Quarterbacks are gold. You all of a sudden have a Milton and a Shedeur Sanders. Maybe one ends up being your heir apparent and the next franchise quarterback, or maybe one showcases enough talent, you can then exchange that for more draft capital or something else.
Play the game a little bit.
The Patriots did.
It's never bad to go ahead and take the quarterback. It's the most important position, and if you don't have one, you are dead.
The egg on your face is if you draft him in the first or second round and it doesn't work.
Yeah,
like
you're in
the egg on the face of the 49ers is the quarterback.
Lance.
Is Trey Lance. That the egg in the face, taking a quarterback in the 5th round that could potentially be just outstanding. And I get it. People other teams might not like his ability. The quarterback, Zach said it before. Quarterbacks are hard to draft. Man, but this kid has a lot of talent. He's got poise. He's got, he's got toughness. His teammates gravitate towards him. He's got a lot of things going on outside. But man, if there's anybody that can handle the hot light of that spotlight, it's that kid. And I
I would in the 5th round, if Jerry Jones is going to fight for him, I'd be shoulder to shoulder with Jerry on this one for that point alone. Because we're drafting our board right now. If we're true to who we are drafting our board and the way it's worked out for us so far, we need to consider Shedeur Sanders here in the 5th round if it gets to that point.
All right, the most recent pick to fly off the board. Let's actually do the last two. The Eagles at 130. The Jets at 130, they traded with the Eagles. They take Malachi Moore, safety from Alabama. One pick later at 131, the Saints take Quincy Riley, corner from Louisville. We have to step aside almost at the end of the 4th round. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Let's save the Quincy Riley conversation for the radio side because I know he was a name that was hot around Cowboys circles. Let's talk about Malachi Moore, safety out of Alabama. I know you guys had watched him. He was the second highest remaining safety on my board behind Sebastian Castro from Iowa, who is still sitting out there. He was one of the emotional leaders of the Alabama defense. Moore was. Does anybody want to talk about what he brought to the table?
You have to talk more?
Yeah.
I'll be happy to. I'm sorry. I was working on some other things there. Malachi Starks. I went to another. More. Hold on one second here.
I'll buy you some time.
No, I got it right here. High level competitor.
Okay.
This guy mixed up. He's 5'11". He's 197. He plays bigger than he looks. He's got solid range both underneath and from the post to get to the outside of the numbers. He's aggressive against the run. He wastes little time. The way he's able to key, read, process, he flows. He can beat blocks. He did a much better job. Like when you were watching him, the LSU game, the Georgia game, stuff like that. He got better when it came to his ability to kind of see some of the things that were happening to him. I think when he looks at some of the routes, he matches up against a lot of the tight ends. I was watching him in that LSU game. Georgia's got a couple of tight ends that he had to deal with. But, man, sometimes they try and play him in the slot, and it really, really doesn't work out for him. There's just not that suddenness to recover and stuff. Tends to work against bigger guys, those tight ends and stuff. But when Alabama, they kind of got in that role where they were playing those safeties and slots, and it just wasn't. This kid he just didn't have it, all that. But he's very, very willing as a run defender, and teams will love the competitive edge he brings to the field in that way.
When you look at what he's done over the 5 seasons, it's likely that you would see him in a different spot than he was on the snap before.
Yeah.
You talked about that versatility. Man, it felt like every time I turned on the film, he was somewhere different. He was somewhere around, whether it was the Auburn game or the LSU game or the Georgia game or Texas A&M. I mean, I felt like he was all over the place. He finished with 170 tackles, 21 pass breakups, 7 interceptions over his time in Tuscaloosa. He was one of those guys that stuck around between the Saban administration and the DeBoer administration there in Tuscaloosa. A quick recognition, trigger to run downhill, good ball skills overall. Communication was a plus as well. That's why he was one of those leaders. The size is a question. The long speed didn't match the motor to me at times, but I thought overall he's a safety that fits in whatever system you're going to put him in.
Yeah, I might be super wrong on him. I mean, he does move around a ton, and he gets everybody lined up. And I mean, he can get himself just washed and taken out of plays in the run game. I'm not always sure how much he really wants to fight off a block to play against the run, but he is good in coverage. He's got sideline to sideline range, but I just don't think he's a guy that wants anything to do with playing in the box. But he does have versatility on the back end. So, I mean, look, at this point in the draft, I had him in the 5th, but you're talking about a mid-4th rounder. Why the heck not?
I'm not real like safeties at all.
Yeah.
Right around this range. Like Castro maybe is like the last guy that I would think about.
He's the last guy on my
could possibly like, but no, I'm not digging in on safety
But my favorite guy going to the Ravens, the Teddy Buchanan, that's just.
You want to talk about him? We haven't hit him yet. Linebacker from Cal.
Teddy's just the man. I love Teddy Buchanan out of Cal. You watch him, and he's very much. He shows off a little Eric Hendricks-like ability. And he does have the hair when he's playing at Cal, so maybe that's it. But the instincts that he plays with, the processing, he's the quarterback of the defense. He's got range. He covers ground with ease. He's a player you're instantly drawn to when you're watching him play. I mean, it's like he's making every play on the field. It's 1 versus 11. He can drop back into zone coverage. He's able to run with backs and tight ends, quarterback spy, blitzer, can run the alley, consistent tackler. I didn't see a lot of weaknesses in his game. I think he's going to end up now. Ivan Pace Jr. was short and undrafted, but now he's one of the more productive linebackers in the NFL at Minnesota. This kid had the size at 6'2", 233, but now you're taking him in the 4th round, and I think he's going to end up arguably being the best linebacker in this draft.
Yeah. He's a little thicker, so that'll help him, thump at the next level as well. I'm a big fan of Teddy, man. Teddy's one of the last guys that I thought that processed well, that ran well, and that hit well. Some of these other linebackers, you get one thing and don't get the other. So, he was one of my last guys that I was really a fan of. But I don't even know if the Cowboys are looking at linebacker. Do you think that the Cowboys are
not at this point?
Not even like a.
I think they've traded for their guys.
Yeah,
I felt pretty good about it.
Cut me off again.
Rolling on with round number 4. Here is the Kansas City Chiefs selection at 133.
Kingdom is here, and the German Arrowheads are ready for the next. With the 133rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Jalen Royce, wide receiver, Utah State.
Go get him, Andy.
Wow, Andy Reid.
Go get him, Andy.
He's doing his thing.
Go
He's going to be an absolute savage.
That was the highest-rated non-Shador Sanders player remaining on my board. I wonder if it was the same for you guys. Utah State wideout Jalen Royals goes 133 overall to the Kansas City Chiefs. This is such a good fit for them.
Had two on him.
Vertical, speed, yak, thumping. He's physical to be a vertical speed guy. Like, he's running through DBs, and once he gets the ball in his hand, he's looking to run guys over. I got a 2nd-round grade on him, man.
Same.
And so to get him here in the 4th, I'm like, geez, bro.
He reminded me a little bit of Steve Smith when you just watched him play. That thick build, the elusiveness in the open field, the tunnel screens, the bunch sets, can play in, out, works the middle of the field with slants and drags, super tough. He's not scared to take a hit. He's going to go after the ball, strong runner with speed to pull away from the defense. Now, at 6 foot, if it's a 50-50 ball, sometimes he'll lose out on that. He doesn't always create the best separation, but he didn't play with a great quarterback, so he's used to having to be a bad ball catcher, can work back to the football. I think he's a shifty route runner. The body control's there, adds value as a kick returner. I don't have any doubt this kid's going to be successful, and now he's going to your guy Andy Reid with Patrick Mahomes. This dude's going to end up being an absolute star.
Yeah, I tell you what, I really, he was a guy as well as I had a 2nd-round grade on. I was thinking, guy, you're probably a little high on him, Brian, but not really. When you start comparing him to the other receivers that were in that stack there, but you guys got him right. This is a good player on a poor team. He's dynamic. The speed, he appears bigger guy on tape than how he's really measured there at 6 foot and 205. I called him a bully. He just runs through press coverage with power. He's not going to be nifty or quick the way he plays. He could be a bull, good route runner. He's asked to do plenty with the Aggies when it comes to their offense. Screens, crosser, goes. I've seen him make some incredible plays down the field and have some moments where he's had to struggle a little bit. You guys mentioned with the contested catches, but for the most part, he'll extend his hands. He'll go take the ball in. This guy reminds me of Jaden Reed. When you watch from Michigan State with the Green Bay Packers, the way he plays, he's just going to go make plays with the ball in his hand. He plays really, really big for him.
Stephen Jones on the phone at the moment. I want to run down Kansas City's draft real quick. Josh Simmons, Ohio State. Noel Williams, Cal. Omar Norman Lott from Tennessee. Jalen Royals from Utah State. And then, of course, Ashton Gelati, who we've talked about a couple times. But, man, that's 4 of those 5 guys are just studs. And they got the best value in all 4 of those picks, really. Stephen Jones off the phone now. Brian Schottenheimer is not in the room, it appears, at this point. So not sure if they've made a move. Now Mitch LaPointe is leaving the room as well. So doesn't look like they've made the jump quite yet back into either the tail end of the 4th round. We have 5 selections remaining. The Broncos, Raiders, Ravens, Seahawks, and 49ers. I want to run down the last 5 selections from those that were listening on the radio side. Ravens at 129 take Teddy Buchanan, linebacker from Cal. Eagles at 130, Jets at 130. They traded into that pick already. They take Malachi Moore, the safety from Alabama. Quincy Riley, corner from Louisville, goes to the Saints at 131. Ruben Hippolyte II, linebacker from Maryland, goes to the Bears at 132. And then we just heard of Jalen Royals, wide receiver from Utah State, to the Chiefs. Quincy Riley was a name rumored to be interested by the Dallas Cowboys, and one of those guys at corner that could have been a possibility. You get your corner yesterday in Savone Ravel Jr. out of East Carolina. Do you feel like Riley was still in play here in day 3?
I think you have to go another corner because we don't know if Revel says he'll be ready for camp, but will he be Siobhan Revel for camp or even this year? I think you should probably buy yourself a little more time by just drafting another guy that can come play some nickel for you and compete for some outside reps, I guess. But Quincy Riley's a dude that can play outside and inside. Great man guy. I thought he was smart, got his hands on the football, competitive as all get out, swag at the cornerback position, which is important. And I think he's a dude that just sees the ball in the air really well. Didn't always catch him, but he at least saw it. I was a fan of him. I got a 4th on him.
I thought he could have gone a little higher than this. He might have fallen a little because he did get flagged for character. But I think he's got fluid hips, recovery speed, the short area quickness, downhill accelerations there. He closes on the ball really well, good tackler. His man corner and in zone ability, he can do both. And he trusts his recovery speed maybe too much sometimes because he's a risk taker. But I think his play temperament fit really well to be a slot nickel corner. So he is a guy like if you wanted to double dip, Vodge, to your point, I think you could have kicked him inside. But 6th-year senior that transferred from Middle Tennessee State, so he's a little bit of an older player. But Quincy Riley at this point I think is tremendous value.
Let me ask y'all another question about doubling down.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at Nichols, by the way.
Robert Longerbeam, that's my guy.
Yeah. Sure. Cowboy Nation been asking about this. You drafted Donovan with your 2nd-round pick. He's a pass rushing fool. We know this. But there's a group of run-stopping edges that's kind of later on in this draft.
Yeah.
You know, and we've been saying, or at least I've been saying, like the Cowboys when they get beat is versus the run. So maybe like later in the rounds, do you think like a Joey Ivy, like a Hassanin, a Barron, a Joyner? Do you think that those are guys that the Cowboys could look at purely just as a physical rundown edge?
Possibly. I think you could. We heard it from multiple guys that we interviewed this morning. You can't have enough edge rushers.
I mean, how about Fadil Diggs at a Syracuse?
Sure.
That'd be a good player
if
to add.
If the value is there, then you can certainly do so. The Raiders at 135 take Tonka Hemingway.
Tonka. Tonka. That's another one of our Shrine Bowl guys.
What a great name. By the way, Q Robinson, edge rusher from Alabama, went 1 pick prior to the Broncos. So now it's the Ravens on the clock at 136 as we welcome back in Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. What's going on, Nick?
What's going on, fellas? Yeah, ready to roll the rest of the day. Coming up here on the Cowboys pick, I'm curious to see if maybe they're trying to trade up here.
Ooh, okay. Q Robinson's an interesting player. Part-time starter there. We're showing the Tonka Hemingway highlights. I mean, that dude's an absolute bull there at South Carolina. I think he's got some quickness and the ability when it comes, you see there with the hand fighting, able to get around offensive linemen, the ability to push the pocket. I liked Tonka quite a bit. It wasn't a surprise South Carolina, ended up being one of the hottest teams at the end of the season. But Q Robinson from Alabama is an interesting player.
Pure traits. Upside, has no clue what he's doing.
Yeah.
Like for real.
Part-time starter, didn't play a ton.
But as a raw pass rusher, I feel like he's got the burst and quickness to get upfield and bend. You know, they'll rush him from A-gap sometimes off the ball. They'll just move him around and just let him be a bursty, quick guy. But he doesn't really have a good feel for how to use his hands yet or how to, have moves and counters and things like that. So if you can get the level of pass rushing, he's a damn good, just natural pass rusher. If you can get that level of him right now, pass rushing, and he has no clue like how to really put it all together. He's pure traits guy. He's upside guy. So maybe in year 3 you take his natural ability and teach him some things, and maybe he'll be a good pass rusher for you.
Yeah, you've got Hemingway and Q Robinson back to back. That defensive line.
One thing about Hemingway too, though, Kyle, my fault. Like Hemingway is another guy that has a lot of room to grow because if you watch his tape, he's a guy that'll probably be a full-time B-gap player. But they line him up at 0 and 1 tech sometimes. He kind of get pushed around a little bit. He's not a guy that fits nose to me. He's a upfield, let him go fly kind of guy. I think he'll be much better in B-gap full-time. But the war room, what was you saying, Kyle?
Yeah, just taking a look into the war room. Again, Schottenheimer not in the war room at the moment, and we haven't seen Steven pick up the phone quite yet. Now, Will McClay is making a point on the right side of the room And having a conversation is now Schottenheimer's back in there too.
So Kyle, so there's a trade on the board, right? Baltimore is or Tennessee, whoever's moving up, right? To get back into the
Tennessee
fourth.
traded from the 5th to get back up into the 4th. They took a 5 and a 6 to get there.
To get back in the 4th, swap a 5, give away a 6. That's not a lot, right? That's not really
No, you
killing
can do that.
Cowboys, what we doing? What we doing, Cowboys?
Well, maybe they're waiting on a player to hit a specific spot and then to go.
Yeah. Fair enough. It doesn't seem like a whole bunch to move up in this portion of the trade chart where it's like single digit numbers damn near almost. You know what I'm saying? Give up those picks.
Here's the Titans at 136.
136th pick to the Tennessee Titans. With the 136th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Alec Iamaner, wide receiver, Stanford.
Good job.
Was that the highest rated
That was it.
receiver still on your
That was
board?
it. Player number 47 for me.
He was.
Yep.
Outside of Emeka Egbuka, he might be the best blocking wide receiver in the entire draft. And he should have gotten the heck out of Stanford, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, physical, good size, slant guy, man. You watching versus Colorado. That's the first game I watched from last year. He was kind of just shut out of that game for a while. Travis was over there, and you know how that goes. But in the second half of that game, racking up 200 yards receiving, and he's a big body yak dude, and that's a common theme amongst the bigger guys that I've seen this year is that they're kind of hard to tackle. Manor, once he gets moving, it's hard to bring him down, man. I think he was.
Been saying his name wrong the whole draft process.
We'll be all right.
Alec Iamaner.
Once he gets
Alienator.
Moving, man, good job. Good luck bringing him down. I wouldn't call him like a super route runner, but he does have some smooth savviness with a lot of these routes, though. I'm a big fan of my. He was my highest rated second round guy, so good value here.
He is a certified bad ball catcher. This dude is. I mean,
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think. Well, it just speaks to the bad quarterback play.
I was trying to see what you were saying. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I'd say overall, like he's used to having to adjust to the football on the fly and make tremendous one-handed catches. I mean, he's able to show off the catch radius. I'll say that based on where some of the throws are going. But it's strong possession type of receiver that'll give you some yak, but he does lack elite burst and acceleration. But he's got the footwork to win off press. I was a big fan of his.
How about the class that the Titans are putting together for Cam Ward? They took him number 1 overall. They've since taken Iamaner, Gunnar Helm, Chimere Dike from Florida, Kevin Winston Jr. on the defensive side of the ball, along with Oluwafemi Oladejo as well.
Doing great with those names.
It's a pretty good class overall, top to bottom. I'm trying my best.
No. That's what happens when you have a bad team and they let you pick at the top of the board. You better take advantage of that while you're there. Yeah.
Patriots just traded back into the 4th round as well. They traded with the Seattle Seahawks to pick number 30.
Elliott Wolf and
137.
John Snyder hooking it up again.
Okay, so the Patriots traded a 5, 144. That's only 5 picks away from the Cowboys. And then a 7th to move up about 7 or 8 spots here to get into the 4th round. Same kind of this is what it would take for Dallas to get back in at this point, right around a 6th or a 7th, right? And then a pick swap.
Yeah, and then they have some capital to work with for sure. I also wonder, do they start factoring in what they could potentially getting in the compensatory formula next year? And
that's where I think I would look at it too.
Future capital.
They're good at doing that.
Honor that.
Yeah, they're very good.
But I don't know. There's so many running backs on the board. If that's the direction you want to go, that I say let it ride and get your guy or get a guy at what is this pick about to be 146, 147? It's 47.
This is 137.
No, I'm saying the Cowboys pick.
149.
149. Yeah, I think if you let it ride to 149, you're going to get a really good back there.
Okay.
I mean, let's talk about these backs that are on the board right now.
Tell me your top running backs.
A good one.
Yeah, there's my top back is Damian Martinez out of Miami. It's a guy that they've hosted and had in the facility. Jordan James out of Oregon obviously has a staff connection to wide receivers coach Junior Adams. Devin Neal. 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons at Kansas. Kyle Monungai, who I think is one of the more complete backs in the class, 0 fumbles and 669 carries. Ollie Gordon, another local guy out of Euless Trinity. He was a Doak Walker winner in 2023. Taj Brooks, big presence. Talk about downhill guy, 5'9", 214 pounds. I mean, all of these guys are not going to go before 149. I say let it ride and see what's available. Another 4th round back that I have is Jaden Blue, 5'9", 195. Now he's got a fumble problem. I don't know if he can be your starting running back, but these are some interesting names that are being that could be tossed around if the running back position ends up coming about.
Yeah, I put up Jaden Blue as a possibility there. I know they've kind of had some conversation between internal circles about him. DJ Giddens, Kansas State. I know you were really high.
Yeah, I like DJ Giddens. Rashard Smith from SMU. Blue is a medical and character flag.
Oh, okay.
So that might be something to monitor with him.
How many of these running backs do you guys like that you think won't get drafted? Like, just looking at your board, you like them, but maybe you think about their physical traits, maybe think about how the team views them. How do you think some of these guys may or may not get?
Like Jaquindon Jackson.
Yeah, that was the first name
out of
I looked
Arkansas.
at too.
He might be one that doesn't.
Marcus Yarns, Rocket Sanders. How many of those guys you think just won't even?
Donovan Edwards, Michigan.
Rashard Smith, SMU.
I wouldn't touch Donovan Edwards.
Yeah,
with a 10-foot pole.
I know.
Yeah.
What happened to him? He was
some
like
characters.
He just sounds broken.
Yeah.
It's really the injury stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was kind of hearing a little bit of both there with him. Yeah.
Joshua Farmer goes off the board. Defensive tackle to the Patriots.
That's a steal.
At 137, went up to go get Joshua Farmer. All right, so last couple picks here of the 4th round. Raiders take Tonka Hemingway, defensive tackle from South Carolina. Titans take Alec Iomanner, wide receiver from Stanford. Patriots take Joshua Farmer. And then now the 49ers are on the clock. Final selection of the 4th round, and then the race is on to get to 149. Can the Cowboys have some possibilities there at that 149th pick? Then the wait is over. You've kind of survived the 76 picks that are in between your 3rd round pick and the 5th.
It's setting up so much better than it did last year.
Yeah.
You know, last year, did they just say break?
They did.
Okay, yeah, you got it, Kyle.
We'll go ahead and take a break. When we come back, Cowboys getting closer and closer. The 5th round is nearing. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
The first player not on my board taken, Ruben Hypolite, the 2nd out of Maryland. And
you actually missed one?
That's,
did anybody win the ticket?
Yeah,
nobody won it.
Oh,
nobody won it. And I actually really wanted somebody too. You know,
I thought that was a really fun bit.
Well, then whoever's the first one to get it right.
Shut up, Kyle.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you.
What's the game? What I missed?
So he put a tweet out there that he said the first person to name a player not on my board, which that's
the first player not drafted on my board.
Which was Ruben Hypolite, the 2nd out of Maryland. He's going to buy him 2 home game tickets to any game next year.
Nick got money.
That's what I said.
Damn, my boy. They can say what they want.
Damn, my boy.
No.
Oh,
they were going to be in the 300. They were going to be in the building, you know.
You get the standing room all day.
The Miller Light Club.
Yeah, I'll give them Miller Light Club.
Put you underground.
Yeah, parking pass. Yeah, they ain't gonna have to walk.
Hey, that's a cool spot. Not gonna lie, but that would be kind of
I walked through that chaos
move.
getting to the press box.
Yeah. One of them dudes, man.
Here's the 49ers selection, final pick of the 4th round.
And what an amazing place to be here in Green Bay, where the 49ers and the Packers have had some amazing
49ers.
Amazing.
And with
Shout out to our boy Laurie Haresh.
Pick
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
In the
We love you,
2025
Laurie.
NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Jordan Watkins, wide receiver, Mississippi.
Oh, that's such a good pick for the Niners. I love Jordan Watkins. Can I speak on him for a bit?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, this is a guy that I put a 4th round grade on. I felt a little higher than most. Transferred from Louisville, so that really talented offense at Louisville. He took that into the SEC. He's a Louisville native. A slot weapon that exploded for multiple big plays in 2024. He led all of college football last year with 5 catches of 60 or more yards. In a game against Arkansas, he had 8 receptions for 254 yards and 5 touchdowns. And that's an SEC competition. He's a slippery ball carrier, tough to bring down, plays bigger than he is at 5'11", 196. He fights forward for extra yardage. I really like this pick, and man, that's going to be a fun weapon for the 49ers.
He led the SEC in receiving touchdowns last year.
Yeah, he did.
He had 5 in one game. That probably put him like 3rd.
Yeah, that'll help you.
Yeah, touchdown every 5.5 receptions on average.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Inside, outside player. Yeah, he's fun.
You talked about his punt returning too?
I did not. Go ahead.
Oh, he's electrifying as a punt returner. He had like 8 yards per return, and he had a touchdown as well, 291 yards total on the year as a punt returner, not a kick returner, something significant in the SEC to keep a look at, and he did have that big touchdown as well.
Is there a wide receiver left?
No.
That you guys think can maybe down the line develop into somebody that's interesting for you?
Kobe Hudson.
Nash.
I'm looking at my
Oh, not Nash. Excuse me, Hudson.
Yeah,
from-
Kobe
Hudson. From,
I'd put both in, Kobe Hudson and Nick Nash.
Yeah.
And Torrey Horton.
I was about to say, how about Torrey
Those
Horton?
are the three. Those are the three for me.
Horton's the one guy I'm looking at.
What do you guys think about Wells from Ole Miss?
Man, I watched him 2 years ago.
Got to watch it, South Carolina.
Out of South Carolina,
Yeah.
because I thought he was coming out, and then he ended up transferring. Yeah, because he just didn't play a lot at Ole Miss. There are traits that I like about him, but I don't know that he's really going to be any different to kind of what you've already got on the roster. You know, it'd kind of be like draft. I think Ryan Flanoy might have had more upside than what he's got because he's a smaller player.
You know, I want to throw Keandre Lambert-Smith out there as a later day guy. I'm not right now. I had a fifth on him, but I put him in the magazine as a Cowboys fit just because if you're not going to go wide receiver early, then he could be a guy that I think you could transform into a rotational piece. I compared him to Jalen Brooks, same kind of role.
Sure.
I would
6'1",
kind of thing.
deep ball guy.
Yeah.
Got one for you out of the break, too.
Wide receiver?
I got to talk Joshua Farmer, though.
Yeah.
The fourth round is officially in the books. The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock in 10 selections as we move into round 5 of the 2025 NFL Draft alongside Zach Wolchuk, Vach Lombardi, Brian Broaddus with Nick Harris. I'm Kyle Yeoman. So glad you're with us riding through the next couple of hours. We are in hour 4 of draft coverage here on this Saturday. On the clock currently, the first pick of the 5th round, the Minnesota Vikings. Let's run down the last 5 selections of the 4th round, starting with the Broncos, 134. They take Q Robinson, edge rusher from Alabama. The Raiders at 135 take Tonka Hemingway, defensive tackle from South Carolina. The Titans at 136 take Alec Iomanor, wide receiver from Stanford. Patriots at 137 take Joshua Farmer, defensive tackle from Florida State. And then the final pick of the 4th round, the San Francisco 49ers select Jordan Watkins, wide receiver from Ole Miss. We were talking wide receiver on the stream side of things. If you're listening on the radio, you can hear all the way through the breaks and everything more, our entire coverage on DallasCowboys.com and on the website for 105.3 The Fan as well, the Odyssey app streaming live throughout the weekend. Nick, you said you had a wide receiver to maybe keep an eye on here on day 3.
Yeah, late day 3 or potentially early in the UDFA market. Connection to Junior Adams, just kind of connecting 2 dots here. Trayshawn Holden out of Oregon, 6'2", 205 pounds, big body target. He's average speed, average athleticism. That's probably why we're talking late day 3, but he has production at all 3 levels. I think it's worth a pick when you see his frame and his film and the experience with Junior Adams. Alabama transfer. Now there's probably some things that they're going to have to look into when it comes to his past. In 2022, he was arrested on 3 charges, including an unlawful use of a weapon. He did have all those charges dismissed, but I'm sure there's homework being done by teams to, see what that's about and go moving forward. But they have a really good insight in a guy like Junior Adams to be able to account for that.
How do you get weapon charges in the South, man? I just got questions for y'all. Bro.
Well, that was in Oregon.
You can't do that in Oregon. No, you can't do that in Oregon.
Yeah,
No.
do that one.
No.
I know you.
I know the rules.
No.
I know the laws. You can't.
No.
I
We cannot be doing that.
I know you wanted to talk about Joshua Farmer, defensive tackle, Florida State, now a New England Patriot, Zach.
Yeah, I think he's a steal for New England here. 4-year senior, earned their Bobby Bowden Leadership Award, 8 TFLs, 4 sacks, had 7 TFLs and 5 sacks the year before in his junior season. He displays tremendous first-step quickness. He plays out of a 4-point stance. I think he's got a balanced combination of power and speed. The power is in the hands to shock the lineman at point of attack. He can get off blocks, natural bender to be able to get leverage to rip under blocks. He can play high at times, but I think the spin move's really nice, can work stunts, loops around, high-effort player. I love the ability that he has to consistently be disruptive. He's strong against the run. I think he's just an all-around player. I might have liked him more than others did. I'd have taken him even higher than this. But Joshua Farmer, I think, is a really, really good pick late in the 4th round for Mike Vrabel and the New England Patriots defense.
Farmer got sacks running down the middle of people. You know what I'm saying? Like he didn't have all of the technical things that came along with it. But I think if you just teach him how to, use those hands and refine them a little bit, because his hands are powerful, and you see flashes of that. But he doesn't do it all the time. Like, man, if you can make those flashes a lot more constant, Josh Farm be beating the hell out of people, man.
Yeah.
But we just need to see it more often. But I think this is a steal right here.
The first two picks of the fifth round are in. Tyrion Ingram Dawkins. Is it Tyrion? I don't have that pronunciation in front of me. Tyrion Ingram Dawkins, defensive tackle from Georgia. Panthers take at 140 Cam Jackson, defensive tackle from Florida. So back-to-back D tackles to start the fifth round here. The Ravens at 141 have their pick in as well. I know Ingram Dawkins was a combine standout, Nick, when it came to some of the testing that he put on the table.
Yeah, played most of his career as a defensive end, actually, at 6'5", 276. But
yeah,
I think
they listed him as a D tackle.
Yeah, there's versatility inside. I'd like to add some weight here and make him like a 3/5 tech. But he's got grown man strength, burst. It can be utilized in the interior. And yeah, like you said, showed out at the combine. Testing was pretty phenomenal, and it put him on the map as a day 3 pick. If he can retain that athleticism with some added weight, you could really have a weapon here. Whenever I was evaluating him, he just reminds me a lot of the Chauncey Golston interior D-line experiment. And I put in my notes, think if Chauncey Golston's experiment actually worked. And so he kind of gives me some similar vibes there.
So the pick is in for Baltimore. The Cowboys right around 9 selections away at the moment at 149. Brian, where do you feel like Dallas is looking at their board currently?
Well, we have to think about the running back situation here. Is there? We kind of determined that there's not a wide receiver that we're in love with. Maybe they have somebody that we're really not thinking about. But the running back room looks like to me we're the highest rated players. And again, this is just on my board right now. And there's a lot of backs that you'd absolutely love to have. I think with Neal and Giddings, Martinez. I mean, depending on the style of runner you want, the physicality you want. There's catchers, there's quickness, there's finishers. I think this thing kind of bodes pretty well for the Cowboys to go out there and get somebody that, on my personal board, a 4th-round pick here in the 5th round. We were kind of worried what running backs were going to fall from the 4th to the 5th. And in this case, my board, I know, is holding together pretty well there for guys, like you say, whichever you want to go.
I hate to cut us off here. Can we get the War Room cam by chance?
Yes, we can. The Ravens selection at 141. Whoa, very cool. What is that?
Let me see.
They all have T-shirts on. They're orange T-shirts.
Your light lives on in all of us.
Huh.
Can you read
Is this
what it
for
says
the
at
former
bottom?
staffer that passed away, Brian?
Which one?
The one that passed away last week. You had the info on that.
CCT.
Did I have the information on that? It wasn't me.
I haven't had it.
I haven't either.
Yeah, you talked about it. I'm sorry, I'm just blanking on the name right now. It's been a long weekend.
The strength and conditioning coach.
Joe Jurassic.
Yeah.
But it says CCT?
We
are some great journalists right now.
This is a league-wide thing.
It's a league-wide
thing. Okay.
So
Gotcha.
this is
That's
something
badass.
specific.
Awareness.
It's very cool to see everybody wearing the T-shirts. Everybody's got them on in the war room.
Joe Jurassic did. He was a former strength coach that did pass away. I'm sorry, I was confused.
No, you're okay. You're okay.
But the shirts threw me off. I'm sure somebody will walk a note into us here what we got.
Is this why you wanted to look at the war room, or did you have a specific look that you wanted to see?
Oh, so we just had a trade with the Vikings going to get Sam Howell from Seattle.
Oh yeah,
and they're swapping picks 142 and 172. So Minnesota, I guess, adding to that quarterback room with J.J. McCarthy. Now they add Sam Howell here. And that makes sense with Seattle having just taken Jalen Milroe. Yeah. That'll be the guy that they can kind of groom and develop behind Sam Darnold.
So basically it's a quarterback swap between Minnesota and Seattle.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold and Sam Howell. They trade Sams at the quarterback position. And so at 142, the Ravens trade out, or excuse me, the Vikings trade out of that, and the Seahawks have him on the clock. The Ravens, the pick prior to Carson Vincent, offensive tackle from Alabama A&M.
Yeah.
At 141.
Carson Vincent was a Senior Bowl guy, and I had never heard of him because he's Alabama A&M guy. But he showed up, and he had some really good reps versus some good competition there. Great size, great feet. But y'all want to know something very interesting about the kid? Y'all ready?
What's that?
Let's do it.
He watches Voch Lombardi on YouTube.
Oh!
When I
hey, he's great already.
When
he's got good taste.
Hall of Famer.
Unfortunate he's not here.
Hall of Famer. When I broke down the film, the Senior Bowl film, he jumped in the comments and said, "Hey, Voch, I've been watching you for a long time, and it's cool to see you break down my film because I've been watching you do these videos." So shouts out to Carson Vincent and shouts out to Voch Lombardi on YouTube, VOCHLOMBARDI, if y'all want to go tap in and watch.
There you go.
Here's the Seahawks selection at 142. Stephen Jones is back on the phone.
As proud partners of the Seattle Seahawks,
He looks excited.
we are here to announce
Yeah,
the
he does.
Seahawks' next pick for the 12s everywhere.
And with the 142nd pick in the 2025 draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Riley Mills, defensive end from Notre Dame.
There you go.
Brian, that's your guy.
Riley Mills.
Take him, and then I'll bring up Cam Jackson, who he had a couple picks ago.
I had a third on him.
He literally runs through people, and they hang on to his body, and he keeps running through other people. Like he drags
You got it,
people
Voch.
on
Go
the way
ahead.
to the
Keep going.
quarterback.
Keep going.
Nah, man, fantastic versus the run, man. Decent athleticism for his size. When I saw him, not one-to-one comparison, I was like, man, he's doing J.J. Watt things right now with how he's punching the hell out of people and the great athleticism and the great movement. They'll put him in A gap, B gap. They'll put him at 5 and stand him up. I think he'll be a good odd front guy if he's just two gapping people. But he's really sold on his movement for his size and those powerful hands and that really good length. I'm a fan of him.
Yeah, he can bully people.
Yeah.
He was on that Bruce Feldman's freak list.
Look
That's
at that!
the first time I saw him.
Look at that center that was just hanging on the back of him on his way to the running back. He picks these offensive linemen up and they carry him. They walk together to the ball carrier.
Also
I
a
love
team
Riley.
captain guy.
This guy's a freak.
Good character. Does he watch film by himself?
He watches Voch Lombardi.
Shouts out to Riley Mills.
He's
Man.
got, Shout out. He watches him on YouTube. Dolphins on the clock. Their pick is in at 143. Then it goes back to the Seahawks, Eagles, Patriots, 49ers, Bears, and then the Cowboys. Nick, do you feel like Seattle could be a spot where Dallas can get some value here, maybe jump in front of some of these other teams? Because the Seahawks just took Riley Mills. Do you feel like they don't want to pick twice in 3 selections and Dallas can maybe
I don't know
sneak
why
up
they
there?
wouldn't. I think if you're the Cowboys again, just stick and pick and take a running back.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a
You're
running
going to have a
back
guy there.
slide.
Just stick and pick.
Absolutely.
I saw Stephen Jones on the phone there.
Yeah, there's no reason. There's
But-
absolutely no reason to do that. I mean, there's no reason to move now. If,
Yeah.
if you're holding on a running back, just stand there, and maybe those fists will benefit you later on in the draft. You know, so
Yeah, I'd
hang
like,
in there.
I'd like to pick the twice here in the round.
Oh, Jordan
Okay.
Phillips with the Dolphins.
Boom. So we've had 2 defensive tackles go here. Cam Jackson to the Panthers was a guy that big body run defender, and that's what he is. I mean, that guy is just a strong player, bull rush, slow when in space. He's a lumberer, right? He's not a guy that's going to move up the field at all. Doesn't have a ton of pass rush, true one tech. He's going to hold his ground and just absolutely consume running backs. But Jordan Phillips, I had him as potentially a 3rd-round player.
I got him.
I'm at 4th. Yeah, myself.
My gosh.
There's a trade.
Him and CJ whooped everybody.
Yeah, they did. They were our Shrine Bowl guys, and maybe that made me get a soft spot for him. But I loved Jordan Phillips' ability to pass rush and win and get up the field. He's also physically pretty imposing.
Yeah, the Browns just traded out of that Seattle pick, so Seattle's out of there. The Browns are on the clock. Currently, their pick is in. We're going to step aside so that way we get the Cowboys selection. Their first on day 3 is nearing. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. All right, so Seattle does indeed get out of there, so they don't pick twice in 3 selections. They took Riley Mills, jumped up in order to make that selection. They must have felt like the Dolphins wanted a defensive tackle, so they went and got Mills and then turned around, and, of course, the Dolphins took Jordan Phillips. All right.
We're about to have some fun with this Cleveland pick.
Yeah, you think so? Are you looking ahead?
Of course.
Say that again.
You looking ahead?
What do you mean?
Ahead at the draft before it gets announced?
No, I'm just saying.
He's looking ahead.
Yeah.
He's looking ahead.
Let's go.
Quarterback's about to get
Tipping
taken here. I have a
picks.
feeling the way he's not saying anything. I think this quarterback's about to get taken.
Shador? You think he goes
To the Browns?
To the Browns?
I think so.
They already have Dylan Gabriel in this draft too. Oh my gosh,
Why
Joe
not?
Flacco.
Why not?
$1 million to or $1 billion to Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
That
think
would be
Sanders
a
is
Browns thing to do?
Do you think Sanders is feeling like bleep y'all? Like, don't draft me and then let me just pick
Like,
where I wanna go?
is there a way I can go back to college?
Yeah, I just
Kind of
had
thing.
somebody ask me that. Like, do you think that it's possible that he just sends a memo out to the league and is like, don't take me?
Take me out of the draft?
Because one, you could either be undrafted and then you can kind of choose where you go, I suppose.
I think he's committed, right?
Or
We're
I don't.
talking about that?
Yeah, I don't think he can go back. I don't think he can go back to school.
Oh my God, they traded for Kenny Pickett too. They're gonna have 5 quarterbacks at camp.
Joe Flacco? Wow.
Via Todd Archer, if you're watching the Cowboys draft room camera, the T-shirts they are wearing are in tribute to the wife of Colts director of college scouting, Matt Turpening. Coral Turpening passed away a few weeks ago tragically. Brian Schottenheimer was close with Turpening in his time in Indianapolis.
Okay, good to know.
Thank you very much.
the
Appreciate that.
context from Todd Archer there. It is a cool look for sure. A league-wide thing, honoring the. You said it was the Turpening family?
Yes.
Correct, yeah.
Very cool.
Matt.
All right.
Did you know him at all, Brian?
I did.
Oh, okay.
I did. Absolutely. Been a long time guy. Long time guy.
Browns, Eagles, Patriots, 49ers, Bears, and then the Cowboys there at 149. I think at this point you're looking at a running back and
receiver. I mean, they've gone defense so heavy. I have to think this is an offensive weapon.
Yeah. Did we talk about our Oregon wide receiver? I know we talked about another
Tez
one.
Johnson.
You talked about Tez Johnson?
Yeah, Tez Johnson. I mean, the only thing with Tez that I wondered about is, do you have, like in Kevontae Turpin, is that too similar?
Sure.
I think Tez
Turpin's
is
faster.
I think Tez is a different type of route runner than Turpin. I think Turpin is like go this way fast.
Yeah.
I think Tez is like I'll set you up in my routes and quickly do this, and I think that benefits Dak a little bit. As a quicker route runny, like Cole Beasley type. Like he does a little bit more than that, but like a Cole Beasley type of guy, just as a route runner that just gets open. Yeah, Tez isn't fast moving forward, but Tez is quick moving sideways.
Super twitchy.
And I don't think Turpin is the route technician right now that Tez is. So they're different. I just don't know if the Cowboys would want to go another player that size, but the Cowboys got a bunch of big wide receivers right now, so there can be some room for all of them. But as just looking at my board, Cowboy Nation don't want to hear this, but some of my best rated players are a left tackle and a center and a right guard. And I know we just went Tyler Booker, at 12, so I'm not going to talk about that. But
Marcus Bowe, Chase Lunt,
Yeah.
and Seth McLaughlin.
I have a second on Marcus
Bowe. For me.
There's some offensive linemen I like right here, man, and the running backs are there. I get that. Get your running backs. Maybe if you want a run stopping edge guy, there's a bunch of those guys that's just bunched in there. But the board's kind of been leading you this way. If you want a nickel corner, there's some nickel corners there.
They've been picking their board. They really haven't thought much about taking needs.
Yeah.
Drafting their board.
Care nothing about the need.
They're milking this Browns pick. You know who it is.
Yeah, it's kind of taking their time. Sweet time, which means we're getting very close to the Cowboys actually being on the clock because the draft doesn't stop. It's going to continue, and of course the media side is going to be down to it. All right, here's the Browns selection at pick 144.
Is this the moment?
The Seattle Seahawks have traded the 144th pick to the Cleveland Browns. With the 144th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Shador Sanders.
There it goes.
Quarterbacks galore.
Good for him.
Throw the darts at the dartboard, and Shador Sanders is now a part of the Cleveland Browns. We've talked about it to this point. The value just happens to be there, and the value was too good for Cleveland to pass up at 144 in the 5th round. Closing in very quickly on the 149th selection of the NFL Draft, the Cowboys on the clock in the next 5 picks. And if it was a conversation initially, it is a conversation no longer. Before the Cowboys make it to 149, at 144, the Cleveland Browns select quarterback from Colorado, Shador Sanders. Traded up with Seattle to go get him. Brian, you thought that He was a second-round player, dropped far too long, and he ends up in the 5th round here to Cleveland.
Yeah, this is there's a lot of guys and gals in that war room right now that are probably pretty happy. And I'll tell you why, because they don't have to deal with Jerry Jones right now. You know what I'm saying? And he's probably, he would be chirping the whole time about this. Are we really thinking about this? What are we thinking about here? We have this guy here on our board. Are we going to really do this? Now that he's gone, I think that's made everybody kind of took a collective deep sigh, and now, okay, let's focus on what we need to do here at our pick. Yeah, let's go.
And that pretty much pigeonholes it at running back. And at this point, you can also talk about still picking for need, but also looking at your board, right?
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
Because of the way that the running back position has worked out, we've talked about it on the podcast.
I'd be happy if I took a runner right now, and there's really good runners.
There's
some really good runners.
Of guys
most of the best ones are what's here right now in terms of going BPA. That's what I mean. You're right about the linemen. I mean, Marcus Bowe, Chase Lunt, Seth McLaughlin, Miles Frazier from LSU.
And you could address that in your second pick of the 5th round, too, if you wanted to, or maybe stretch running back. I want to run down the names that are still available here on the board. I'm just going to start reading off. If anybody wants to stop me on a player they want to talk specifically on, let me know. Devin Neal from Kansas.
Stop.
Devin Neal can play, man.
Yeah, you like him?
Devin Neal can run. Get that dude the ball.
I do like Devin Neal.
Throwing passes, let him be good contact balance guy. Draft that dude. Go ahead, Kyle. Keep going.
All right. Jordan James, Oregon.
Stop. He's another guy. Contact balance. Physical, we talked about pairing the scheme with the offensive line with the runner. I think it's a fantastic balance. Keep on.
You remember Julius's brother Thomas Jones?
Yeah,
I kind of remind me of him.
Sure.
Okay, I could see that. Ollie Gordon II, Oklahoma State.
Keep going.
Keep on talking.
All right, Taj Brooks, Texas Tech.
Stop.
Yeah.
Tell me about him.
Contact balance with him. Taj Brooks is a 3-down back. The dude didn't come off the field.
You guys sound like you appreciate my question.
At Texas Tech. I absolutely love Taj Brooks.
Make some cuts, go. Good blocker. Sure. Taj Brooks is
I'm waiting on a stop from behind me here. Damian Martinez, Miami.
That's your stop right there.
I do like Damian Martinez.
Yeah, Damian.
Go fighting Farmers.
Yeah, absolutely. Go fighting Farmers. And Oregon State transfer. I love the Beavs, too.
Jaden Blue, Texas.
Jaden Blue, Texas, I think is going to slide.
Whoa. If he's flag guy and doesn't get drafted, then I'll take him undrafted.
But explosiveness. I mean, if you want to, I think you've got. He's much faster than Javonte Williams is, but he's a pass catching back, and I think that's kind of what you have with Javonte Williams.
Kyle Monangai, Rutgers.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
I mean, all of these guys, I think, would.
How much you think Connor Riley would fight for DJ Giddens at all?
Maybe.
K-State connection.
I had a 4th on him.
I did too.
I
got 3 on Giddens. I like Giddens a lot.
High cut guy.
Krosky Merritt's another guy that I like.
Yeah, Krosky Merritt.
Okay.
Arizona, New Mexico.
I'm telling you, man, there's a lot of tough guys on this board. A lot of different, the catchers, the runners, the slashers, the power guys. I mean,
somebody just asked me like 3 minutes ago about Krosky Merritt.
Because of all the names that we're mentioning, like, do they pass on running back again and just
take Jeffrey Boss out of Oregon
and just shoot the dice on it one time?
Maybe.
I ain't know.
Take it Hudson from UCF.
Take the center, man. Don't be a coward.
What position are we not thinking about here?
Left tackle.
Okay.
Or just tackle in general. Like, if you look at 30 visits, and boy, at the end they're going to hate me because I'm O-line guy, and I'm always talking about O-line. But the 30
Why are you always talking about O-line guy?
I used to be that dude. But the 30 visits, I mean, yeah, Book was one of them, but, like, Kelvin Banks was a guy. Mimbo was a 30 visits. Like these are, like, they were looking at tackle. Banks, like, they were looking at it, you know? So, I don't, you have Booker now, which is a guard. He doesn't have flex to go play tackle. Maybe they're looking at a situation like they don't have faith in some of the backup tackles, and maybe they're looking for a swing situation or somebody to compete with Awesome, and maybe they'll move on from some of the names that we have on the roster right now. And Chase Lunt is a guy, Brian, he is kind of, smaller, but he's not lacking in physicality.
Oh, he's a guy I would hate back in the day.
Yeah.
But these guys have proved me so wrong.
Yeah.
The underside, the lighter offensive tackle. This guy is an athlete.
He's a whooper, too.
I mean, you watch him for, I think it's like 308 pounds, but he gets in the guys. He gets some movement. He could block down. He could get on space. He plays very, very well. You don't see him flopping around on the ground and all that. The backside cutoffs, he's able to kind of get his head across the defender. There's a lot to like about him. I'm to be honest with you, I'm surprised he hasn't gone already.
Likewise,
because of the athletic ability.
Let me ask y'all something. Let me look Woolchuck in the eye and ask him this.
Yeah.
Oronde Gadsden, when? When you thinking?
I'd have already taken him. I think he's a 4th-round player. I mean, he's special when it comes to a receiving tight end.
Yes, sir.
It's something that they don't necessarily have in the building right now. But as a blocker, I mean, he could be like a Mike Gesicki type of guy, where it's like you've got him in because he's a good red zone guy. He can go up and get the football. He's got the bloodlines, but he really is like a wide receiver playing tight end. I don't know if necessarily he could end up blocking, but there are some linebackers here that I'd absolutely consider, whether it's Jeffrey Bossa from Oregon, Chris Paul Jr. from Ole Miss.
Kobe King for me.
Yeah, Kobe King could be another name. And then at wide receiver, could it be a Torrey Horton from Colorado State? Maybe an Isaiah Hudson from UCF? There are some other options. And then the corners. I mean, I love Robert Longerbeam from Rutgers. I've got a 5th round on him. I would take him here. You've still got Denzel Burke from Ohio State who's still there. There's some options.
A couple picks to catch you up on after Sanders' selection at 144. The Eagles at 145 take Mac McWilliams, corner from UCF. And then the Patriots at 146 take Braden Swinson, edge rusher from LSU. The Tigers of Brian Broaddus.
My man, Elliott Wolf, he took a tackle in the first, and now he's taking an edge. It sounds like Swinson's got some things going on with him there that you got to kind of try and figure out. But, man, I'll tell you what, I know I really like the player Vosh. You and I were talking about him one night. We did kind of a show where he was involved, and that ability coming off the edge was pretty impressive.
Violent as all get out.
Definitely.
Great.
Pick us in.
Yeah. Cowboys have made their selection.
Hook'em Horn sign from Stephen Jones.
Oh, Isaiah Bond?
I think this is going to be Jaden Blue.
If you're going to Isaiah Bond would be interesting. That would be.
I wonder if Isaiah Bond ends up not being selected.
He might not. There's a lot.
I mean, just because of all the stuff that's going on around him.
Oh, look, yeah, Paxton Anderson to the right.
There's Derek Foster.
Played for Texas. There's
Okay, so you're looking at Jaden Blue.
Jaden Blue.
Well, that's pretty easy tea leaves to read there, don't you think?
But to say that he's like pass catching back and he runs fast as all get out, like he did finish some runs.
He did.
Oh yeah,
like,
he
did
does.
put his head down.
Oh yeah,
and he ran with some pretty good weight to him.
Yeah,
I'm a fan of him. I think he has some pretty good contact balance. I thought he was a good cut guy. The vision wasn't perfect, but when he saw it well and you hit the hole, if you're that fast, I mean, you can make up for any lack of vision there. And I think he'll be a guy. I don't think he's a bell cow guy, but if we're going to be a rotation of running backs, sure, he's one of a few running backs that I would like for Cowboys to look at.
I would just like to note the 49ers at 147,
Jordan James,
running back Jordan James of Oregon. Thank you, Zach.
They were probably looking at Jordan James maybe.
Man, San Francisco's having a great day 3.
And they really are.
Yeah, Jordan James is a heck of a back too. Out of Oregon. I mean, he took over for Bucky Irving, who was Nick's guy last year, ended up being an absolute stud. He's only 20 years old, so he's still pretty young at 5'9", 205. He ended his Oregon career tied for 5th with 31 career rushing touchdowns. And I mentioned, kind of reminds me of Thomas Jones, the former Chicago Bear, with the way he runs. Tough in between the tackles guy. He just puts his foot in the ground, gets upfield, good pass protector. That's a solid pick right there. But hey, Jaden Blue, if that's the move here for your Dallas Cowboys, he plays bigger than 5'9". And Nick, you know about the Klein Kane in Houston. Yep. He ended up forgoing his senior year to get ready for his college career. Outstanding receiver. I think I've kind of comped him to like a more explosive James White. I think he is a better overall runner than what James White was, but he's also a good pass protector. He's got good recognition there.
It feels a little duplicate to what Javonte Williams brings from a receiving perspective. Are they going to be trusting Jaden Blue on early down opportunities? That's going to be my question here. Or is there another big back that maybe they'll be still trying to get later? But Jaden Blue covered him in when he was coming up in the recruiting process. At one point in time, he was the #1 running back in the country, and dealt with some issues with his high school team going into his senior year of high school. Actually got kicked off the team just weeks before the season. Some disagreements with some coaches, and it led to a big storm around his recruitment. Texas still took him. They believed in the talent. Tashard Choice believed in the talent, and they rolled with him. And that's a credit to Texas because they were able to develop him and make him a 5th-round pick at the end of the day. He did have a fumble issue a couple of years ago. Big fumble issue. You watched that game against Washington, that semifinal. He has a crucial fumble in plus territory that if he doesn't have, they probably win that game and go to the national championship. And but coming coming here into the 2024 season with so many injuries at the running back position at Texas, him and Quintravion Wisner were asked to take on the role of RB1, and it was more so Wisner that stepped forward, and we'll talk about him in a future draft class. But Blue definitely showed some pop as well. You see that college football playoff game against Clemson where he had over 100 yards, big home run ability. Now maybe that's what Dallas is thinking here. He does have the home run ability, and he can create that big play. He's got track speed. He's one of the faster running backs in this entire class. But I'm concerned with, can he be that early down bruiser to pick up 4, 5, 6 yards on a consistent basis? That's going to be my one thing. But you're picking here in the fifth round.
What about a compliment to the backs you currently have?
Like, could Miles Sanders be that guy?
I mean, maybe that's their thinking.
I say draft another one. Draft another guy.
I could draft another one.
You could double dip in this round if you want.
Absolutely.
Draft Martinez. Why not?
Like Martinez and Kyle Monunk or Taj Brooks.
I wouldn't lose a bit of sleep. Martinez, Blue.
Honestly, I would love
whoever
that.
Else.
This is the draft to do that.
Yeah.
Double dip on these guys. And I mean, Nick, that is it. Because I thought the same thing, like the Javonte Williams deal. Because the pass catching, the pass protection, but he does have something that nobody else in that running back room has, which is he is a threat to take it to the house from anywhere on the field.
Yes, sir.
That is something that Jaden Blue has, and they need explosiveness on this offense. And outside of Kevontae Turpin and then probably CeeDee Lamb, he's the most explosive player they would have.
Yeah, led the team with 8 rushing touchdowns, had a career-high 730 rushing yards last year. Ty Hamilton goes to the Rams at 148, the defensive tackle from Ohio State. The Cowboys on the TV side of things, on the clock. Their pick is in, just awaiting officially what we believe to be Jaden Blue, the running back from Texas, as their first pick here on day 3 of the NFL draft. And you needed running back. Like you said, I love the idea of double dipping just because of how this position is stretching to this point in time. You still have Devin Neal. You still have Ollie Gordon. You still have Taj Brooks. That would be a 1-2 punch. Talk about getting a bigger back and trying to complement a couple guys, getting Blue here. Mm-hmm. You get a guy like Ollie Gordon maybe later on in the draft. It doesn't have to be in the 5th round. It could be 6th, 7th round pick. And then all of a sudden you've got a full running back room and plenty of competition going into training camp. That could be on the mind too.
Tommy Yarish, if you can hear us right now, just come on down and take over, man.
Might as well.
You can sit in my seat for like 3 minutes and just get back to writing. I think you deserve this.
Put the hook 'em up.
You have highlighted all the Texas guys with great vengeance and furious anger. It is only right.
The official graphic with the 5th round, 149th pick in the NFL draft, running back Jaden Blue is your newest Dallas Cowboy out of Texas. And he is official at this point. We've broken him down quite a bit. Maybe we'll hear from Tommy Yarish very quickly. We're about to see some highlights from him as well. Nick Harris, I'll let you have the stage.
Yeah, Jaden Blue, Klein Cain native, stayed in the state of Texas to go to the University of Texas, and certainly has some ability, and the speed is what really jumps out to me. He can be that home run guy. He's an elite receiving back, in my opinion. I had him in the 4th round. I had a 4th round grade on him. He was my last 4th round grade at the running back position. Burst and acceleration can make him a dangerous weapon. He gets to top gear in a hurry. The attention and application will need to be there, and what I mean by that is like just being a little bit more decisive when he's going inside zone, and he's showing a great clip where he did what he was decisive on inside zone on the goal line, but I'd like to see that a little bit more. Honestly surprised Detroit didn't swing on him a little bit earlier with Tashard Choice now as the running backs coach for the Lions, but the Cowboys get a good pick here. I think in my opinion there were some better running backs on the board, but I understand them maybe wanting a home run ability here. I'm not 100% sure if he can be your RB1, but I guess we'll find out later when we ask about him. The fumbles are the biggest concern for me.
Absolutely.
Can he limit that at the NFL level?
Yeah, 7 fumbles over the last 2 years. He had 4 last year alone, but he's the most explosive back left outside of Rashard Smith from SMU. So if you're looking for a home run hitter, this was the guy on the board. And at 5'9", as I mentioned earlier, I think he plays bigger. You mentioned it as well, Vach, and I agree with you. He is able to run in between the tackles, and he'll lower the shoulder and try and bully through somebody. To me, this is a guy that can score from anywhere on the field 8 rushing touchdowns last year, as we've mentioned. I don't mind the pick at all. I know our buddy Guy Frazier probably pretty pumped about this as well as a fellow big-time Texas Longhorn.
I just got a text from a source up in the war room. Some people had him as the third running back on the board in this building.
Wow.
They think that highly of Jaden Blue.
Hey,
so there's a lot of high value.
Right? Like, he's big speed guy. He finishes runs. He's not a thumper, but he finishes runs. But the pass catching is super important.
Yeah.
So you kind of get everything. I don't know if that's going to be his role here year one necessarily. But pass catching is king for a lot of people. And if you're Dak, there's a lot of running backs that we could have thrown to last year, and maybe those guys weren't all the way fit for the job. Rico Dowdle was pretty good at it. The rest of the cast, I don't know, but Rico Dowdle's not here anymore. So now you have a guy that's bona fide catching the football. I would love to know what this does for Williams, who is a pass catching running back. But he's an older veteran, and Blue is young blood right now, and he's the first back off the board for us. Like we've been mentioning, I would love to double down on, double dip on it. Go and get another running back just because.
I'm with you.
If you don't think that Blue would be a guy that could be a goal line guy for your thumper guy, get you a goal line thumper guy. There's dudes out there.
Yep.
Cowboys are picking here in a few picks.
Oh.
They're trading up. Not exactly sure where.
Yeah, Stephen Jones. I was trying to point out while you were giving the Blue description. Stephen Jones was on the phone, and he had his trade chart in front of him. So evidently they got somebody in mind here. They're going to take these picks and kind of move this thing around. He just hung up the phone again, but Nick was giving an excellent report there on Blue. Didn't want to interrupt him there. But Stephen, as soon as everybody finished shaking hands, Stephen went to work on that phone, and he. So maybe they had one in mind that they wanted to work with. And when they got their guy, now, boom, let's talk about this, the next thing that we're going to get onto. So, yeah, it was everybody was feeling warm and fuzzy. Stephen Jones sat down in his chair and started doing some work. So maybe he got him in some position to get another pick.
I like it overall because if you're going to try and go target a guy, we talked about that on the podcast, package some of these picks together and go get somebody. I did notice at the end of the conversation when we were looking at the war room, everybody sat back down and got to work. It looks like they've made some
there they go. There they go. They had something in mind. They had a pick in mind, and they went, and Stephen Jones, like you say, they once they got their guy, it was right back to work. And Stephen sat down when everybody was kind of high-fiving, and here we go. And he had the trade chart in hand, phone in hand, and now he's excited they got the player that they wanted.
So the Indianapolis Colts have their pick in at 151. The TV copy is running significantly behind.
Eberflus.
So defensive player?
Defensive player, trying to read the tea leaves. Now, you've got the Indianapolis Colts there at 151. Then it goes Cardinals, Bengals, Giants after that. We don't know how far behind, so we don't know where the league is right now when it comes to the trade that has happened.
We see any position coaches in there?
I'm looking.
Is that Flus with the T-shirt and the hoodie right there? He's hugged Will real quick.
I mean, there's a lot of good defensive players still available that I'd be in. And the linebackers we mentioned, Bossa, Chris Paul Jr., the edges with Joey Ivey still out there. You got Aeneas Peebles, who's still there from Virginia Tech. I don't think he's been taken. Jay Toya, Cam Horsley.
God, I wish this was a receiver.
The corners, though, Dorian Strong, Virginia Tech. Robert Longerbeam, I would love from Rutgers.
What about Melo Dotson and Kobe?
Dotson and
those guys?
Kobe Bryant, I just know he also got flagged for character. I've been an advocate for Kobe Bryant. He might have not done himself any favors during this
Undrafted
process.
free agency is going to be crazy this year with these character guys. Man.
Was that assistant defensive line Brian King in there? I couldn't tell from just kind of the quick looks. Might have been David Overstreet that walked in there as well. It's tough to see who exactly it was. And here's DJ Giddens going off the board.
Okay.
Running back from Kansas State goes at 151 to the Colts. Good pick by the Colts there. Cowboys have made another selection. We are trying to figure out. Remember, Jada Blue, 149, the first pick of day 3 for the Cowboys. They had 7 picks today.
Dave Borgonzi.
They got to pick 152 is what they did here. It looks like this
to be a linebacker.
Yeah, this is a pick that get Colts went on the clock at 151.
Oh, I'd love it if it were Bossa. We will have a party if it was Jeffrey Bossa.
So when you said 152,
Dallas has got this pick at 152,
and the pick is in on the TV copy as well. thinking it's a linebacker, gentlemen.
As far as character guy, like leader guy, Chris Paul was a leader type dude. When we heard from him at the Shrine Bowl, like
I'm a big fan of his too.
And he was the leader amongst all the Ole Miss defenders. Like it was a lot of those guys, and he like we heard him talk like Chuck, and he sounded like that guy. And if there's a common theme amongst the draft that the Cowboys trying to pull off, they're trying to pull off leader guy.
Smile Munden Jr. from Georgia is another name that I had a 4th round grade on. I know Dallas had him pretty high on the board as well. Bassa,
there it is.
Paul
Shamar James
from Florida.
This was a guy that they met with at the combine and really liked, and he had a lot of similar affection for Dallas. Trade details here: they're giving up 174 and 204. For this pick for Shamar James. But 2-year starter at the University of Florida. You talk about high character guys. This is one that I got good reviews on whenever I did some homework on him at the combine after hearing that, the two sides really did like each other. I personally had him, if I can find him on my board, I had him in the 4th round. This is one of the younger players in the draft. Still hasn't even turned 21 yet. He's going to kind of fill that Overshown role, I think, until Overshown can get back. He's an outside linebacker, athletic, rangy defender. He played his best ball down the stretch in 2024. He affects late downs by getting in the way of crossers and can be deployed in situational blitzing. He kind of reminds me of Maris Leofau a lot in that same sense because of his situational blitzing ability. He needs to be a better disciplined in the run game, and so I wonder, if they're trying to get better at stopping the run. I don't know if this is necessarily a pick to address that. This is like a 3rd down type linebacker that can account for things across the middle of the field. It could come with more experience as he gets older, the run game next. But this is a development project that is worth, I think, a day 3 pick to be able to develop and bring along, especially in a linebacker room where there's still a couple questions and there's some interesting balance of youth and old as well.
I wasn't as high on him.
I got to go right. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
He was further down my board. He was in the extras, but when I watched him, he was one of the more athletic dudes in the box, like just front 7 guys. And even when they'll kind of float him around and do safety things, like he was a run and hit kind of guy, but I thought he got lost a bunch. I thought the mental process really
could see that.
Really gave him some fits. I thought he'll probably be a guy that you could take a little later, but the Cowboys love him. Maybe they're taking the athleticism and probably not applying it to a linebacker. Maybe they got another role for him as a downhill tackling type guy, safety type
I think
stuff.
he had it with the Overshown thought process. Sure. I mean, this is a guy who's going to rotate in. They're not expecting him to be a starter. They're not going to expect him to come
special teams immediately.
Exactly. I had a 5th round grade on him. I actually had him in my 7 round mock. I had him in the 6th round. I knew there was some interest there. I didn't think it would happen until later on day 3. The fact that they traded up to get him means that they liked the player as is. All right, the Cowboys just made 2 selections. Jaden Blue, running back from Texas at 149. Shamar James, linebacker from Florida at 152. More to come here in the 5th round. We are off and rolling day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. All right, back on the .com side.
This is a player I hope I'm super wrong about.
I am too.
But the athleticism is there.
Yep.
I saw hesitancy. I saw a player who disappears. He doesn't run through traffic particularly well. He certainly has the athletic ability to be able to cover, but he's a guy that'll kind of jump on the pile late and hey, I was here. He was a massive recruit coming out of high school and just never really lived up to expectations, but is a team captain, and this is what you do in day 3. This is a traits pick. So you see the athleticism. He absolutely will contribute on special teams, but he is going to have to get coached up and really refine a lot of technique to be a serviceable linebacker in the NFL. So 5th round's about where I had him, but there definitely were some other linebackers that I think are more NFL ready right now, but maybe they don't have quite the upside as Shamar James does.
Sure.
When you said you hope you're wrong about him, Brian, is it a lot of the same concerns?
Yeah, a lot of the same things. I don't see a guy that has great instincts here, and I think his best fit would be as a will linebacker. Let him free him up, let him run. That's the kind of thing. If you're going to make him do a lot of reading things, there could be some problems here. You do see him lose the ball in the running game. You do see receivers work around him in the passing game. There's times where, I would say the range is there. He can finish at times. That's pretty good.
But maybe some of his real strength that he was able to do is I saw him as a pass rusher. I watched the Miami games, Texas A&M games, and it seemed like there was kind of a slippery element to his game. So maybe that's something to allow him, that he's a really kind of a straight line player. He's got kind of a burst to his game. But I mentioned, I think as a will linebacker, that's where he needs to play. Don't give him a lot of responsibility. Let him try and chase the ball. And if you want to, use him as a pass rusher. This is a downhill player that way.
All right, so since the Cowboys selected Shamar James at 152, 153, the Bengals take Jalen Rivers, guard from Miami. And then one of your prospects, Brian, that you've kept an eye on finally flies off the board. The New York Giants at 154 take Marcus Bowe out of Purdue, interior offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Have a bit of a fall there for Bowe.
Oh, yeah.
You were higher on him.
Absolutely. I was much higher on him. He was a starter at right tackle for the Boilermakers, and I think he's going to have to project inside at guard. He's a light guy. Vach Lombardi hates these kind of guys that weigh 303 pounds, and that's probably why we're seeing him right now here in this situation. But he's a smaller guy physically. The athletic ability as a player is good. The movement can be impressive with him. He plays majority of snaps in a two-point stance. I don't ever believe I saw him with his hand on the ground. The feet are good, but the hands could be all over the place. There are snaps where he completely misses his target, and he kind of has to scramble to replace him. But when he misses, his feet come back to help him. They save him. So this is a guy who does a good job of staying on his block in the running game. He can finish. He's very, very aggressive in the way he plays. There's some twitchiness to his game, which makes him ideal for that inside position. I think the more you can play this guy on the move, the better he's going to be.
I hate to say it. I think that's a good pick for the New York Giants. I mean, Bowe, we got to know him a little bit. You talk about personality. He's as outgoing and as friendly as they come on the offensive line, but he plays with a mean streak. Strong, compact frame, uses his hands really well at a high level, good leverage at the point of attack, and really a road grader is the way I had him anchored down in that ground game. You talked about the lack of length. It struggles with balance at times, all the footwork. I agree with everything that Brian just said about the player. I thought they were lucky to see him play at Purdue as long as they did. Over 2,000 snaps with the Boilermakers. I mean, he's got a ton of experience. I'm shocked to see him fall to the 5th round. He was my last top 100 player on the offensive line available. So at 154, I think that's a really good selection there for the Giants.
Yeah, he was the best player left on my stack, and allowed just 1 sack and 306 pass blocking snaps during Big Ten play. Super smart, plus athlete. Agree with everything that you guys have been talking about. He can add some lower body power. Can see him get angry and take out aggression in a positive way. Was a note that I had on him. But that's a good pick for the Giants, who have not really had good offensive line selections as of late.
Technique, hand fighter, great athleticism, scooper, get out in the open field, wide zone guy. I thought he also could possibly play center. So I think that's something that they can think about.
3rd round grade on this cat.
Yeah. I'm just not a big fan of the smaller guards. But if you small, you can play tackle and center for me. I like
Make it work. We have been rolling here in round number 5 of the 2025 NFL Draft. The Cowboys most recently taking Shamar James, linebacker from Florida, followed by Jalen Rivers, offensive guard from Miami, and Marcus Bowe, guard from Purdue. Jalen Rivers going to the Bengals, Bowe going to the Giants. On the phone line now, we have one of the 5th-round selections for the Dallas Cowboys. We have Jaden Blue, running back from Texas, on the line. Jaden, congratulations on staying in the Lone Star State. You're going to get to run the football with the Dallas Cowboys. How does that sound?
It feels good. It still feels surreal, right now, man. But, I'm just blessed, to be in this position. And, I'm glad I get a chance to stay in my hometown.
Can't wait to see you play here with the star on the side of your helmet. What was that moment like, and how long have you been in contact with the Cowboys?
Like I said, man, it's surreal. I haven't really been in much contact with the Cowboys, but man, I'm just blessed, man. I knew, it was always my dream to be able to play in the league for my hometown, in the state of Texas, and for the Cowboys to come and get me, man. It feels great. I'm gonna come in there, get to work, from day one, and man, I'm trying to do everything I can to put the team in the best position.
Hey, Jaden, this is Nick Harris. I covered you during your recruiting days. There was a time back in 2020 we were jumping fences to get some work in so that we could scout you out. It's good to have you in Dallas, man. Just being able to stay in the state of Texas. You've talked about your development, getting to this point. This team is searching for a starting running back. Do you think you have the capabilities to do that here in Dallas?
Yes, sir. I absolutely do, man. Like I said, I bring a lot of things to the table. You know, I have speed, great route running ability, able to catch the ball in the backfield. You know, and I do a lot of things, you know, very well that a lot of backs can't do, man. So, you know, like I said, man, I'm just blessed to be in this position, man. And, you know, I'm just ready to get, you know, straight to work and get a chance to fight for that starting position.
Jaden, you can score from anywhere on the field, but I got to ask about, I'm sure something that you've been asked about this entire process, and the one knock is just the ball security. Is that something that's been frustrating for you, and how have you tried to improve that in your game?
Yes, sir. You know, of course it's frustrating as a back. You don't want to put the ball on the ground, but, you know, it's a lesson learned. I got there over, you know, as the season went by. You know, there's a lot of technical things, and just me not, you know, being aware and everything, but, you know, I don't think that's going to get it on the next level. Like I said, I think, you know, once I get to that next level, get coached by, you know, some of the great guys, you know, in that facility, you know, everything's going to fall in place. So, you know, like I said, I'm just ready to come in, you know, and get to work.
Jaden, where did you get your hands from, your mom or your dad?
My dad actually played football, but, you know, it was always kind of natural for me. Played 7-on-7 growing up. I used to do a lot of receiver work, so really it's just natural, man. Like I said, I take a lot of pride in being able to run routes and catch the ball out of the backfield because I know, you know, nowadays, you know, in the league, you have to be a back that can do multiple things if you want to be, you know, successful.
When it comes to your skill set, Jaden, and I'm sure you've been asked this question as well, what do you feel like is your best characteristic on the field? What is the one calling card that you are going to put above anybody else that you come up against?
Say it again?
What's your number one skill set that you've relied on throughout your career?
Man, it's always big speed for me, of course. So like I said, there's a lot of things that I bring to the table, but, man, I think speed is the thing that pops out on film. Like I said, I have great bursts, short area quickness. I have, you know, long speed to run away from guys, and, you know, I don't think it's really, you know, a lot of guys, you know, in the league that can say that. So, you know, like I said, I ran track going up, so, you know, I've always been fast my whole life. So, you know, speed is probably one thing that I say that separates me from every other guy in this draft.
It's your newest Dallas Cowboy running back, Jaden Blue, out of the University of Texas. Now, speaking of Texas, ton of really good backs that have come out in the history of the Longhorns, but even recently. One thing Brian Schottenheimer's preached is competition. How do you think that competition in the Texas backfield over the last few years is going to help you out for the NFL level?
It's going to help me a lot. Like I said, man, we had a lot of NFL backs. You know, we've had, you know, two guys go 2 years ago. We've had two go last year, and, you know, I'm the next one coming this year. And we even have two younger that possibly can come out next year. And, you know, all it does, man, is just bring the best out of me. Like I said, you having that competition, those guys push me every day. You know, they get me better. So I think, you know, that prepared me, you know, a lot for the next level because, you know, competition is nothing for me now. You know, I'm willing to, you know, compete at the highest level and, like I said, have a chance to fight for that position.
All right, if you had to eat one food every day for the rest of your life, which food is it, Jaden Blue?
Seafood.
There you go.
Seafood.
That's what I'm talking about.
And if you had to listen to one music artist for the rest of your life, who would it be?
Lil Baby.
That's what I'm talking about. All right.
Hey, he's going to be a good fit here. There you go. Got it done. Jaden Blue, newest Dallas Cowboys running back, taken in the 5th round of the 2025 NFL Draft. Jaden, can't wait to see you around the Star in Frisco very, very soon. Congratulations on such an honor getting your NFL dream to come true.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
There he goes, Jaden Blue joining us after the selection. You can hear the confidence. You can hear really the abandon to know, hey, I've got things to work on. My game is imperfect. There's still a long way to go, but he feels like there's a fit here with the Cowboys.
He really sold our, run routes and I run fast.
Yes,
I run routes and I run fast. And honestly, that's where most of this value is. If you're, if you're a third down running back and, if you can block and if you can catch and if you can run, you're going to get a lot of value here, even sometimes more than a, first down or a second down back. Third down backs are the guys, man.
By the way, while he was on the phone, Dante Trader Jr., safety from Maryland, goes to the Dolphins at 155. The Chiefs, they take Jeffrey Bassa, linebacker from Oregon, in the fifth round
away with this.
at 156. My goodness, Chiefs, stop it. The Buccaneers at 157. Elijah Roberts, edge rusher from SMU.
Nice. Good player.
That is a good player.
Let's talk about him. He's a local product as well.
Yeah.
SMU edge rusher.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you what, this guy has got some size to him, though. And that's the thing. When I was watching him play, I just was like, boy, this is when you're talking 6'4", 285. He's a transfer from Miami. He's a powerful player. He does a really nice job of playing the run. He's got strength at the point of attack. He's got the leverage that you like, the pad level. He's not going to get knocked off the mark. Plays all along the line of scrimmage. I've seen him line up as a 3. I've seen him stand up on the edge. His hands are good. There's some pop. There's been some problems in his career, though, when he's had to come finishing tackles. He's had some misses in days he's been put in a position. But, man, he doesn't – he's one of these guys that's not going to be really that first-step quickness kind of guy. But he does create pressure, a lot of pressure through his effort and then the way that he's able to play with that power. He could just flat run over offensive tackles. You watch the Penn State game, he just crushed their tackle. So the effort, the power, not a really bendy guy, but, man, I'll tell you what, though, his size as a base end, when you talk about give you a little pass rush, but be able not to get knocked off your mark to play in the running game. You like a guy like this that could play a couple different spots along the line as well.
We're taking a look at Jeffrey Bassa's highlights out of Oregon. He goes 156 to the Chiefs. We talked about, man, the Chiefs just continue to have a really good draft. He was the highest rated player remaining on my board.
Same.
And he ends up going to Kansas City here.
Yeah, Jeffrey Boss. I know Nick and I were big fans of his. He's a guy 6'1", 232, fourth-year senior. He had at least one tackle in every game he played. He saw immediate playing time at Oregon, second-team All-Pac-12, played inside linebacker, super rangy player, covers a ton of ground, and he covers extremely well. He can cover the tight end, drop off into zone. He's got instincts. Almost is a guy when it comes to the downhill burst, the short area quickness. He can blitz. I think he's a good tackler. I like Jeffrey Boss a lot. I think he's a super upside type of player here. He was the Fiesta Bowl defensive MVP his junior year for Oregon. So in terms of athleticism, I do think he needs to refine the angles a little bit, but he can be one of the most exciting linebackers in this draft.
And then the Chargers at 158 just took Keandre Lambert-Smith out
Man,
of Auburn.
there you go.
I like this kid a lot. I really, really do. And when you watch him play, the one thing, he's one of those guys that it's a shame because he's a very, very talented guy, and then all of a sudden he's playing with a quarterback that just can't get him the ball. He transfers from Penn State, and here he goes. You're thinking, okay, I'm going to go and be this great receiver. He's ran a 4.37 at the combine.
Blazing.
But he played with a quarterback at Auburn that was less than ideal. Every week it appeared to be a different guy. But this kid's got a burst. He can cover some ground. He does a really good job of running in-breaking routes and coming back for the ball. He's not afraid to extend for the ball in traffic. I feel he's got the feel for how to separate in order to get open. He'll catch a share of balls in traffic. He plays with some great deal of courage because there's no telling where the damn ball is going to end up for him. And he'll go for it no matter what. He attacks it in the air. He's got hops to go get it, too. You can watch him go get it now. He will go do that. But what's an interesting thing, if you look at the metrics of this guy, 74% of his catches for Auburn this year ended up as a result of a first down.
Yeah.
And it's funny, 515 of his 531 snaps were played on the right side.
Mm-hmm.
Reminds me very much of Marvin Harrison, did the same damn thing for the Indianapolis Colts for all those years. But this kid right here at 6'1", 190 pounds, he's got some skill as a route runner. It's just a shame that his quarterback was so damn poor.
It's tough for anyone to earn on-conference honors in the SEC, but he did it in the SEC and he did it in the Big Ten both times, Penn State and Auburn. Really fun player. I thought he was great at Auburn when watching them play, but I thought he was good at the Shrine Bowl as well. Another weapon for the Chargers, Marion Hampton, Trey Harris, and now Keandre Lambert-Smith as a part of this draft class. All right, we are still rolling on. It is the 5th round of the 2025 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
Cool if I tell a quick story about Jaden Blue.
Would you like to?
Yeah, what I was referring to on the phone call there was a time back in COVID recruiting. This was May 2020, and basically any state-organized football activity was Shut down. Kids were not going to school. Kids were not training. And Blue was entering, or he was in his junior year of high school. And whenever all that happened, him and his teammates still wanted to train. Matthew Golden was one of his teammates at the time, still wanted to train. So Blue got a few teammates together, got a few players from other schools together that were around in the area, and he led the group chat. He got the media there and said, hey, we're going to meet up at my high school field. We're going to jump the fence, and we're going to work out 3 times a week, and we're going to stick to our routine, risking it during a pandemic, which, at the time it was like, yeah, we're not doing this. And now I'm like, yeah, we were doing it. And so it was, and he got me out there, drove about 4.5 hours down there to go see him a couple of times during those few weeks where they were, when Jaden Blue was organizing those sessions. You talk about the love for the game. Jaden Blue is one of those guys. And I know there's going to be character concerns about Jaden Blue that stem from maybe his time in high school and maybe something that happened in college. Getting to know this kid, I know where those character concerns stem from. I don't have those same concerns. I think this is a football guy. He has the right work ethic. He has the right approach. He's a weight room nerd, weight room geek. And I think that's going to translate to the field. And, as time went on, a lot of those players that were practicing with him every single day during COVID, and Blue was running those drills and organizing everything, a lot of those kids ended up being FBS recruits, and Matthew Golden was one of them. So that's a credit to Jaden Blue, and that's a credit to his story and his background. It's really worked out for him.
When talking about Blue, and we know there are other names there, other running backs that could have possibly been in the conversation there for Dallas. Why was he one that would stick out? Is it just the home run ability? Is it just the character? Why would he fit this system better than some of the other guys that are around?
Yeah, and that's a question I have today. And I think it's the home run ability. I think it's to be able to apply that 10-7, 100-meter speed, that long speed, which I think is a lot more valuable than taking a guy's 40-yard dash. If they have a track background from high school and seeing what that time looks like, and you kind of project it over the course of 3-4 years, that 10-7 speed is on line with some of the faster home run hitting backs that we have in the league. And so I know that was a big point of emphasis going into this class, is finding a running back that has that home run ability. And, I think Jaden Blue certainly has that. He's just got to refine the easy things, and the easy things are the fumbles. It's the decisiveness in between the tackles. And I think he can get there. He's shown that ability. I don't have great confidence in the pass protection, but I think he's one of the better receiving backs in this class. He's going to provide some 3-down capabilities. I just wonder with how he complements with Javonte Williams, and I think that's going to be an interesting task for Brian Schottenheimer in training camp, is to figure out, how to use all of these backs. And if they don't get another one, how do they all share time and rotate and get time in training camp even before we even get to preseason and regular season? So it's going to be a fascinating development. But like I said, from a source, there's a team that, there were coaches in the development and evaluation process that had Jaden Blue as their RB3 in this class, and that's a high order. So a lot of people in this building really like Jaden Blue, and I think they're really excited to be able to come away with him.
Yeah, even with other names like Jordan James getting close there. DJ Giddens was taken 2 picks after. I mean, for the most part, there's a lot of running backs in this class. Now, because of the trade to go up and get Shamar James, they certainly had a target on James. They traded 174 and 211, right? It's 174 and 211. That was the second pick, 211.
I believe it was 204.
Okay. I've seen conflicting reports on that then. Rolling into the back half of the 5th round, it's the 2025 NFL Draft. The Cowboys have made 2 selections here on day number 3. Jaden Blue, running back from Texas, at 149. And then they trade up into the 5th round, deeper to get Shamar James, linebacker from Florida, at 152. Quite a ways until they're back on the clock in the 6th round of the NFL draft, alongside Zach Wolchuk, Foch Lombardi, Brian Broaddus, and Nick Harris, with Chris Beam in the back. Peyton Russell back in the 105.3 The Fan studios. Last 5 selections, that is. The Buccaneers at 157 take Elijah Roberts, edge rusher from SMU. At 158, the Auburn Tigers see a wide receiver go off the board. Keandre Lambert-Smith goes to the Los Angeles Chargers. The Packers take Colin Oliver, linebacker from Oklahoma State, at 159. The 49ers at 160 take Marquez Sigel, the safety from Kansas State. And then the Eagles at 161 take Smile Munden Jr., linebacker from Georgia.
Gosh, Philly just getting their Eagles.
Georgia Dogs.
Philly just getting their Bulldogs. I mean, yeah, that's a fun
crazy.
pick. I love me some Smile Munden.
Tell me about him.
The sophomore version of him, scary.
Yeah, and there's injury concerns around Smile Munden, and if he can clear those going into the league, he's going to be a really talented player, man. But talking about the player himself, if I can pull up my notes, he was my LB4. That's how much I thought about this guy. Freaky athlete, high instincts. I have a couple of people over at the University of Georgia, and he drew rave reviews when it came to character. He can shed blockers to make impact in the run game. He's an animal attacking the passer. He's a violent tackler. He rarely misses opportunities in the open field. He could improve taking backs out of the backfield in the receiving game for sure. I think backs can sometimes get him lost against a receiving back that has a pretty good route tree. But if he can stay healthy, this is going to be a game wrecker. And of course, he lands with Philadelphia. Another phenomenal pick by Howie Roseman. Y'all can say what y'all want. I am a big fan of Howie Roseman. This dude knows how to freaking draft. He knows how to freaking draft, and he's put yet another weapon on that defense. But the injury concerns stem from a foot injury that he had this past season, missed 4 games. He had another foot injury in the spring of 23 that required surgery. He had a torn labrum in the spring of 22, and he had a torn meniscus in high school. And then on top of all that, he had a reckless driving arrest in 24 because he went to Georgia. Yep. So there's a lot of baggage off the field, but if they are able to get all that out of the way, and they've been able to do that with Jalen Carter, and they've done. Remember all the concerns that everyone had about Jalen Carter coming out. We haven't heard anything since he got to Philly. So if Philly can take that similar approach with Smile Munden, and also be able to handle the injury concerns too, then yeah, they have another weapon on their defense.
Apparently, Big Dom's the best at finding the red flag. So I guess Smile Munden ended up checking off those boxes. But the converted DB. So I mean, you mentioned the athleticism as a linebacker. 100% it's there, but it is the injury concerns. Like, will he just get beat up over 17 games? But he is physical, and he played really well in big games for Georgia.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. And somebody that also played really well in some big games is the newest linebacker for the Dallas Cowboys. Shamar James joins us here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Shamar, congratulations on the call. What's going through your head at the moment?
Oh man, I was just excited. It was kind of like a starstruck moment, I would say, when I kind of seen that number pop across my screen. And I was just excited, man. Whoever it may have been, I'm just grateful to be in the NFL.
Well, you are now a Dallas Cowboy. What have you known about the Cowboys, and how much contact did you have with them throughout the draft process?
I mean, I know it's America's team, but I mean, I had contact with them quite a bit. I had a former interview with them at the Combine. I met with the linebacker coach through a Zoom meeting. They also sent some scouts out for my pro day. So they're pretty involved in this whole process, I would say.
Yeah, Shamar, you come from a family of Cowboys fans. How excited was your draft party whenever you got the call?
Oh, man, as soon as I hung up the call, man, my phone just started dinging from all family members. So, I mean, it was a big day for me and also my family. Like you said, we're all Cowboy fans, so it was kind of like a dream come true for me.
Yeah, and you're a weapon, I think, from the linebacker room in the sense that you're this high-motor guy who can fly around the field. You can cover across the middle. You can impact as a situational blitzer. There are some other speed weapons, I think, in this linebacking core. You talk about DeMarvion Overshown and Maris Leofau. I don't know how much you know about those guys, but how excited are you to join this room, and what do you know about it so far?
Yeah, I mean, I know a little bit, but I haven't really did my deep dive and research yet. But I mean, I know they have some great players at the linebacker position now, and I'm just ready to come in and contribute anywhere I can. Learning from the vets and kind of just feeling my way around the NFL.
Shamar James with us here from Florida, your newest Dallas Cowboy. Now, one thing that Brian Schottenheimer's really wanted to do here, Shamar, you're a team captain, and he wants to get guys with high character that love football. You seem to fit that. Tell us a little bit why.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like you said, like two-time team captain my sophomore and junior year. So years 23 and 24. So, I mean, like you say, you kind of want guys with high character, and I feel like I have that. One of my best attributes, I would say, off the field, and I feel like that's kind of why I can kind of bring up the play of my teammates because they know I'm a guy I can trust off the field and also on the field. So, I mean, salute to the Cowboys.
No doubt about it. And you join a front seven with guys like Micah Parsons and Mozzie Smith and some of these other prospects like you heard from Nick a moment ago. Where do you feel like you fit best? What type of skill set are you bringing to the table for Matt Eberflus to play with?
I feel like I'm a three-down linebacker. I feel like I can play any defensive scheme there is. As long as I got the right people around me to kind of help me get through the bumps and hurdles. But, you know, I feel like I'm a guy that can learn pretty quickly and kind of like catch on the ropes.
And you said your entire family were Cowboys fans. Where does that come from? Why the Cowboys?
Oh man, like I kind of said, like America's team, I was kind of born a Cowboys fan when I came out of the womb. So I don't really know any specific reason why, but I know we are.
Who's the team you're looking forward to most to just kick their ass then?
Oh man, whoever's first on that schedule.
Oh, that's a good answer.
There we go.
Zach wanted you to say the Philadelphia Eagles, but that's okay. Yeah.
Would have been a great answer, Shamar, but that one was a better.
Hey, there's a lot of Georgia Bulldogs playing for the Eagles. I know you know about that.
Oh yeah, Jacksonville every year.
I love it. Shamara, thanks so much for taking some time. Congratulations on the pick, and we can't wait to see you here at the Star in Frisco.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Shamar, or excuse me.
Hey now.
Shamar James. Different
right.
Shamar James, Florida, is the pick. And they had their eyes on him. You could hear that from the pro day. You hear it from the formal visit at the combine, and then the fact that they traded up to go get him as well.
If anybody sits on a Zoom meeting with you, too, they're really looking for you.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody wants to sit on a Zoom meeting, but here we are.
Here's the secret audio. Beamer, do we have both secret audios? Okay, let's go with Shamar James since we just talked to him. Linebacker out of Florida. Here was the call with Jerry Jones.
Shamar?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Shamar, this is Jerry Jones with the Dallas Cowboy, and you is
man.
now a Dallas Cowboy.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We just
Thank
turned
you.
your card in, and you have tremendous support in this room, and that's
Yes,
got to
sir.
be exciting. I can't imagine what it might be like to think about playing
Yes, sir.
in the NFL. I really can't. I'm proud for you. But
Yes, sir. Thank you.
congratulations, but we're turning your card in. Okay, here's our head coach, Shotty. Okay, Bob.
Yes, sir.
Shamar.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Congratulations, man, from one Gator to another, brother.
That's right.
Hey,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank
Gator love, man. Hey, outstanding, dude. We've loved the film. We've loved just our time spent with you and the pro day and all the stuff. Congratulations, man. You're a Dallas Cowboy.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So excited. Hold
Man.
on. I'm going to pass you off to Coach Eberflus, and he wants to say hello. But congratulations, man. Enjoy it. Well
Okay.
deserved.
Thank you.
All right, here he is. Shamar.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Hey, this is Flus. How you doing, man?
I'm amazing, man. Thank you.
I tell you,
Jeez.
I'm so excited to have you, man. You got so much upside. We're gonna make you, just come in here and kick some ass, man. I'm just telling you.
Yes,
It's gonna be
sir.
so much
I'm ready
fun.
to do it, Coach.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. And I've
Man.
enjoyed watching your tape, man. You had a great Senior Bowl. I was really like that too, and man, just so excited to develop you and make you into a kick-ass backer. Okay.
Man, let's do it. Yes, sir.
All right, buddy. I'll see you soon, man. Hey, I want you to talk to our backer coach, Coach Berganzi. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Shamar,
Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing great. A lot better now.
Man, thanks.
Excited?
Yes, sir. I'm excited as hell.
Can't wait to get you there.
Man. Yes, sir. Thank you, man. Thank you.
No, man, I'm super excited. It's going to be a hell of
Yes,
a thing
sir.
for us.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, man.
Man, I can't wait.
Get ready to work.
Yes, sir. I'm ready. I'm ready right now.
Shamar James, newest Dallas Cowboy, taken in the 5th round at pick number 152, linebacker out of Florida. All right, we have to step aside. 2025 NFL draft coverage rolls on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
You know, Kyle, if you have a linebacker whisperer, it makes some sense to find the linebackers that got all the traits.
Yeah.
And just be like, hey, we're gonna fix you and turn you into a.
If you feel comfortable with those guys.
If you feel comfortable with those traits, and he's the most runningest around, fastest, athletic in this dude that you can, but he's missing the linebacker stuff. Send him to your linebacker whisperer. You know, we were saying this in the Cowboy Nation about corners as well. If you're a corner and you got traits, send him to Al Harris. That's something that we would always say, and let him fix them and develop them. So if we got a linebacker whisperer now on staff, man, let's go get some raw linebackers and figure it out.
Yeah, Flus has a history, to your point, when it comes to the day 3 linebackers. Anthony Hitchens being one here with the Dallas Cowboys. So Shamar James, he is a guy with all the traits. I do agree with Brian. I didn't always see the most instinctive guy.
Yeah.
But physically,
let him run to the ball.
Physically, he's what you want, and he is a good blitzer.
Yeah.
He does have some pass rush tendency.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of athleticism in that room. So there's certainly, and in the 5th round, man, on day 3, that's kind of what you're looking for.
That's what I had him.
But
same. So I can see the upside with the Shamar James pick.
But don't get me mistaken, ladies and gentlemen. Wait till this camera get on me. Wait till this camera. I just want to don't get me mistaken, ladies and gentlemen. Cleveland ruined this for all of us. We should have gotten Carson Schwarzenegger, who's Sean Lee 2.0, and I'm still salty about it. But
could have got both.
Hey, come on, man. But Shamar is a guy that we're going to watch his journey very close. There's going to come a time in our Cowboy content season that we're looking for something to talk about. When we get to camp, we're going to be looking at all the young ones. So, Shamar, go out there and be fast and, hey, prove Brian brought us wrong.
Prove us, I'm with you. You can prove me wrong, too.
And Woolchuck.
We had Mitchell Evans, the tight end from Notre Dame, go to the Carolina Panthers. Yaha Black, the defensive tackle from Iowa. YA, thank you. YA Black.
I'm sorry.
Iowa.
I'm sorry. YA says YA.
YA.
Like that's how it's spelled.
It's YAHYA, and it's pronounced YA.
YA Black. YA Black from Iowa.
I am glad, folks. I'm glad Nick Harris is here because I would call him Yaya for 3 hours.
Yeah, I would have said Yaha. I 100% would have. And then Arondé Gatson.
That's our guy.
From Syracuse, the tight end going to the Chargers. Chargers are collecting some nice offensive weapons for Justin Herbert here, and I was a big fan of one Arondé Gatson.
And we'll still lose to Houston in the first round.
What do we got, Nick?
Anais Peebles is still on the board, guys.
He is. And Brian was trying to sell me to be a day 2 guy.
Yeah, me too.
Me too. I was absolutely trying to say
I had him in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
See where I got Peebles. Where do I have Peebles?
Actually, I had him in the 4th, and here was I really trying to. I liked the.
It wasn't. You had heard that possibly he was getting buzzed.
You can accuse me for blaming you for quarterback stuff, but don't accuse me of the 3 technique.
I got a 3rd round.
No, you're right. You're right. We'll stay off the 3 tech.
And if you're looking for a 1 tech, Cam Horsley is still out there.
He is.
You liked Cam Horsley, and I think Vach really likes Cam Horsley a lot. Yeah, we had a discussion about him one night on our show.
I just want to see you do your job really well. I know teams look for traits and all this kind of stuff, but if Cam Horsley is going to be a 1 tech for
What'd you call me?
Just a hard to move guy that's going to punch the hell out of you and be strong and powerful. Horsley's good at that. I mean, he's probably going to be on the field 1st and 2nd down.
Well, I think Horton just went for wide receiver, Colorado State, right?
166 to the Seahawks.
It's a good pick.
Yeah, it is.
John must have been out of the room.
Yeah, I'm surprised it wasn't a running back there, Brian.
Yeah, he was trying.
Horton could be a steal, don't you think? Like out of these guys on day 3, he's a guy that's 6'1", 196.
Not over Nash and Hudson and Wells. I kind of like those guys a little better.
In my stack, I definitely had Hudson higher. Let me see. And I liked Nash a lot. I had Nash over Horton too by 1 spot.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Horton's got...
We'll talk about him then. If you like the guy, give his due.
It's just the route running.
You did an hour's worth of work on him.
You're right. He can play inside and out, runs a lot of...
Trust me, Kyle, I'm taking this damn show over.
It's a lot of...
We're going to talk about these guys because...
That's okay.
They got drafted. I watched them. We're going to talk about
We did spend time on them. And trust me, my wife and kid were
Donut good, by the way?
Dad, where are you? Dad, where are you?
There's a whole box over here. You want to go?
I had one. It's good.
Yeah, I need
go ahead.
Another one.
Horton.
Thank you. Runs a lot of drags and underneath routes. Consistent hands, good play strength to make catches in traffic. What happened?
Jackson Slater.
Oh, Jackson Slater. We're going to get to you in a second. We got some good, sexy picks coming off the board here. Now, I did not think he was very elusive after the catch, but he ran a blazing 40 time. So maybe he is a little bit quicker than I gave him credit for. Sees and tracks the ball super well. He burst onto the scene against Colorado a couple of years ago. Problem is, he did have that knee injury in October against San Jose State.
Finishing up on the radio side of things on 105.3 The Fan before Texas Rangers baseball from the West Coast after a 2-0 win over the Giants yesterday. They get things started at 3:05 today. Eric Nadell, Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler on the call following this segment. Wrapping things up with Zach Wolchuk, Vach Lombardi, Brian Broaddus, Nick Harris, Tommy Yarish upstairs. I'm Kyle Yeomans leading the way here on these next couple of fifth-round picks. Lots of big-time names have just flown off the board. Starting at 161, Smile Munden Jr. goes to the Eagles, linebacker from Georgia. Jets, Francisco Mauing-Oa from Miami, linebacker.
Drew Kendall.
Drew Kendall later on. The Panthers, 163, Mitchell Evans, tight end, Notre Dame. Steelers take Yaya Black, defensive tackle from Iowa.
Yeah,
Black. Okay.
Nick let us know what it was. YA Black.
There you go. Eagles, Orande Gadsden, the second tight end from Syracuse. 166, the Seahawks take Torrey Horton, the wide receiver from Colorado State. And then the Titans take Jackson Slater, interior offensive lineman from Sacramento State, before center Drew Kendall, Boston College, goes at 168 to the Eagles. All right, out of those names I just mentioned, where do you want to start, Brian?
Can I start with, I'll give everybody an opportunity to talk about a guy. I want to talk about Kendall, if I could.
All right, you go with Kendall.
Okay. Kendall, the center. I scouted his dad. I watched his dad get drafted in the first round by the Seahawks, I believe, way back in the day. But Drew Kendall, yeah, he's Pete Kendall, Boston College. His dad played there. He was a first-round selection, 1996. That's when won that Super Bowl that year. But this guy is he's got really good athletic ability. He's 6'5", he's 308. There's a snap or two where I thought he was going to get completely jerked out of his stance. And then he's able to recover, stand on his feet. There is no separation between him and the defender. His hands are tight to the defender. He does a nice job of staying engaged with the defender. Solid when it comes to sitting down on his man. He'll hop. But once his feet get set, he can hold his ground. Florida State moved him more than Missouri did, but the leverage, I think he played pretty well with that. The quick hands, he can get him inside. I mentioned those things. I would like him to have a little bit more bulk as a blocker, but, man, he's got some sticky elements to his game and is the experience there for Boston College making a lot of starts. So that's your Drew Kendall.
I'll take Gadsden. When me and Woodchuck were at the Shrine Bowl.
It's our guy.
You guys did a nice job on that, by the way. I can see you back next year doing it.
Honestly, I'd love to because it helped us a lot.
Sean Merriman pays well, you hear me? But Gadsden was the best. He was the best player there, like just a red zone threat. And you know, when you watch his film, he caught everything. And sometimes passes were high, they're a little low, they're wide or in front of him. But he has catch radius to deal with everything. He has some good leaping ability. I wouldn't necessarily call him a route runner, but he has a good feel for how to run routes and get open. And even if you're draped on him, even if you're hip to hip with him, he has arm extension and catch radius to just kind of get away from you. Now, if you're the Chargers here, I imagine there's going to be a lot of jump ball situations where Justin Herbert just close his eyes and throw it in some direction. Orande Gadsden will come down with that daggone football. He's not a guy that I would think is going to do a bunch of blocking, but if you can line him up wide, maybe a little bit, he can definitely get some mismatches on some linebackers for you. I'm a big fan of his.
Obviously has the bloodlines. Dad played for the Miami Dolphins. In high school, he was at American Heritage. His head coach was Patrick Surtain, Sr., who was his teammate of his dad's with the Miami Dolphins. So, yeah, pretty badass. I mean, you nailed him there, Vach. He was a phenomenal player. But then with Jackson Slater.
There you go. Talk about the man.
Jackson Slater's a stud. Sacramento State, first-team All-Big Sky. He played with Cam Scatabo and Marte Mapu. You remember him back in 2022 to win the Big Sky Championship. This dude is incredible when it comes to the play strength. Powerful lower body movement to drive defenders. He glides for his size when getting out in space. Really has a feel for angles and leverage. He's violent in the combo blocks. Mirrors really well with good footwork. There's really just not much to like besides the level of competition.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this guy, you talk about walking on water, he did it. Everywhere that he played, he was awesome. He played tackle, guard, center. He's got that in his background at high school. This past season was at left guard for the Big Sky. He did not allow a sack or quarterback hit, finishing with 44 career starts. So this is a guy that could be a home run type of day.
When I started to hear the words pin and pull, and I started watching tape, this guy was guard, pin and pull.
is what he was. So I kind of thought that maybe a day 3 where he's been picked, but this guy is a super athlete when it comes to that 6'3", 311. You can watch him right here playing left guard. But man, I'll tell you what though, I like I say, him playing in space was pretty darn good.
Now, we've got about 2 minutes left here on the radio side. What are your thoughts so far on the Cowboys draft? And let's tease going into the 6th round. The Cowboys still have some more picks to make.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's still needs out there, and you wonder. You look at the receiver board. There's not a receiver that I think is better than Jalen Tolbert on, and I don't think there's a receiver that's better than Jonathan Mingo left on the board. So it's you definitely be reaching for a guy. I only have one 4th-round grade left. It's Nick Nash. He's going to be 25 when the season ends, and he led the nations in receptions and receiving yards in 24. He would be a very fascinating one, but he's got a little bit of some injury history. But that'd be a fascinating X option. Goodness, yeah. Other than that, I don't feel super confident. So I wonder, you talk about these substantive trades that Jerry Jones is talking about. You also look at the free agent market that's still available out there for the front office. I think this is probably where a receiver. And the Buffalo Bills just took one of my favorite day 3 defensive backs, Jordan Hancock.
So he went over Denzel Burke, didn't he? His teammate.
Yeah, he sure did.
Wow.
Sure did. Yeah, I'm looking at a couple of things right here. If Dallas continues to look at their board, draft their board, what's wrong with having Dorian Strong, cornerback from Virginia Tech, being a possibility here? Nothing.
Double dip at corner.
Yeah, double dip at corner there. Maybe even double dip at running back here. I mean, the way that some of this stuff is falling, I absolutely don't have a problem with bringing 2 young running backs into the thing to work with the 2 veteran guys. I know you've got some guys as well that are still here with Deuce Vaughn and stuff, and we'll see how those guys play.
Overall, lots to look forward to here on the back half of the day 3 of the NFL draft. Remember, you can follow along on DallasCowboys.com and on the 105.3 Fan Cam all the way through the Fan Cam as we go all the way to the end of the 257 picks of the NFL draft. For Zach Wolchuk, Foch Lombardi, Brian Broaddus, Nick Harris, Tommy Yarish, I'm Kyle Yeomans. Rangers baseball is next.
Later.
All right, now we're on the .com side of things, and here's the kicker. We don't have to take commercials the rest of the day. We are on for the rest of time. Welcome back in, everybody. Hope you've enjoyed day 3 so far. Lots of great names still remaining on the board. And I know Nick just talked about Jordan Hancock, the defensive back from Ohio State, catching you up on the last couple picks. You mentioned Drew Kendall, offensive lineman from Boston College, goes to the Eagles. Zay Frazier, corner from UTSA, goes to the Bears at 169. Bills at 170 take Jordan Hancock, and now the Detroit Lions are on the clock at 171. Any prospect that we missed there, Brian? I know you want to talk about these guys. Any prospect that you want to hit that we've missed the last 10, 15 picks or so?
No, I think we're good on these guys, unless somebody wants to talk about them.
Maybe Torrey Horton.
Evans, I don't think we hit the tight end from Notre Dame.
Yeah.
He's interesting because Notre Dame just kind of couldn't throw the football with Riley Leonard. He was more just running it. But he's big, strong, prototype for the position. I mean, it's 6'5", 258. Can play inline and flex out in the slot, can block 1v1. He's got some nasty chips in the combo blocks. He played in an offense this past year that, as I mentioned, they just didn't push the ball down the field. But I don't see a ton of separation as a route runner, but he does have strong hands to just go and pluck the football, can win the contested catch. I think he's a good run blocker. When you're looking for a tight end on day 3 that might be able to develop into a starter, Mitchell Evans from Notre Dame at 6'5", 258, he has all the measurables that you'd be looking for.
Mitchell Evans wasn't a guy that I was inspired by at all. I just didn't think that they threw the ball to him enough. Like he only had like 20 something catches or something like that. So if he's just left to go out there and run routes and block people sometimes, he's easy to kind of doze off on in the chair. But hey, I'm sure they have a plan for the player, and I'm sure that he's gonna be a team's guy to some extent. What's his name? Black from Iowa. How do we say it?
You guys
was it
like
Yaha?
10 minutes ago.
Nick
Yaha?
Harris had it, but
Yeah,
Nick Harris
you guys
is gone
had
now.
it. You were so confident.
Yaya Black
in it.
from Iowa.
I think it's Yaha.
I don't think it's either.
Gosh,
one
I
of
don't
those.
even know anymore.
Yaya Black from
Give me
Iowa.
5 seconds.
It's definitely not Yaya, right?
I think
No, it's not.
'Cause
Yaya.
we were saying Yaya.
Yeah, that's
Waya.
Waya.
Waya. Thank you so much. I love you guys back there.
He's another one of these humongous
It's YA.
YA.
It's YA.
Well, who came on the headset and said ha ha?
Bleeping YA.
Who said ha ha? Which one of y'all said ha ha?
Nobody said ha.
Somebody said ha ha. Zach.
He doesn't play here anymore.
Ha ha. Clinton Black.
Somebody said ha.
One of y'all said.
Don't look at me. I'm just a YouTube guy.
Okay, how to say it? How to say his name?
YA.
Wanye Black, he's one of the heavier defensive tackles, but he's not trash can full of dirt guy. I think he's got some decent movement and some decent ball.
36, you know.
Yeah. He's a big character, man. Space Eater, Pittsburgh like those kind of huh?
Big character.
Oh
yeah, not big, like big character.
Hey, big vibe. But yeah, I'm moving on from Yahweh Black, man.
YA.
Black. What else we got, man? Who up next? Who just got drafted, man? Who?
Jordan Hancock.
They've been
from
sitting
Ohio
on this
Hey.
Lions pick for a minute now.
Sorry, Woolshot.
Excuse me. I'm so sorry.
Good.
Frazier, though, from UTSA, I think is a really fascinating
Tell
pick.
us about it, please.
From to the Bears. The Bears just snagged him. This guy was the first player in school history there at UTSA with 6 or more interceptions in a season. The length and speed that he has is very, very unique. He looks like a receiver, the way that he's able to go up and make contested catches. I think the way that he's able to go ahead, short burst, able to recover downfield. He almost kind of baits quarterbacks a little bit because he trusts his recovery speed so well. But Tariq Woolen now with Seattle, obviously was the predecessor there at UTSA. Same type of build when it comes to the long arms, the length. But honestly, Frazier's a little bit bigger than he is. So that's a guy like in the 5th round, you're looking for an outside corner that can play zone for you and has the ability with the size to press. I like Frazier quite a bit here.
Miles Frazier also goes off the board, LSU guard. Here
Talk about him
at
He was one of my top guys left.
Thought you really liked him a lot, didn't you?
Miles Frazier was powerful and mean and nasty as all get out, man. Just when you watch his film, whether it be Ole Miss or the Georgia kids or whatever game you was watching, when he pulled and hit somebody, he thrashed and finished those people. I was a big fan of his, and he was one of the guards. I got him in the 4th round. I love big, powerful guards. Looks to finish, physical, decent pass blocker, like in terms of movement, but he's one of those guys that once he grabs you, good luck. And then once he grabs you, he may torque and try to pull on you a little bit, and that might lead to a holding call. But if it doesn't, you're going to the ground, and he's going to land on top of you, and he'll try to elbow drop you on the way to the ground. Some pretty good nastiness with him there. I think he focuses on anchoring and punching and striking, but once he cleans that up, sometimes hands will lead to the back a little bit. They get a little high on the shoulder, but once you focus on hand placement, what is coaching for, man? And let that dude just be strong and physical and mean and nasty, man. You got one. Shouts out to Miles Frazier.
When I was watching him, I'm like, I know Vach is going to like this guy because he's mean. He's massive and he plays nasty. Passes off blocks extremely well. He did not allow a sack last year. Only allowed 4 sacks over 3 years starting at LSU, and he played multiple spots. He had 28 starts at right guard, 9 at left, 2 at right tackle. So this is a guy that, he drives people off the ball in the run game, which we love, the mauling type mentality, Vach. I mean, that's something that we're looking for in guards. Consistent in the pass sets, great base. I thought he should have gone higher than this. I had a 3 on him. Did you have a 2?
I had a 3 on him. Four.
Okay.
High four.
I had a 3 on him. I mean, I'm surprised that he was still on the board here when you look at some guards. But you still have guys like Luke Kandra from Cincinnati. That's still there. So
he's my highest rated player.
And Chase Lunt. I think Lunt's probably my highest guy now out of UConn and an Arlington Martin product.
I had this guy over Jonah from Zona. I'm not going to lie.
It's okay.
I'm not going to lie. And you can say, hey, brought us LSU homer. I admit it. Yeah, LSU homer. This guy's a hell of a football player. He really, really is. And the thing about it is, in the SEC, that offensive line for LSU was kind of one of the, they were talked about as being one of the best in the country, and at times they played very, very well. But he's played all the positions. This guy, he's transferred from Florida International. And so when you passes the eye test,
He's got functional length. He's got a filled-out frame. He's strong on first contact. He'd be a bully when he wants to. The experience speaks for itself. This guy's made a ton of starts. He's 6'6". He's 317. He's versatile. I mean, like I say, he's made 51 starts. Dependable. He's played every game in the past 4 seasons. He does lack a little bit of burst and lateral movement. He could be a little bit of a waist bender. Minimal knee bend and pass hits, but you get caught flat-footed at times. But the recovery against NFL twists and stuff, I think he'll be okay with that. But I tell you what, he is one of those guys that you talk about mauler, throwing his body at defenders. He gets the job done.
The Rams just took Chris Paul Jr., that linebacker out of Ole Miss that Vach, I know you talked about earlier today.
Yeah.
6 foot, 230 plus pounds. I mean, you talk about the powerful and smooth game kind of meshing together. He does both things.
Shrine Bowl, man, tackles everybody. Really good verse to run, and we listened to him talk, and he was really, really big leader guy. Like, he led all of those Ole Miss guys, Princely and JJ and all those other guys and Trey, and they kind of followed his lead, and that's how he plays as well. I didn't think he was great as a pass defender. I thought that they threw the ball around him a little bit, but I tell you what, when he went to the Shrine Bowl, he was defending passes, and I was like, hey, look at Chris Paul. So maybe in the game is different than a one-on-one situation there, but I mean that's his biggest wart, like the movement and speed, and maybe getting outside, and some of these running backs getting the corner on him, and maybe the coverage or whatnot. But if it's anywhere between the boxes vicinity, he's making plays there, and I was a big fan of him. I got him in the 4th round. I got him over Kobe King.
Okay.
It's a good player right there. You nailed him, I think. Pooh is his nickname.
Pooh
Paul Jr. Transferred from Arkansas, but I think he does a really good job of kind of sniffing out the screen game.
Yeah,
he's got a lot of awareness when it comes to that, and he's a high motor player. Does have the light frame. He looks a little thin, but he also has some pass rush ability.
Yeah.
I was surprised with the coverage ability as well. And it stood out at we were watching the Shrine Bowl because we were going into that thinking like, oh my gosh, we don't have any good linebackers in this draft. And then here's Teddy Buchanan.
Yeah.
Here's Chris Paul Jr. Here's Dumas Johnson, and then Martin, the Memphis kid, Chandler Martin, who might hear his name called here in a little bit as well. So Chris Paul Jr., certainly one of these guys that I think could end up, the Rams have hit when it comes to 5th rounders. Maybe he ends up being another one that ends up lining up and being a really quality starter for him.
Yeah.
Bills just took Jackson Hall's tight end from Georgia Tech.
That's the best blocking tight end in the draft.
I heard that before during a draft show. Kid transfer from Yale, right?
Yep. He pays pass for runners in space or inside. He's wide frame, strong composition. I mean, he's built perfectly. He's not going to give you jack squat in the receiving game, but he'll block it, get you out at the point of attack.
That'll be a good addition for that front 5.
He's like the tight end version of Cam Jackson. I don't want him pass rushing, but gosh, he can stop the run.
He can do a couple things.
Like, this would have been a Mike McCarthy special. Like, let me tell you, he would have bent over backwards for Jackson Haas.
Oh, what?
You know what, Kyle? I was just looking back at the TV there, and they was showing the Sanders family celebrating the Browns pick and all that. And I tell you what, man, he's probably made some enemies along the way, but just content wise, right? I'm kind of rooting for him to kind of get to camp and tear it up, and
preseason should be fun in second half for the Browns.
It's gonna be awesome.
Push Watson. Like what if he goes out there and tears it up in preseason? Now we're having a conversation about the league. Vach ain't saying this, but allegedly colluding. That's what they're saying on the social media. Vach ain't saying this at DallasCowboys.com, but just on Twitter they're saying all. But what if Shador comes out and proves that he's a 2nd round quarterback? I'm kind of rooting for that just to see what the content looks like from that.
That would be an interesting side of things. Denzel Burke, Ohio State, does go off the board here to the Cardinals.
Man, that's a good pick.
Really if I talk about him?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is.
I like this kid as a nickel.
Yeah, I do too. He's one of the more experienced DBs in this entire class. Played 51 games at Ohio State. He'll probably need to play in a zone scheme to account for below average speed, and maybe that's why it took a while for him to get picked. And he's not the biggest in the world, but quick hips, a movement could be positive points if he's put in heavy man concepts. But I think this is a guy you want to develop as a nickel, potentially as like a rover safety maybe. He's got some versatility. I loosely covered his recruitment coming out, and he was one of the top gets for Ohio State in that recruiting class. Just, I think he maxed out too early. I think that's maybe what happened if you're looking at it from a recruiting perspective. But smart, instinctual, tons of experience. This is a safe pick you can make if you're the Cardinals here on day 3.
Some of his tape is really good in terms of like press man and ball in the air and finding the ball. I like him as a ball is in the air, find the ball guy. But the backside of that is that he loses the wide receiver sometimes, and Oregon really gave him some fits.
Yeah.
But
They ran by him a couple of times. Yeah,
they sure did.
The Oregon game was a challenge for him. I wrote that down.
I was giggling because I wasn't even watching him. I was just watching the Oregon kids. But I was like, but his good tape is really good. So if you're a coach now, you just got to find out how to get the good tape out of him, and that may be just line him up at nickel.
First true freshman to start a season opener on defense for the Buckeyes since 1996.
Yeah, they loved him coming out.
Isn't that insane?
They loved him coming out.
That is absolutely crazy. But yeah, you guys crushed it. Plus, he does add a lot of good value. He can block some punts for you. So special teams wise, he can contribute immediately.
I just want to shout all of y'all out. We are prepared. We talking about I just knew it was gonna be slowing down.
Just
right
beginning.
About now.
We're only halfway, Voch. We're
Get to the
just getting
7th
going.
round. I might taper out.
We all right, huh?
Well, you know,
see.
I'm looking down my board, and I'm still looking at
Brian
guys.
say, "Don't hold your breath, play rookie." Brian say, "Sit your ass down."
We've got 2 more.
Rookie.
bro, we got 2 rounds to
go.
roll.
Brian say, "Wait till we get the pick 220."
I hope y'all have. I hope you have your top 10 UDFAs ready to go.
I'll be on break. Don't talk.
We will-
to me. I'm leaving.
I'm going to be pulling up the beast for that.
Thank you, Dane Brugler, draft show alum. Now, the names that are still on this list, I mean, we're in the final 2 picks of the 5th round. The Seahawks have
Board's
their
holding
pick
up
in.
all right, man.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, my board's holding up.
Ravens right here, 176 on the clock. You look up and down, there are names here.
Yeah.
And I think going into the 6th round, if you're the Cowboys, still some running backs. I have a couple corners that
I'm ready to double
like
down.
that are still there. Those are both double dip positions, but you take where the value is, right?
Yeah, I mean, the corners, Dorian Strong, who Brian brought up from Vatech.
Yep.
Robert Longerbeam's a guy I've talked about all day from Rutgers I'd absolutely love. 2 guys that I believe they visited with, Jamari Harris from Iowa, and then Corey Black from Oklahoma State would still be there. And the running backs, you got so many options if you want to double dip there. I mean, I don't think Brashard Smith would be in play from SMU since you just took Jaden Blue, but Monungai and Damian Martinez and Ollie Gordon.
Give me a guy with some thump.
And Taj Brooks.
Bigger body.
All 4.
I know,
all 4.
I know we signed. I mean, I know they'll tell you about with Sanders and Williams and stuff like that. But give me a young guy thump.
Yeah.
Give me that guy. I like to.
Monungai.
Monungai. I like the name. Monungai.
Something like that. You watch him play in the damn Big Ten. He's running over people and stuff like that. I wouldn't have a problem with him. Neal, I wouldn't have a problem with. Brooks, Martinez.
Yeah.
I mentioned Allen. Allen is one of my favorite guys from Syracuse. Yeah. You talk about a guy who can catch the ball and run over you. Sure. Now give me 2 backs that can catch the football here.
Can I interest you in the 6th round of one Ollie Gordon the 2nd?
Sure you can.
I mean, we're in the 6th round at this point. You want a big body that can run people over.
Yeah, I mean, all those running backs we just mentioned, I personally have ahead of Ollie Gordon.
I have multiple ahead of mine.
Neal is the highest guy I've got left. Then Taj.
Who's your highest rated defensive player, by the way? I just want to make sure.
Defensive player.
I got Mello Dotson and Aeneas Peebles and Dorian Strong.
Okay, Strong, Peebles. King hasn't been taken yet, right?
No.
Kobe King, the linebacker? No,
yeah, okay.
I like Zy Alexander a lot, too.
Okay.
I think I would throw him up there.
Jared Ivey from Ole Miss is my highest rated guy.
All right.
Okay.
I feel like my board's holding together, though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing so
How
far.
about some of these centers going ahead of Seth McLaughlin from Ohio State?
I kind of thought that he was like.
Look at this, man.
I kind of liked him as the bet. Like if you're not going Zabel or you're moving somebody to center, I thought he was the best true center.
I thought he was kind of like Kelsey a little bit. Guy that when he's uncovered, he could pull, get out in space.
Alabama.
Yeah,
and then to Ohio State.
Yeah, you watch those Ohio State runners, and they were, they left side of the offensive line, great. You got a center that's really, really good too. But
is he hurt guy? Maybe
I don't know. Maybe people don't they think maybe he's a little bit of an undersized guy.
Okay,
might be the problem there. But I kind of thought he's got some Jason Kelsey to his game when uncovered and pulling out in front and getting the second levels. Things like that. I mean, Alabama played a ton of big games. When it got hurt in the last year at Ohio State, maybe that's something that people are kind of looking at right now.
Looking at the board, the best players that I have that are not
Tyler Barron.
that are not in a Okay, that are not in a double dip situation is I got Peebles, the D tackle, or maybe like Horsley if you want a different like a different kind of guy. I think D tackle maybe has to be next. Like it wouldn't make sense for us to draft a tight end.
What about Jay Toya from UCLA?
Yeah, I think he's on their board here too.
That'd be a good pick.
I just think Horsley and Peebles are.
I like Horsley. I wouldn't have no idea.
I think Peebles is a dude.
Are we talking about like those two dudes? And you guys made the comment after you guys did a great job with Coach Whitecotton, by the way.
Flash Lombardi did ask a good question when I asked him about the size guys, right?
Who's that?
About the size guys?
Yeah.
About who asked him the question? Was it you asked him
Flash
about?
Lombardi asked that really good question about do you like your one takes 310 or like 330? He said I like them all as long as they can play.
He said I want playmakers.
Playmakers is what he said.
Are you going with like the?
Oh, I thought that Wolchuk asked that question. I didn't know it.
No, Vach asked that, but then I brought up like I think maybe we make too big of a deal over the one.
Okay, that's what you asked the question, and that's what I heard.
It was a tag team effort.
Zach can't say nothing. Let him finish. Go ahead. What you say about the question?
I'm not going to hand pound now. That was awkward.
Okay, if that's the case right now, you're okay then with talking about your one techniques with your threes, then, right?
Yeah,
sure. We can put them all together.
I've always in my mind separated the two.
Yeah,
I've always separated them.
But I'm running out of names though. Like I don't want to get down to like Simeon Barrow and them. I don't want to get down to Tim Smith and them.
Yeah.
Stackhouse is a big body, but I don't know if he makes plays in that kind of way. Like he's a bigger dude. But
are the threes better than the ones if you compare them? Or put them together.
There's more threes now. I think Toya is my highest one.
Toia. Jay Toia.
Toia.
Peebles and Horse.
Jay Toia.
By the way, final two picks of the 5th round. Robbie Oots, tight end from Alabama, goes to the Seahawks. Kind of a weird H-back type of like old school tight end.
Old school?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And then the Jets traded into the final pick of the 5th round with Baltimore. They take Tyler Barron, edge rusher from Miami. So Buffalo is on the clock. We are officially into the 6th round of the NFL draft. Just wanted to catch you up on that one.
Kyle Yeomans, Nick Harris, Zach Wolchuk. What do y'all think about
JJ? Left out one guy.
JJ Pegues.
I talk to Brian every day. What do y'all think about JJ Pegues?
You don't need to ask me. You know I like JJ Pegues.
Of course, we was there. It's content. I'm setting you up. You know
he's good. He's a good player. He's more of a three. He's a 3 tech though.
I have him mid-5th. I have him 3-5, like a 3-5 tech. Probably more versatile in that sense. I think he's got the athleticism to do that. He's an Auburn transfer. He started his career as a tight end, so he's a nimble mover. He uses that offensive background to translate that athleticism in the interior defensive line. Used in situational offensive short yardage packages. So if you don't feel good about your short yardage offensive stuff, he had 7 touchdowns on 21 carries last season. On the he could carve out a roster role similar to how Scott Matlock does for the Chargers. Their rotational defensive tackle that they bring in as like a fullback / blocking guy that can also work in short yardage situations. Sometimes he kind of gives me those kinds of vibes.
He also has the nickname the Mayor, which I thought was pretty bad.
Yeah, because he's an Oxford native.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. Oh, that's why they gave it to him? Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that would be sick.
I think D line is the one place that you haven't, or D tackle is the one place that you haven't gone. I would say that we still have need there, and I think once you get out of that territory, I think you're right in double down land. So if you want to, maybe get another edge that's maybe like a run defender, or if you want to, maybe not want another offensive line, but I think Chase Lunt at this point, I think he's hard to pass up on. Or if you want another running back to pair up with Jaden Blue, I think it's a slam dunk as well.
Tell me a little bit about Peebles specifically. Why is he fallen so far? I know everybody's kind of in consensus that they're pretty high on him.
4th round for me.
Undersized. It's definitely size, but when you watch him, technique.
He's a penetrator though, right?
Technique, leverage, get off, ass whoop. Like Peebles, like I got
super
Peebles ranked over Collins and Farmer because I thought that those guys lacked a little bit of technique or whatever. But Peebles and his hand usage and his power, I thought that kind of put him over those guys.
Yeah, the size, I do think he kind of gets stuck on blocks at times. But he's super competitive, and I like the play strength. The height, maybe that is what's going to knock him here. But, I mean, he's a guy that, gosh, when you were just watching some of these 3 techs, he had some of the most fun tape to watch. Like the stronger, bigger NFL guards, they might give him some trouble, and maybe that's what they're thinking, the projection. But I was a big fan of Peebles' game. Just the burst that he has, the first step quickness, the spin move, and his ability to just get upfield and be disruptive.
Kind of like when you're watching his tape, it's like he's the first guy off the ball.
Yeah.
And you're going, oh, okay, who's this cat? And he's getting in there, and maybe I think Nick's right. I think that people see him as undersized. But God, he's disruptive.
Yeah,
if you give me a guy that's going to line up in the gap and shoot the gap and cause problems and wreck blocking schemes and stuff like that. Lori Glover was here. That same guy. I mean, I'm comparing him to a Pro Bowl player, but that's the kind of a little bit smaller guy, but so disruptive getting up the field. Well, you're going to see, I love the folks in the back. They're doing a hell of a job. Look at that. You just fighting through guys, reaching back in there. Like I say, he's splitting the gaps here. Who's this against? Looks like Rutgers. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, just get in the back.
Good job, Manungai.
Yeah, just get in the backfield. Yeah, that's a guy that Kyle wants. I mean, not Kyle, Nick.
He's a good
guy. Guy gets trapped in the backfield.
Now, one thing that stuck out for me for Peebles whenever I was watching him, he reminded me of a guy that you had as a pet cat a couple years back, and Kalijah Cansey. He's kind of like a poor man's, shorter arms. The way he's disruptive, goes laterally. I thought off the ball, like you said, he's got some explosion specifically. I wouldn't mind Peebles here in the 6th round if he can fall this far.
His measurables are terrible.
They're not good.
They're not good. But this guy is like, you put him in the gap, you get him on the outside shoulder, and he is going to find a way to win. And I think we're getting to the point in time of the draft where we're looking at traits. Oh, there's your spin move right there. Miami, that's a sack. That's the first overall pick going to the ground. Here's Syracuse. They're about to sack a quarterback that hadn't been drafted. And those spin move. This is terrible radio. I'm sorry that you're not getting to see this, but
the good thing is we're
stream.
Yeah,
okay,
so everyone's looking.
Cool. All right, that's good. Yeah, but it's like he's basically 6'1" and he's 282 pounds.
Okay, I'm getting asked a lot about 2 Texas kids.
Can we hear from one Texas kid real quickly while we're waiting?
Oh, for sure.
The start of the 177 pick and the start of the 6th round. Let's hear from Jaden Blue in the secret audio that we have to sneak in.
Hey, buddy. Welcome to the Dallas Cowboys.
Let's get it.
Hey, we're excited about having you here.
Yes, sir.
Really are. Everybody in this room is excited, and we've been trying to trade up for the last 6 or 7 picks. Scared we were going to miss you, but I'm glad we got you.
Yes, sir. Let's get it.
Okay, well, boy, listen, you've come a great way from Houston and really just kept getting better, kept having it together. If you'll keep on that trajectory and realize, boy, this is an opportunity of a lifetime, you're going to be a heck of a player.
Yes, sir.
All right, here's our coach.
Jade, what's up, man? Congratulations. You're a Cowboy.
Appreciate it.
Man, we are so excited, man. Hey, can't wait to get you here, man. Can't wait to just see what you bring, the explosiveness, the passion for the game, brother. Can't wait to watch you compete.
Yes, sir.
All right, you're a Cowboy. Hold on one sec. Why don't you talk to our OC and then our running back coach. Hold on one sec.
What's up, Blue?
What up?
How are you, man?
I'm good.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Cowboys. Can't wait to watch you run for us.
Yes, sir.
Looking forward to meeting you soon, brother.
Yes, sir.
All right, here's Coach Foster.
Hey, Blue, what's up, man?
What up, Coach?
How you doing?
I'm good.
Man, I'm freaking fired up. I'm excited to have you a part of this deal, man. Welcome to the Dallas Cowboys, man. How about that?
Let's get it, Coach.
Let's get it. You know what I mean? Let's go to work, all right? Day one when you walk in this building, it's business time. You got it?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. Enjoy your day. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
All right.
149th pick. 149th pick of the draft as we are back.
These coaches are more excited than the kids.
Yeah, they really are.
Anytime Luce gets on the phone, he's fired up.
It makes you nervous that they're going to.
The kids are nervous. They got a lot of things going on around.
Sure.
It was fascinating to hear Jerry talk about trading up. There was an opportunity they thought they had in hand, and then it kind of fell through last minute. But yeah, Blue appeared to be the target the whole way.
All right, so the first pick is in for the 6th round. Dorian Strong, corner from Virginia Tech, third-team All-ACC from last season. Zach, you said you wanted to talk about a couple Texas guys.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk Dorian Strong here. I just wanted to ask, because I know I've been asked about this a lot, what you guys think about, this point in the draft. You've got Cam Williams, former Duncanville player, offensive tackle, and then Isaiah Bond.
No,
and I think both have a chance to go undrafted.
At this point, yeah, it's an interesting question, and the Cam Williams one is more interesting than I think Bond, because Bond is a little bit more explainable. But with Cam Williams, I think towards like November of the season, people were talking about him as like a hipster first round pick.
Gosh,
and Did the Ravens take another one of your guys?
No, you guys were talking, and I was working on something. Dorian Strong.
Yeah, Dorian Strong.
I'm sorry.
Well, we'll talk about him in a second. You can go ahead and talk because I know you.
I'm sorry about
quite
that.
a bit.
No, you're okay. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Brian. I think. I completely forgot what I was talking
Well, I
Cam
know-
Williams.
Yeah.
I think
The Texas kids.
He had a knee injury late in the season. He's also got some medical background stuff that's not the most encouraging. He's always had weight issues his entire football career. I covered him at Duncanville, and that was the big question going into Texas. Is like, okay, Texas offensive line coach Kyle Flood really likes these big boys now, and he if you're not 300, you are not on his board. And he got his weight relatively in check, but I think it's still a concern for some teams. And the Ravens just took one of my favorite DBs in this class too.
Yeah, that's another good one. Yeah, Williams got flagged for character plus medical, and then you got Bond, who's a character.
Coney.
Yeah.
Both of these corners back to back are good.
Go ahead and do Strong if you would.
You take Strong. Strong was one of your guys. You liked him.
You
a
got
lot.
Coney good.
Yeah, I do. Go ahead and go with Strong. I will follow with Coney.
Yeah, I want to give this kid his due. I mean, he is.
The one thing I'll say about Strong, I didn't like the number. 44 was weird to me. I didn't like watching the 44 as a corner.
Man, this kid
I put
is,
that in the notes.
This kid is rail thin. Man, that Coney, God, he's a good player.
Yeah,
too.
he is. I mean, he's big and long.
Let's go in order. So Bills with
Strong. I got him.
There you
Good.
go.
Yeah, here we go. Rail thin athlete. He plays with a chip on his shoulder though. Smooth in the way he moves. I think he's a press man corner. Moves with his feet well for the position. He knows how to keep leverage and route. He's very comfortable carrying routes all over the field. Plays well with his hands. This is why I was hoping Dallas would take this kid. He's got to be a little too. He can be a little grabby at times, but he can be disruptive in the way he goes about his job. He'll get his hands on balls due to his footwork, his length. He had 2 interceptions in the Duke game, but I think he's a little bit of a gambler by nature. But he gets away with it. He's got to feel how to play around a receiver in order to knock the ball away. He has a feel for. He does a good job of driving on the ball when necessary. There's an element to his game that he reads the quarterback, and then boom, he's right there on it. He plays well with the ball down the field, get his eyes around. He'll engage in the running game despite his build. I think he does a really good job of closing on the ball and wrapping up and when he gets in position. At 6'1", 185, you wouldn't think this guy would be that way, but he's got an element, again, of toughness to his game.
He had a little Cheeto to him where he has great coverage and then it's
just
like,
slightly misses the ball.
Yeah, it's like, dude, you're there, intercepted, and
look at
dang
that.
it, he just doesn't.
That right there, we had a botched field
special
goal.
teams.
Yeah, but just the previous play, there was the way the route came underneath. He was able to drive on. That's what you hate, man. Like run after catch, they break you, and now it's instead of a 4-yard gain, it's a 14-yard gain. And I think this kid did a really good job of eliminating those types of
He's super smart. I mean, sometimes it's like he just has an innate feel for knowing what the route that the receiver wants to run. So, yeah, I think that's a really strong pick. But go ahead and talk Coney, the Western Michigan kid, also a good player.
Yeah, Bilal Kone.
Kone.
Native of Ivory Coast, was born.
Is that how? Is that the? It's like it was like almost like it was Coney with the is the
Kone.
Kone.
Yeah.
So you
Kone,
take that Y and you
A.
Yay. Okay, Kone.
Bilal Kone. Admittedly, I had no idea who he was when we showed up at the Senior Bowl in Mobile. He was one of those guys that I just had to catch up on, I guess. And Ollie Gordon just came off the board to Miami. We'll talk about him in a minute. But Bilal Kone, again, admittedly didn't know who he was in Mobile. He's got kind of a crazy background. Born in the Ivory Coast, moved to the Minneapolis area as a kid, and went through a stretch of time where he was homeless. His younger brother had passed away, and he went to go live with the family of Trey and Tyus Jones, who are in the NBA, if y'all are NBA fans. And that's where his athletic career kind of started. Didn't really start playing football until his sophomore year of high school, and he played as a receiver. It makes sense because he's big, he's tall, he's long, and he was able to translate those ball skills of the receiver position to the DB spot, and that's where he played whenever he enrolled at junior college. He didn't have any offers coming out. Went to Iowa Central Community College, transferred to Indiana State, made his way to Western Michigan, and he's got great ball skills. He was at the Senior Bowl with his big, long, tall frame, and he stands out, and you're like, who is that guy? And then he starts making plays downfield. He's going to be an interesting outside corner option that I think could pan out, but at the very least, he's going to give you high effort, and he's going to be a special teams guy early on before he could potentially carve out a role.
Really good timing. Led the team in pass breakups each of the last 2 seasons. One thing that annoyed me is he tackles a little high. which will
and
cause
because he's tall.
Yeah, but man, he is a guy that he breaks on the ball really, really well.
Big East just went too.
Oh man, these are back-to-back guys.
Good ones. Yeah, let's go with Ollie Gordon, running back out of Oklahoma State, as a possible guy to talk through here because, of course, running back, you took Jaden Blue there in the 5th round, but Gordon was a heavy name. And again, if you could get 2023 Ollie Gordon, then you might feel pretty good about what you're getting.
Sure.
Miami loves their Texas boys.
They do.
Ollie's last year tape, he was just punishing people, and they was just bouncing off, and he was just
the 23 tape.
23 tape. Pardon me. He just a punisher, and bodies just bounced off of him, and he would make big plays, and he'll get caught, and he still would be hard to tackle. You know what I'm saying? Getting him from behind goal line, he was nasty. Even when he caught passes, I was shocked to see him catching passes last year. But man, the 2024, there's a pass catch right there. But in 2024, man, the tape is just night and day. And if you can just, I don't know what the secret sauce is, but just get him back to 2023, you got a guy that would be like a 2nd round pick in this draft, maybe if he's 2023 Gordon. So figure that out. But what a dude, humongous guy, big body,
big dude.
I wanted to see him block a little better for how big he is. I was upset about that, but you know what I'm saying? He's humongous. I want you to be that way when you're blocking. He would chop a lot of people. He would, lower his head. I'm like, come on, man, square up and hit these people. But as a runner, punishing.
Yeah, he could be a 3-down back. I mean, he was a guy when we were doing Friday Night Stars in this studio. We were talking about him just kicking ass and taking names at Euless Trinity, local dude. But
so
man,
much fun.
It is wild. Like 2 years ago, Doak Walker Award winner, Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year, and then it just looked like hesitant, didn't trust what the heck he was doing this past season. So I'm hoping maybe behind a better offensive line, you can go ahead and get that 2023 Ollie Gordon version.
Can I talk about the pick the Eagles just made?
Yeah.
Howie Roseman.
Oh, no.
Howie Roseman, I promise if you give me a phone call someday, I think we're going to have a lot of similar thoughts on guys. Kyle McCord was my QB4 in this class. I had a 3rd-round grade on him. I had him over guys like Jackson Dart, Quinn Ewers, Tyler Shuck, Dylan Gabriel. I am a big Kyle McCord guy.
I had a 3 on him, too.
Production, his pocket presence. He doesn't really give you a whole lot outside of the pocket. I know we were talking about that this morning. Was that with Clayton Adams talking about – it was Steve Shimco.
Yeah,
talking about quarterback mobility and how that's kind of changed around the league. But he has shown some ability to get outside of the pocket, and he can throw on the run. But he's a guy who has some really, really talented pocket maneuvering. I feel like he was kind of the
much better than Shuck.
Yes, I agree. And at Ohio State, I feel like he was made the scapegoat for what happened in 2023 there. That was not the case. It was the play caller, and they bring in a new play caller in 24 with the worst quarterback. And what do you know? They win the national championship. But Kyle McCord, he can push it downfield. He's his timing in the short to intermediate game is solid. He's efficient, precise. He took on a complex system at Syracuse too, and I think this is one of the more interesting points that I like about Kyle McCord. That's not an easy offense that they do at Syracuse. This new staff that they've had in place under Fran Brown has really taken it forward, and they are leading some of the maneuvering in the college game on the offensive side of the ball. I talked about Louisville being one of those offensive teams that implement some various scheme stuff that's picked up around college football. Syracuse is another one, and Kyle McCord not only picked that up, he thrived in it. And he averaged more passing yards than any quarterback in the FBS last year. Smart QB, high IQ. He can fit throws into tight windows. He knows when to make a risk. He knows when to not. I think this is going to be a really talented passer. I just don't know how he gets on the field with Jalen Hurts. But if he does, I think the Eagles have their backup quarterback.
That's my video.
That's amazing. I'm with you in terms of everything you said about Kyle McCord. He throws a gorgeous ball, and he's got some nice touch on it. I loved him proving that he can fight through the adversity because you're 100% right. They lose to Michigan at Ohio State, and they blamed it all on Kyle McCord, and he transfers over to Syracuse and balled out. And to me, being able to see that, good young man, high character, it's a bummer that he's now going to the Eagles. But the pick before, J.J. Pegues, we were talking about from Ole Miss, man, J.J. Pegues is just a really, really good athlete. I mean, his ability, you talked about it earlier, to kind of moonlight on offense. Maybe he can be a tight end for you. You want to go ahead and hand him the football in a big boy kind of fridge-like package. He can do that for you. Burly dude, and apparently very, very high character from stuff that you hear from him. So to me, I like the hands. I like the lower body strength. I think he's slippery up the field. I was a big fan of J.J. Pegues. That's a good pick there for the Raiders here in the 6th round. I had him way higher.
Some really good names. We just talked about it at the beginning of the 6th round, all rolling off. Dorian Strong, corner from Virginia Tech. You had Kone from Western Michigan. Ollie Gordon, running back from Oklahoma State. Pegues from Ole Miss, defensive tackle. And then, of course, Kyle McCord.
There's that Pegues short yardage. Get in there, big boy.
It's fun.
I love it.
Talk about a tush push.
Fun.
You don't even need to push any tush with him. He pushing tushes.
Huh?
He pushing tush.
He's tushing pushes.
Good thing we're not FCC regulated right now. I feel like we're crossing lines.
That's
there.
allowed. That's allowed.
That's what you think.
Jerry Jones said that maybe they're tush pushing around here these days. Yeah. I don't know if y'all caught that.
Oh yeah, it was probably the funniest moment of that presser.
I did hear that. Yeah, it's impressive. Yeah, look at this. Whoop! Over the top.
Come on. I mean, that's incredible. Yeah. Give me the nose wipe first down,
he's
too.
an
That's
awesome,
a 15-yard penalty.
Yeah, that's not allowed anymore.
Awesome athlete.
Can't do that.
I love J.J. Pegues. Fun athlete.
No doubt. All right, Patriots are on the clock. We still got a long way to wait for the Cowboys, all the way down at 2:04. They traded 2:11 to get up there to Shamar James. I almost did it again. Shamar James, the linebacker from Florida. 2:04 is where they're picking next. So they got a little bit of ways to go here before we have them back on the clock. I mean, at this point in time, Brian, this is where the scouts are digging in the bag and trying to find either traits or value, depending on who's falling.
Yeah, I think to me, it's now you're trying to kind of maybe hone in on some positions.
We have our first kicker off the board.
Borregales.
Man, what? Please.
Yep. Patriots at 182 take Andres Borregales.
I know more about Zach Walchuk than I do Andres Borregales.
Well, that's crazy.
Well, this is good. This is our first time we can dip into the beans.
No, I was about to say, there's no way you know anything about.
No, I don't.
I did a scout specialist.
I didn't watch a single kicker, but guess where Dane had him? Kicker 1, 6th round.
Gosh, he's so good.
There's not a single write-up on him. I can't tell you anything about him, but he did nail where he projected him to go.
Good job. Well done, Dane.
Yeah, maybe if the Cowboys didn't have Brandon Aubrey and Brian Anger, if they did not, I would have put some work in. But I mean, the only guys that I saw in person were the Senior Shrine Bowl guys, and I'm
sorry to interrupt.
No, man, all good.
You were talking about positions at home.
No, yeah, this is. Yeah, I kind of feel like, oh, look at this highlights.
Oh, kicker tape.
Let's evaluate. Good snap, good hold.
Look, Jazzy Jazz told us they had like 500 plus.
It looked like he missed that one.
He had 18 and 19. That might have been the one.
Wait, did you see? Like he had his hands like, oh no, I just missed this one.
They just showing the form right now.
Look, he missed
they don't
that
know if
one.
they made it or not.
He's just got this demeanor like he's missing field goals.
Shank left. Looks like me on CFB 25.
I can't kick foot.
Looks like
man
on CFB 25. But no, this is I love it that we got the highlights. This is outstanding. The thing with when you're starting to look, boy, that was close to the post.
This guy's not good.
This might be the game winner. There we go, Cal. That was a crazy game.
Oh, look at this!
Wow,
55.
that was 50.
It's at Louisville.
That's 55
on the road, right down the pipe.
Hey, this is live evaluation on the draft show.
Yeah. Oh, Jim.
I don't know, Jim.
Brian, can you walk me through what could have been in the thought process behind taking Sebastian Janikowski in the first round?
That's a great question.
I'll tell you, I was, people question me as Al Davis. I think you all are idiots. I've drafted Ray Guy as a punter. From the punter. It's from southern Mississippi. Nobody knew about him but me.
To the top,
I'm the best.
I'm the best.
No,
I'm the best.
It's funny. Gruden was telling the story about Janikowski. He's like, "We're about to do what?" And
I would have quit.
John's like, I think John used a couple of choice words too.
Oh, I'm sure.
What incarnation are we doing? Drafting a freaking.
We're gonna take a punter here. We're gonna take a kicker, John from Florida State. I like him a lot. But that's Mr. Davis. He didn't care. I mean, obviously we over the years we talked about Raider drafts, and if the guy ran the fastest time at the Senior Bowl, that was probably going to be a guy that was going to be probably a first round pick for the Raiders and stuff. But yeah, John was just there's a lot of choice words that John used when he was talking about. John said he got up and went to his office and just closed the door.
Did he get a fifth-year option?
He picked it up.
Did they pick up the fifth?
Picked up the fifth-year option there. But, yeah, Al Davis has drafted a punter and a kicker. And I think the only other first-round kicker was the Saints picked, in 1979, picked Russell Erxleben.
Erxleben.
What's his name?
Russell Erxleben.
What
great
a
name.
legend.
From the University of Texas.
Speaking of the Saints.
Yeah. Well, the Titans at 183 took Marcus Harris, corner from California, and then the New Orleans Saints take running back Devin Neal from Kansas. Devin Neal off the board. Why did he fall this far? What happened?
Probably because he's not like a super speedy
guy.
Small, and there's a lot of competition.
It's
in
the
his
class, man. I think a lot of these teams were like, okay, we can wait on a back. We can wait on a back. And I think they collectively thought that, just kind of collective thinking.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if we don't see a lot of these backs start coming off. I mean, we could talk about Damian Martinez, Monungai, Taj Brooks, Brashard Smith, LaQuinn Allen, Corey Guy. I mean, there's a lot of backs left in this class ready to be drafted. And Devin Neal's a talented guy.
Yeah, he's a complete back. I mean, incredible start.
Give him his due. He's a good player.
Really good. Patient runner, good vision, very elusive in the open field. Now, he's got the compact build. I like that for the position. Like, he looks like a running back to me. Great downhill runner. When you get him laterally, he does lose some effectiveness. Able to bounce off contact with good balance. Super productive. He was the all-time leading rusher for KU for total touchdowns and 100-plus yard games. Can get the dirty yards between the tackles. He really can do a little bit of everything for you. Makes the first guy miss. He can improve as a pass blocker, and he's not necessarily the breakaway guy. But in this class, I understand maybe why he slid, because there's just so many good running backs. But Devin Neal is a really, really good player. It wouldn't surprise me if he ends up being the heir apparent to Alvin Kamara in that backfield.
Yeah, I could see that. And it's probably the best offensive weapon that Kellen Moore has drafted this weekend. He's drafted a bunch of
Yeah, let's look at that class.
A bunch of whats?
Yeah, it has not. I have not liked this Saints class. Top to bottom, it has just not been.
Was it what I called them last night?
I'm going to pull up the picks
It's
right.
Kelvin Banks Jr.
I love Banks. Let me start with that.
Okay.
I love Banks.
Tyler Shuck.
You know how I feel about that.
Vernon Broughton.
Early.
Jonas Sanker. Danny Stutzman.
Gross.
Quincy Riley.
I do like Riley.
And then Devin Neal. I think the last two picks are probably the best picks.
Yeah,
probably.
I agree. But yeah, fascinating first class for Kellen Moore down in Nolens. As we start to get closer to this Cowboys pick, looking around at the needs still, obviously receiver. Like, let's take round value out of it. Let's just say, in general, looking at this roster, this team right now needs receiver. You could use another corner.
Yeah.
You could use another defensive tackle.
I would argue running back. I would argue defensive tackle and maybe another corner.
How would you rank all of those? What would you say is the most pressing, other than receiver? We know it's receiver.
Well, you only have 5 defensive tackles on the roster, and you're not confident in many of those. So I would say defensive tackle's number 1, right on the board.
Probably right.
I would say corners number 2. I would love to take a wide receiver. Wide receiver 2, corner 3.
So you would put receiver at 3, at the third most pressing?
No,
need?
2. I just flipped them.
I still
2?
think wide receiver is probably number 1.
Wide receiver has to be 1.
Oh, I would say wide receiver would be 2.
Okay.
Who are you going to get here? I know you need one.
No. I'm saying roster in general. I'm not saying.
Okay.
Take the draft out of the equation. Let's talk about pressing needs on this team.
Yes, by far, wide receiver 2 is number 1. Yes, sorry.
And so I'm saying take that out of the equation. Because let's say that's going to get addressed with a veteran.
Yeah, probably corner, defensive tackle.
I'm leaning towards the thought process that wide receiver is going to get addressed with a veteran at this point.
I think so too.
So defensive tackle 1, running corner 2. Running back 3, I would probably go corner 1, defensive tackle 2, running back 3, but I'm open to some other ideas.
I mean, I'd be willing to beg for a longer beam here from Rutgers.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it.
I would actually love for you to beg. What would that look like?
Please draft Robert Longerbeam, the cornerback out of Rutgers. You lost Jordan Lewis this offseason. You need somebody that's scrappy as hell, that can play the slot, that has a big heart and a chip on his shoulder from being a small package. And Robert Longerbeam has that. He's also got pretty good arms. He can break on the football. He is tough as hell. He's going to smack somebody. I love him. He's going to end up starting for you this year. If you liked what you got from Anthony Brown in the 6th round, this guy can be another 6th round gem at corner. Draft Robert Longerbeam out of Rutgers. Please.
That was pretty good. I like it. That was very convincing. All right, pick number 185, the Pittsburgh Steelers select quarterback Will Howard, Ohio State, to the Steelers.
I'll tell you what. I have this guy in the third round, and I think there's everybody says, oh well, there's all that talent at Ohio State. I get it, there is. I mean, but there's somebody that has to get the ball to the talent. There's somebody that has to make plays. There's somebody that has to show toughness in the way that they play. Will Howard, he transferred from Kansas State. He does a great job of getting the ball to his playmakers. The talent around him, of course, is impressive. He takes advantage of that. He knows how to get the ball out of his hand. He knows where he wants to go. He can make things happen that way. I think he does a pretty good job of reading pre-snap and then executing the play. His accuracy in the playoff games and the championship game was better than it was against Michigan later in the season. But he throws the ball well in the tight coverage. His teammates do a good job of going to get it. His placement can be very good. Plays a lot of snaps in a clean pocket. But, I understand that. But he does have some mobility that allows him to get out of the pocket and avoid some sacks. He has just enough athletic ability where Chip Kelly had some design runs for him. But I don't think his arm strength is great. But I'll tell you what, his accuracy, I think, can make up for that. He had some really two bad throws against Michigan, which likely cost his team an opportunity to win that game. But I think his experience, his playoff run was pretty impressive, and I think those results were even better for that. I like the kid. I had him in the third round, 6'4", 236 pounds.
Size was impressive. I didn't think he was all that big just like watching him in passing, but when you watch film and like they run with him, like quarterback runs with him, like he's thumping people out there because he got a little more, just a little more weight on him. I had him high, Brian. Me and you talked about him. We were very impressed with him. Yeah. He was a third rounder for me. I definitely would have taken him a little bit earlier. If the Cowboys were a more put-together team, then maybe he's a guy that you could talk about. But we got needs, and we still ain't even touched it. So.
I'm shocked Quinn Ewers is still on the board.
Yeah, that's a name we have not talked about. And honestly, that would not surprise me if the Cowboys select Quinn Ewers at some point here.
Shedeur Sanders is also shocked he's still on the board.
Yeah.
Quinn Ewers. He's shocked that Quinn Ewers is still on the board.
Okay. I was like, wait, what? It's like, did I miss something? Did Cleveland give it back?
I wonder if he's regretting not hitting the portal.
Yeah, because there was some NIL possibilities there, and
he already would have made more if he had went back. But he was so loyal to the University of Texas that he wanted to go out as a Texas Longhorn, not as something else, and I can respect that. But,
sure.
I think if you had asked anybody, it would have been like third round best case scenario for Quinn and like top of the fifth worst case. And now we're sitting here going into the middle of the sixth. I think he's worth a swing more than Will Howard.
Yeah.
Does anyone have Will Howard above Quinn?
Me.
I do.
I think both.
Yeah.
Both of you do?
Let me see.
I got Quinn in the 4, Howard in the 5. So a low 4 on Quinn and a high 3 for me.
Put them both.
What I say 5?
Put them both
at 5. Yeah.
Pardon me. Howard is a high 3. I read it backwards. Howard is a high 3 for me, like a 1-3-2 or something like that. Brian
there you go.
And Quinn Ewers would be like a 1-4-8 for me.
I have a late 4 on Quinn, so yeah, he would be. He and Riley Leonard are my 2 draftable grades at quarterback remaining.
Quinn is my second highest player left on my board behind Damian Martinez.
Wow. And I know you were pretty high on him because you've known him for a while.
I just know the traits are there.
Yeah.
I know the traits are there. He just needs time. Like if you give him a couple of years in the right system, I think he's going to be just fine in this league. I really do. He's got the arm talent. When you talk about pure arm talent, you stack it up with anybody in this class, and I think that's truly the case. I know teams think that too. High character guy. Drew rave reviews. He had to answer for some things during the pre-draft process, and I think there was a unanimous saying of we don't have any concerns there.
Yeah.
And I think Quinn's certainly worth a pick. He's nearby in South Lake waiting on that phone call. So we'll see when Quinn comes off the board.
Brian Broadus, what do you think about drafting Riley Leonard to be a power back for you?
Hey, it's not a bad idea. If you want somebody to just come in for short yardage.
I kind of felt like I was watching Tim Tebow play.
They won some games doing that.
Yeah,
let him run over.
Like it's like Notre Dame gets the lead, and all of a sudden they get a defensive stop, and they go into their 4-minute offense, and it turns to like 1958 football, where they just snap him the ball, and he powers ahead. Yeah. That kid's got a lot of toughness. So I thought I was watching Tim Tebow play playoff games. With how he was able just to kind of run through people, and sometimes he makes a good pass, and other times he doesn't. But I just didn't see, and I saw toughness, I saw willingness, and people would say, oh, is he like that guy in New Orleans? Is he like Taysom Hill? I don't think he has.
I don't think he has. I think Taysom Hill's got a little bit more quickness to him.
He's not tackling people on teams and stuff.
Yeah.
Riley Leonard.
Yeah.
Doesn't he have a medical red flag? I mean, it's the 6th round. It's,
does Riley Leonard have a medical red flag?
I want to say another kicker goes off the board. Tyler Loop from Arizona, 186 to the
Ravens.
What am I missing?
That means he must be a badass.
That's probably bye-bye to the massage guy.
What am I? Damn.
Whoa.
What am I missing
They're
about?
just massaging the issue just in case.
No, that's all it is. Just to be prepared.
Sorry, Voch. I had to get that one in.
They wanted to bring him to the table.
It's not gonna be a happy.
Hey.
I wanted to bring.
But Kyle painted a picture with that one. That's enough.
It looks like Rourke and
That's enough.
Mertz were the medical flagged quarterbacks.
Oh my God! And Beam's got the highlights.
Huh?
Of course he's got the
We got
highlights.
kicker highlights.
Oh,
Thought he-
gosh.
All right, my evaluations. He looks better than the kicker we just watched.
Can we get the camera on Kyle? He's dying in the corner.
That's awesome.
What tarnation going on up here?
That is.
And you wanted to be a part of this.
I ain't doing it next year. I'll tell you that. That ain't my choice. I wouldn't invite it back.
Me and you both.
Can we get focused for a second, please? Can we
Probably
focus
not.
and be serious?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I forgot my.
I have a question, Voch.
Hey man, forgot my damn question.
Hold on. Let me ask you this.
All right, here we go. Y'all ready?
Uh-huh.
Ready? All right, cool. What am I missing about? What am I missing about Krosky Merritt, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt?
The fact that he did not play last year, and I think there's still some level of comp concerns there. I think that was a guy that media scouts loved a lot more than teams. I still had him in the 5th personally, but the age and the fact that he didn't play last year and that he only had like one season at FBS ball, I think that's where the concerns were. Oh man, the Texans just keep loading up on great defensive backs.
Jalen Reed.
Gosh, man,
That's that I wasn't a huge fan of his compared to some of the other safeties, but at this point of the draft, that's a really good value to get Jalen Reed out of Penn State. I think he was one of the best close to the line of scrimmage players here from the safety position. Can blitz really well, comes up and tackles, has the size, second team All Big Ten. He led Penn State in tackles with 98, which was a big jump from the 46 he had the previous season. I liked his running mate, Kevin Winston Jr., way more.
Yeah.
But Jalen Reed is a guy, if you're looking for somebody that can come up and hit you, he doesn't always look comfortable in coverage, but he shows instincts downhill. And that's something where, if you want a physical player, and they probably do because they've already got a guy that's a pretty good center fielder in Houston with Jalen Petrie, Jalen Reed can be a good compliment.
I'm looking up because I had him as a Cowboys possible fit late in this draft because, I mean, as we've seen, they weren't necessarily hunting safety, but he's an extremely smart, calculated football player, makes the right reads and attacks, recognizes run fits, ability to plug a gap there, too, from the safety spot, good acceleration of the ball, long speed, consistent motor, became a problem at times between those two things, would struggle in coverage sometimes as well and get lost in man coverage over the middle. I thought when you had those two paired together, Winston Jr. and Reed, both kind of had their own times missed. I thought they were one of the best tandems at safety in the Big Ten, if not in the country. And you talked about what he was able to do from a production standpoint. This is a value pick later on in this day 3 draft.
Yeah, this kid doesn't have a passive bone in his body the way he plays. He's going to get downhill in a hurry. I think his angles and his eyes could be a little streaky at times when you watch him play. But other than that, man, they did. This is a nice pick.
Why does he fall? Where did you have him actually? Let's start.
I had him in the 4th round.
Okay, I had him in the 5th.
His tackling could be a little all over the place.
Yeah.
You watch Ohio State and watch the Boise tape. I mean, sometimes he falls off ball carriers. I mean, he hits a little high. He drives. Or dives at the ankles of the guys, and he stops his feet, and so I kind of felt like that maybe that as much as aggressive as he is, there's some times where he doesn't always finish like he needs to.
Can I go on a rant?
Sure.
Did Damian Martinez kill somebody?
I don't know. They just took a player with the Mullings went.
Yeah, Khalil Mullings.
And Mullings had a medical flag too.
Yeah.
And was not a feature role in that Michigan offense. I don't understand. I don't understand Damian Martinez slipping this bad. This is a power back. He's shown home run ability. He can be that guy in pass protection. I think he has the receiving knacks. This is an RB1 type talent. in my opinion. Am I missing something with Damian Martinez? I'm floored. I'm floored that some of these backs are starting to go above him. Sure, you can make the case for Kyle Monangai, Taj Brooks to be slipping, and I don't agree, but you can make the case. I don't think you can make the case for Damian Martinez. I don't see why he's not been taken yet.
I've got Brooks over Martinez personally.
I do too.
But I mean, I've got both in the 4th round. But I'm with you, man. Like, I think both those guys are deservedly guys that have been picked by now. If you're picking them here, you're getting excellent value. Same thing with Giddens from Kansas State.
Anybody like Castro? Like we were talking about safeties and stuff
from Iowa.
Yeah, Iowa.
I didn't mind Castro.
I was kind of wondering
here.
why he wasn't picked.
He's my 3rd player on my board still left.
Yeah.
I had a 5 on him, so I'm kind of cool.
Who's the top player left for because I got Tez Johnson as mine.
Damian Martinez.
I think mine is Tez as well. I'm pulling it up.
And then Chase Lunt.
Chase Lunt for me, Brashard Smith, and I got Melo Dotson up there. But
Yeah, I got Lunt, McLaughlin, and then Peebles. And then I could throw Kobe King in there as well at 102.
Peebles, Tez Johnson, Zy Alexander, Sebastian Castro, Luke Kandra from I don't have it next to his name here.
Connor Kobe as well.
I must
Luke Kandra was that's Cincinnati.
Yeah,
right?
Kandra's a good player.
We're back in the
I
war
like
room here. We're showing shots of the war room again.
It's pretty calm. What are we? How far are we, Kyle?
Yeah, we're pretty far. 15 picks.
Okay.
That's not too bad. They're on the board on the NFL Network stream.
Let's. We haven't heard a selection in a while. Let's hear from the Colts at pick 189.
Hello, Green Bay. Hello, Colts fans. I hope you're still in the building. With the 189th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts, the best team in the world, select Riley Leonard, quarterback, Notre Dame.
Here we go.
There's running back.
Good time.
Riley Leonard.
Is he going to compete with Jonathan Taylor for starting time in that backfield?
This is really fascinating because Chris Ballard, their GM, spoke up Quinn Ewers quite a bit, and there was a lot of connection between Indianapolis and Quinn Ewers. So for them to pivot and take Riley Leonard, that's pretty telling.
Yeah. The
weird.
I think this is one of the tough. This is one of the toughest quarterbacks in the draft.
Yeah, I agree.
His physical play style is impressive. The staff will use him to close out games. I've talked about that. He's a battler in every sense of the word. He struggles with his accuracy and his mechanics. He just isn't a good passer. And there are times, I mean, you talk to people in South Bend, they're surprised that his passing wasn't better after transferring from Duke. There's some throws he can make, but there's others that are really hard for him. You will see him go through his progressions, but the faster he has to play, the more likely something bad is going to happen. I don't think he has the arm talent in order to make the throws when he gets into trouble. I think he's going to need talent around him. Notre Dame did a nice job with that. I think the best thing he does is run the football. He could be a weapon on short yardage and goal line situations. He's not going to make a mistake with the ball in his hands. He'll slide around, buy some time, but he tends to get slow when getting to where he needs to be. I think he played well in Notre Dame's march into the national championship game. He was the MVP of 2 of the playoff games. But I said this, maybe he could find a role as a Taysom Hill. I just threw it out there. But he might not be that much of an athlete as Taysom Hill.
I am stunned that he went over Quinn here. I really, really am. I think Quinn does have all the intangibles that you're looking at from, at worst, a backup quarterback, and maybe he can develop into a starter. Riley Leonard, though, is a high-character individual. I was surprised. I saw a better thrower at Duke when they were able to upset Clemson.
They were surprised at Notre Dame. You talk to their coaches, they're surprised. They're like, man, we thought we were getting a better passer here.
Yeah, because it's a bummer. Like when we were evaluating Evans, the tight end, for instance, they just didn't push the ball down the field.
Well, anytime he threw a deep ball, it fluttered. I mean, he just didn't have the arm strength to get it there at times. His athletic ability, speed, size, I think the technique is off, but the speed and size and things like that all are really exciting. I like the Taysom Hill thought process. Maybe you get creative with the way you use him, but man, he is tough as nails and wound up going to the Blue Devils, had a great career out there in Durham, and then, of course, made the transfer and made a great run with Notre Dame as well. I'm interested to see how he fits there with Indianapolis because, like you said, you need some talent around him. There's not a whole lot there to work with yet. Now, he's not going to be expected to be the starter, but if you're going to compete for playing time or a job, he's not necessarily one of those guys in the mix.
Do you guys think that
Tim Smith, defensive tackle, goes 190?
Do you guys think that Jalen Hurts and Josh Allen kind of crafted this role for short yardage quarterback rusher? And maybe that's where you see value in Leonard, because when I look at Leonard as a passer, I don't see, like, if you're looking for a passer, take Quinn. But we've seen a high rate of third and shorts and fourth and shorts with my mind's blank. The Philly quarterback and the Bills quarterback, Josh Allen and
Hurts.
Jalen Hurts.
Those are some big names.
Yeah, Brian was right. It's getting we moving. Do you think that those guys created this lane for short yard quarterback runs?
Maybe. I think. I mean, both of those guys are better passers than Riley Leonard.
For sure.
But it's an element of the game that I think is in the modern day NFL that you can utilize.
Yeah.
I think there's a place for Riley Leonard somewhere down the line, but you got to be creative in using him.
Yeah.
He was the very last player that I looked at. Player 235.
Leonard?
Yeah.
Interesting.
He was one of the last ones.
Yeah. Ewers is 106 on my board overall, 4th round grade. And he's just sitting there. He's like a blinking light out of the quarterback position, the fact that he hasn't been taken yet. Kind of interesting. All right, 191, Miles Hinton, offensive tackle from Michigan. Off the board to, guess who? The Philadelphia Eagles.
His dad, Chris Hinton, was a badass player in the league. Do you mind if I talk about this?
Of course, go for it.
Yeah, his dad, part of the John Elway trade, believe it or not, his dad, that the Colts and the matter of fact, he was originally drafted. His dad. I keep talking about his dad more than I'm talking about the kid, but just to give you an idea, his son Chris Hinton was an All-Pro tackle. He comes from an athletic family. His mom was a basketball player at Northwestern, and she's like a lawyer now. And so, and Miles played. He transferred from Stanford. And but he started at left tackle in 2024. His majority of his starts have been in his career has been at right tackle, and he's 6'7", 325 pounds. I think he needs to be a little bit more when you watch him play. He does have the ability to kind of get overextended, and it troubles you a little bit, But he needs to be able to drop that anchor a little bit more against the bull rushers. I mean, he's just got a little bit of like average bend, but he's very smart. He's got a good handle on the line game stuff. He's able to kind of wall guys off. He's only been flagged like once in 2 seasons at Michigan, so he's pretty not a penalty type of guy. But he needs to be a little bit more of a force, I think, as a run blocker. He tends to get a little bit more upright. His aiming points need to be a little bit better. He's kind of inconsistent with his dry block, and he falls off some blocks. But, man, I tell you what, he's got a great bloodline when you look at his dad. His dad, Chris, like I say, was I believe, drafted by the Broncos, traded to the Colts, and was an All-Pro tackle. I think he's in the Ring of Honor actually for the Colts. But if his son was a quarter as good as he was, then he probably found you one here.
Resetting before the Cowboys get closer to being on the clock, the Seattle Seahawks just made their selection. Bryce Cabeldew.
Yeah, I like Cabeldew. He was one of my fourth round guards, my last fourth round guard. But he played swing tackle for Kansas, but lack of length. He's probably going to slide inside, and it'll be able to help. It'll be able to help him maintain some positioning with some defensive tackles. But I think we need to move on from that pick because a running back just got picked. Very fascinating.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
193. The Bengals take Taj Brooks out of Texas Tech.
Yeah, this was one I covered in the recruiting during his time in recruiting too. Native of Manor, Texas, in the Austin area. Played his college ball at Texas Tech. Obviously, one of the bigger setbacks in this class. And if you ever see him in person, he's just this big, rocked up, high shoulder, broad guy. I mean, you can see it in his headshot. Look how wide his neck is.
Dude,
I mean, he is a load to have to deal with, not only in coming downhill and laying a hat on him, but also in pass protection. I mean, he's a big set guy. Now, on the flip side of that, you don't get a ton of athleticism, but I think he could be a productive back in the NFL, given the right system, given the right complement. I think he could be a productive back. He's got rare speed at 214 pounds, but that stocky frame, it really makes him a pest, and it's going to be challenging for defenses to bring him down. He's going to be going to a physical division, so that's going to be fun for him, playing against defenses like the Ravens and Steelers and Browns. That's going to be interesting for him.
I think we need to move on from this B-roll. If we could maybe fast forward through the early parts of the year where they're just torching North Texas, because he just ran. He ran all over.
But not
North
a surprise. I mean, that game was terrible for us. But gosh, I mean, he's the only Red Raider in program history with multiple 1,500-yard rushing seasons. He was a do-it-all workhorse for them. Super productive. I love the balance, the lower body strength, his ability to finish runs, the patience, the instincts. He can set up defenders with shoulder and head fakes. He jumps and jukes over people. Very reliable pass catcher. He's just not the burner. He's not the home run hitter. But he is everything that I kind of look for in a running back. I absolutely love Taj Brooks. Shout out to the Cincinnati Bengals. They're getting themselves a hell of a player. Several years back, I mean, we're talking over a decade now in the 6th round, they took Rex Burkhead out of Nebraska, Superman for Plano, Texas. They're getting themselves another stud here in Taj Brooks.
Jalen McLeod, linebacker from Auburn, off the board. I'm a little surprised he goes over his teammate at linebacker in Eugene Asante. I thought McLeod was further down that list. I have him in the 6th. I think this is about where he should have gone, but Asante I had a little higher on my board specifically. But
there's a linebacker still on the board that I'm quite a big fan of, and Kane Madrano out of UCLA.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
He played outside backer for UCLA, but I think he's probably more inside, given his instincts. He's an underrated athlete. He flies around with range. He's a former wideout, so he understands route concepts really well, especially across the middle of the field. He accounts for them really well. It took him a while to learn the position, and he didn't really get a chance to start until this past season. But once he did catch up to it, he really excelled. Him next to Schlesinger was a problem for UCLA opponents last year. He's still probably got to be stronger coming downhill. I mean, he's still learning how to, apply that play strength, but he can cover the skill guys one-on-one, whether it's a receiver, running back, tight end. He's reliable in pass defense. I think he's got a lot of upside and untapped potential that can be unlocked while he's earning a roster spot on special teams. I mean, he's got that kind of ability to stick around in the special teams department. He's my highest ranked 4th round linebacker. He's my LB8 in this class. I had him above Shamar James. I'm a fan of Kane Madrano.
I had him ahead of James as well. I got him in the 4th. I got Kobe King as well in the 4th round, who's still out there and available. So there are a couple of good linebackers still chilling here.
One more linebacker I got in the 5th is Dumas Johnson from Kentucky.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sort of a linebacker pass rusher hybrid guy. I think he can make some sense somewhere. I put this can on camera. He can make some sense somewhere.
Smart man.
Yeah,
you're learning. I'm proud of you. They're gonna bring you back next year.
I'm learning quickly.
Bring you back next
year. They're not bringing me back. But I'm learning quickly. But yeah, man. Dumas Johnson was a guy that right around this time I think it'd be a good pick. Another Shrine Bowl guy.
Yep.
Woodchuck, and he made a gang of plays in coverage. Another guy that I didn't think would be all that much cover guy, but amongst competition, he makes plays in coverage. So that's another linebacker to add to the party.
Luke Newman, the guard from Michigan State, goes to the Bears at 195. We're now underneath 10 picks away from the Cowboys at 204. You have the Lions, Broncos, Packers, Chargers, Jags, Vikings twice, then the Ravens, and then the Cowboys at 204. Can we take a look inside the war room while we're at it, Chris Beam? Take a peek. There's not a whole lot going on in there.
They're going to get food.
Just making sure.
They chilling.
Yeah, they're saying 10 picks away. We are good to go.
We are rolling though. These picks have been flying by.
Fast and
furious.
furious.
To the 7th, it's just going to be.
Why y'all sound sleepy, man? What's going on? Y'all good?
You're right.
Hey,
this tends to happen.
What's going on, dog?
No,
Antoine Powell, Riley. What you think of him, man?
We didn't have a chance to go over there and wolf down 2 donuts with sugar all over them.
I don't know what you mean. I suppose. What's up? Why
Nick's over here breaking down players, and you're over there in the corner eating donuts.
Hey, you remember Joshua Gray of Oregon State?
Joshua Gray,
good athlete. What's going on?
Joshua Gray.
What the business is,
Nick Nash, Isaiah Hudson.
Love it.
I'd advocate for both of those guys. You're big fans.
Xavier Restrepo, run faster, my guys. We get you drafted up here.
Get you drafted. What's happening? I tried to tell you guys about Restrepo.
Yeah, he's for.
Yeah, you did say that.
Can I throw a name out there? Ricky White.
UNLV.
That's a flagged guy.
Yeah, yeah.
But at this point, I think
know
you kind of
why.
overlooked that.
He was suspended all of 2021 for a issue at Michigan State where he was kicked off the team, and then he sued Michigan State for the reasoning, and that's still an ongoing process. So I mean,
Did he win?
We will see.
It's an ongoing process.
What goes on with that, but he's the plaintiff in that case. But versatile receiver, he can line up anywhere and produce. Quick feet, physical player. I still I have him in the 5th, but he's a natural body catcher, which has kind of led him to some drops. So if you're, he kind of reminded me of Brandon Cooks in that sense, where you know how Brandon Cooks, whenever it's like a ball over the top, he still somehow figures out how to pin it against his pads. But something that's very interesting about him that I think he could do while earning a roster spot, he had more blocked punts last year than any college football team. And
what?
Yeah, very fascinating special teams.
That's insane.
So if he goes to the Tennessee Titans, you know what John Fossil's cooking over there.
Let's hear what the Lions selection is here. I feel like they've been sitting on this pick for a little bit, so I wonder if it's something significant.
Quinn?
That would be a
He said Packers, right?
Well, honestly, I didn't hear Jared Goff. Sorry.
Okay.
Here's his replacement.
Get an international stand-up comedian here.
I'd like to thank the Detroit Lions, the King in the North, having me this opportunity here. And then
Take your time,
I
play.
want to thank
Land the plane.
all Lions fans all over the world, especially the ones in Germany, Lions Pride Germany. But now, coming back to business.
Please.
With the 196th pick in the 2025
Take your time,
NFL
Pastor.
draft, the Detroit Lions select Ahmed Hassanin.
That's why it's significant.
Oh, here we go.
The
That's
Egyptian
really
lion.
cool.
Man, this guy has a lot of upside. He really does. I like his ability against the run. He is not a guy that's played a lot of football. Obviously, he is from Egypt, and I really was hoping we could get the Egyptian Cowboy nickname rolling here if he was drafted by the Cowboys. But out of Boise State, he was one of our Shrine Bowl guys as well there, Vach. We liked him a lot, 2-year starter there. He's a guy that was a CrossFit athlete, has that in his background, moved to the U.S. back in 2018. He only started playing football in 2019. He is the first player from Egypt to ever play in FBS football, which is badass. Blockers really, I mean, he is a fit to deal with. He is relentless in his pursuit. He was a team captain. He's super, super tough, and the production was there. I mean, he's a guy that was a 15 tackle for loss player, I think both years there at Boise State. He kind of lived in opposing backfields. I think his best football is absolutely ahead of him. He is very, very raw. He's got long arms. He's super talented. I mean, he looks like he's got long arms. I guess the measurables didn't really check out with that when he ended up, but we had some issues when it came to the hand stuff and the arm stuff.
A little weird.
It was a little bit inconsistent this year.
It sure was.
But I like him. I mean, I thought when you were going day 3 taking flyers, guys that could end up really hitting for you and be good rotational
I would have
pass
done
rushers.
this 10 times out of 10.
I loved him. I think that he is a guy that can set the edge for you. Really good, well-rounded player.
I tell you what, Will Chuck, the numbers may not add up to it, but it looks like he has some length and he plays with some.
Doesn't it? Like he looks like he's got long arms.
100%. They'll play him at edge sometimes. Sometimes they'll put him in a B gap. And for a guy that doesn't really know how to get sacks, he sure got a lot of them. I think last year he got 9, I believe. But just as a pocket pushing, high effort sack getting guy, that's good versus running high effort, and he has a lot of room to grow with that size and power and motor. I think it's a cool pick, man.
That is the 25th edge rusher to be taken in this year's NFL draft.
Felt like I looked at 25 of them.
But that's the point, is that we were talking about how deep this edge rusher class is going to continue to roll.
Kyle,
we saw it earlier. Man, there's still so more on the board.
Powell Ryland, Ivy, Barron,
Fadil Diggs,
Joyner.
Yeah, I like Fadil Diggs a lot.
Our guy Batty from
Tyler
BYU,
Batty.
K'Mon Rucker, RJ Oben. Like they're still
Johnny Walker Jr.
There's a bunch of edges if you're looking for him. Man.
Yeah, I liked Johnny Walker Jr. a lot. I was asking NFL circles, like, hey, what do you think about him? And some, they pushed back. They were like, yeah, I think you like him more than the NFL likes him. So he might end up being like an undrafted guy, but he's got a rare pass rush ability. I can understand the knock on, like, maybe he needs to add some strength, and maybe he's not as good against the run. But good God, yeah, that bend, like in the first step quickness, like that's some stuff you can't really teach.
All right, listen.
Johnny Walker Jr.
Jerry has the opportunity to do the funniest thing of all time.
Draft him?
And take Johnny Walker and Blue in the same draft. It would be the best thing ever.
Yes.
Call Jerry. Call Jerry.
Let me just walk up there real quick.
Call Jerry. That's hard.
My badge works on that door. We can get up there. And
No, it doesn't.
Hey.
That's hard.
Oh, it does.
Anyway,
Kyle got a different badge. hey, that's hard. Johnny Walker and Blue.
Come on now.
Come on,
trying
man.
to help you.
Come on, content.
I'll be all right.
Y'all don't like content, man. It's all good.
The content would be tremendous.
Goodness.
But
it would be. That'd be. I mean, 7th round. Why the heck not?
Yeah, that'd be incredible.
Else,
The only thing that would have been better is if you would have gotten like YA Black. So then you would have had Johnny Walker Blue, and then you would have also had Johnny Walker and Black.
Fair enough.
We can play. We play this game all day long. Is there a guy named Red in this draft?
Savion Red next year.
Nice.
Out of
Okay,
Nevada.
so we can make this happen. We can make a trade with Pittsburgh, get Black back in here. We can make it work.
Well, y'all are some drinkers. I ain't know they had all them colors.
Yeah, I'm an alcoholic.
I know. What you want me to say? What you want me to do?
All right, 3 picks remain in the top 100 or top 200. Yeah. Texans, Packers, Chargers, rounding out the top 200 picks. Right around this time on day 3, I always like asking those that are out there still watching
questions.
Send some questions.
Yeah, send us some questions on Twitter. If you're watching from anywhere specific, I love seeing where people are watching from. So send us where you're watching from, how long you've been watching. I assume most of you that are watching at pick number 200 in this year's draft, you've probably been here from the very beginning, and we appreciate all those at home that are following along.
We asking for questions, and Tommy Yar's taking a nap somewhere.
That man,
Bobby's sitting on the toilet.
Napping. That man is writing a million articles.
Bobby
is hard at work
with his feet kicked up.
Shout out to @210 Cully on the Twitters. I guess now X, watching in Ireland.
That's awesome.
It's 9:30. Say hello and thanks to all your teammates for all the work this weekend in draft season in general. 8th draft following the show.
Nice.
Best way to learn NFL. Thanks for everything. That's our buddy Gary.
My fellow Irishman.
Thank you, Gary. We appreciate you.
My fellow Irishman. Thank you.
There we go.
See, and this is the day where I would put the coverage in this draft circle of the draft show and the scouts that we have in here. I would put this up against anybody in the country. There are some really good media scouts out there, but some of the stuff that we put to the table, I would put it right there.
All right, let's prove it then. Second gear. Let's get going.
Nick, chill, man.
Get a little Black Rifle coffee.
Oh, I'm rolling.
Oh, you got one.
Oh, I sure got some Black Rifle coffee.
Yes, you do. It looks great.
This can, boy.
It's a limited edition.
Yeah.
That's the Vodka edition.
I don't know why they're taking so long with this Texans pick. I did see who it is, and
this is significant.
No, it's just weird
just
to me.
I thought you were going to say it was Quinn Ewers.
It's
Shiloh Sanders.
It's because it wasn't Quinn Ewers, and it's another quarterback.
Is it Seth Hennigan?
No.
Oh,
I wouldn't be that upset with Seth Hennigan. I actually like
Quinn Ewers?
Dude, it's somebody that's even worse than
Brady Cook.
I actually don't think Rourke's that bad.
Actually, I think I know who they're going with.
Hawaii boy, what's his name?
It's somebody we've talked about, like maybe the Cowboys is an undrafted guy.
Shager?
Oh.
No.
Oh, this is a guy from Highland Park?
Mertz?
Is it Graham Mertz?
It's Graham Mertz.
Wow.
And Graham Mertz, like, I'm not.
Wow.
We do this, and it's like you don't want to crap on anybody. This guy couldn't play at Florida or Wisconsin.
Nope.
I mean, let's
kind of banged up.
You know, and he is, and maybe that is. Maybe, hey, benefit of the doubt. Maybe you were just hurt, but hey, 3rd round guy. Maybe you have a successful career in the NFL. It's just bizarre that like Graham Mertz, who I do think is limited a little bit with his arm talent, would go ahead of Quinn.
The Cowboys did a lot of homework on this guy. They sent Steve Shimco to his pro day. They met with him virtually a couple of times. And when you look at what he is great at, he is great at operating when he's in a rhythm out of play action. And if you understand what this system is and what they're trying to implement, it makes sense why Graham Mertz was kind of a target in this instance. But yeah, I figured he would go undrafted, especially with some of the quarterbacks still available. But Graham Mertz over Quinn Ewers, holy.
Yeah, like I'm sorry to the Mertz family if you're watching. It's just I was shocked that he went over Quinn.
He has a family connection to the Packers GM. I forget what exactly it is.
Gudicust?
Yeah, I forget exactly what the connection is, but I'm surprised the Packers weren't the first one to swing on him.
Gudicust's dad coached at Minnesota, so I wonder if that was something there. But yeah, to me, this is kind of a if in fact this is the case. I kind of felt like Florida football got better when Graham Mertz went in the lineup.
Yeah,
they were struggling. Their coach was on the hot seat, Billy Napier. They weren't winning games. Everybody down there in the swamp was just, and then all of a sudden they started rolling. They got a quarterback, freshman quarterback down there.
DJ Lagway. He's impressive.
Okay,
they threw out the rankings for the quarterbacks in the SEC next year. Well, of course, LSU's guys coming back, with Nussmeier. But this kid's getting Heisman Trophy. The Florida quarterback getting Heisman Trophy kind of talk.
Yeah,
down
DJ
there.
Langway.
Yeah,
That's
so
a Texas kid, man.
So they got better.
There's the official pick.
Okay.
Quarterback Graham Mertz, Florida, off the board to the Texans at 197. Yeah, I mean, over guys like Ewers specifically, Rourke, Cook, Hennigan,
Brosmer.
Yeah, I mean, all those
Brosmer?
guys.
Brosmer.
Yeah.
Hennigan.
This is the first player on my board that I graded as an undrafted free agent to get drafted.
Yeah.
He had a torn ACL in 24. He had a concussion in 24. He had a broken collarbone in 23. So he's also a banged up guy. But I guess the thought here is, hey, let's keep him clean. He doesn't have to step into anything anytime soon, and we'll develop him as this play action, type of weapon. And I think that's what Houston really tried to implement last year with C.J. Stroud as well under Bobby Slowick. But Bobby Slowick's no longer there, so I wonder where their offensive mindset is shifting.
Should the Cowboys look at yours?
I was just going to ask.
Yeah, look, I put it out there.
I would do it
after the McCarthy thing.
Should you maybe try and pull a Tony Romo on him and just get your guy, quarterback coach, on the phone and just keep talking to him? Like, listen, I'm sorry, it's not working out for you right now. But if it doesn't, that's what Sean Payton did.
Holla at us, yeah.
Sean Payton kept, he got on the phone with Tony Romo and held his hand, just held his hand the whole way. And when it came down to Dallas and Denver, Jerry Jones did a great job of closing. Bill did a great job. But it was Sean Payton that was really him and Jim Hess holding his hand the whole time. I would consider getting on the phone with him right now and kind of hold his hand, and maybe you could bring him in as that undrafted free agent if, in fact, he goes through the draft.
If y'all want camp to be fun, let those dudes just throw the ball 90 yards, or one's going to throw for 90, one's going to throw for 70.
Yeah.
And Dak's going to check the ball down. But let those dudes just throw the ball all over the place.
Just Milton and Ewers showcasing.
That's some arm talent in your quarterback room overnight.
That would be a fun preseason. Milton and Ewers going back and forth.
Goodness.
I'm all for it.
The homework that the Cowboys did on Quinn Ewers, they had technically an informal meeting with him at the Combine.
Mm-hmm.
And let me walk through what an informal is at the Combine. And Brian can speak to this too if you'd like. I
did that a long time ago.
Basically, it could be as small as, hey, I saw you at the, name a sponsor restaurant. Whataburger. Hey, I saw you at the Whataburger in the Indianapolis airport that doesn't exist.
We can use a bag of them right now.
I saw you at the Indianapolis Whataburger in the airport that doesn't exist, and we met up for 5 minutes while we were waiting on our burgers. Hey, man, it was good to meet you. I'll see you around. That could qualify as an informal meeting with a team.
And you have to,
or
do you have to report that to the league?
No, or it could be, hey, man, if you get some time, shoot me a text while we got some downtime. I'd like to, just chop it up with you 5-10 minutes. From what I understand, that was kind of where things started with Quinn Ewers at the Combine with the Cowboys, and it turned into a much more extensive conversation. And with Quinn Ewers, they brought him back for a 30 visit. He was qualified as a local day guy. They brought him back, brought him in the facility, and really liked what they saw from Quinn Ewers. But it was funny because the day Quinn Ewers arrived for his 30 visit, they traded for Joe Milton. So
wow.
it was like, okay, hey, we just maybe got our guy, but hey, let's still do due diligence on Quinn Ewers. So there was still some love there, but I wonder if that love is strong enough to be able to justify picking him in this draft.
I think it would be worth a conversation. Is it worth a conversation over, let's say, defensive tackle? Because you haven't addressed that yet. There are still some names on at least my list when you're looking at defensive tackle as a possibility at 204.
I'm in the same round as I do Peebles.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if those two were on the the conversation,
I'll tell you how that's why we stack our boards, so we can have a reflexive idea about Peebles at 97, Quinn Ewers at 110.
Okay, so close, but
let me ask y'all a question.
Peebles.
When we were talking to White Cotton, right, he seemed to really be feeling Mozzie a little bit. Maybe we're lower on third year Mozzie than they are. Should we even be looking at one tech?
Well, who do they have behind him? I guess would be
Justin Rogers, I believe.
Yeah.
See, I would still look at it.
I'd still look.
Yeah.
Still look at it.
Here's a look inside the war room. Seeing what's going on. Looks like everybody's dedicated to something at the moment. Nothing too intense going.
You can still go corner here too if you wanted a double dip.
Yeah, I mean longer
great
beam,
names.
longer beam, all the way.
I think running back is important still.
Absolutely, I'd still take it back.
I think
Hey,
running back-
Martinez.
I think I'm with you on longer beam on Martinez.
Let me
That'd
ask
be
you
my
this.
pick.
Okay, can I ask you guys a question then? If we're going to take a corner, do we think about taking a corner that could be a nickel?
That's longer beam for me.
Longer beam over Huzzy? I'm over Huzzy.
Absolutely. No, I don't think so.
Oh wow!
I did not like Huzzy as much as you guys did.
Well, you guys are you're gonna freak me out here a little bit then.
I was not that into Elijah Huzzy.
How about Muhammad?
I do like Jabbar Muhammad.
I like
don't,
Muhammad.
I do not. I like him more than Huzzy. I
They
do
will
not
not
like him
take-
more than longer beam.
They will not take Muhammad or Huzzy
because size.
Huzzy's just way too small. He's built like a running back.
Length on both of those guys.
Huzzy's
I think-
bigger than Muhammad, huh?
He is bigger than Muhammad.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
But I just think Muhammad's better as a player.
I agree.
I feel you on that. Yeah, bro. I mean,
can Melo Dotson then play in the
I like
slot?
Melo. I like Melo. Maybe I don't know. I don't know as a slot guy.
I don't think he could play slot.
I think him and Kobe Bryant are both outside guys.
Are we running more zone? If we're running more zone, I guess just
I would fight for Kobe Bryant. I just don't really think he's in play for the Cowboys. I'm not sure how they feel about him. And I do know that when he was here for the Big 12 Pro Days, he refused to do some workouts, and I think that rubbed people the wrong way.
Okay.
Take an outside corner, just move Bland inside, and just do it like that. Just take the best corner and put Bland wherever
Okay,
you put him.
let me ask you guys this question then. Would you take? You going to take the corner that you like, or are you going to take say Martinez, the runner?
I'm taking Martinez.
He's the highest player on my board. I'd stick to it.
You take the runner.
I would.
I would take Peebles because he's my highest player.
I'd take.
And he
Well, I'm trying to say. I was trying to get an idea if we would take the corner, or the runner.
Nick, but would it change your mind if I made the point to you that you still got 7 running backs you like, and maybe we running low on corners?
Yeah, that's literally the reason. Because I got Martinez a little bit higher than longer beam too.
Yeah,
but I think that running back still is stretching more. Longer beam is really the only slot corner that I think legitimately can start for you this year.
And you got Blue
or
right
play for you this year.
Yeah. Nick's got me scared. I don't think they'll take Peebles because he's 6 foot ½ inch and 282.
Yeah, a little smaller.
So I mean, we're grading the player. You know, on their board, he's probably doesn't fit the parameters of the measurements that they like. So, all right, let's take Peebles out of this thing. And then we can also now eliminate, it sounds like you guys want to eliminate Huzzy. You want to eliminate Muhammad, you know?
Yeah, I'll take the left tackle or the right tackle in this case, Brian. Bro.
Lunt's my highest
I'll
rated
take Chase
player.
Lunt. He's a third round. He's third round grade for me.
He's a local visit guy too.
Arlington Martin.
I'll take Chase Lunt.
I also like Logan Brown, the tackle from Kansas.
I think the Cowboys has some interest in
He's good.
tackle.
Yeah, I like Logan Brown.
Last 3 picks off the board at 198. The Packers took Warren Brinson, defensive tackle from Georgia. 199. The Chargers took Branson Taylor, offensive tackle from Pittsburgh. And then the Jags with an interesting pick, Rayon Lane III, safety from Navy.
All right.
I love that kid.
He's a fun player.
I did not watch him.
Give him his due.
Yeah.
Can you give him his due?
Yeah, I'll give him his due, and then we will get ready for this pick here.
Minnesota took a linebacker.
He was so fun at the Senior Bowl. He covering big targets, covering speed targets. He's instinctive in the defensive backfield. He's always on top of downfield action. He's kind of a meh athlete, but he's got a high motor and work ethic, and you see that translate onto the field. And from talking to people about Rayon Lane coming out of Mobile, they said he's going to be drafted and he's going to be on a 53-man roster because he's the best gunner in this class as on special teams. So he's going to earn a roster spot in that sense. And you factor in the work ethic from just being from a naval academy, or being from a military academy like Navy. He's going to be able to figure out his way, whether it's a special teams guy throughout time or if he carves a role on defense. But high character player, really fun talking to him in Mobile as well.
Yeah, he's a first team all conference honoree from this past year. Led the team with 8 pass breakups in 2023 as well. Really fun player overall. All right, Gavin Bartholomew and Kobe King, back-to-back picks for the Vikings. Kobe King goes linebacker, Penn State. Bartholomew tight end from Pittsburgh.
Cowboys
Ravens are on the clock right now. The pick is in. It looks like the Cowboys have already made their selection.
There we go.
As we're behind it. You see Clayton Adams,
There's
offensive coordinator.
There's offense.
Ross getting
Connor
some
Riley.
love.
Oh, could it be Chase Lunt? Could we get a Lunt sighting or a Logan Brown sighting? I'd be good either way.
Going right back to the offensive line. Well, huh?
I don't think you can ever have enough offensive line.
You took a guard. I think they were interested in
Luke
tackle.
Kandra?
In the first,
I wouldn't mind Luke Canver from Cincy.
I don't think they double at guard. I mean,
they need tackles.
You drafted a guard with your first round, and Hoffman's still here. You know what I'm saying? So Hoffman's gonna be. I think they're looking at tackle.
Chase Lund's my top player left from UConn. Big boy, our local kid, Arlington.
How about Cam Williams from Texas?
My top two are Chase Lunt and Ajani Cornelius out of Oregon.
If they look at Lunt and Williams together and they choose Williams, I would never forgive them.
I don't think Williams fits.
Yeah, me neither.
In
Williams is
all
awful.
with
Just asking.
With what Shoddy's talking about.
So listen, Williams. Okay, let's just say Williams got bad feet and he's hurt guy, right? But we're trying to thump and move people. Williams is more of the physical guy than Lunt is. Like Lunt's smaller and he does finish people, but Williams is more of the Mauley type character. Would y'all say?
I don't know that Cam Williams is a guy that loves football.
West, fair
and
enough.
that wouldn't fit in what they're trying to do here. LeJonte Wester, wide receiver from Colorado, goes the pick before.
Went before Horn.
There's connections.
Ravens.
I thought Wester was probably the best Colorado guy.
The top four offensive linemen on my board still available all have had connections to the Cowboys during the draft process. Chase Lunt had a 30 visit here. Ajani Cornelius was Connor Riley attended his pro day and met with him. Cameron Williams was a 30 visit guy as well, being a local guy, and Holland Pierce.
Pierce is
who they just hand the phone to.
Met with that's Junior Adams. It's going to be Ajani Cornelius.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's Junior Adams.
Out of Oregon.
I had a 4 on Cornelius, so this would be really good value.
I did as well.
If that's what they did.
I've got him in the early 5th. So
got a 5.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
That would be good value if it's a Johnny Cornelius. I liked Lunt a little bit more, and I liked Logan Brown a little bit more. But Cornelius is a fun player. I got no issue with that.
Official. Ajani
guard.
Cornelius as a guard out of Oregon, 6'4", 5'8", big player to put up there.
That's interesting that they put him as a guard, because I think big, broad, wide build.
He's a bit tall and long, right?
Yeah, and I think he's got some problems with power rushers. You can see him get knocked back into the backfield. He'll lunge and overextend a little bit, which will get him knocked off balance. But when he's engaged, he really drives defenders off the ball. He can finish blocks. He's got strong hands. Yeah. The timing with the punch can be a little bit late sometimes, but he's got the ability to counter. He's got the traits, and that's what you're looking for, the traits to be a good player. It's just the consistency we need to work on with him and the technique. But he can move in space, gets to the second level. He just needs to be coached up. But I really like this pick here. Played at Catholic High School in Louisiana. He started as a true freshman at right tackle. To me,
he's from Rhode Island.
This is a good player.
From Rhode Island.
Yeah. The Rhode Island kid. I'm sorry. I looked at the beginning of Emory Jones's notes there, because I got them back to back here.
Yeah.
Solid movement guy, but I think he wants to be a good hand fighter. Like he really tries to get the hand fighting going, and when it lands, it looks fantastic. But when he misses, his chest is exposed.
Right.
Yeah.
And then they get hands, and then they drive him. On top of that, he's tall and he gets a little high, so he has to work on the knee bend a little bit. So him being guard, playing high, not being as powerful, kind of getting up the chest a little bit, maybe some technical things you have to work on, but at what is coaching for?
Yeah.
But
I mean, this is a guy allowed just 3 sacks, over 497 pass blocks.
I think they're drafting him as guard because it just said that he's drafted as guard. I think he'll end up going back to tackle. I think he's a tackle ultimately, but that's just my opinion.
That goes back to the position versatility that they look for in the offensive lineman.
He's probably both, for sure.
And he can play both ways. I think overall this fits a lot of the mold of what they've been talking about.
Yeah, this kid's from Harlem, New York, and so and he's transferred from Rhode Island. I think his foot speed is modest at best, and I think he'll struggle at times to get away with the line with any real quickness. There's snaps where you see rushers kind of break him down because he tends to duck his head in order to duck his head forward in order to stop the rusher. I think he's kind of scared of his power a little bit. He tends to get stressed out by rushers who show quick movements. His punch, his hands don't always work well together, but there needs to be a little bit better coordination with that. He'll surprise you with his ability to recover when he's put in some poor blocking situations. His timing could be a little off with those hands. I thought he had decent technique in the running game. It's much better when it came to the angles and the down blocks. Maybe this is our pin and pull guy right here, that kind of guy. Than driving a guy vertically, I thought.
Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, he's got a broad build, and I think that's why there could be some interior flexibility based on that frame. It could be, the thought process there, high motor, high character guy. Did not have one injury in college that he dealt with. Consistently moves guys in the run game. This makes a lot of sense when you're factoring in what Brian Schottenheimer and Clayton Adams are trying to do in the run game. He has great strength, and it's thrown back pass rushers, but I'm with you, Brian. I think timing could be a little bit better in pass protection. I put in my notes, others are low, and I don't understand why. I think he's versatile and dominant. And he was a guy that I talked about coming out of Senior Bowl as a potential 3rd round grade. I ended up landing on a 4th round grade for him. I have him as OT 10 on the board.
So we are.
Johnny Cornelius is how you say the first name, by the way.
Hey, Johnny.
No sacks allowed in 2023 over 541 pass blocking snaps. That was in the Pac-12. When they jumped to the Big Ten, he was 3rd team all Big Ten, did allow 3 sacks, but he was one of the finalists for the Joe Moore Award, nation's top offensive lineman.
One more thing on him. You know, we all mentioned his hands being a little wonky right now.
Sure.
But I respect the fact that he's attempting to be hands guy.
Yeah.
You know, some guys just, you know, they'll they won't even attempt to mix up the hand strikes, right? But we'll see him high hand, low hand. We'll see him 2 to the chest. We'll see him swipe at guys sometimes. We'll see him low hand to replace, like just different hand fighting techniques. I respect it. He missed. But at least it's in your mind to try it. So when you work on it, you at least have a little bit of, like a head start on it already.
Right. It's just the coaching, to refine that with him. But the lateral movements there as well. I mean, he can mirror really, really well. Sure. He's a good athlete. This is a really good pick. If you're looking to get an offensive tackle, Johnny Cornelius here, or I guess a guard for them. Yeah. But I like this. I like what they're doing.
I love this pick. This is probably my favorite pick of the day. And I like Jaden Blue. I like Shamar James. This is my favorite pick of the day in Johnny Cornelius.
I think I agree with you. I had both of those guys right around the same spot as I had Blue and James. And when you've got a guy like Cornelius who can come in and provide depth at the offensive line spot, I think it's significant. Now, I asked for questions before the pick, and as soon as the pick comes in, we had a question on X. Mike wants to know, has TJ Bass seem to fall out of favor in Dallas because they continue drafting guys?
I hate to cut you off. We got Aaron Whitecotton on the War Room footage, and we are approaching another pick for the Cowboys here pretty soon.
He might be trying to sell somebody here.
He's defensive tackle. It's got to be.
Could we go UCLA?
Hey, man, I would love it.
Toia. Joe Toia. That'd be my pick here. I think he'd be the best defensive tackle left.
To your point, Kyle, and this was something I was going to bring up earlier, but I got interrupted in a radio break or something like that. But we got new coaches here. You know what I mean? So you may not have a sponsor. Like Mike McCarthy may have liked you, but just because Mike McCarthy like you doesn't mean that somebody else like. Kyle, what you think about what I just said?
I was trying to.
Yeah, because he's trying to prove you wrong on something. To help. Yeah, what did Vach say?
What I'm trying to prove you wrong is from the NFL. So I'm just trying to talk to you.
Chase Lund. Okay, so I mean, both
tackle from the Bills.
We see these guys like different ice cream flavors. I like Johnny Cornelius a lot. I'm happy with that pick. Chase Lund, I think, is also going to be a really good player for Buffalo.
TJ Bass though, right?
Yeah, go back to it.
Hey man, Schottenheimer ain't take you, dog. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what the business is. You in a whole new administration. So guys like him, guys like Lipke, that are Mike McCarthy guys, Schoonmaker. Y'all have to have a conversation about the new administration, and you better hope Shotty like it.
Chilling my boy Hunter now.
Yeah.
Listen, man. The fullback, running back character.
Your linebacker went UCLA.
Yeah, Kane Medrano.
Yeah, Kane Medrano's good. Unfortunately, now he's a Washington Commander. So
yeah,
he's dead to us.
Medrano in Washington at 205. Chase Lunt there 206 to UConn, or from UConn to the Bills as he stays up in the Northeast. The pick is in for the Eagles at 207. Anybody want to talk about Chase Lunt?
Man,
I know you guys had him pretty high.
I just love to see people fly off the ball and just thump people. And even if he's not the heaviest guy in the world, even if he's not the most powerful guy in the world, Chase Lunt will try to finish you every single time. They ran a lot of outside zone at UConn. So when he was lead blocking to the outside, you would either get hooked or you would get driven all the way to the sideline. Sometimes he'll take people, pick them up, and put them on the sideline. He would climb to the next level pretty well. I thought he was a much better run blocker than he was pass blocker. But even in pass blocking, the tall, lengthy, solid-footed guys, they win with just being tall, lengthy, solid-footed, and getting rid of the ball quickly. I was a big fan of Chase Lunt. I got him in the third round, so whoever got him right here, in my personal board opinion, I think they got some good value on him.
I'm with you. This dude dirts people. He really does. I mean, I talked to Brian about this when we did Love of the Star. I think like to give the size,
Yeah.
like an athletic John Runyon. You know, John Runyon's just both him and his kid. They're just massive human beings, but this guy moves incredibly well for his size. I mean, UConn slants their line and gets him on the move a bunch. This guy can climb to the second level, slides very, very well, strong base, really good contact balance to redirect linemen in the run and the pass game. Good pick for Buffalo. And then Kane Medrano, Nick from UCLA. I know that was a big guy for you.
Yeah, I'll talk about it for sure. I had him in the fourth round if I can get to his notes. He was my top fourth round linebacker. Kind of older. He's just over 24 years old, but he's an inside linebacker who played outside. While Schlesinger was holding down his role, I think Kane Medrano could play a similar role in the NFL. Underrated athlete. I talked about him a lot earlier. He's reliable in pass defense as a former receiver. He understands route concepts across the middle. I think he's got high upside, and he's going to earn a roster spot on special teams while he awaits his development. And I think there's quick development that's happened with him, because since that change to linebacker, he has steadily gotten better and better. He finally got an opportunity to start here in 2024 or last year in 2024, and he thrived in that role. So Kane Medrano, a talented pick. I always loved Schlesinger, but I always loved the guy next to him as well.
Cameron Williams, Texas offensive tackle, just went to the Eagles at 207.
Yeah, Howie Roseman's just trying to...
They're like massive linemen.
He's trying to hedge. He's just being like, I don't know anything about these guys, wink, wink.
Let me ask y'all this, though. Since the Cowboys have picked somebody, we could just be a little biased and talk about them. I'm just going to name some names. We could just sort through them if y'all want to. T.J. Bass, Brock Hoffman, Robert Jones, Shepley, Charles, Jack Anderson. Not quite sure I'm familiar with him. Nathan Thomas, and Cornelius now. Like, that's a lot of interior dudes.
Yeah.
They're going to have to make some moves.
They're going to have to.
Yeah.
Have to make some cuts.
Because the roster's already pretty full. They're going to have to cut some guys in order to make space, and so maybe they're thinking ahead on that. Maybe they're going to just flip some of those guys in and out whenever time comes.
Why do we load up on them like that? If y'all don't mind me asking.
I wonder if they view one or two of them as tackles. Because you look at the exterior, if you can call it that, at depth, and I don't know if you feel comfortable with that.
I'm looking at our lads. They got Nathan as a tackle on our lads. Yeah,
fascinating. I think they see him more as a guard. We haven't seen it yet, so that's also a curiosity point. But if, let's say, Tyler Guyton midway through the season, he's just not working out, they end up having to switch some things around to change the starting lineup, and then Terrence Steele gets hurt. Who do you trust? Awesome Richards, yes. Who else? And I don't know. That's where I feel like Cornelius might factor into the tackle conversation a little bit more. I agree with you, Vaj.
Yeah, I agree.
But that's a question we'll probably have today as well. We'll see.
Well, let's go, boy. Come on.
I can't. Yeah. Never mind.
Oh, no.
He here?
I'm just surprised he's still around. I say that respectfully. I really do.
All due respect.
And he's figured out how to keep a roster spot this long. Josh Ball did the same thing.
Yeah,
sure.
And then Josh Ball ended up finding his way on a 53-man roster towards the end of the year last year. So, Let's got one more camp definitely to figure it out.
Well, and again, it's a different administration. It's a different coaching staff. It's a different
sponsors,
leadership group. That if you got to have your guys in the building, and there's not a lot of those guys that have carried over for the most part. So,
and he's been hurt guy, man. Like, you just can't be hurt guy when you got a bunch of bodies in the building trying to get you, man.
Jimmy Horton Jr., another Colorado wide receiver. Jimmy Horn going to the Panthers at 208.
I did not think Jimmy was going to get drafted.
Jimmy Horn did get drafted.
I put a 7th on him. I was curious to see if he was going to get drafted too at 5'8", 174.
Small.
Yeah, it might be the returnability.
Yeah.
Carolina doesn't really have a return guy, so I think that could really work out for them.
Let me ask that question too, because with the new rules surrounding the kickoffs, and because of that, do these return guys have more value late in the draft like this than they had previously?
Yeah, you saw Keelan Robinson go in the 5th round last year to the Jacksonville Jaguars. That came at a very timely moment on the draft show last year. That was a joke for you, Zach Walsh. I can't even get it over there.
I'm sorry, dude. I zoned out.
He tied,
it's
man.
Fine. It's fine.
I'm so sorry.
I said Keelan Robinson got drafted at a very timely time last year.
Yes, he sure did.
But I think with Jimmy Horn, he could certainly be that type of weapon too. And who knows? Maybe he can get thrown in the slot in that crowded receiver room in Carolina. But again, crowded, and they just added to it. Teteroa McMillan. They drafted Xavier Legette last year. They have some guys in that receiving core. So I wonder how he gets on the field in that sense. But I think he could probably be returner 1 for them.
Returner 1.
Yeah, excellent kick returner. No question about that. Cam Williams to the Eagles is interesting, and we'll see what they end up doing with him. Are they going to keep him at a tackle? Do they want to kick him inside a guard?
They love a big ass guard.
I was about to say he does remind me of Mekhi Becton in the sense that he's got bad weight.
Humongous
He does
Landon
not
Dickerson
look good.
guard.
Just
Yeah.
a bad composition.
They like those big boys, man. I guess it fits. Like it's what you talked about. Coach Flood likes at Texas.
Yeah.
They just want massive offensive linemen up front.
Yeah.
Hey, and the Cowboys just got one of them for themselves as well. Johnny Cornelius, the newest Dallas Cowboy, is on the phone. Pick number 204 in the 6th round. Johnny, congratulations. Good to hear from you. Just kind of talk about what this moment means to you.
Thank you so much. This is a blessing. Me and my family, we prayed about this, and I'm just so happy to get to Dallas and put in the work and be a Cowboy.
Now, there was a lot of connection there with the Oregon staff members making their way to the Cowboys, multiple people up at the Pro Day. I mean, what was their conversation with you like throughout the Cowboys draft process?
Yeah, I was able to meet Coach Riley at my Pro Day. We went to dinner the night before, and I had a great experience with him. And, it's just an honor to play for him and, be a part of the O-line tradition at the Cowboys.
Yes, certainly. And Johnny, congratulations on being drafted. You've already made the jump in competition from going from Rhode Island to Oregon and having to account for that, up in competition. You're about to do the same thing because you're going to the NFL. How did that experience prepare you for this transition?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I feel like I'm ready to take on anything, no matter what the jump is. Like you said, I went from FCS to Big Ten, Pac-12. I played in all those conferences, and I'm ready to just keep on going. And like I said, this is a dream come true. So, like I said, I'm ready to put the work in and continue to excel.
Congrats to Johnny. How would you describe your play style for the Cowboy fans that are listening and maybe haven't gotten the chance to watch it yet?
Got you. I say you're getting a motor in the run game, someone who's going to move somebody off the ball, and a technician in the pass game. Ready to go.
It was interesting. The Cowboys, when your name was read, it was as a guard. Obviously, you played tackle there at Oregon. Do you have a background playing guard at all? Did you talk with the Cowboys about maybe position flex?
Yeah, I played primarily tackle in college, but I'm flexible that way. I can go wherever you need me. So I'm ready to go.
And what'd you have at dinner there with Coach Riley?
Because we went to Kennedy Steakhouse. Yeah, we got a nice steak. We had a great conversation.
There we go.
Man, you're in a good city for good steak whenever you get back down here very, very quickly. Now, there's a long, rich tradition of offensive line here with the Cowboys. Of course, a first-round pick at the guard spot, too. I mean, what's it going to be like putting the star on the side of your helmet and having that opportunity to compete for playing time here?
Like I said before, it's a dream come true. I'm just so ready to be a part of that tradition and learn from all the vets and just be a part of that. I'm ready to be a Cowboy.
I got to ask you, Johnny, you grew up in Harlem, and there's not a need to drive cars around there, but I heard you didn't get your license until you went to Oregon last summer. How's the driving experience going? Are you ready for the high-speed Texas roads? We get up to like 70, 75 around here.
I'm ready for it for sure. It took me a while to get my license. Like I said, I grew up in Manhattan. I grew up in New York City. So never really needed that. But got my license in August. I finally drove out here in New York City for the first time. I got my proper welcome, a few honks, so I'm ready to go.
What kind of car you got?
Right now I've got a BMW X6.
That's what I'm talking about.
There you go. Okay. Good stuff. Well, hey, congratulations again. We can't wait to see you on this offensive line and see exactly how the Cowboys utilize you up front.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
All right, there he goes. The newest Dallas Cowboy, Johnny Cornelius, offensive tackle / guard from Oregon. Yeah, I'm gonna go one way or the other.
So too.
But he's gonna play a lot of offensive line there up front. Cowboys getting closer and closer to starting the 7th round. They have the first pick in the 7th round at 217. Some names off the board. Even over the course of that phone call. How about edge rusher Antoine Powell-Ryland from Virginia Tech going to the Philadelphia Eagles at 209?
Roseman's got my board again.
They continue doing it.
That dude whoops people, man. Great pass rusher, high effort, man. Good against the run, man. Great pick for those guys on like.
And then another Virginia Tech Hokie right after that, Aeneas Peebles, defensive tackle from Virginia Tech, goes to the Ravens.
How does this happen?
Good picking teams make two good picks.
I have to give credit to Virginia Tech because as I went through this draft process, I fell in love with so many of their guys.
They got about 6 of them, huh?
My gosh, Dorian Strong, Anais Peoples, Antoine Powell-Ryland, Bayshul Tootin. I mean, they had a talent. Jalen Lane, they had some really talented players this draft cycle. And you look back at some of the games that they lost last year and how close it was. They were close to being ACC contenders last year. I don't think people realize. And they returned their quarterback, Kyron Drones, next year. They're obviously going to have to replace some pieces, but that's a team to keep an eye out for moving forward. They have a really good offensive line, too. And Brock Hoffman lets me know about it quite a bit.
Yeah, they had that Hail Mary loss to Miami.
Yeah,
that was very
that was not
controversial.
a Hail Mary loss. It should have
been a
been
dub?
ruled the other way.
Yeah.
I was shocked that they ruled that a win for Miami. That's some ACC collusion.
Let's hear from the secret audio. Johnny Cornelius getting the call to be a Dallas Cowboy.
Johnny, this is Jerry Jones with the Cowboys, and
Hey, Johnny.
we're
Hey,
turning
Mr.
your
Jones, how you
name.
doing?
We're turning your name in. We want you to be a Cowboy.
This is an honor, man. Thank you so much.
Well, it's I'm proud for you because what an accomplishment out of all the players playing the game and get drafted in the NFL. But we're real excited about you. Have had one of the really can't imagine how many people were on your side to draft you. So we're glad to have you here.
I'm really excited too, and thank you so much for the opportunity. I can't wait to be a Cowboy.
Okay. Well, here's our head coach, Johnny. Yeah.
Johnny, congratulations, man. You're a Cowboy.
Thank you so much. I can't wait. I'm so blessed, and thank you just so much for the opportunity.
Well, hey, listen, Coach Riley came back from spending some time with you out there and just said you're our type of guy, and you're going to come in and compete, and we're just thrilled to have you, man.
Absolutely. I can't wait to get there and compete. And you tell Coach Riley it was an honor getting to know him at Oregon, and just thank you so much.
Well, I got two guys. He's one of the guys that wants to speak to you. First going to be Clayton Adams, our coordinator, then Connor's going to say hello to you as well. Congratulations. Here's Coach Adams first.
Thank you, Coach.
Johnny, what's up, brother?
Hey, Coach, how you doing?
Oh, man, just fired up. Very excited for you to become part of this thing.
I can't wait, Coach. I'm so excited.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Coach.
I'm going to let you talk to Connor first here, but I got Uncle Junior over here waiting to talk to you as well, man.
Yes, Coach. I can't wait.
Soak it in, man. Here's Connor.
What's up, stud?
Hey, Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I just feel so blessed, and I'm just so grateful for the opportunity.
Hey, buddy, we're gonna do great things here. You got me?
Absolutely.
And,
yes, Coach.
And so happy for you, and congratulations to you. But this is just the first step.
Absolutely, Coach. I can't wait.
Absolutely. Make sure you thank a lot of people who helped you get to this position. You hear me?
I will.
Oh, man. We'll be talking to you soon. All right. June wants to say what's up. Congratulations again.
Yeah.
Can't wait to get to work.
Nephew.
What's up, Walt?
How you feeling, man?
I feel good. I feel blessed.
That's really cool.
I'm just so grateful for the opportunity. I can't wait to get over there, man.
Yeah, man, I'm proud of you. I'm super proud of you, man. I know your mom is
Thanks,
too.
Coach.
And Uncle
right
Wes and everybody, man. So
yeah,
all right,
yeah.
Let's get this thing going, boss.
Let's get it going.
All right, love you, man.
Love you too.
All right.
All right, there's the secret audio. Johnny Cornelius picked at the 6th-round selection, 204 by the Dallas Cowboys. We are closing in on 2:17. The Ravens are on the clock at 2:12 right now. Another Texas Longhorn from that offensive line. Off the board, Hayden Connor.
Yeah, this is a fun one. I covered this kid in the recruiting process, and when he was coming out, he chose Texas not only because it was a good football program. He also chose it for the astrophysics program. He wanted to be an astronaut coming out of high school, and he went to school to do that. And he eventually ended up changing majors and still got a really good degree, but wide framed, and he is wicked smart. I mean, this is probably the smartest guy in this class. I think if you took it pound for pound, and that showed up in the Georgia game. There was something really fascinating that happened with him. So during the entire Georgia game, he would do this intentional pre-snap tell to let him know that he was about to pull back into pass block. And he would only do it ever so often. And if you look at the film, you'll find it, really dive into it, you'll see it. Late in the Georgia game, this is the first Georgia game that they played in Austin. They were driving down the field. They needed a score, and it was a 3rd and I believe 4. And he did the pre-snap tell before it went, and he drew an offsides. So he initiated a pre-snap tell to get an offsides penalty later in the game. It was something I had never seen before.
That's amazing.
I was like, oh my gosh, this guy. I mean, I knew he was smart, but like to see that get applied to the football field, I was like, man, this guy's a genius.
It's next level.
He's the only guard in FBS last year that did not allow a sack. He's a talented player. I'm surprised he went this low. He's not that athletic. I get it, but he's 6'6", 322. He's not going to be that guy that gets out in space, I don't think. But really talented player, and the IQ, man, I'm going to bank on that IQ 10 times out of 10. He's going to be a very, very talented player for Arizona.
What was the tell?
It was like a hand on the left knee. I think it was like a pinky he would throw out. He would do like a pinky snap, if that made sense.
Huh.
So like it was small enough to where the referee would not call false start on him.
Yeah.
But the opposing defensive line would notice it. So
see it.
he would like throw out the pinky.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
amazing. It was incredible.
That
it was
is
incredible.
super
And he was
It was
super
something
reliable.
I'd never seen before.
Started, I think it was every game at left guard over the last 3 years. And yeah, I mean, I think it's probably just the athleticism. That's probably why he slid.
Don't look at the board.
Oh, God.
The Ravens just picked a player. Don't look at the board. Don't look at the board. They just picked a player. Who do you think it was?
Ravens.
The Ravens.
Ravens.
And I'm looking at you specifically for a reason.
Is it Robert Larney?
It's Robert.
It's Robert Long. The Ravens know how to draft DBs, man, and it's incredible. It's incredible. Every single year they get one or two that we all look at each other like, damn, that's a good pick.
They haven't really been very active here on day 3, but then these last 2 out of the last 3 picks, they've picked up Peebles and Longerbeam in 210 and 212. That's where they've been the last couple of minutes. It's pretty impressive.
This is just ridiculous.
Yeah, they keep doing some big time damage. Tell me about him, Zach Wolchuk.
Yeah.
He's a slot guy, but he is a really good player.
Yeah, this guy actually played quarterback in high school, which is pretty nuts. But he was a 3-year starter at Rutgers, had 10 or more PBUs in 3 of his 5 seasons there. Played outside corner, but he can be a really good slot player at the NFL level, in my opinion. He can blitz off the edge. He's fearless when coming up and run support, quick feet and speed to carry receivers. I think he has the perfect play temperament to kick inside and play the slot. He's skinny, but he can make open field tackles and just makes plays on the football on a consistent basis, closes quickly, challenges receivers at the point of the catch. I loved him. He was one of my favorite day 3 possible corners, and Baltimore strikes again. I mean, this is just, if we were to pull up their draft class, I'm sure we're looking at it and saying, yep, we liked that guy, this guy, that's another one, boom, bing, bang. Baltimore's probably kicking
boom,
ass.
Boom, boom, bop, bam.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Here is their draft class: Starks, Green, Teddy Buchanan, Carson Vinson, Anais Peoples, and now Robert Longerbeam.
Yeah, it's just so much fun,
That's
especially
a
on the
great
defensive
class.
side.
Yeah, that's a good looking class. All right, continuing on, we've got a couple picks away from the Cowboys. Now 5 selections away from the Cowboys to start the 7th round. Here's the war room. Don't see Brian Schottenheimer in there, but looks like the Jones family very much so having that conversation in the back.
What were you thinking there, Kyle?
I was looking at Zach Wolchuk. That's all.
I don't
want to
talk about it.
Man, that Black Rifle energy, man.
It's just helping us get through the day.
It's a bad.
Oh, it is.
It's got me rolling right now.
Same thing with that Deja
the second gear has been found.
blue water.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's boy, we hydrated in
The Miller Lights.
We hydrated.
Got a couple of those in the back waiting for when this thing is over with.
All we need is a good stretch, and we got one more round, players.
Yeah, this is easy.
So do we leave on the last?
Oh
pick or
my
we talk about
gosh.
This is a fun pick.
213.
Oh my
the
gosh.
Las Vegas Raiders.
This is a fun pick.
Nick, I need you to talk about. I didn't actually watch him.
Yeah.
I just saw like some Twitter highlights, and I was like, "Damn, this kid's crazy."
Yeah, and I didn't put him on my board, which now I'm kicking myself. There's only been 3 so far. Tommy Mellett. I don't even know if that's how you say it, but
I'm looking it up.
I've had people tell me that this is going to be a Julian Edelman type weapon in the NFL.
It is Mellett.
So he's going to like move to wide receiver.
Move to receiver is the idea, but it's the Raiders. I mean, the Raiders are going after speed. He ran a 4.39, and so is he going to be a backup quarterback? Is he going to be a receiver option? Oh man, I'm one of the first things I'm going to do when I get home tonight is go to their press conference and see if they ask about this guy to see where they're going to play him.
He won the Walter Payton Award as the top player in the FCS. I mean, he was a dude
player.
at Montana State.
Talented player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting overall where he could end up. But the fact that another quarterback off the board, whether he plays quarterback or not, and we're still looking at Quinn Ewers still available.
Yeah,
and we're about to go into round number 7.
And Vegas has 2 picks in the next 3 selections, and I figured Quinn would have been one of them. But if they turned it in as a quarterback, then that means they're going to try him out at quarterback first.
Yeah,
they didn't try him out they didn't put him in as a receiver.
Wide receiver.
And typically they put in the card with the position of preference. You could go back to last year with the Detroit Lions. It was Sion Vaki, was that his name? The safety that was at Utah.
Yep.
That they turned in as a running back, and we all looked at each other like, as a running back, okay. And he's in that running back room. So if they turned it in as a quarterback, that means they're going to try him out there first. But I think he's going to have some real versatility for them.
It's pretty wild. Offensive Player of the Year in the FCS, as I said. Big Sky Offensive MVP, top 5 in FCS passing efficiency. So he can sling it a little bit, but it's really about that athleticism, though, right? The Chargers, Raiders, and Broncos to end the 6th round, and then the Cowboys are on the clock. Would you take a stab at Quinn Ewers here?
Why not?
217, why not?
I mean, unless you think you can get him as an undrafted free agent, if you want to try and take somebody else.
Too big of a name to fall that far, right?
I would
go all the way out.
I would take a running back with 217, but if he's on the clock by the time we get to 239, that's probably where I would look at.
Is that you think the same way, Brian?
Yeah, I think so too.
But if White Cotton's in the room, then it's
maybe defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle first, then. And if you get to the last, let me see my last 247. If he's out there at 247, why not? Why not?
I think it'd be worth a shot here. Kyle Monungai is still sticking around, though.
So is Martinez.
Brian, let me ask you a question.
Martinez.
Yeah.
Is it more advantageous for these guys to get drafted at 250?
No.
Listen, let me.
No.
Brian, let me just ask you that.
You want to choose where you can go. You can make some money.
So that's what I was about to say. Like
you choose where you want to go.
The Cowboys are paid nicely, right?
Yeah, the Cowboys. If in fact the one thing that Steven and Jerry do they will take the guys off their draft board first.
Yeah.
That are when the draft's over. If they've got names, those are the names they attack first. And we saw our tight end from Minnesota last year get $250,000 bonus.
Breakfast Spanford.
Yeah, Spanford. So Steven and Jerry, if they determine that there's a draftable player still on their board, they'll throw some money. They will recruit their ass off and try and throw some money and see if they can get the kid. So in this case, no, if you get in the 7th round, it starts getting late. Yeah, it's nice to say you got drafted, but in actuality, you could choose, if you're good enough and you're on someone's draft board, you could choose where you want to go.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Quinn Ewers, his a South Lake Carroll teammate, R.J. Mickens, just got picked to the Los Angeles Chargers. R.J. Mickens, really good kid. I covered him coming out too. We'll talk about him after the Dallas pick. I think there's some discussions we can have here. Picking at the top of the 7th round, really interesting name still on the board. Obviously, if you go defensive tackle, Cam Horsley is still out there, correct?
Yeah, yep, he is. So is the UCLA kid?
Yeah, I'm looking at 0 and 1 text here. Jay Toia, I'll go with you, Kyle. Toia. We'll just roll with that.
Toia, he'd be my guy probably.
That's where I would lean if that were the case.
I do like Fadil Diggs, though, and you brought him up earlier.
Yeah, I have a 3rd-round grade on him. He's my number 100 player. Zeke Biggers out of Georgia Tech, 6'3", 221.
Sure.
Nazir Stackhouse comes from Georgia. You know, they love the big program type guys.
Shrine Bowl guy.
And then if you're looking for an Arkansas connection with Jerry Jones, Eric Gregory.
They've taken a Arkansas defensive tackle in the past.
So let me ask you, right? If they're looking for a one tech like that, I got a feeling that some of those guys probably wouldn't even be drafted. Would you just wait till after the draft to possibly get one of those guys?
One tech?
Yeah, one of the bigger guys.
Go double dip on this running group.
That's what I'm saying.
Just go double dip this running group.
I would rather go running back, viewers, and like corner, and then I'll just bank on tackle after the draft, if it's me at this point.
I don't know what's up with Kobe Hudson and Nick Nash. I loved those two.
I think
probably
Nash
is speed or age, you're saying?
I mean, he's 26.
Yeah, speed and age.
Yeah, probably both.
It's probably both, but I would say there's significant on both ends.
Tez Johnson.
Somebody's
Tez Johnson. That's another one.
Yeah.
Speed.
But he got good tape though. I speed. I get.
I'm with you.
His release package is really wonky too. It's really wonky.
He's the last top 100 player I have on my board.
I got a 3rd-round grade on him.
And the Raiders just took another quarterback.
What?
Oh, Cam Miller, North Dakota.
Another FCS quarterback.
Another FCS, and this is a talented guy. I like this player.
Yeah,
wasn't that the FCS
he
title
is talented.
game? Wasn't that North Dakota State versus Montana State? Did they just take both
was.
quarterbacks from the SEC,
It sure was.
FCS national title game?
So somebody's in Frisco, and it's not the Cowboys.
It's the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, 3,300 yards last year, 33 touchdowns, 4 picks. He wasn't asked to do a lot in a run-first offense, but he really managed things. Cam Miller did. But getting ready for the Cowboys pick here, and curious to see, did they turn around and ask their boy Paxton Anderson, hey, what do you know about Quinn? Paxton Anderson, obviously a former walk-on at the Texas football program, knows Quinn well.
Yeah.
You've already taken one Texas Longhorn in the draft. You could take another one.
Tommy got to call in, right? If you take,
I mean, look, if
we're going to see Tommy run on the screen and just turn the card in. He's going to box out Jerry, call the phone,
pick up the phone from Will.
If their plan was to add a quarterback, Quinn makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
Now, if they do think he goes undrafted, I also think you probably are the top team to land his services. He's a local kid. The Cowboys will tend to offer the bonuses to be able to secure the services.
Yeah. He might have one person in his ear saying it's not a good idea, though.
Who would that be?
He trained with Mike McCarthy during the draft process.
Maybe. Maybe.
Could be.
Could be.
There's a just kind of reading.
When we're at loss of words, it's could be, maybe.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how Mike feels.
Like I say, I don't know if he'd turn him away from this, but he might send him another different direction.
Mike was working on him with hitches and slants.
I'd probably hit those D tackles here, though. I mean, I'd like the receiver.
I don't work here.
Pick is in for the Broncos, so the Cowboys officially on the clock.
Really doing routes less than 10 yards.
Throwing them curls, man, run the field and turning around, man. That's what we did.
We're also live on YouTube and X at the moment as well. So
outside of my best
behavior. Hi to all those out there.
Hello, folk.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. We're also streaming all day long on DallasCowboys.com and 105.3 The Fan.
Kyle is tired.
So
listen to
looks
Kyle.
like we got a consensus here.
Listen to Kyle's voice.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, no,
Let's see who walks in the picture here.
Schottenheimer has not been in the frame.
Oh, Jerry's pointing like, you got it, man. That's your guy.
Come on.
Oh, and now Steven's yelling at
somebody
you.
outside.
Oh.
White Cotton.
Schottenheimer is standing in front of the board to
White
the
Cotton.
left.
So they got some
defensive line.
I wonder
the UCLA kid.
Toya.
I wonder if that's the case.
Now Schottenheimer's in frame.
Hi, Shotty. Pick is in 216.
Who's y'all's highest ranked defensive tackle left? Mine is Horsley.
It's Toya. Actually, did I have Horsley higher? I think I had Toya higher. I did.
See Shimco anywhere because he would have the Boston College connection.
I got the UCLA kid higher than Horsley.
It's Toya and then Horsley. I both had him in the fifth.
165 and 169.
Toya moves better, but I think Horsley's a better one-tech type dude. Like, he's a better heavy double-team taker type guy.
Yeah.
In my personal opinion.
And the pick is in. They are on the phone with the prospect currently. This will be the 217th
Who could it be?
in the NFL draft. Who's your guess here? Are you going to go one way or the other?
I'm not going to.
Let me go with the,
see it.
You know it?
I'm just not going to guess.
He knows.
Is it one of those names we mentioned?
Come on now.
we got to play.
I'd like to pretend to be smart. If it's not even a name we've mentioned, then we're going to look like fools.
We got Clayton Adams in the picture too.
I'm going to go with the UCLA kid. That's who I'd prefer. I actually disagree with you, Vach, and I love you, but I think Toya is actually the better one tech between the two. I think Horsley gives you more pass rush.
Ice cream, big dog.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. They're both good players.
Yeah.
At this point in the draft, I think you're getting.
No, I'm down for
value from either side.
100%. I mean, both of them are one techs.
Well, talk them through. You go ahead and start talking.
Well, I think Toya is the true nose. Hustle and effort, moves well for his size, stout at the point of attack to anchor down, hold his ground, fast, slippery hands to shed blocks, makes stops in the run game consistently. Quick get off, rewarded for effort by fighting back and making tackles when initially taken out of a play. Keeps pad level down to fight under blocks. Good awareness to stiff out screens. He's a wide player to eat up double teams, keep linebackers clean. I think he's gonna be a really good rotational defensive tackle in the league.
Bosch, tell me about that other kid from that you like.
Horsley.
As far as Horsley goes, the very first line in my notes is he's whooping Pittsburgh right now. Very strong, plays with a good sense of gravity, very heavy, hard to move him. Doesn't lose ground on doubles if you're in a one-on-one. Good luck to you. Also long arms too. So he's stacking, shedding, controlling. Eyes are always in the backfield. Good for him. And bats down passes with the arm. I think that's very important too. Linebackers stay clean as all get out. Probably not much of a pass rusher, but he stops the run really good.
Kind of like both these guys, you know.
Yeah, I do too. I'm really good.
I liked what they said about both these players.
I love my first line because it paints a picture that he's real. Like, he was whooping Pittsburgh
terribly. They could do nothing with him. Double
Mm-hmm.
teams. They'll even send the runner. They'll send the running back behind the double team. Nothing, and he'll just terrorize those guys. I was a big fan of Horse last.
First punter off the board.
Final pick of the 6th round, a punter, Jeremy Crawshaw from Florida.
He'll crush it in that.
That guy's the best
mile-high
punter
air.
in the class, man. I'll tell you what, he can freaking boot it.
He'll Crawshaw it. Yeah,
I'm not letting you have it.
I know.
Sorry.
It was a little much of a reach, but first punter off the board, third specialist.
Any punter that gets drafted by the Broncos, they got to be happy. That mile-high air, that guy will lead the league in punting if he's half-assed.
Elevation.
You know? No.
That's why they took him.
That's why they took him.
Round, you know.
I like what my guys said about these defensive tackles.
They're both good.
I really do.
If you were to go running back, who are your top running backs here? I know we're probably not just based off of white cotton.
Martinez would be the guy for me.
Krosky, Merritt,
Giddens,
Smith. Has he gone somewhere?
No.
SMU.
No, he has not.
Goodness,
that is crazy.
Quinn Allen.
I think Martinez. Martinez would be my
Martinez
guy.
is I think would be a great pairing with Blue. I think that I'd be really pumped about that.
That would be fun.
It'd be fun. Man.
All right, officially on to the 7th round of the 2025 NFL Draft. Cowboys will pick at 217, 239, and then again at 247. Wouldn't be shocked to see them try and do what they did in the 5th round, pair those 2 7ths and try and get back up there.
Yeah, but
get a guy.
They might not. They might also want to just go ahead and pick those guys because you don't have to fight for them in free agency.
Use those as their
Okay. Who
placemakers?
Stephen Jones is going to walk in there and he's going to start to look at the board. He's going to say, okay, this is what our team looks like, and this is the guys we need to kind of go after for depth. You know, maybe the 12th lineman or the 13th guy here, the 5th tight end, whatever.
Shy Paxton and JS all look happy.
They always look happy. They're
They
happy
do.
to be there.
So since we're
I'd be happy if I was them too.
So since we're out of draft picks, basically, we're not gonna have a substantive trade, are we? A substantive trade?
No.
You got next year's draft.
Yeah, I guess so.
Which becomes this year's draft.
I don't know. There's a free agent wide receiver I got, crapped on pretty good by some people out there for mentioning his name.
Talking about the guy that
I think
Chicago.
Yeah, I think that guy would be an excellent fit as a bridge wide receiver too, if you needed. I still think he can play. He's a good route runner. He's not a guy that's going to be a diva and complain. So I think there's options for you.
We're waiting the official word on the television side. The War Room very much so happy with the pick, and then they're right back to work about 20 selections later at pick 239. They're interviewing celebrities.
That's not Kenny. I almost said Kenny
No,
Chesney.
that is
that's the guy does the commercials with Peyton Manning.
Yeah, he's on like the insurance commercials.
Don't ask me.
What he's saying?
Brad Paisley.
That's him. Yep.
It's Brad Paisley,
Good call,
dude.
Brian.
Come on.
Yeah, stop it, Zach.
I still don't know who that is.
I recognize him too. I couldn't have pulled that name out of my rear though.
Yeah, Brian got it though.
Be nice to hang
Figured
this
it out.
pick in so we can talk about it.
Yeah, I would love to just throw this up on the lower third. You don't have to interrupt the interview. Just throw up the pick.
Come on, let's go. Let's get the big guy.
We think it's going to be a defensive tackle.
Give me the
just
Tongan.
based off of
I got the
Coach White Cotton.
You got the pick?
Yeah,
Do you?
I got it.
You know which one it is? I don't want to look. I want to be surprised.
I don't know the pick, man.
We're supposed to.
Oh, it is. There you go.
Yeah, let's go. Woo, woo, woo.
Defensive tackle out of UCLA.
Yeah.
Jay Toia is the selection.
Yeah.
Toia?
Toia. I'm a big fan, man.
That is officially from the NFL. I can show it to you if you are doubting me.
I do like
not
the players,
Toia.
I do like the
Hey,
players.
no, yeah.
You just like waiting
you
like
do.
8
Yeah.
I know
minutes
you do.
before you said that name. I don't.
Hey, that's our guy.
Well, I had to wait for you guys
That's
to
our
stop
guy.
No, I'm talking about our colleague behind us.
There's
Just
just
to
a
add some
misconception that it could be
Woolchuck, though.
Toia. But
Just
we'll
to
see.
add the Woolchuck, though, for his size, ball get off in hands, man. Energy, ball get off in hands, plus everything that he said.
Yeah.
And he's just a heavy gravity dude. I mean, I did like Horace a little better, but I mean, you can't miss with either one of these guys. So, I mean, fantastic pick.
And he's got, he grew up in Tonga, played rugby. His brother's a rugby player in New Zealand. Siaki Ika, also his brother, was a D tackle at LSU, came out a few years
Damn
ago.
right he
He's a
was.
good player.
Other brother is a D lineman at San Jose State. His cousin's a D lineman at USC. So, I mean, they're all over the place. Started 36 games over 4 seasons, and he helped anchor a 2-time top 10 rushing D. So this guy, to me, is going to keep your linebackers clean. passing. He's going to be stout against the run. He's going to be able to give Mozzie and Justin Rogers, whoever else makes that team as a one-tech, a breather, keep that rotation going for Aaron White-Cotton. I love this. I think this is a tremendous seventh-round pick that honestly is probably going to give you a lot of good snaps this year.
Well, and he's not your typical trash can full of dirt defensive one.
No, he's 342.
He's got some slippery movement to get up.
Heavy, but
he's crushing my LSU
and
guys.
He's a hustle guy. Like there's times where he's going to get caught up field, ball goes behind him, and then he's going to double back and he'll make the tackle in the run game.
This cat battles all kinds of blocks. I mean, he is really, really good at doing that. And I think he can penetrate. He can cause problems that way as a pass rusher. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of sacks. But, man, he's one of those guys that if he gets going, he gets that head of steam going, he can make it happen. It's when he has to start, stop, then restart that he's likely going to kind of get stuck along the line of scrimmage. But at 342 pounds, the movement that he has, really the wider that teams go on him. I mean, he can make plays, but really if they go really far outside on him, it could be a little bit of a problem there. But I love the fact that he's got the initial quickness. I think he could be a load to deal with inside, and his first initial contact is really it's very powerful. I mean, he can control some blockers with the way he plays.
Yeah, and he, like you said, just a ton of size. He comes from a football family. He has a brother that plays for the Eagles in Sionika. He was drafted last year in the 3rd round. He has a younger brother that's a 5-star defensive tackle that's getting recruited by about every single guy in the country. I'm sorry, did you mention it?
No.
Why are y'all looking at me?
Didn't you say all that?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, Zach
okay,
just said that.
We over there like doing business.
Hey, we tired, man. But we got it.
No, it's all good, dude. Maybe there's some people that just tuned in.
I
Drink that damn
thought
Black Rifle coffee.
I thought you were going to add something to it.
My fault.
It was almost
You
word
probably got
for
the
word.
pronunciations way better than I
It
did.
was almost word for word.
Did you know
That's
that he
what
was
was
Deontay Ika's cousin? Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that?
Did
y'all know that?
I didn't know
I'm
that.
So sorry, guys.
I tell you what, man.
I hate being that guy too. I'm sorry.
This kid's a little heavy,
Dude,
man.
it's
I'll
all
tell you
good.
what,
You
he
Oh my
get
God,
down.
that hit.
Go for it, man. Go for it.
That hit on tape. One more thing, Kyle.
Can
we go back to that hit?
Kyle, one more thing. He's got a ton of family in the league, though, by the way. Kyle, he got cousins in the league. You hear me?
One of them played for LSU.
What's his name?
What's his brother?
Ain't it related
He
to
actually
Peter Bailey?
transferred from Baylor, I think, or maybe
Don't
he
put the
transferred
camera
from
on me. Get
LSU
off me.
to
Who's
Baylor.
Get off me.
My man ran it down, and then all of a sudden you just doubled down.
My fault.
Just like
That's where we're at.
How about ability? How about ability?
Ability?
Ability.
Yeah. Let me pull up the notes for once. Why don't we do that? 50 career games, 36
Zach
starts.
said that. What's going on?
Did he actually? Or he,
No.
Yes, he said all that. That's the first thing Zach said.
He's one of the best in the class of the defensive tackle position in creating for others around him.
There you
and
go.
There you go.
That is very
There we go. I
Yeah.
knew you'd rally back.
Who? Woo! What's his cousin name? he got any family in the league?
Yeah, you got a few.
Any of them rugby players?
Is he Tongan?
I heard he's Tongan.
Where do you go to school? But you factor in that with the pass rush weapons that they have around him.
Yeah.
Osa Digizua, Michael Parsons, Donovan Zaraku.
He's nice, man.
If you watch Schlesinger tape, you'll see Toia opening up pass for him to make plays.
100%.
There you
And that's pretty fascinating. You also see it on Kane Madrano tape, I guess, while we're at it. He works through the trash. He's got a bulky frame. He gets lateral into running lanes. He doesn't bring a ton of instinct in the pass rush, but he showed a little improvement there in 24. But I like this guy in the run game. I think there's some big body now in the defensive interior, and you have a guy
Well, you're on a roll
who specializes in the run game.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Maybe there's some competition there at One Tech.
He's a little different from
Let's go,
Mozzie, right?
Nick.
Like
Let's go.
Mozzie's like 315 now, sort of.
Yeah, right around there.
He's bigger.
if that.
Yeah, he's a different kind of nose. And look, Vash, phenomenal question asking Coach. This is when we
Watch, what was that really
want
good question you asked?
I asked Coach Whitecott and I said, Coach, what kind of noses do you like? I was looking I'm looking at Nick Harris, but that was
We're not talking body parts here.
so I was like, no, not his nose. But I was like, Coach, what kind of noses do you like? 310 or 330? I thought it was a legit question because I mean we just
It was a
have
very
bunch of-
good question.
That's pretty
Thank you,
awesome.
Kyle. We
Very
have a
good.
bunch of noses here that fall into a lot of different ranges there, and I think they're going to be ambiguous with the type of noses that they like. So there's room for 310 noses and 330, 340. How
342.
342 noses. There's room. For.
That's how I know you've been around this building a little bit now. You're using the word ambiguous.
Hey,
That's
man.
that's a Jones special.
Should we just like double down, go get Horsley?
I'd be down.
Let's just get
I'd
this.
be down.
Let's get this defensive line going.
Okay, this is a fascinating conversation. You have an opportunity to double down at one tech, corner, or running back.
Running back right now. I'm taking Martinez.
Yeah, Martinez
He's the best
is definitely the best guy left.
Kyle Monungai, I would like to throw that name into the mix as well.
I'm totally cool with Monungai.
He's still available here as well.
I am surprised Tez Johnson, Seth McLaughlin have not been taken.
There's only
Logan
been
Brown.
2 centers taken the entire draft. 2 true centers taken in the entire draft.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Seth McLaughlin on the board still?
He's still on the board. Yeah.
What in tarnation going on?
I don't know.
Yeah, I did.
A lot of those interior.
I kind of feel
Just
like
take him. Value-wise,
I kind of feel like I missed him. Maybe.
I don't know.
I think he's a dude.
This is weird to me.
You got
Luke
a million
Canada.
interior offensive
I guess you don't really need an. Yeah, you got a lot of offensive linemen.
Hey, I would.
Kobe Hudson? What the hell's wrong with Kobe Hudson?
Nothing's wrong with
I'm not a big Kobe Hudson.
Really? What was it? What was it about Hudson?
I don't know. I
You just
had
didn't
him
get
as
the
a
vibe?
UDFA. As a UDFA.
He had a bad night. It's cool.
That's fine.
Since
What's
the
something you love
Cowboys took
That
Toya
stretch.
at 217, Jack Nelson, offensive tackle from Wisconsin, goes to the Falcons at 218, and then 219, the Giants take Thomas Fedoni, the tight end from Nebraska there. Let's hear the secret audio from Jay Toya, the interior defensive lineman from UCLA.
Jay, this is Jerry Jones with the Cowboys.
What up, Coach?
Hey, man, I am proud to tell you we've just drafted you.
Appreciate that, Coach.
Well, we're excited. We're really excited about it, and I've got a lot of support. You can hear it in the background in here, but a lot of support for you. You're a hell of a football player, and, man, we're going to hit the ground running with you.
Yes, sir.
But really, congratulations to you. Proud for you.
Thank you.
Listen,
Yes,
I want our
appreciate
head coach to congratulate you, too. Here he is, your head coach.
Jay, congrats, my man.
Coach. Appreciate it.
Hey, love visiting with you, brother. Seriously, love visiting with you, man. Congratulations. You were a Dallas Cowboy. Can you believe that?
Yes, sir. Let's go. Let's do it.
Hey, and listen, we know a few things about playing great defense around here. We got one of the best, if not the best, D-line coaches in the league, and he can't wait to get his hands on you.
Yes, sir.
I got 2 guys who want to talk to you, okay? Our D coordinator wants to say hello, Matt Eberflus, and then Coach White Cotton, the D-line coach. Congrats again. All right, here's Coach Eberflus. Jay.
What up, Coach?
Hey, this is Flus. I'm the D coordinator. You good, man?
Yes, sir. I'm good.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something, man. We love you. We love you, and I'm telling you, the reason I love you is because you're mean and you're athletic. Right?
Yes, sir.
And you're a playmaker. So you're gonna do awesome in our defense, man.
Let's do it.
Yeah, you're gonna be able to take off on the ball finally. You don't have to read anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, man. All right, here's our A-Dub. Here's our D-line coach.
All right.
Jay, what's up, big dog?
What up, Coach?
Hey, you told me this for your number 1 spot, didn't you?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, you're here now, bro.
Let's go.
I'm excited for you, man.
Appreciate it, Coach.
All right, brother. Enjoy this day with your family. We'll see you soon, okay?
All right. Yes, sir.
I tell you, Brian brought something with you, man. I would they don't say much. They don't say much, and that is a big contrast from Tyler Booker, who had like a lot to say.
Yeah.
Like it's a big.
He was giving a speech.
Yeah. Booker's oozing personality. I guess we didn't have a lot of that in round 6 and 7. But
I would have fallen out of my chair if Aaron Whitecotton took the phone and was like, "Hey, I was asked this great question earlier on the radio
This guy
about
Vox
who
Lombardi.
I want, and you were that type of guy."
Hey.
This guy asked me a phenomenal question.
You ain't wrong,
and
I would have fell out of my chair if he was like, "Who's your cousin?"
Oh, that would have been hilarious.
It's like, your family there?
Hey, Siaka there?
What's the rugby background?
See, I missed that part. That's like going over my head because I didn't hear him say it.
No, it's all good.
he was zoned out, dog.
You made that joke, and I wasn't paying attention earlier. So, it happens.
It definitely happens.
Credit to you, Zach Wolchuk. Thank you.
I love
I'll
you.
say one more thing about Booker, then we can get back to Jay. I haven't said it on the
Tyler Booker.
About Tyler Booker.
Okay.
Just one more thing I haven't said on camera yet. When they were doing the press conference thing, he was talking about visualization. He was like, "Man, I think about my cleats. I think about my gloves. I think about whoever I'm going against and their jersey numbers." I said, "Damn, this dude's impressive." And we don't get a chance to talk to players. Like, we just watch film and just whatever. But if talking to somebody and learning about them helps with the process or whatever, man, Tyler Booker's a top 5 dude on the board if you get to talk to him. And that's just me listening in the press conference or whatever. But, we can get back to Jay how to say his last name? Toia. We can get back to Jay.
Can I propose an interesting exercise for us here?
Let's exercise. Can I catch us up on the board real quick? Just because we're running real quickly here. Please. Jack Nelson, offensive tackle, Wisconsin, to the Falcons. Fedoni, who we talked about for Nebraska, tight end, going to the Giants. Marcus Bryant, offensive tackle from Mizzou, going to the Patriots. Jags take Jonah Monheim, offensive lineman from USC. And then the Raiders at 222 take Cody Lindenberg, the linebacker from Minnesota. That's where we're at. They're talking about Lan Larison on the NFL Network.
Oh, Lan Larison.
Is that where you're headed here?
There is going to be a running back picked here at 222 by Seattle. That's fascinating, though.
223?
223. Yeah, that's what I said. Can I propose an exercise?
Yeah.
So Jack Nelson, yeah, go ahead. I will talk about these guys later. I watched.
Let's go ahead and talk because Damian Martinez just got picked.
Oh, dang it! All right, let me throw out Nelson real quick, and then we can just fuego rapido. Number 2 ranked prospect in Wisconsin, won the Joe Thomas Award as the state's top senior offensive lineman. His dad played O-line at UW. Was drafted by the Phoenix Cardinals in the '89 draft. Brian scouted him. He knows him really well. He was there. Big frame, long arms, stiff lower body. Not the most bendy hips. Struggles against the athletic Bama team when I was watching him. Works combo blocks well, can get movement in the run, gets to the second level. He's got some mauler play temperament in the run game. Powerful player, but he can struggle to sustain in pass pro. Just inconsistent with the anchor, Vach Lombardi. But, hey, can he consistently match up with better athletes every week? We'll see. But that's Jack Nelson, the offensive tackle from Wisconsin, 7th rounder, going to your Atlanta Falcons.
Also, his dad was drafted by the Phoenix Cardinals.
Dude, are you kidding me?
No, I'm screwing with you now.
Holy crap. I don't know what his dad's name was.
Nick Drunk, man.
I'm just screwing with you now. Can I do this exercise? Can we pump?
Can I real quickly say Damian Martinez to Seattle? John just couldn't help himself.
John told everybody
to take another running back.
Listen, all you guys get out of the room. I'm about to pick a player here.
He took a running
back. And he took a good one.
He took a really good one.
All right, go Nick. Sorry.
Yeah, they love Texas boys in Seattle. They've shown that recently. Okay, so in the first round, obviously the debate was Tyler Booker and a defensive tackle. Let's say that they took the defensive tackle and they didn't get the offensive guard until the 7th round. Who would you have taken there?
Oh, the guard?
Let's just say you're going for a right guard in
Kandra.
that spot that they just took.
I'd have taken Kandra from Cincinnati.
Kandra?
The right guard in this pick that just happened?
Correct, yeah.
Is Connor Colby on the board?
Colby's still on the board.
Colby's on the board.
I think I've taken Colby.
Does Joshua Gray tickle your fancy?
I like him as an athlete.
Yeah,
I have him under Kandra,
but I think Kandra's a better.
I would take either one of those
Kandra's
guys.
a better player.
Yeah.
Joe Huber.
Huber would have been Colby, then Huber for me.
Gotcha.
And actually, I have Colby in the 4th round.
Slam dunk for me too. Yeah, Brian. I got him in the 4th too.
I have him in the 5th. Yeah.
Where'd you have Kandra? I had
Kandra's
Kandra
in the 4th for me.
I got Kandra in the 5.
I had him at the top of the 5th.
Yeah. I think either one of those guys would be great.
Kandra in the 5.
Yeah.
Colby, Huber, Kandra would have been. It would have been a 4 and then 2 5s.
And you've already taken a couple of guys here at guard. We've already talked about the depth and kind of what that message is to guys like TJ Bass and some of the guys on the back end of your offensive line. You're not going to take another one here with these next 2 picks, right? You're probably going to go somewhere else, hunt some traits here at 239 and 247.
Man, I don't know what the problem is with some of these corners. You know what
Which
I'm saying?
ones?
Dotson, Kobe Bryant, Alexander.
Yeah, I think
it's character stuff.
Okay, let me get out of this then, because you're not going to let me take Huzzy. You're not going to let me take Muhammad, right?
I'd like him. What about Black from Oklahoma State?
Kobe Bryant from Kansas, too.
Dotson, Bryant, Alexander. Did I miss Alexander? Did he get taken?
I like Alexander. No, he didn't. He's not. Yeah.
There's a guy with some length right there.
Harris from Iowa.
That's kind of a zone corner right there.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. I'm a little.
They going to come out of this thing without a single wide receiver?
I tell you what, though.
Yeah, looks like it.
Give me one.
Crazy.
Give me one of these running backs, though, too. Give me one of these running backs.
Sure.
You know, I know I've been talking about. I don't think I would take Smith because I got Blue, but I think I would look at, like I said, look at Allen. I'd look at your Rutgers kid.
Munungai.
For sure. And Krosky Merritt. I know
look at Krosky Merritt.
I know there might be some talk about, well, he didn't do this and he didn't do that, but
That guy runs the ball tough.
The undrafted guys are going to be really interesting because it's just a bunch of names here. And if all those names are like character guys, I guess, and I guess you don't want to gamble your draft picks on character guys, and that's where you shoot the dice at them. At least they're talented character guys.
Hudson at receiver.
Yeah, I mean Hudson. I think Hudson's my best player left.
Nick, what's wrong with Hudson's tape at Central Florida?
I honestly didn't spend a lot of time on it because I watched 2 games and I was like, I think this is a UDFA, and I put him in the UDFA group.
Okay.
So I'd just be completely honest with you.
Okay.
I thought he found ways to get open, Brian. I thought he had some pretty good yak ability to him. I thought he made some really good catches, even if the pass wasn't great. He adjusted well. I think he found the end zone pretty cool. I was a fan of Hudson.
He was a super productive player. He had at least 1 catch in 35 straight games. The frame I like. He can hit the home run ball. He can run slants, catch in traffic, doesn't shy away from contact. I think he can stack the corners down the sideline. He can work back to the football, accelerates off the line, gets a good release. I liked him, I guess, more than others did. The league obviously felt different about him.
Yeah, I'm with you on that myself. I think you guys got him. I mean, like I say, Nick, I was interested to see. I think I leaned more this way than I did towards your direction, but I was just curious about that.
And then Nick Nash is just super productive. I mean, Triple Crown winner. I get it was at San Jose State. Still. But, I mean, that guy, when we saw at the Shrine Bowl, was probably the best receiver there.
Yeah. I still got Tez Johnson a little higher. My bad, Kyle. Go ahead.
Keaton Crawford goes off the board, 225 to the Cardinals.
Okay, something's wrong with Castro.
Yeah, another safety. He was somebody who transferred from Texas to Nevada, and I had heard Dallas had kind of taken some looks at
Tyler,
him.
Texas, baby.
Yeah, a little beast, Texas. He goes 225 to the Cardinals. I actually mocked him with the next pick to Dallas as trying to hunt some traits there.
I have Castro as my top UDFA. I thought he gave up way too much in coverage to be a pick. I think he's solid downhill. He can kind of command the intermediate range in pass defense, but I thought like once guys get over to the top of him, and it can become a problem.
Yeah, teams guy for me. Put him on teams,
and he's 24 and a half. He's going to be an older player.
Yeah.
Irene wants to know on Twitter if Jay Toia has any family that has been in the league at any point down the line.
Chill. I actually have info on that.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's got a cousin. He's got a brother. He's got a couple brothers.
Okay. I'll tell you, you're doing some serious research.
Yeah, man.
No, don't let anybody ever tell you shouldn't be on the draft show.
That's true. I appreciate you, Brian.
Yeah, attention to
that
detail.
means a lot coming from you, Brian.
Attention to detail. Pay attention the way you do.
Listening.
It's tough. That was a tough moment for your boy over here.
Let's talk to him himself.
I felt bad calling you out.
Yeah. How about Jay Toia on the line, our newest Dallas Cowboy? Jay, congratulations on the selection. What's going through your head right now?
Thank you so much, man. I'm just blessed. Just blessed, man. It's a dream come true.
How much family do you have in attendance? I mean, it sounded like a pretty big roar whenever the phone call was answered.
Yeah, I just got my family here.
Seems like you guys were on top of it as always. Now, tell us what you bring to the table. I mean, we watched the film. We've taken a look at you throughout. I mean, you bring a lot of mentality to that defensive front.
Yeah, exactly, man. Like exactly what you said. Whatever that film shows, that's what I'm gonna bring. I'm bringing that nastiness. You know, I feel like I play with a lot of violence, and that's what I'm gonna bring to the table.
Dude, yeah, your tape's unbelievable. You got the rugby background, a bunch of family members that are also playing. How does the rugby background help when it comes to playing in football?
Honestly, I think it is everything from, you know, hitting to not being scared of contact and just athleticism and all.
And it definitely shows on your film as well. Now, when you've gone through this process, what's it been like having those conversations with the Cowboys?
I didn't really have contact with the Cowboys since the Combine and my pro day, and that was about it.
Hey, Jay, there's a UCLA defensive tackle on this roster, and Osa Digizua. I'm curious if you have any relationship with him and how excited you are to work next to him.
I know who he is. I hope he knows who I am. I've met him a few times at UCLA, but he was already gone when I came in. But, man, hell of a player. He just signed a giant contract, well-deserved. Man, I just can't wait to learn from him.
How excited are you to be at your rookie mini camp? Is going to be in Oxnard. You get to be right down the street. You get to have all that family there in attendance. Are you excited for that?
Yes, sir. Man, real excited. I'm blessed, man.
One more thing for you. You open up opportunities for others so much. And watching your tape, you open up opportunities for Schlesinger, Madrano, even some of the pass rushers, Oladejo too. Being able to open up things, that's unselfish. And why is that such a big part of your game? And do you still get gratification when you pull a guy out of a lane and then you see one of your teammates laying a hat?
I mean, yeah, that's just what this sport's all about. It's a team sport all around. So, I'm a big team guy. Whatever I can do to help the team win, I'm all for. Whether that's, 4 guys on me, I don't make a play. Whatever it is, I'm ready to help the team win.
All right, Jay, so can we teach the entire defensive front the haka and make sure we do this every pregame?
I mean, I'm not a haka specialist. That's more like Marin's. I'm Tongan, so I'm not really a haka specialist. But, I think we could try.
We can try.
Well, we appreciate you taking some time. Congratulations on making it to this point, and we can't wait to see you here in Frisco.
Appreciate that, man. Thank you.
All right. Jay Toia joining us here on the
If your brother's a rugby player in New Zealand, how are you not?
It doesn't mean he knows how to do it.
Okay, well, if you're
down,
we need your brother.
I dare you.
We need your brother.
He's killing you.
That's a bad moment.
Dare you.
Can we dump that?
I dare you to walk up to him.
I will. I'll do it in Oxnard, sir.
Break down and start doing
Is that racist?
No, not at all. Euless Trinity does it before every game.
That's racist, bro.
How?
That's racist, bro.
I'm Tongan, bro.
They all the same. They all do that little dance. Hey, Jay, do the little.
If you've got the rugby background and you're playing rugby in New Zealand, that is what the New Zealand All Blacks do.
Hey, Jay, why don't you do that little dance y'all do? Show me that dance y'all do. Go ahead.
I gotta step out. I'm serious.
What's that thing y'all do? The haka? Do that haka.
That was not good. That was a bad moment for me. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna leak on out of here.
I swear, I'd love for you to walk right up in front of him and start
doing eyes open, tongue out.
Hey, you said you don't know it. I've been practicing, baby. Let's go.
You ready to teach him?
I'm a specialist.
I'm that specialist.
I got it down.
Step aside, Jay.
His representation is gonna destroy us.
He's gonna hate everybody.
You are.
He already hates the media here.
He sounds like he hates the media.
He hates it.
I thought that was fair.
They about to cancel your ass.
Man.
I'm so sorry if that offended anybody. that was not my intentions.
Oh, yes, it was.
All right.
Do the move that y'all do.
Yeah.
Do that move that y'all do.
All right, trying to reel it back.
With your eyes big and your tongue. Do that move.
Hey, Brashard Smith went to the Chiefs, guys.
What?
Steelers.
Come on.
Steelers take Carson Bruner, linebacker from Washington. The 49ers take Curtis Rourke, quarterback from Indiana. Another 7th-round quarterback for San Francisco. Rourke going out to San Fran. And then the Kansas City Chiefs just took Brashard Smith, SMU running back, as I'm wiping tears away from
They're
my
about to hand us a note, boy. This is over. We have offended.
Cut it off.
This has been great. I've loved the last 3 years with you.
Hey, it's Vach's fault,
really
man.
has
It is
been.
Vach's
All right.
fault.
It's been an honor.
Would
and a
you do us a
privilege.
favor, hand in your pen off your lapel?
Absolutely.
You're gonna turn in your badge.
Yeah, here. I got you guys. This is.
It's been fun.
I'm just gonna go cry in the corner.
What are the chances that might be G-Bag of the day there
Oh,
at
my God,
105
it better
Thunder
be.
fan?
It's either that or what I said last night.
I hope it's
one
not.
of those two.
No, it's got to be that.
I hope we never hear it again. I hope it's.
I got to see the replay.
I hope it's Nick.
I got to see the replay of Zach's face when he just said, I mean, I don't really know that dance. I don't really.
I think I was just like, oh,
not an expert.
crap. Want to get
I knew
away?
it when he asked it, when he said he wasn't talking, I was like, oh, this is not going to go good.
Well, no, he said he is Tongan, but I guess I really did think the haka was. I guess it's Polynesian.
Yeah, I guess.
That's my fault.
Zach, just stop, man, because you might say it wrong.
Yeah,
We're going to stop right there. Oh, goodness.
That's content right there.
This is
So Curtis Rourke, huh?
Yeah, great job,
To
guys.
the 49ers
Can he
out
do
of
the
Indiana. You think he's he's going to lead the Niners out with the Haka boys?
In Indiana.
Maybe he's going to take Brock Purdy's gig.
Dante Kent goes 229, Central Michigan corner. Oh, man. Let's shout out some of these that are still watching, some of these fans online that are still watching.
Ain't no Tongan people watching.
we've lost all our Tongan.
All the Tongan people that cut the damn thing off you.
I got some text up from the fan text. 469 said you were extra white with that question. For another 469 said, I didn't know the difference. I thought it was a good question. The 832 said, it's a little racist, homie. It's definitely coming from ignorance rather than purposeful negative views.
Tony Busby on the way.
You're okay.
Yeah. Tony Busby finna come get you.
And another 469 said, nice job fighting through it.
Oh, good job, man. Yeah. Justin from Alaska watching. Shout out, Justin.
Thanks, Justin. Can you
Canyon,
do the haka?
Canyon, Texas. We got Craig out there in Canyon.
What's up, Eric?
Sergeant Fox from Massachusetts.
So sorry,
Felipe from Portugal out there watching across the pond. Mooresville, North Carolina in the house. Chris Evans there. Who else here? Victoria, Canada. Jordan from Victoria, Canada. Gilbert, Arizona. Mike watching.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, this is really cool.
You. Yeah.
Champ from Grand Island, Nebraska.
This in the chat? This on YouTube chat?
It's on Twitter that I'm reading from. I don't have the.
So embarrassed.
What up, Twitter folk?
Everybody that's sticking around with us this late into day 3, seriously, we appreciate it. I mean,
real.
we put in a lot of work, but we know it's for this time when it's the late grind of day 3, and we're just operating off exhaustion and potentially alternative views from Zach Wolchuk.
No, come on.
But I think I'm messing with you now. But seriously, thank you to the fans. I mean, this is my second year on the draft show, and
New Zealand All Blacks, right? His brother plays rugby in New Zealand.
All Black.
Gosh dang it!
What?
That's what they're called.
That's
the New
the name
Zealand
of-
All Blacks.
that's the
That's the
name
name
of
of
the
their rugby team.
Huh?
They're
Like
world
the best
famous.
in the world.
World famous.
They're top notch.
That
Like
part.
Yankees.
That part we understand.
trying to have a sentimental moment with the fans, guys.
Yeah, we're talking about rugby
I know.
teams.
I love everybody that's watching. This will be my last time ever on a microphone, and
Don't do that, Reed.
I'm out.
Jess
I'm going full Bobby Bell.
Yeah, Mr.
from the
Running Backs on
UK.
this. Oh, yeah, appreciate it, Jess. Thanks for tuning in.
Boston, John up there in Boston. I saw one from Ireland,
Yeah, thank you for that.
Virginia. I'm trying to find Delaware, Fresno. All over the place. This is awesome. Really cool stuff.
2 Cowboys picks
Bosnia?
left. Wow.
From Bosnia, Ed? That's awesome.
Appreciate you.
Really cool. Great job, everybody, those that have tuned in and stuck with us through all these picks at this point.
We got 2 picks left. They are both approaching in some instance. We got, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 10 picks away. At this point, are you just trying to stab at the best
Traits.
Are you going
Yeah,
traits or are you going production? Because teams, I think, vary
Production?
when it comes to this part of the draft. Because there's guys who have production but don't have like the size or the measurables or the speed or whatever. And then on the flip side, there's guys that have the traits, the size, the speed, but don't have the production. So like, which side would you fall under?
I think the Cowboys are more a production team than they're a traits team. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
I think they like Trace more, Brian.
Well, you think about it from like Jalen Brooks' perspective, had no production coming out of South Carolina.
Yeah, but the special team. Well, late in the draft, you're right about that. I kind of felt like that they were kind of a team that, you're a productive player and stuff. But maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know why. I don't know why I thought that, but I just kind of late. I've always been a guy that looks at traits.
It's 5 o'clock and we've been up early, Brian.
No. I always look at. I'm one of those guys that always, I thought there was, hey, guy can run fast, guy's tall, guy catches ball well, guy, all that kind of stuff.
Oh crap!
This is.
Man, look at that.
Derek just walked by
I just
and
got the
stared down.
You're
Zach
fired
Wolchuk.
stare.
And then he smiled as he walked away. So we're good, I think.
Eagleton does
This
have
probably
this
not.
evil look.
He's got about an hour
He's
left.
got a
Zach.
terrifying evil stare.
Yeah, he does.
And you
You
never
don't
know
wanna
if he's
be on
joking or not.
I think I just peed a little.
We was doing draft 101 or whatever, right? And he's in the back of the room with an evil light over him, just staring us down. And I'm like, damn, dog.
The Don.
Yeah.
The
Like,
Don.
I can't even make a mistake up in here, especially me because I don't work here.
Hey, did I see that Dan Jackson? Dan Jackson, your safety guy.
Oh,
what do you say?
Safety
just
from
go?
Georgia.
Yeah, talk about Dan Jackson.
Lions at 2:30.
Well, Dan Jackson's just a little bit better than I think Nick was giving him credit for. He ran a pretty good 40 time.
Yeah.
But look, if you're a walk-on at Georgia, and you earn yourself a starting spot. I know he was a one-year starter, but he's got the versatility. I was just really, really impressed. The instincts show for me overall. I think the coverage skills are there. He's a guy that can drive on the ball. I think he can hit. He's really, really good against screens. He's a guy that is a phenomenal teammate from everything I read coming out of Georgia. Obviously, the measurables are not exactly what you want, and you can see at times like he will be a little bit slow getting to his spot, and he's going to be a little bit older as a rookie. But overall, I was a fan of his game. Like if you were looking for a day 3 safety, I think Dan Jackson was a guy you could have taken a flyer on.
Our guy just got picked.
Quinn?
He did.
Quinn Ewers to the
is it not
Dolphins.
up yet?
Man, I wonder if the Cowboys were upset about that.
It is on the NFL.com.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it says Quinn Ewers went to the Dolphins.
That's a good fit for Quinn overall.
It is a good fit. Excuse me. It is a good fit, and it's an opportunity. If Tua, he's had some injury concerns, especially lately in his career. That's an opportunity for Quinn to potentially step in and be with those kinds of weapons in Miami. That's a really good spot for him. Under Mike McDaniel, that's a really good spot for Quinn Ewers. I'm happy he ended up laying in there.
Good for Quinn.
Just for the kid.
Brashard Smith to Kansas City is some nonsense, though, right?
You want to talk about it?
Yeah, we should.
They like their SMU players there.
He's a fantastic pass-catching running back. He's probably more of a receiver playing running back right now. He's probably got versatility to do a little bit of both. He'll run routes out the backfield. He'll line up wide and do wide receiver stuff, and they'll motion him and shift him. But I also think he's a pretty good runner if you just hand the ball to him. Got some pretty decent size to him. I think he finishes. Once again, we got another not blocking running back. So you got to think about which third downs you're using them on. But as a pass catching weapon on that team, give me a break, man. Give me a break.
Yeah, I mean some really good names here. Brashard Smith, SMU 228 to the Chiefs. Steelers at 229 take Dante Kent, corner from Central Michigan. Dan Jackson, safety from Georgia, 230 to the Lions. Dolphins 231. Quarterback Quinn Ewers finally off the board off of Texas or out of Texas, and then Hunter Wohler, safety from Wisconsin, Colts at 232. Closing in on the Cowboys pick, we are now 7 selections away as the Bears are on the clock at 233. What are you thinking here for Dallas? I mean, who are some of your better names available? Is this the point where you completely ditch need, or do you still try and add some bodies to those positions?
I'm just looking for the best player on the board, if this is me, and how far does this board stretch? And typically teams have a little bit of 4th-round grades, a lot of 5th-round grades still available at this point. It's just based on how different teams value different players, and there's a discussion being had right now. Schottenheimer's the one manufacturing that. He's speaking for somebody. So, do they go ahead and take a stab at a receiver here? Is it a guy like Trayshawn Holden, who has experience with Junior Adams as wide receivers coach? We talked about that a little bit earlier in the show. Could it be an Andrew Armstrong, an Arkansas guy that Jerry certainly knows quite a bit about? Zach, and then you also have Nick Nash. I mean, we've talked about him many times as a Triple Crown winner. I just don't know if he has the speed for this offense. I think this offense is going to be valuing that speed element.
That's a good point.
That's why I thought if they missed on Tedderell McMillan in the first round, I figured Dante Thornton would have been a really high target for them, but he went earlier than I think anyone projected. So we didn't even have to get the chance to talk about that. So I wonder if receivers may be an option here, but regardless, it'd be kind of a flyer at this point. It's a flyer at any spot. I don't know if there's any big value left. Is there in y'all's eyes? I
mean, I think Logan Brown would be value from Kansas. I did have Kobe Hudson really high. I had him as a 4th-round player. He's 105 on my stack. I mean, I know Nick, you had him as a UDFA guy. We just saw the player differently. Nick Nash, I would absolutely take a flyer on. Fadil Diggs, I think, would be a nice player from Syracuse that was super, super productive.
I had a 6th on Logan Brown.
I know the testing wasn't very good, but you talk about speed in the offense and route running. Could you look at Tez Johnson? Oh, Kyle Minogue guy at 233
there he goes.
to the Bears. That's unfortunate. I was kind of hoping.
I'd like DJ Giddens. I'm shocked that he's still there.
And now
DJ Giddens hadn't got drafted?
No.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, he did.
Where did he go? Because I missed him.
Early.
LaQuint Allen's still out there.
I like him a lot.
I know Brian likes LaQuint.
I like him a lot.
Both of my Kansas corners are here.
Colts. DJ Giddens to
he went to the Colts.
Kobe and Mello.
When did Monheim get drafted? The UCLA, the USC.
Oh, yeah, it was a little bit earlier.
6th round?
Yeah, at the very end of the sixth.
On the very end of the sixth. Okay, thank you very much.
Also, too, if you want an edge that's a little bigger, that's maybe a rundown guy, this is a perfect opportunity to get Ivy, Barron, Joyner, or Batty or Oben. You know, there's a lot of
Monheim was at
choices.
221, Brian, in the seventh.
Okay, 7.
He went to the Jags.
Okay.
What about Andrew Armstrong from Arkansas? If you want a big body possession type of receiver,
yeah,
I wouldn't mind him. Dallas guy.
Is this a bit?
No,
because I just brought him up and said
he just said that.
Yeah, it's a
man.
I've been just getting inundated with Haka.
Hey, it took the pressure off.
His Twitter going crazy right now.
You're just looking at the screen.
I was just staring at the Haka.
How many of those same GIFs have you gotten with it?
The same one. Honestly, they've all been pretty different.
Oh, okay, that's good. We've
got a variety. And then Dan Rogers, shout out to you.
Yeah, I see that.
The Voch clip with his eyes is incredible.
Let me show you what's going on, man. Hey, look at
Turn it around.
It's so good.
We got.
I need to save that.
Hold up. Let me look at.
It's good.
Let me go to Beam and them. Can y'all get that back there? Y'all.
Go to my camera.
I gotta go to.
No. Like Beam, take my camera.
Oh yeah.
And there we go. Oh, there it is.
That's a good one.
I'm befuddled at the All Blacks and do that little dance y'all do. I was befuddled. But it's all good, man. We almost done, man.
Came from a good place.
We're in the home stretch.
We cannot bring this back up because I will cry again.
Are you crazy?
Let's never bring it back up. Let's just pretend that it never happened and we are just moving on.
Let's say you're taking a running back here. Who are you taking?
I like Allen.
I just want to pretend DJ Giddens is still available, even if he's not.
Hey, that's safe.
Probably, I think LaQuinn Allen is probably my best running back left. Yeah, and then Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt.
My best running back available is Bentley, but I'm not taking him. He's Jaden Blue. Kind of a poor man's.
My guy's Allen on my board. That's a 4th round grade on my board.
Quinn Allen.
Yeah.
Is it time to pitch you guys on Land Larison again?
I would be down.
Yeah, I'm down for that, man.
I'd also consider Phil Maffa here from Clemson, big-bodied running back, 240, 6 foot. I would think about that.
Yeah.
Has Holland Pierce or Issa Pole been drafted?
I would much rather go Pole than Pierce.
Neither one of those.
Neither have.
It's Pole.
I think they both do things differently. They both have great size, but Pole is the athlete, and he has some pretty good movement. Maybe not all the technique, but Pierce seems to use his length when he's in trouble. He's a little better in the run game than Pole. But he's slow-footed a bit. But I mean, we just talking about undrafted tackles at this point. I imagine that most of these guys that we're high on are not going to get drafted. I mean, they're going to keep drafting players that I wouldn't think get drafted, or a punter or like a long snapper is probably going to come off the board soon. But some of these names that we like, Woolchuck mentioned Ivy earlier. I think Jared Ivy can play. I think he's a dude that brings some value, but he hasn't been drafted up to this point. So in my mind, I don't think he'll get drafted. Like, there's something that's making these guys not get drafted. Mello Dotson can play. It's not the film that's keeping him from being drafted. Or Tez Johnson can play. It's not his film that's keeping him from
He just got drafted.
Who's that?
Tez Johnson.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Tampa Bay.
Took him at 235.
Tampa Bay's had themselves a heck of a draft.
Yeah, they're going to have to cut one of these receivers.
They love themselves.
Okay, let's if you're carrying 5 receivers, there's already 6 that are on the team that are 53-man caliber worthy. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Jalen McMillan, Emeka Egbuka, Tez Johnson, and Sterling Shepard. Like, one of those guys is getting left out. If I could talk about Tez Johnson here for a little bit.
Sure, give me his due.
Obviously had his he had a rough upbringing, and he was growing up in the projects of Pinson Valley or Pinson, Alabama, and the family of Bo Nix took him in early high school, and he is somebody that he calls Bo Nix a brother to him. Whenever he was going through the draft process, he referred to him as his brother Bo. We actually got to interview him in Mobile right here on the draft show. You can go back and watch that interview. It's really cool. But he's a Troy transfer, and whenever he got to Oregon, obviously Bo Nix campaigned for him to be there. He's a production machine, and this is a guy that I think maybe people expected to go early day 3 earlier in the process before Mobile. And there were a couple of concerning things that came out, I think, from his experience in Mobile. It was, his release package was all over the place. He was getting a little bit bodied by some more physical DBs, and then he tested at the combine, and it was not great. 4.51 as a slot only guy. So I think there's concerns there, but this guy works his tail off. He's a high character guy. I think he's going to have value in the NFL. He just needs to be able to find a way onto the field in some way.
And by the way, Tez Johnson followed by LaQuinn Allen,
Boom.
running back from Syracuse, off the board at 236 for the Jags. Yeah, I love the story. We talked to him at Mobile, like you talked about, and I thought, man, the way he outlined that, and it was one of the coolest draft interviews we've ever been a part of. Was really, really cool for Tez Johnson, and that relationship he had with Bo Nix was just incredible.
We're having a pretty intense conversation here with Jerry Jones Jr. in the war room.
Talking with Jerry to Jerry.
Seems pretty lighthearted in there. There's not many bodies left. You got Stephen Jones and then John Stephen Jones. Mitch LaPointe is there at the other end of the table.
The scouts.
Yeah, they're probably getting ready for this free agency period. Is what they're doing. They're getting organized.
All those guys that left the building are probably making phone calls, right?
Yeah, they're starting to recruit some kids and get ahead of this a little bit if they can. But Steven and Adam and Todd Williams, those guys will be highly organized to go after. And like I said, the first group of guys they're going to go after will be the guys that are on their board that still have draftable grades. So that's when you start to see guys in Dallas again will throw a lot of money at these picks or these guys to try and get them in free agency.
Now we're at the Packers at 237, followed by the Seahawks at 238. Then it's the Cowboys at 239. If you were, let's just play the undrafted free agent game for a little bit here. If you had to take a look at your board and the guys that are least likely to make it to the UDFA stage,
that's exactly what I'm thinking about. Right
where are
now.
you going to try and start plucking players? Because that's what you've got to figure out. You've got
you've got to figure out who are the highest graded players on their board.
Yeah,
that's where you got to think. And though that's where you start first is okay. Who if we're trying to kind of guess their board here, but who would you think would be their highest? And and it's really regardless of position.
Alexander from LSU, maybe.
Yeah,
he's
I agree.
Like, he's all about like metrics and measurables. Like he'll.
I would love that.
How would y'all feel about Isaiah Bond? I think you would definitely be taking some risk factor. They have made a pick. The pick is in. But
at this point, absolutely. Why not?
Are we going to see another Hook'em Horns if that's the case? Looks like this is a Jerry Jr. pick, just because of.
Yeah, he was right in the middle of all of that.
And the first person that Brian Schottenheimer embraced was Jerry Jr.
Do you guys like Jake Bringstew?
Micah Robinson goes to the Packers. Tulane defensive back. I liked him out of Tulane. But Seahawks up next, and then it's the Cowboys.
We got Derek Foster and Matt Eberflus right there, but Derek Foster is getting all the daps. So we looking running back here. Running back will make a lot of sense because there's going to be a heavy market for these UDFA running backs. So go ahead and get your guy now. Okay, who's a high character guy here that we're looking at, or a early down big back? I mean, you could look at Jaquan Jackson's a guy that they brought in during the process.
Corey Kiner.
Corey Kiner's another downhill guy.
That'd be a good pick.
I'm still looking at Phil Maffa from Clemson.
Phil Maffa's a big boy.
I'm gonna keep saying Krosky Merritt. That's my guy.
Krosky Merritt would be on my board.
Krosky Merritt's the highest ranked running back I've got left. Rocket Sanders
would be next, and then Yarns from Delaware. Those are my last three.
Because running back in his last round has kind of gotten picked off a little.
I do like Jaquindon Jackson, but I'm also just. He's a local kid, so I'm rooting for him.
Duncanville, quarterback that made the switch to running back. He can run the football though. Little injury history there. Kind of interesting to think. So if we're thinking running back,
Andrew Henry, New Mexico, weren't they linked to him?
Land Larison.
I don't think they'd take him. I don't think he's a draft pick, but yeah, he was a 30 or not a 30. He was a local day guy.
If this is Land Larison, I think I'm just going to let Nick do the rest of the show.
If it's Land Larison,
they got it, man.
Just get it taken care of.
He gets Larison and Donovan Izaraku in the same draft, man.
Yeah, that would be big time. Hey, you got Ricky White the third. UNLV goes to Seattle.
Seattle getting these fun receivers, man.
Yeah, Seattle's been on a little wide receiver run.
They're just going to throw a million slots out on the field and see what happens.
Yeah,
they'll figure it out one day, right?
Let them just fight it all out. I don't hate that. Just throw darts at guys and let them fit. Because you're going to miss on a lot of these picks anyway.
Yeah.
Just get a bunch of dudes that's in a group and let them fight it out.
That's kind of what some of these other teams have been doing. Philly.
Raiders got a bunch
Buffaloes,
of
Ravens. Raiders, yeah, see what happens between those. But we have seen the pick being turned in. This is at 2:39. The Cowboys will turn around. They'll pick again very, very soon at 2:47. So it'll be a quick conversation on the phone, and then it's right back to work for the Cowboys in what could possibly be their final selection of the 2025 NFL Draft. Pick is in on the TV stream. We're just waiting for the name to pop up and officially be it. All right, final guess from everybody, just while we're killing some time here.
Krosky Merritt's my best guy, so I'm going to roll with him.
Go with him. Zach.
Let's go Corey Kiner.
Corey Kiner.
Running back from Cincy.
Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Running back Phil Maffa.
Phil Maffa. Well, hey, you know what? You wanted yourself a good compliment. Big-bodied running back. Phil Maffa is that guy.
Yeah, third team All ACC. When you brought it up earlier, you needed a compliment for Jaden Blue. That was the first name I went to on my board, and he was a formal visit at the Combine. They had some connections with him specifically, had over 2,800 yards during his time with the Clemson Tigers. I like this pick. You're trying to add some running back depth, and you needed something different than what you have on your roster. Go with the 6'1" running back with some weight to him as well. Big, strong, physical running back. You're going to see him in these clips. I mean, he looks like he could be a tight end running the football at times. I mean, he's fun to watch, but he can break away from you a little bit as well.
Yeah, native of the Ivory Coast, so he's an IPP qualifier at the very least. Over 2,000 yards in his final 2 seasons at Clemson. He's really productive between the tackles. He's decisive, and he gets through. He finds the holes. He's a little stiff in the open field, and there's not a ton of athleticism, even though you see him breaking out into the open field, but look who he's playing. There's no value on passing downs here, but I think he's going to bring a ton of special teams value. This team has been searching for that personal protector, and I think this guy could definitely be that guy. But we'll see. I think there's going to be some good special teams value, but if you're looking for early down production, I think he has the potential there. It's going to be a battle. I think he could compete for early down opportunities in this running game. I mean, this running back competition is going to be very fascinating. I think you could look at 3 players, potentially 4 on this roster that could be the starting running back week 1 now. And you're throwing competition. You hope you get another running back in UDFA to add to that room and just up the competition in that room. They're going to need a guy. They're going to need a guy right there, and it's going to be fascinating to watch.
So there's Maffa, Blue, Williams, and who? Who's the fourth possible Sanders?
I was thinking Sanders, just because they are high on him. I don't believe that, but they are high on him.
I don't,
that was me, my bad.
I don't know, man. But yeah, shouts out to him. We'll see.
Yeah, he's a bulldozer. I mean, he's straight between the tackles. Absolutely. I mean, the build is incredible. He doesn't fumble. I mean, he's kind of the opposite of what you had when it comes to ball security issues. But I think he did get hurt and banged up last year.
A little bit. He missed a little bit of time. No, he played all 14 games for Clemson in 24.
I thought he had a shoulder. Maybe it was the year before.
He had a shoulder injury in 24 that required surgery postseason.
That's what it was. So he didn't miss any time for it, but there you go.
But hey, that's nothing wrong with that pick, man.
Yeah, you get your guy. Remember, we're taking stabs at the market, and the market is going to have a lot of those running backs. I like the way you put that.
Yeah, and it's a productive guy from a value program. I don't. It's a good value pick. I understand why you make this pick, even with some of the others that are on the board. But we'll see. This is a guy who just ups the competition in the physicality department.
Committee.
Man, I'll say this though, and I appreciate what everybody's saying about this kid, but I think Krosky Merritt's a better player than this guy. Just you watch the finish and stuff like that, and Krosky Merritt has had his share. Maybe there's a character guy here. I don't know, but New Mexico, Arizona, the transfer stuff, not having it seems like everybody in North America gets a transfer, but this kid. But you watch him. If you study him at New Mexico, he played mainly as in a pistol formation. He's really good patience as a runner. He had some running lanes in those games. He's downhill. He's not going to give you a lot of elusive cuts, maybe very similar to this guy. But he's going to run through tacklers. He's going to blow defenders up. He tends to build up speed as he goes. He hits the hole with some authority, and when the gap's open, getting to second level. There's a lot to like about receiver out of the backfield. You guys were kind of saying this guy's not going to give you much. Krosky Merritt can catch the football, and there's some awareness with him with some blitz pickup and where he needs to be. I love his physical style. I just don't think he's very creative with the ball, but maybe this guy here, he looks very similar, not being
totally creative with the ball either.
More of a power rusher.
Yeah.
I hate to bring this question, but does this threaten Hunter Lipke's roster spot?
It absolutely could. And it goes back to what we were talking about with the sponsor. I mean, the special teams, though, Lipke does add a lot of value there.
Well, doesn't Hunter Lipke show the ability now to kind of go in and dig people out and play in motion? Is this guy that type of guy? I'm asking this question. This guy escaped me. I did not evaluate this guy, but does he have that ability? Have you seen him, play as a wham guy or go inside and dig guys out? And if you're telling me that he doesn't catch the ball all that well, then I'm also thinking, well, Hunter Lipke can do that. Hunter, I would say no.
Well, and we're about to get him on the phone here, too, so we can ask him about that, kind of the pass protection element and what he could do from a special teams side of things.
You guys can take that. I'm going to sit this one out.
Zach, you're on timeout.
Just bringing up Krosky Merritt one more time. Do you think it's as simple as he just played the one game at Arizona?
There's something clearly there, whether it's a character thing, whether it's a medical thing. There's something not. I know Bobby Belt's listening right now, and he'll text me and tell me it's something about him. But I just think there's maybe very similar with the running styles.
Yeah. On the phone now, the newest Dallas Cowboy, Phil Maffa, the running back from Clemson. Phil, congratulations on hearing your name called. Welcome to the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, it feels like a surreal moment for everybody. What's going through your head?
I'm excited, just to be a part of this organization. And for them to take a chance on me, I'm excited and ready to get to work.
No, they had conversations with you at the NFL Combine. What were those conversations like, and what stood out to you about the organization?
I've like to draft, the type of people that they want to represent their brand, and also the type of people that they want to represent the culture.
Hey, Phil, congrats on being drafted. As that 7th round turned about, what were kind of your emotions? Were you having some doubt, or did you keep belief the whole time? What were you feeling? And then when you got that phone call, how was the relief of it?
Yeah, I was having some doubt for sure, just having that in the back of my head of going undrafted, just preparing for that. But, it's just for the Cowboys to be able to take a chance on me at the last minute, it meant a lot to me. And, I feel like it's a perfect place.
Yeah, and you went to high school at Grace in a 7A power in Georgia. You went to Clemson. You've been at these big-time programs. Coming to a franchise like the Dallas Cowboys, how do you think you can use that experience to your advantage so this moment's not too big for you?
I can use that experience, all the things I went through in my football career and in my life, just applying that to the game, all that adversity that you have to go through as a player, through injuries, personal life. Just applying all my experiences and going all into my craft and giving it my all for the Cowboys.
I love your inside zone ability, just being able to be decisive between the tackles. How would you describe your running style at the end of the day?
I would say a powerful back who likes to make guys miss any way possible, whether it's running through them, jumping over them, juking them out. I just love to play with physicality, and, I love to show others that I can also be nimble at the same time.
What do you think people got wrong about your game during the draft process? If you were reading, media analysts or anything like that, what do you think is a common misconception?
I think the common misconception is that, I'm just a big power back, and, I'm just that type of back. But, I just feel like a lot of people missed, especially this past season, me having an injury early on in the season, lingering on throughout the season. But, just for the Cowboys to be able to believe in me, gives me a lot of confidence to want to continue to put my best foot forward.
Phil, Coach Schottenheimer's wanted to build a culture and have the right kind of people in the locker room. How would you describe yourself? Like, what are some of your interests maybe off the field?
Off the field, I'm a pretty chill guy. I love doing Legos. Love hanging out, learning the piano, really hanging out with family. Love going outdoors in nature. and just love people. I'm a people person.
I like it. The Legos and the piano. That's my type of
quite a
afternoon.
combination.
Well done.
Oh, yeah.
Phil, congratulations. Can't wait to see you here in Dallas. We'll see you on the field very, very soon.
Anything else, Zach?
All right, there he goes. Phil Maffa.
I hate you, Nate. I hate you so much.
All right. The Cowboys are back to business. The Ravens are on the clock at 2:43 over the last 3 picks. Caden Prather, wide receiver from Maryland, goes to the Bills at 2:40. Broncos take Caleb Lohner, tight end from Utah. Kanata Mumfield from Pittsburgh, wide receiver to the Rams at 2:42. Then it's Ravens, Lions, Commanders, Giants, Cowboys at
right
2:47. So one more pick left out of this 2025 NFL draft class. They've already double dipped at running back. Could they maybe double dip at corner? Oh, you want to take another one?
Yeah, why not?
I'd take a corner.
I would take one too.
It's whatever the corner with traits, the corner with the length, the corner that you feel like can come in and compete. There's been some corners that have been picked late that were missed out, but there's a good group of guys here. There's some names, like I say. There's probably a couple guys I know on my board. They're nickel type players, but they probably fall with outside what the Cowboys would do. But with Dodson, Bryant, Alexander, I don't think that you can go wrong. Harris from Iowa, I don't think there's another guy that you can go wrong there. So I would try and help out that group and maybe with a guy that you might get a little lucky on.
Where'd you have Garrett Dellinger from
the guard
LSU?
Yeah, I did not. He was not one of my 235.
Oh, okay, he went to LSU, and the Ravens just picked him, so I figured it was. I figured it would be high on your board, but
no,
that's
not at all.
Unfortunate.
No.
It's the first time they've ever gone away from your board.
Yeah,
ever.
Let's go Corey.
At least they took an LSU guy. They know better, considering that they got like guys like Ozzie Newsome and stuff in that building. It's an Alabama guy, so. But yeah.
All right, so Lions, Commanders, Giants. I would love to take an LSU guy. I would love to take Zy Alexander here.
Zy Alexander would be perfect.
Got the size and length.
The length, 100%. I mean, I thought he could have been a day 2 guy.
I thought so too.
Maybe not the speed, but I mean, if you're going to run a lot of zone, he's a good zone guy.
I had him in the 3rd, so I had a.
Because I don't know if any of these guys really profile necessarily as you kick him inside and they play the slot for sure. Like Black maybe has the opportunity to do that. I don't think Harris does out of Iowa.
What about these edges, man? I keep saying their name.
Like Ivy?
Like
Ivy's, I think, the best player left on my board.
Barron,
next
Joyner.
edge for me, too.
And Logan Brown.
McLaughlin, the center from Ohio State, would be my
guy.
That's
actually, you're right. I had him at 79.
I think he's really good.
Yeah, I had him pretty high.
That's crazy.
Too.
3 offensive linemen will set Cowboy Nation up.
Was his condition at Ohio State? Was it a knee? Was it something that could, like doctors at the combine, kind of wrecked him a little bit there, or
Yeah, so he tore his left Achilles midway through the season last year. But I mean, it must have been bad.
Yeah,
he Alabama transfer.
Yeah.
He's a leader. He's a communicator for Ohio State, and he even helped a lot after he got pulled out of that offensive line. He was crucial in helping Ohio State succeed in the run game. But he'd work well in a Clayton Adams type scheme because they pin and pull so much at Ohio State. He'll have to work back from this injury, but I think this is a talented player. I'm surprised him and Jake Majors as centers.
Jake Majors played a ton of snaps, and trust me, to have Majors and McLaughlin on the board, considering Monheim, I was not a fan of his very much. But you mentioned McLaughlin, and I thought this kid had some Jason Kelsey type tendencies to his game, because he can make blocks at all level. He's a hard guy to fool. Nothing gets by him. He secures the guy on the line of scrimmage, then moves on to the next guy. When he's uncovered, he'll pull in space. He'll find his man. He'll get that block. The way he plays in space is really impressive, and I'm just surprised that that somebody's kind of passed on a guy that's got good range, and he might not have ideal length for a center, but man, his footwork and neither did Jason Kelsey. He just kind of gets up on you and gets the second level. And my guy started 34 games at center in his college career at Alabama and Ohio State.
Yeah.
Woo. All right.
It's pretty nuts.
Let's just draft somebody that played it with a bounce house in the end zone like that.
Yeah, him and Fadil Diggs are my only third-round grades left.
I like Diggs a lot, and I think Diggs is a pretty high character guy. Transfer from A&M.
Could I interest you in a quarterback just to beat the
Seth
UDFA
Hennigan?
rush? I don't know if there's any out there. I mean, Hennigan would be my highest
Hennigan would
ranked.
be probably a guy that I'm very interested in here.
Brosmer.
Let me just let's go get the corner. Let's throw resources at that right now, and especially if you've got some guys, and obviously we're much higher on these corners than they are.
Mm-hmm.
So, but to me, I'll take a chance. I'll take a chance on the Kansas kids, the LSU kid. If they've got, just put them in the mix. You just don't know how this thing might work out better than. Maybe you guys want to take a chance on a wide receiver.
Yeah, I've got Restrepo, Bond, and Nash right there. I mean, those are the three guys that
Restrepo's going to go and draft it, isn't he?
I think so. It looks like it.
And if Restrepo doesn't run the 40-yard dash,
Dominic Lovett from
that's a tall
Georgia, another
long
big
strider.
Yeah. If Restrepo doesn't run, does he get picked in the 3rd or 4th round?
Oh man.
I just never really liked him as much as you guys did.
I didn't either.
I
don't
know.
The tape, Restrepo tape.
The tape is there. I mean, he's nifty and he's gets open in the short to intermediate game.
Yeah.
And he's got contact balance. And he's an impressive runner. He doesn't have the speed, but he's an impressive runner. I'm surprised the team hasn't taken a swing on him yet.
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah.
But like I say, he's one of those guys that if he doesn't run, I know I do a lot of work with our buddy Jeff Kavanaugh, and Jeff had him like in the 3rd round, and all of a sudden he ran like 4.8, and I can't put him in the 3rd round. I'm like, well, what was the tape like?
Yeah.
We heard coaches coming in early, scouts coming in early talking about tape. So
White Cotton just worked into the room. The Cowboys have made their final selection, it appears, and maybe it's a defensive lineman.
Could it be Ivy? You're talking about
Ivy, Diggs. I mean, Horsley's still there, isn't he?
Yeah.
Could you you want to just go ahead and let's make sure this defensive tackle room, which has really been a weakness, ends up maybe trying to build a strength here late in the draft? Ivy, I think, is probably my top defensive lineman left.
Yeah, he's mine as well.
Ivy would be mine. Yeah, he would be mine too. He would be mine.
I liked what we saw. I mean, I thought Ivy had some good pass rush ability.
You talked about Diggs from Syracuse.
Zeke Biggers.
That's a big boy.
Horsley.
Is your Stackhouse, or did Stackhouse go?
Horsley.
I don't think so.
No, Stackhouse is not gone.
White Cotton was in the room?
He was in the room, yeah.
Okay.
He was the first one to show up.
Eberflus too.
That's why I mentioned the bigger edge earlier. When we get whooped in the postseason by good teams, it's always run defense. So get you a big guy that's going to work in that rotation. I mean, we have a good idea of what the NASCAR type package is going to look like. It's going to be a mixture of Fowler and Donovan and Sam and Micah. But what is your base rundowns? And if anything happens to Marshawn, like who's your run end guy, your base run end? I think you could use another.
There's Krosky Merritt off the board.
Good. I'm glad he got drafted.
Commanders?
Unfortunately, went to
Commanders
Washington.
at 245.
How about that? Yeah.
I
hope I'm wrong about him then.
Yeah, just because of where he went. I'm with you. Yeah. But Krosky Merritt deserves. I mean, he's shifty. He's high cut, but he's got good size for the position. Stands in, can pack a punch and pass, bro. He was a super productive player when he was at New Mexico, transferred. He was at Alabama State, then went to New Mexico, then ended up with Arizona. Only played a game, though, with Arizona last year. Good vision. He can be a little upright at times, but he's a good back, man. I know you liked him, I think, more than anybody, Vach.
Catch the ball, too, man. Big play guy, gets away from these guys, and he finishes runs, too, man. I was a big fan. And Washington football Wizards got him one.
Will McClay is really excited about it.
They're happy. I mean, Fadil Diggs, I think, fits everything that they talk about.
Here's Corey Black, corner out of Oklahoma State. He goes to the Giants at
The Giants have had a nice draft.
So back-to-back NFC East picks. Washington with Krosky Merritt, Corey Black at Giants, and now it's the Cowboys on the clock at 2:47.
What you guys think about Jai Joyner? The Cowboys like Lincoln, and he has one of those.
Yeah, he's
Joyner. Okay, he's got stupid arm length.
Yeah, he absolutely does.
And they're just searching for traits right now. And if we're talking about a D lineman like an edge guy, he fits all the.
You got to read him to us.
Let me go back to my board there. My goodness. All right. Primarily a rundown guy. Oh my God, look at those arms. He's touching his shins, standing up straight. Great extension. Solid pocket pushers. Probably going to be a two-gap guy. I feel like he did a really good job stacking and shedding and looking around and two-gapping if you need him to do that. He doesn't have a rush plan at all. He will run right down the middle of you, and he has no bend. But if he uses his length and you can't get arms on him, he will win that pass rush down rep. But I think he'll be mostly a run defender on the edge.
This is a player we have not mentioned one time.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Kind of a left field one.
Might not be a player that
They
I've
are juiced about it, though.
Offense or defense?
Defense. White Cotton's on the phone.
Okay.
Can you give me interior or edge?
Yeah, pick us in.
Pick us in. Yeah, but let's start naming some guys then.
I'll tell you what, he's not on my board. There's only been 5 picks made. I know about this player. I just didn't put him on my board because I didn't think he'd get drafted.
Wow. Okay. So this is
there's probably a pretty good chance he's not on my board either. Then.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Interior or edge?
Somebody that we haven't talked about at all.
This is probably somebody they didn't want to fight for in free agency.
Yeah.
You know.
Probably sure.
Yeah.
We thinking edge or D tackle, Nick?
Yeah, he didn't give it to me.
I think edge. I think it'll probably most likely be
an edge.
I think they've done what they wanted.
Man, Will's kid's getting big.
It's not Tyler
Elijah.
Johnny
Elijah Ponder.
Yeah, he's going to be a receiver here pretty soon.
R.J. Oben.
Is he?
We've mentioned
college.
He's a freshman in college now. I'm not sure where he's at. I haven't checked in on that.
Kaimon Rucker?
He just graduated from Capel.
Maybe
Kaimon Rucker.
Or he's graduating this year from Capel. Excuse me.
Oh, Rucker from North Carolina?
I know he's a pass rushy guy. I just haven't been saying his name because I was naming run defenders, but he's a pass rushy guy.
Maybe. All right, pick is in at 247, just waiting for the reveal.
We've mentioned Tyler Batty. Have we talked about Elijah Ponder?
That was the name I just said out of Cal Poly. Kind of an interesting small school guy, you know.
Via our friend Bobby Belt, regarding Seth McLaughlin, some teams have him off the board due to medicals.
Okay.
Makes sense.
It's a bummer.
Yep. Watch the tape. He
Good
plays
player.
a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Just a couple moments away. Still looking at the war room. They are really excited about it. And now it's time to fight for free agents.
Yeah.
This is a stressful time for everybody in that room because you get an opportunity to play value at the end of this and see what you can get, who you can bring in. And they've been very good recently at taking some undrafted free agents after the draft comes to a close. And they are letting this one roll.
Yeah.
All the way up until the very end on the NFL stream.
Yeah, but they'll be organized. Like once this pick goes in, then they're off the board or they're out of the draft. So now it's a Steven and Todd and Williams and those guys, Adam. They'll tell them, hey, we need this many wide receivers. We need this many tight ends to go to camp. We need this many to, at various positions and stuff. So they'll make the focus to do that and get that squared up.
Oh, we're going to get an announcement here. Here's the pick.
Oh, let's go.
147th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Dallas Cowboys select Tommy Akingbisto, defensive tackle, Maryland.
Tommy Akingbisote is how you actually say it. Akingbisote out of Maryland, defensive tackle, 6'3", 306 pounds. He had 32 tackles, 5 tackles for loss last year. He goes at 247 to your Dallas Cowboys. East-West Shrine Bowl guy had him out there.
He was.
He was another one of the guys that they got an eye on.
And Cowboys defensive line coach Aaron Whitecotton was at his pro day. I looked at that and saw Jordan Phillips out of Miami as the defensive tackle. Maybe he was eyeing both of them. And Akingbisote, certainly he has some twitch, and there's going to be some intrigue around his upper half and how strong he is. Definitely a rotational guy that's going to have to fight his way onto the roster. But it's just a guy maybe they didn't want to fight for in free agency, and maybe that's a question we have. Maybe not.
Looks good in his stance.
Yeah. Competition. Let them fly. Let them go out there and fight each other over this thing.
Yeah, just looking at some of the notes I had back from the Shrine Bowl, he had a career-high 32 tackles, 5 for loss, and 12 starts last year. Big kid, 6'4", 316. So that's kind of all I got on it.
Another guy that didn't transfer
I think he played basketball. Was he a former basketball guy?
He's kind of built like that, so I wouldn't be shocked. I don't have that on the background here, but He was a 4-star recruit out of high school, stayed local from Largo, Maryland, out there on the East Coast, stayed at Maryland, played at home, and I think all of those things pay out for him. Good burst off the line of scrimmage in terms of 10-yard split, 176, not bad for a defensive tackle. So, late round guy and taking a chance on a guy that you don't want to fight for as we're in the final 10 picks.
This
now.
is just where we lean on our friend Dane Brugler. And just,
what does he say?
Call Dane.
Oh my God, I just exited out.
What does Dane got? Here, I can pull it up if you need it. Grew up in Maryland. Saw himself as a basketball player before making the switch to football as a junior, because that was his best chance at a scholarship. He was a 4-star recruit, received offers from OU, A&M, was locked on nearby Maryland because of the coaching staff. He was the second-ranked D lineman in that 2021 class behind Chop Robinson.
Wow.
Who was a first-round pick of the Miami Dolphins. He carries most of his weight in his upper half, can dent the depth of the pocket with initial quickness off the snap. He made gradual improvements each season and is yet to play his best football, although he is still connecting the dots and things won't slow down in the NFL. Overall, he has unquestionable talent, especially for his size, but he was more of a cog in the machine than a difference maker that jumped off the tape or the stat sheet, per Dane Brugler in The Beast.
Well done, Dane. Always has him ready to go. But yeah, because Tommy Akingbesote rounds out the entire Dallas Cowboys 2025 draft class, and now it's on to the undrafted free agents unless they want to trade their way back in. That's a rare move to make, though, this late in the process. We'll see if we can have time to get him on the phone and then have some secret audio in the final 12 minutes of our coverage.
Connor Colby went to the San Francisco 49ers, the guard from Iowa.
Want to talk about him?
Yeah. Don't mind.
Of course.
You got him? You got him?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. No, I was asking you.
Yeah. I just was – I think this kid is – when you start to talk about like athletic ability and things like that, I think this kid is pretty high on my list. He's a starting right guard for Iowa. Made multiple starts at various spots along the line of scrimmage, both guard and right tackle. He might not be the heaviest guy at 309, but outstanding when it comes to foot movement for the position. Very light on his feet, the way he plays. He's got a feel for angles, how to use them to his advantage. He gives really good effort in order to finish blocks. He stays on his man one-on-one while playing on the move. Where he really excels is as a double teamer. He's outstanding in this area. He secure the down lineman and then seamlessly work to the next level. He has an idea where the man is going to be and then locates him, and then he's able to make that block. Where he will get in a little trouble is when he oversets and then he has to scramble back in order to make that play. But he's got some strong hands for the position, struggle a little bit at times with his pad level and strength, but he's able to handle men much bigger than him with his set and his balance. So I really do kind of like this kid. I had him in the 4th round as a guard.
Didn't always have the power, Brian, but he always looked to finish. He always looked to try to just maul guys as best he could. And I like the attitude on him. I like the ferocity, so to speak. So shouts out to Connor Colby, man. I was a big fan of his scoop blocks and his outside zone stuff, but he ain't on my team, so it's cool.
Moliki, I don't know this one, tight end out of UCLA. Moliki Matavo?
Yeah.
Saints took him at 248.
Yeah.
Right after the Cowboys. You have him?
Yeah, I do. This guy, let me see if I could get to him as well.
He's a flex end.
Yeah, he really is.
And then it was Connor Colby, and then it was John Williams.
Yeah.
We'll get to Matavo because we have Tommy Akingbesote on the line. Tommy, congratulations. Yes, sir. You were a Dallas Cowboy. What's going through your head? What's going on? I like the energy already.
Yeah, man. Ready to come work. We were ready to come to Dallas to come straight to work, man. We were trying to win the Super Bowl. Let's do it.
What was that moment like getting the call from Jerry? And I mean, right at the tail end of the draft, now you are officially going to have a star.
Man, it's a surreal moment, man. We've been waiting this whole weekend for that call, and it came. So, hey, I'm blessed from God. God blessed me here to be a Dallas Cowboy. So I'm here to come work, man. Let's do it.
Hey, Tommy, congratulations, man. Did you have a hope to be drafted today? Did it surprise you, or were you fully expecting it the whole way?
I was fully expecting it, man. I know God put me on this earth for a reason, and he put me on the earth to come play football. So, hey, I knew it. I knew it was going to happen. By God's grace, and it happened.
I love it. Hey, Cowboys defensive line coach Aaron Whitecotton was at your pro day. Were you able to meet with him at that time? Did you connect with him? Just kind of walk me through your experiences with him.
Yes, sir. He worked me out, and we hopped on the board and talked football, and I feel like it was a great time. He was a great coach. He understood my game style. He understood what I could bring to the table, and yeah, we had great talks.
What should Cowboys fans expect from you?
Physicality. I'm a great person off the field. I'm a people's person, man, and I'm here to win.
Hey, and that's kind of been the culture theme here in Dallas is you have that energy, you have that mindset. How much did that play into the conversations with Cowboys staff throughout the process?
Can you repeat that one more time, boss? I'm sorry.
When they were talking about your energy and your personality, how big do you feel like that played a factor into you being picked?
I feel like it played a huge factor because I'm an energy guy. I bring it every day. I come with all the energy I can. So, man, I'm just happy right now to be a Cowboy, man. I'm blessed, man.
What is your most favorite part about playing football? Why do you love football so much, Tommy?
Because I could bring my physicality to another 300-pounder every single play, man. And it's legal, so I can't get in trouble for it. So that's my biggest part.
That's
bringing physicality, punching the O-lineman in his mouth every play.
All right, I asked one of your fellow draftees this earlier, but if you could eat one food every day, what is the food you're rocking with?
I'm gonna go with salmon Alfredo. Salmon Alfredo for sure.
Is that the pregame meal?
Hell yeah. Yes, sir.
Hey, I'll let you know, in the Cowboys cafeteria here that y'all eat at, they feed you a lot of salmon and a lot of Alfredo, so maybe you can mix that thing up. Hey, if you had to listen to one music artist for the rest of your life, who would it be?
I'm going with No Cap or Rallo. No Cap or Rallo.
An Alabama man. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it.
That's awesome. Now, hey, we're excited to get you out here. I know, hey, that same mindset that you have and the same mentality you have could also push over to what the offensive guard in the first round, Tyler Booker, was talking about. That's going to be some fun matchups in training camp. So looking forward to having you out here. Congratulations again.
Yes, sir. I appreciate y'all.
Tommy Aking-Basote joining us here on the draft show as we continue through the final round. Okay, we've heard from all the guys. We've heard the culture fit. I see it now when it comes to a Brian Schottenheimer type of guy. That makes a lot of sense. Just now getting to talk to him for the first time. He's got a ton of energy, and he's going to bring it to the table. Our first long snapper off the board.
Yeah, Brian.
Julian Ashby, long snapper from Vanderbilt. This is our version of Stump the Truck.
There's no way.
Is there a long snapper film
wait a minute.
from Chris Beam?
I think
he got him.
This
Beam ain't got no long snapper.
opportunity.
They ain't got nothing back there.
Come on, Beam. I believe in you.
Better than that.
Please.
Beam, just go ahead and pull up off YouTube some
Julian
Vanderbilt punch.
Ashby off the board.
Yeah, better than that.
Oh, no.
We're having a delay.
Stump the truck. Stump the truck.
They've got to have a graphic or something.
Nothing.
This is just a pause for effect.
It's okay,
If
man.
Beam hasn't said no to you in your headset, Kyle,
He hasn't.
that means
The sounder. The sounder.
Hey, it took a lot of
We got 4 minutes left in this whole broadcast. And
Teams really suck at drafting. If Beam and them got 500 clips and they picked the cat that in the 500.
Yeah.
A long snapper.
Yeah.
Hey, that John Williams pick, though, to Green Bay. That guy's an aerospace engineer, man.
Is he as smart as that Texas guy?
I don't know, but that's damn impressive. He started 24 straight games at left tackle, had 27 starts over 52 games. He plays where he looks really good and has some where he looks really bad. He can get good just at the snap, kick slide into place. When he gets himself set, he's really difficult to fight off. But then he has plays where he just gets blown by, and his quarterback is it's survival mode right there. Hand placement is really key for him when he gets engaged, can get inside on the chest. He can flip his hips, blocks well in the run game, solid footwork. He just needs more power and consistency to his game. So shout out to John Williams out of Cincinnati, your newest Green Bay Packer.
Shouts out to NASA. That's a hell of a backup plan.
Yeah.
Damn right.
What's our quarterback that's a NASA dude? The guy from Tennessee back in the day?
Oh, Joshua Dobbs.
Joshua Dobbs.
Yeah.
He was a fourth-round
We
pick.
could have an all-NASA team.
Yeah.
That would be awesome. Junior Bergen, wide receiver from Montana, off the board.
It's catching from cattle ranchers, I'm sure.
Yeah, now we're really getting in the bag.
Here's defensive tackle Zeke Biggers to the
Zeke
Miami
Biggers.
Dolphins.
Yeah, how about
There we go. That's
how
a
about
big boy.
Georgia Tech? Tackle.
Georgia Tech. How about that real quick? I'll try and give you a little update on Zeke. Hold on, I got to get to my notes.
Ezekiel Elliott?
No, Zeke. He's 6'5", 320 pounds. Massive frame, outstanding arm length for the position. The length, the size led me to believe that he could be good as a run defender. But there's snaps where you see him power into the backfield, make disruptive plays. And his frame challenges interior offensive linemen, particularly like shorter arm guys, centers and guards that he might go with. But I really do like the length, and it's unique advantage in the leverage battles. But he does struggle to maximize some of the natural power that he might have with that length. But I think he has a pretty good sense of where the ball is going to be. He plays with solid effort for a player his size. But he's going to need to develop a lot more pass rush moves. He could be a big struggle for him. He's just not quick twitched, and he's just going to push the pocket and go straight ahead and then get his hands up to knock the passes down. I think that's where he's going to be more of a factor. But he's one of the best in the nation. When it did, I looked that up because it seemed like every time against Florida State and Miami, he was knocking a ball down. I was like, okay, how much is this? But he was one of the best in the nation at doing this. So he might just get drafted on the traits alone of being 6'5" and 320. We've seen it right now.
Just got him drafted, 253 to the Dolphins. It's the Saints, Texans, Chargers, and then the owners of the Mr. Irrelevant pick at 257 is the New England Patriots. We've got two options here, gentlemen. We can either play Stump the Beam again and try and name things so he can get his B-roll out there.
Man, those guys are stars.
I wouldn't even know those.
They are hating you for even bringing that idea.
No,
I just heard
they did the work. They did the work just like you watched players. They put together the B-roll.
I appreciate what you're doing, man.
Just trying to help him out. Okay. The other one is we could guess who.
Go ahead, throw him one.
Mr. Irrelevant.
Can I dive in my bag on Fadil Diggs right quick?
Yeah, dive in.
I'm a fan.
Yeah, this is a guy I had a third-round grade on him, which I guess I look like an idiot right now. No. But
he got drafted.
I really do like this player. He's a Texas A&M transfer. He's a versatile defender. He played over a quarter of his snaps in the box in 2024, so he can step back and drop. He's got this tall, long frame. It gives him length advantages in pass rush situations and helps him make up ground and coverage, too. He has an upside to be an every-down player. His ability to defend the run and his pass rush instincts. He's not super twitchy, but, again, he has the instincts and the length to be a starter in this league. I fully believe that. It's a good pick by the Saints. I guess Kellen, he gave me one last thing to think on that class. I don't know if I hate that class so much or love it so much. I can't decide.
It's going to be interesting when it comes down to it because that's, again, tied to him as the first-year head coach and his first draft as the head man down in New Orleans. Since you guys shot down my idea.
Kyle, I got one for you, Kyle. I got one for you.
Go ahead.
For everybody in the back, Shunderick Powell, the running back from Central Arkansas.
Central Arkansas.
Shunderick Powell from Central Arkansas.
I bet you they have that one.
I bet they ain't got it back there.
A-Sun tape. I bet you they got it.
I bet you they don't have it back
Transferred from North Alabama.
Central Arkansas.
I forgot
they don't have them.
drafted.
They don't have them. Nicely done. Good job, Vaj.
Here.
All right.
Did Jared Ivey get picked?
No. He's chilling. He's sitting around.
There's Luke Lakey from Iowa.
Luke Lachey?
Luke Lachey.
Is it Lachey?
I think so.
That's probably Lachey. Shrine Bowl guy caught everything. Go ahead.
Before we get into it, Phil Maffa and Tommy King Basote, here are back-to-back secret audios that we'll listen to here.
Tommy's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Phil, Jerry Jones, Dallas Cowboys.
Hey, what's up,
we just drafted Phil. We just drafted you.
Awesome, thank you.
Well, we're excited. You can hear the room. We're excited about it, and you've earned it. And boy, you've got something that can really stick. We have a big need for your style and you as a player. So I just got to tell you, I'm proud for you, but I'm proud for us too. Welcome to the Cowboys. Welcome to the Cowboys.
Thank you all.
Okay, here, and I want the coach to say something to you too.
Sir.
Phil, Coach Schottenheimer, man, congrats.
Thanks, Coach. I appreciate it.
Man, we just, we think the world of you, buddy, and know it's been a crazy weekend for you, man, but it's about getting to the right spot. And, again, we got a great vision for you, and we're just fired up to get you in here and put you to work.
Yes, sir. Same here. Let's do it.
Yeah, no doubt, man. So a couple of other guys want to talk to you. I'm going to put you on with our OC, Clayton Adams, and then our running back coach, Derek Foster. Okay, man? Yeah, you don't mind a little competition, do you?
No. Let's do it.
Hey, I love it. I love it, man. Congrats again. Here's Coach Adams.
Yes, sir.
Big Maffa, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Coach? How are you doing?
I am super excited that you're going to be part of this thing, and I can't wait to watch you run when you're fully healthy too. You know what I'm saying? I know that you're getting yourself all ready to go.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate you guys.
Welcome to the family. I'm going to put you on the phone with Coach Foster, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, go Cowboys.
Phil,
Oh, my gosh. Yes, sir.
how you doing, man?
Doing good, Coach. How you doing?
Congratulations, man. How about that, right? Man, I've been watching you since Grayson High School, and now I get an opportunity to finally coach you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, man. I know you're a highly competitive guy, so come on, let's go to work, all right? Congratulations.
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
Let's
Appreciate
do it.
it, Coach. Thank
No
you.
doubt. All right.
All right, and here is the other draft audio from King Basote.
Hey, Tommy.
Uh-oh. What's up, Coach?
That is everybody cheering in behind us. This is Jerry
Yes,
Jones.
sir, man. That's a blessing,
We
Coach.
just turned you in. You're a Dallas Cowboy.
Hold on.
Hey, we are really excited over you coming here, and you are to be congratulated. You've made yourself where you can have this opportunity. We're proud to be with you.
Y'all won't regret this, Coach. I will not regret this, Coach. I promise. I'm here to work, and I'm here to be a great player for the team.
Hey, I love it. I love it. All right, man. It's
Yes, sir.
good to be on the phone. Give that mama a hug. Y'all,
the family
congratulations.
excited, man. Yes,
All right.
sir, Coach. I appreciate it.
Now then, here's our coach, Schottenheimer. Be sure he wants to talk to you. Welcome.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
What's up, Coach?
Tommy, what's up, man? Congratulations,
What's up, man?
buddy.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you so much, Coach. I appreciate you, man.
We're thrilled. Congratulations.
Thank you for taking a chance on me, Coach. I appreciate you.
Hey, we know you're going to do great things, man. Congratulations. You come in here, you compete every day. Hey, and we got the right style of defense for you, man. We like to knock people back and go hit the freaking quarterback, all right?
Sir.
All right, a couple more coaches want to talk to you. I'm going to put you on with Coach Eberflus and then Coach Whitecott, our D-line coach. Here's Coach Flus, DC. Congrats,
Yes,
brother.
sir. Thank you.
Tommy.
Hello?
You there? Yeah, Tommy, you there? This is Coach Flus.
Yes, sir.
I'm the D coordinator, man. I'm so happy to have you on our team, man.
Man, I appreciate you, Coach. I appreciate you, Coach.
Oh, man,
I appreciate y'all, man.
I'm just telling you, there's great things coming for you. Understand?
Woo. Yes, sir, man. I won't regret this, man. I promise I won't regret this, man.
You're gonna kick ass and take names, all right?
Yeah, that part. Yes, sir.
All right, man. All right. All you gotta do is just go hard, man. Just go hard and listen up. And get better and get your technique right, man. You're gonna be great.
That part, yes, sir. I'm here to work, and we're gonna win the championship in Dallas. Yes,
You're
sir.
damn special we are. You damn special
Let's do it.
we are. Okay.
Let's do it.
Here's the A-Dub. This is gonna be your new best friend, okay?
Okay, yes,
He's our
sir.
D-line coach.
Tommy, some days we'll be best friends, some days we'll be enemies, but it'll all work out, buddy.
Yeah, that's what it's about.
You know
that's
what I'm
it's
saying?
about, Coach.
Hey,
yes,
man,
sir.
We're fired up, man. I thought there was no way in hell we would ever be able to get you at this position because of the type of player and person you are, and we're so freaking excited, buddy. So excited, man.
God bless. God bless, man. I appreciate y'all so much,
It's
man.
going to be an amazing ride, dog.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. Go enjoy this moment with your family, and then we'll come get to work this coming weekend. All right?
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
All right, big dog. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, there's a King Basote, our final secret audio of the week.
I'm loving these coaches.
Yeah,
I'm loving their enthusiasm for their guys, and they seem like they're just. I'm loving it.
Coach Whitecotton has such a loud whisper. Like he's whispering, but like man, he says stuff. Like he's like it's impactful when he's whispering to you, man. Like it's, I feel it. Yeah, like yeah, man, you better do X, Y, Z. You damn right you're gonna go out there and kick some ass. You bet bet your ass we are. Like, and he whispers and you go yeah. You whisper back to him.
All right, Luke Lachey, tight end, Iowa, goes to the Texans. Bridges, the corner from Florida, goes to the Chargers. Here are the New England Patriots with Mr. Irrelevant in 2025.
Paul Salata, Melanie Fitch, Alex Fitch, Marie Fitch.
They ought to make the previous Mr. Irrelevant.
Oh, announce it? Yeah, that'd be good.
Like the Masters giving him a jacket.
Tough.
Thank you to the person way in the back, the Bob
A dark
Uecker
brown
of the
jacket.
field. Way to hang in there,
CEO
Green
of
Bay.
Irrelevant Week. How do you tell people that's your job?
Yeah, it's a weird one.
I think it's difficult.
How do you apply for
job.
that?
With friendlier people.
It sounds like you ain't got no job if you're the CEO.
Yeah.
We like
You
that
win the
you're a
floor.
Your job
community
irrelevant?
event, just like Irrelevant Week. We've been doing it for, this is the 50th year. You love your team. We love your community. We'd like to thank Fran Orsini for being good to us and feeding us cheese curds and ribs.
She gonna have Gary.
She tuned all the way up there.
And McKim at the
Facial.
Union Hotel. He's awesome. All of you have been great.
Yeah,
So
take
we'll
your
see
time.
you in Newport Beach.
Yeah, Bill.
The
We hadn't
final
been here
pick of
all
the
day.
2025 draft. We'll see you in Newport Beach. You can visit newportbeach.com or go to the Bay Club. Come party with us. Bring your cheese heads. We like that.
Bring your cheese heads.
57th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft by the New England Patriots is Kobe Minor, a defensive back from Memphis.
All right. And that'll do it.
Can I fly off with some UDFA news that I think is just kind of pertinent?
Yeah. Yep, let's go.
Bo Collins, Notre Dame wide receiver to the Giants. Minnesota edge Jay Joyner signing with the Raiders. Nick Nash signing with the Falcons.
Wow.
How about this one? DJ Uiagalelei going to the Chargers. He's going back home to Los Angeles.
Good for
we're
him.
Gonna see what we're gonna see what Jim Harbaugh has up his sleeve there.
Wow. Anybody from the Cowboys quite yet?
No, and typically
Just on a report?
Yeah, typically they don't have those first couple drop for about 20-30 minutes. At least that's been the case last couple of years.
Well, we'll make sure and update it on the social channels as we go along. I mean, so many people to thank throughout this weekend. It's been an incredible run throughout the entire draft process. It is a pleasure getting to hang with all those that have hung around for all 257 picks, but those behind the scenes that don't get the same love, they're the ones that are the real heroes here and the ones that have done the work just as much as we have watching the players.
Can we bring them in the room?
And actually, you know what? If you're not
let's do it.
If you're not punching buttons, I would love to bring them into the room.
I can hit the buttons while
We definitely need to get Jazz in.
Yeah,
come on.
I'm a YouTuber. I can
Come in the room. Come in the room.
As many people that can possibly fit in here, I would love to do that. This isn't COVID times anymore. We can show a little love on the camera side. Of things.
Here we go. Here we go.
There we go. Coming. Okay.
Here we go.
So we've got Jasmine Marshall.
Jazz.
Is today the actual last day, by the way? So this is today's last day for Jasmine Marshall, who's going to move on. What's up, Jazz?
Hi, guys.
So this is a hero behind the scenes, no doubt about it.
Total
Who else was in the
badass.
room? Were you the only one back there?
No.
Do that Hakkad dance.
It's the Haka.
Miller Lite.
Here.
Look at Chris Beam doing his job.
Thanks, Beamer.
That's what took so long.
Give me another one of these. Give me two of these. Give me that one.
Yeah,
too.
baby.
Yo, Bing, give
Zach
that one
needs
too.
a lot of those.
I'm going to go drown my sorrows.
Yeah.
You can't drink it on the air, right?
Can't.
No, apparently not.
Yeah, no, they don't want you to. But
Just cheers,
cheers everybody.
Cheers.
Cheers to the draft.
Thank you guys so much.
50 years
We appreciate
of
you.
Miller Lite.
Appreciate y'all.
We've had an incredible weekend throughout. This has been so much fun. And yeah, Jazz, we're going to miss you on the Cowboys side of things. You are a superstar behind the scenes. No doubt about it.
Hey, Beam, pop on the microphone. There's more people in the back, too. Say thanks to all your
Absolutely.
everybody. All you guys.
Go through them all.
Matt Kent back there.
Oh, Matt.
We got Fasika back there.
Fasika, Josh.
Yeah.
Matt Kent right there.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go, Matt.
Is that Scott Purcell's elbow off to the side there? Yeah.
Yazzie, yes. Yeah, we had Yasmin. And Victor.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Victor,
Thank
Paul,
you guys so
the
much.
absolute best.
Paul was
Thank you so
clipping
much.
some stuff. I
Thank
mean,
you so much for everything.
bummed about that long snapper. I'm sorry.
No, let's get it.
You're
okay,
good, bro.
Josh,
I got one.
Josh Wojciechowicz.
Wojciechowicz. He was Colorado School of
He's
Mines.
from Colorado School of Mines. Do you have him?
That one.
He was a Shrine Bowl guy.
Your ass better not have Colorado School of Mines
He's
back
got
there.
Colorado School of Mines.
I bet you better not pull.
No, he's gonna pull it up.
What's that mascot?
They are the Mules. They are one
The
of
Mules.
They're one of the best Division III programs. They come down here quite a bit too because they play the national championship in McKinney. Here we go. Look at him get. Look at him go. Look at that mule. Look at that mule.
And a baby.
They're actually the ore diggers.
What a great.
The what?
The ore diggers.
They're the Colorado School of Mines.
Yeah,
ore
I
diggers.
heard the.
But that is
a mule.
Yeah, yeah.
No, OREDIGGERS.
Ore diggers.
I thought y'all was talking about some male anatomy is what it sounded like. I don't know what y'all was talking about. Hey, it's late, bro.
Look, he's got the circle. Look at him pinned down inside the 5. And he knocks it out of bounds.
Football intelligence
That's
right
film
there,
right
knocking
there.
it out.
Dude, whoever gets him as an undrafted free agent is getting a steal of a
film.
player. STEELE, because he's steel. That's all I got on him.
Okay.
Colorado School of Mines, Chris Beam, everybody. Great job.
Oh, man.
Whoever cut that B-roll, I want to know. I want to know who
Incredible.
cut that one specifically. All right, everybody. Special thanks to all those that have tuned in throughout the weekend. I believe we'll have one more draft show podcast on Tuesday to wrap this thing up. Tie a bow on it on the 2025 NFL draft class.
I won't be able to make it on Tuesday, so I appreciate everyone for watching and supporting my stuff and supporting this crew stuff throughout the weekend, throughout the draft cycle. Let's do it all again next year, fellas.
You're a superstar, Nick Harris. You are a superstar. Let's one more time read off the official draft class for the Dallas Cowboys. Tyler Booker, first round pick for the Cowboys, 12th overall out of Alabama. Donovan Ezrawaku, edge rusher from Boston College. Savone Ravel Jr., corner from East Carolina. Jaden Blue, running back from Texas in the 5th round. Shamar James, also in the 5th round, linebacker from Florida. Ajani Cornelius, Oregon offensive lineman in the 6th round. Jay Toia, defensive tackle from UCLA in the 7th round. Phil Maffa in the 7th, running back from Clemson. And then Tommy Akingbasote, defensive tackle from Maryland, the final pick for your Dallas Cowboys. 9 selections, and we'll have plenty of time between now and training camp to break it all down. Once again, the draft show presented by Miller Lite, the only beer of the Dallas Cowboys. It's Miller time. For Zach Wolchuk, Voch Lombardi, Brian Broaddus, Nick Harris, Tommy Yarish, and Bobby Belt, I'm Kyle Yeoman saying so long from all of us at the draft show. We'll see you next year with more of the NFL Draft.